This is not a conspiracy theory in the world of Naruto, and Naruto wakes up from a long dream. Everything has quietly changed. He sets what seems like an impossible small goal: to traverse the universe in his physical form. When a giant Buddha radiating colorful light suddenly appears outside the Otsutsuki mother planet, the entire clan falls into unprecedented panic. Chapter 1. The Beginning of Change. Konoha, Year 48. The Nine-Tails suddenly appears in the center of Konoha village, wreaking havoc. Villagers flee in chaos. Countless casualties occur, and many ninjas counterattack the Nine-Tails, but against its massive form and overwhelming power, their efforts are futile. At a critical moment, the third Hokage manages to push the Nine-Tails out of the village perimeter with a golden staff, sparing Konoha from disaster. In a crucial moment, the fourth Hokage appears, sealing the Nine-Tails again at the cost of his own life. Except for the hastily arriving third Hokage and his accompanying Umbu, no one knows that the Nine-Tails is sealed within a baby. Konoha, Year 51. The Third Great Ninja War officially ends. Konoha, Year 52. A rumor suddenly spreads in Konoha village. The baby that the third Hokage brought back years ago is the embodiment of the Nine-Tails. As soon as this rumor spreads, it quickly circulates throughout the village. Regardless of its truth, villagers deeply hurt by the Nine-Tails incident vent their frustrations on that child. Verbal abuse is commonplace, and some even attempt to physically assault the child in public. Of course, they're immediately stopped by Umbu members. The third Hokage quickly takes measures to refute the rumor, but it proves ineffective in the aftermath of the Nine-Tails incident. Those who lost family members and had their newly purchased homes destroyed need an outlet for their anger. Helpless, the third Hokage can only issue a decree forbidding anyone from harming the child. Under the third Hokage's policy, while no one dares to openly assault the child, cold stares and sarcastic remarks are still permissible, right? The third Hokage is powerless against this. After all, mouths and eyes are on others. He can only assign more Umbu to protect the child. 247. The eastern skyline tears open the dark curtain, and the first rays of dawn, like strands of pale gold, gently spread across the edge of the clouds. Naruto suddenly opens his eyes and jumps up from bed. He rubs his eyes, and in his youthful, clear blue gaze, there is unexpectedly a hint of weariness. He just had a dream in which he seemed to have lived for quite a while. Of course, after waking up, many memories of the dream have faded. He can only vaguely remember some deeply ingrained things. For example, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully the poor youth. Those who truly know my name will see eternal life in the cycle. At the end of the immortal path, who will be the peak? One glimpse, and the eternal way becomes empty. Although Naruto doesn't understand what it means, he feels that these words carry a high level of profundity based on the memories from the dream. He messily tidies his hair with both hands, and the memories from the dream become even more blurred. Perhaps at certain moments, the memories from the dream will resurface. All right, time to get up. Naruto shouts energetically, flips off the bed, tidies his bedding, and after washing up in the bathroom, grabs some milk and bread for breakfast. He doesn't like drinking milk. The milk bought for his home by the third Hokage often goes past its expiration date. But according to the memories from the dream, milk is very beneficial for children's growth. He doesn't want to be short like that uncle next door in the future. So despite disliking milk, he has no choice but to drink it. After finishing breakfast, Naruto heads out the door. Walking down the street, everyone looks at him with cold eyes, even whispering among themselves. Naruto doesn't need to think they're definitely talking bad about him again. But if it were the old him, he would definitely argue with them and then awkwardly flee under their cold gazes. But now it's different. That dream seems to have had a certain influence on him. With just a light scoff, Naruto puts his hands in his pockets, leaving the crowd behind without caring who his opponents are. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully the poor youth. Today you look down on me, but one day you will look up to me. I don't believe that after I become Hokage, you will still dare to treat me like this. Naruto is learning the phrases he remembers from the dream, striving to elevate his own status. But how do I become Hokage? Naruto ponders as he sits on a bench in a park. Hey, Kenji, come catch me. Don't run, Kotaro. Naruto glances at his peers playing and frolicking in the park. In the past, he really wanted to fit in, but now he just feels it's childish. He wants to become Hokage. How can he waste time on Such childish games? Catch me? If you catch me, will your mom reward you with a drumstick? Huh? Answer me. Naruto retorts that he once told the third Hokage about his desire to become a ninja, but the Hokage said he was too young and should wait 2 more years before entering the Ninja Academy. But now he doesn't want to wait any longer. Time is money. There's no money that can buy time. Rather than wasting time on childish games, it would be better to train himself properly right now. From the remnants of his memories in a dream, he remembers having read many books that documented many strong individuals with extremely robust physical qualities who later fought in the universe. All right, let's set a small goal. I will also fight in the universe in the future. Naruto slightly raises his head to look at the sky, raises his right hand, and shouts energetically. Haha, what a big fool. Idiot, I want to fight in the universe. Huh. Someone nearby hears Naruto shout and immediately laughs at him. Naruto ignores them and starts jogging slowly towards the park's exit. He doesn't know any specific training methods or martial arts techniques. He can only do the simplest physical training, running. Today, I will run 3 laps around Konoha Village. Naruto sets a goal for himself, but half an hour later, he regrets it. Why is Konoha Village so big? Naruto's face turns pale as he looks at the unfamiliar surroundings. He hasn't been through this area before. For a 4-year-old child, his range of activity is limited, and he has no idea how big Konoha Village really is. He doesn't even know where to run next. Moreover, his stamina is almost depleted since he doesn't know how to cook. He usually eats ramen at Ichiraka Ramen, but Ichiraka's ramen is quite expensive, and he eats very little. He mostly buys instant noodles to eat at home. Instant noodles can fill the stomach, but they only provide calories without nutrition, leading to long-term malnutrition, making his body much weaker than his peers, and his stamina is insufficient. Stumbling along, Naruto feels dry and thirsty, but a flame in his heart keeps him running, and he doesn't know what this flame is. Perhaps it's his determination and will to change himself. Persevere. Running 3 laps might be impossible, but running 1 lap should be manageable, right? Persevere. Naruto grits his teeth, his steps becoming firm again as he moves forward. Oh, the power of youth. At this moment, a man in a green tight suit runs past him, shouting about the power of youth. Naruto pauses for a moment. He has seen this man 3 times now, each time running past him. His speed is much faster than Naruto's full speed run. This uncle must also be running laps around Konoha Village, right? In other words, has he already lapped Naruto 3 times? Chapter 2. Training with Guy. Hey, uncle, the guy who runs. Naruto stops and shouts loudly, cupping his hand around his mouth. Kai, who was running, reversed his steps while maintaining his running posture. Are you calling me little buddy? Kai curiously looked at Naruto and asked. Yes, it's me. Naruto nodded and said. Uncle, are you running around Konoha Village? Naruto asked. Yes, my goal today is to run 30 laps around Konoha Village. Kai said, giving a thumbs up and showing his bright white teeth. Naruto was momentarily blinded by the gleam of his teeth. But upon hearing Kai's words, he was taken aback. How many? 30 laps? He couldn't even finish 1 lap before running out of breath, and this uncle was going to run 30 laps? And at such a fast pace? Wow, could this uncle be a strong man? Naruto shyly smiled and said, Uncle, I'm also trying to run around Konoha Village. Oh, you have such awareness at such a young age. That's really youthful. Kai looked at Naruto with appreciation and praised him. But I don't know the path to run around Konoha Village. Can you show me? Naruto quickly said. Show you? Kai stroked his chin, examining Naruto. Naruto swallowed hard, clasped his hands together, and looked pleading. Please, uncle, I also want to be filled with youthful energy like you. Who could refuse a cute little golden-haired kid? No one, especially since Naruto didn't see the foolish looks from the villagers in this uncle's eyes. There was no scorn, no indifference, just a gaze toward a stranger, and because he was a child, there was a hint of kindness in his eyes. That was the kind of gaze Naruto deeply longed for. That's why he said such things to Kai. If it were those villagers, Naruto wouldn't say a word to them even if he died from exhaustion. He could curse them, and he could say quite a lot, and he learned it all from them. Ha ha, of course. Kai laughed heartily upon hearing Naruto's words and seeing his cute, spoiled demeanor. Kai gave Naruto a thumbs up and said, Then just follow me. Thank you, uncle. Naruto immediately expressed his gratitude loudly, then quietly added, I'm not as fast as you, so you might need to slow down and wait for me. That's fine, just follow behind me, Kai nodded. Okay, youthful energy. Naruto immediately imitated Kai and shouted loudly. Haha. Kai laughed happily and started running ahead of Naruto. Compared to his previous speed, he was now moving at a turtle's pace, just a bit faster than Naruto. Naruto followed behind Kai and felt much more relaxed than when he was running alone. Having someone in front to lead the way, and at a pace that didn't push him too hard, was indeed very comfortable. The two ran forward, but Naruto's stamina had already been mostly depleted. Even with Kai leading the way, he felt his breath becoming more and more urgent, as if his lungs were on fire and his steps were slowing down. Kai didn't look back, but his pace gradually slowed as he continued to lead Naruto. Damn it, it's rare to have such a kind uncle helping me train. I can't embarrass myself in front of him. Naruto screamed in his heart. Dead legs, keep running. Dead lungs, breathe. After enduring this uncomfortable phase, he was surprised to find a faint warm current flowing through his legs, and the burning sensation in his lungs began to fade. He regained some of his stamina. This discovery filled him with joy, and he quickly returned to his previous speed. Kai squinted slightly. This kid had broken through his limits? What youthful power! But how much longer could he hold on? The two ran in silence, simply moving forward. Naruto had no energy left to speak, that he was now left with only the numbness of perseverance. At the very least, he had to run one complete lap around Konoha, right? He didn't know how much time had passed, but Naruto once again felt the burning sensation in his lungs, and his legs felt heavy as if dragging lead weights. He raised his hand to wipe away the sweat that was nearly blinding him, looking at the still-moving green figure ahead, gritting his teeth to endure. One lap, just one lap. This had almost become his belief. After enduring this tough period, he felt that familiar warm current again, and his rapid breathing finally calmed down. He had once again broken through his physical limits. The two finally reached the Hokage Rock. Let's take a short break. Kai stopped and turned around calmly. He wasn't even out of breath. This level of exercise was simply too easy for him. Upon hearing Kai's words, the belief in Naruto's mind instantly collapsed, and his body went limp, falling forward. Oh no, don't hurt your face. Naruto wanted to raise his hand to protect himself, but he was too exhausted. His body simply wouldn't listen to him. Slap. Huh? It didn't hurt? Naruto lifted his blurry gaze and saw a green figure in front of him. Kai caught Naruto's limb body. After intense exercise, collapsing directly can affect blood circulation, causing dizziness, nausea, and even fainting, which might lead to problems in the circulatory, muscular, and cardiovascular systems. Even if you're exhausted, try to support your body as much as possible and don't let yourself fall. Kai said seriously, of course. You've just experienced 3 limit breakthroughs, and it's impressive that you didn't faint right away. The things I just mentioned, make sure to pay attention to them when you train on your own in the future. For now, lean against me and rest for a bit before stretching. Thank you, uncle. Naruto mumbled, expressing his gratitude to this uncle. A warm smile appeared on his lips. Wasn't this exactly what he had been dreaming of? This uncle in the green jumpsuit was just as good a person as Grandpa Third. He leaned comfortably against Kai's body, slowly adjusting his breathing. He was so tired, having never exercised before, and suddenly breaking through his physical limits 3 times most people would have already fainted due to their body's protective mechanisms. But after resting against Kai for a while, he felt he was slowly regaining some stamina. Under Kai's guidance, after walking slowly for 3 minutes, Naruto began stretching and relaxing, and all the muscles in his body gradually relaxed. Well, next I'll walk you back. No need to run this stretch, just walk slowly. Your body just broke through 3 limits, and you might feel sore for a while. If you feel unwell, remember to go to the hospital for treatment. Kai said to Naruto. Okay, uncle. Naruto nodded in response. The two slowly walked back to Naruto's home. Along the way, they chatted and learned each other's names. Naruto, if you want to continue training after you recover, come find me, Kai said as he dropped Naruto off downstairs, one hand on his hip and the other giving Naruto a thumbs up, flashing his big white teeth. All right, it's a deal, Uncle Kai. Naruto imitated him, giving Kai a thumbs up in response. The two burst into laughter. Chapter 3. Enlightenment of thoughts. Although Guy said this, based on his judgment, Naruto's body would need at least a week to recover, and even after that, it was uncertain whether he would want to continue training. Physical training was incredibly strenuous, not something an average person could endure. Moreover, he was just a child. Perhaps in a couple of days, he would forget about it entirely. However, The next day, Guy saw Naruto's figure while jogging. Naruto, you can get out of bed today? Guy exclaimed, his eyes wide. According to his years of experience in physical training, Naruto shouldn't be able to get out of bed today. Yeah, Uncle Guy, didn't we agree to continue training today? Naruto replied energetically, his expression full of anticipation. Seeing that Naruto showed no signs of discomfort, Guy swallowed hard and asked, don't you feel weak, sore, or powerless? I did feel that way when I got home yesterday, but after a good night's sleep, I should be fine, right? Naruto said matter-of-factly. Guy fell silent. He believed his years of experience were not wrong, but that only applied to ordinary people. If it was a genius with a special physique, it would be different. Clearly, Naruto was one of those special talents with a gifted body. All right then, let's run together. Guy nodded. Hooray, let's go. Naruto shouted, raising his small fist. As Guy jogged slowly in front, he paid attention to Naruto's physical state. His body had indeed recovered. He wasn't lying or forcing himself. This was simply a natural talent for physical training. Perhaps I should observe him for a while longer. Even with a gifted physique, if his willpower isn't strong, he won't go far on the path of physical training, Guy thought to himself. The two continued running in silence, just like yesterday. Naruto felt that his body was light compared to the day before, and running at the same speed posed no pressure at all. The effects of breaking through his physical limits were gradually manifesting. Guy noticed this as well and silently increased his speed. Eventually, the two stopped at the Hokage Rock, where Guy supported Naruto's body, allowing him to rest against him. Today, Naruto had again broken through his limits 3 times. Looking down at Naruto, who appeared peaceful and was resting with his eyes closed, Guy couldn't help but think, keep it up, Naruto. You're so suited for the path of physical training. You must persevere. Lost in thought, he gently brushed Naruto's hair with his large hand. Who wouldn't want to do that in front of such a cute little blonde? This time, Guy didn't take Naruto straight home, but instead took him to a barbecue restaurant for a meal before sending him back. Since they had engaged in physical training, it was essential to replenish energy, and meat was an important component. Extreme training without adequate energy replenishment would only harm the body. Such knowledge was basic for a master of physical training like Guy. His training was never about harming his body, but rather about scientific and effective workouts. When he was young, even though his family was poor, his father would persistently take on missions to earn money to buy meat for him. That's how he could grow strong and become a more powerful physical ninja than his father. A scientific approach to training combined with proper nutrition allowed one to go further on the path of physical training. Naruto didn't know this, but he thought Uncle Guy was simply a great person, not only for training with him, but also for treating him to barbecue. Well, he's just a little bit less than Grandpa Third, he thought. After all, in his heart, Grandpa Third was his most important family member. Although Guy had only met him twice, in Naruto's heart, he was already on par with the third Hokage. It was easy to enter Naruto's heart. All it took was a little kindness. He was too lacking in such goodwill. When he returned home, Naruto realized that he was running low on instant noodles and milk and needed to restock. He took out his plump little frog wallet, dragging his weary body downstairs to the grocery store to shop. Boss, I want to buy instant noodles and milk, Naruto said. Seeing Naruto enter his store, the grocery store owner flashed a deep disdain in his eyes, walked over to Naruto, and shoved him harshly out of the store. Naruto, already weak, couldn't react in time and fell heavily to the ground. Get out, you demon fox. I won't sell you anything. Your presence in my store is bad luck. The grocery store owner spat, not even looking at Naruto, as he turned and went back inside. Lying on the ground, Naruto took a breath, pushed himself up with his weak hands, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and took a deep look at the store owner before turning to leave. Late at night, a sneaky little figure quietly crept downstairs, picked up 2 stones from the ground, aimed at the grocery store's window, and threw them hard. Bang! Bang! After 2 crisp sounds, the grocery store's only 2 windows shattered. The little figure immediately ran back upstairs and shut the door. With a clear mind, he fell asleep peacefully. The next day, after training with Guy, Naruto returned home and found an extra person in his house. Grandpa Third? Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Little Naruto, I've come to bring you this month's money. The third Hokage said with a kind smile, pointing to a plump envelope on the table. Naruto pouted and replied, that money is useless. No one sells anything to me. The third Hokage picked up his pipe, took a puff, and said, I brought what you wanted too. He pointed to several boxes of milk and instant noodles placed by the door. Clearly, the third Hokage was already aware of what happened yesterday. Thank you, Grandpa Third. Naruto scratched his head and gave a big smile at the third Hokage. I heard that you've been training your body recently, little Naruto, the third Hokage said, putting down his pipe and beckoning Naruto to sit beside him. Yeah, I've been training with Uncle Guy. He's a good person, just like you, Grandpa, Naruto said excitedly after sitting down. Seeing Naruto's smile, the third Hokage felt a pang in his heart. Has Guy's status already reached the same level as his? Oh, so why did you suddenly want to train your body, little Naruto? The third Hokage asked curiously. Of course, it's because I want to become stronger. I want to be the Hokage in the future. How can I waste time? Naruto said matter-of-factly. It's all Grandpa's fault for making me wait 2 years before I can enter the Ninja Academy. At this point, Naruto looked at the third Hokage with a hint of grievance. Haha, you can't blame Grandpa. That's just the rule. The third Hokage laughed heartily. Continue training with Guy. His strength is also very impressive. It's your luck, little Naruto. But physical training is so tough. Can you stick with it? The third Hokage asked seriously, looking at Naruto. Yes, I will definitely train hard with Uncle Guy. Naruto's bright blue eyes flashed with determination. The third Hokage patted Naruto's soft hair and stood up, saying, I'll take my leave. Little Naruto, you need to keep it up. Naruto stood up to see the third Hokage to the door and closed it after watching him leave. Chapter 4. Regrets of the Hokage. Naruto's identity. Hokage's office. The third Hokage was busy handling documents when the office door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Hizashi, I heard that the Nine-Tails has started training in physical arts? Danzo rushed in, his face dark. It's not training in physical arts. It's just exercising. The third Hokage corrected Danzo, putting down the documents in his hand. Humph. No matter what you say, even if the Nine-Tails is stable now, it doesn't mean it will always be that way. I propose to let the Nine-Tails enter my root, and I will ensure that it becomes a qualified weapon. Danzo ignored the third Hokage's words and directly stated his purpose. Impossible. The third Hokage straightforwardly rejected Danzo's proposal. Also, his name is Uzumaki Naruto, not the Nine-Tails. Watch your wording, Danzo. The third Hokage said in a deep voice, his sharp gaze fixed on Danzo. You will regret this. Hiruzen. Danzo did not avoid his gaze, but instead said angrily, Remember, I am a Hokage. The third Hokage pressed down his hat that symbolized the Hokage. Bam! Danzo slammed the door and left. This phrase has weighed on him for years. Damn Hiruzen. Danzo. The third Hokage stood up and looked out the window at Danzo's gradually receding figure, his eyes growing heavier. The rumors from back then suddenly spread throughout the village, catching him off guard. There are very few people capable of pulling this off, and it would be too easy to find out that it was Danzo who spread the rumor. This made the third Hokage extremely angry, and he directly stripped Danzo of part of his power. However, Danzo was ultimately his lifelong bond, and as he grew older, he no longer had the will and determination of his youth, which still allowed Danzo to manage Root. I hope you don't go down the wrong path, Danzo, or I won't protect you anymore, the third Hokage murmured. He sighed heavily and turned to look at the Hokage's framed photo, focusing on a frame of a golden-haired young man. Minato, if only you were still here, I really am getting old. But don't worry, I will definitely protect Naruto's safety. The third Hokage said seriously. Naruto's identity is too special. He is not only the orphan of the fourth Hokage, but also the host of the Nine-Tails. When he brought Naruto back, he intended to hide this information. But he didn't expect Danzo to take matters into his own hands and spread the news that Naruto was the Nine-Tails host. Danzo wanted to pressure the third Hokage through the villagers to send Naruto to Root and train him as a qualified weapon. However, he did not expect that the usually weak third Hokage would withstand the protests of the entire village and even issue a formal decree prohibiting anyone from harming Naruto. This was beyond Danzo's expectations. In a daze, he thought the young Hiruzen had returned. The identity of the Nine-Tails host was already spread, and every village had hosts, with no intention of assassination preparations. When the host is in danger, the tailed beast within them will not just watch their host die. It will erupt with power. Without the strength of a Kage, one cannot kill a host. Sending a Kage-level figure to kill a host in another village is equivalent to a one-for-one trade. Or even worse, no village has such a foundation. However, the news of the fourth Hokage's orphan absolutely cannot be leaked. Not even a bit. When the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself, the Third Shinobi World War was nearing its end, but had not completely finished. If people found out that Naruto was the fourth Hokage's orphan, what awaited him would be endless assassination attempts. The fourth Hokage earned the title of the Yellow Flash in battle, and that was through killing. How many people did Minato kill on the battlefield? No one can count clearly. Ninjas from the other four great nations, including some small ninja villages, have all been killed by Minato. The four great nations even reached a consensus that if they encountered the Yellow Flash during missions, they could retreat freely without punishment. Because many people, after witnessing Minato's killing methods, developed a phobia of him. They wouldn't dare to expose their backs in open places while eating or sleeping, fearing that at any moment, a golden figure would slit their throats. This kind of death, not knowing how one dies, is too overwhelming. For every person Minato killed, there were countless enemies. No, the range of enemies is far greater than the people he killed. Those who were killed by Minato, their families, relatives, and friends would go to great lengths to seek revenge. When Minato was around, these were not problems. With Minato's strength, he could suppress any dissent. But now that Minato is gone, Naruto's situation is very dangerous. If his identity as the fourth Hokage's orphan is exposed, the entire ninja world will hunt Naruto down. There is a saying, there are 1,000 days of being a thief, but not 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. If Naruto's identity as the fourth Hokage's son is revealed, not even the third Hokage can guarantee his safety. Unless the third Hokage does nothing but stay by Naruto's side all day. But that is unrealistic. This is why the third Hokage does not disclose Naruto's identity. He just wants Naruto to grow up safely and normally, which is the greatest wish of this nearly 70-year-old man. Kakashi. Thinking of this, the third Hokage called out. Originally, the Hokage's office was empty except for the third Hokage, but suddenly a white-haired youth wearing an umbu mask appeared. Hokage-sama. Kakashi knelt on one knee respectfully and said, "From now on, you will protect Naruto's safety." The third Hokage said in a deep voice, pausing for a moment before continuing, "If you encounter anyone from Route trying to harm Naruto, do not hesitate. Kill them immediately. Naruto must not enter Route." Hearing Naruto's name, Kakashi's previously deadpan eyes flickered with warmth. For him, with his family dead, his master dead, and his teammates dead, his heart had also died. Being able to not completely collapse is already a testament to how strong his heart is. In the whole of Konoha, besides Guy, Naruto is perhaps the closest person to him. After all, he is the only orphan of his master. Kakashi had previously requested the third Hokage to let him take care of Naruto, but was rejected. The third Hokage explicitly ordered that anyone related to the fourth Hokage must not approach Naruto. Naruto was brought back by the third Hokage when the fourth Hokage died. And if a baby received care from the fourth Hokage's disciples and friends, it would be equivalent to telling everyone that Naruto is the fourth Hokage's son. This is not allowed. All details that could expose Naruto's identity were erased by the third Hokage. I understand. For the first time in so many years, Kakashi willingly accepted the mission. The third Hokage looked at Kakashi before him, a trace of heartache flashing in his eyes. He sighed slightly. The once unparalleled genius ninja, the youngest Jonin in Konoha, had completely lost his heart after a series of setbacks. His talent has been completely sealed. The 12-year-old Jonin is now still unable to progress further. He had considered making Kakashi the Hokage, but in Kakashi's current state, he cannot become Hokage or hold up that position. Chapter 5. Sasuke and taking a disciple in order to prevent Kakashi from collapsing and committing suicide. He had Kakashi enter the Umbu, frequently accepting missions to divert his attention. He also hoped that through various high-intensity missions, Kakashi's strength would be further trained. He completed some of them, and Kakashi's strength did improve, but there were no signs of him opening up his heart. Heart problems cannot be solved even by the strongest medical ninja. Even Tsunade herself. Go, but you cannot expose yourself in front of Naruto. At least wait until Naruto graduates from a ninja academy. The third Hokage instructed. I understand. Kakashi nodded. Go. The third Hokage waved his hand. Yes. Kakashi's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The third Hokage picked up his pipe and silently took a puff. He could still protect Naruto's safety for several more years. On the other side, Naruto, just having received this pension, excitedly ran to Ichiraka Ramen. Uncle Tucci, give me a large bowl of miso ramen, oh. And remember to add extra vegetables. Naruto skillfully jumped onto the chair and shouted loudly, oh. Aren't you the one who dislikes eating vegetables the most, Naruto? Seibu asket kuristi. Mom, I need to work hard to exercise in the future. I have to supplement my nutrition from all aspects. Vegetables are definitely essential, Naruto said, scratching his head with one hand and squinting his eyes while smiling. Haha, it seems Naruto is also on the path to becoming a ninja. Then let this bowl of ramen be my treat for you. Keep working hard, Naruto, Handata said with a smile as he brought over a bowl of ramen. Thank you very much, Uncle Handata, Naruto said happily, accepting the bowl of ramen without hesitation and thanking Handata. Boss, 2 bowls of miso ramen. A small portion is fine. A voice came from the side at that moment. Naruto curiously looked over. There were 2 people, one big and one small, who appeared to be brothers. Brother, the small portion isn't enough to eat. The smaller one, about Naruto's size, said to his older brother in a spoiled manner. You can't eat too much, Sasuke. We still need to go home for Mom's cooking, Itachi said, reaching out to tap Sasuke's forehead with a smile. All right, remembering his own mother. Sasuke lowered his head and agreed with Itachi's words. Brothers. Naruto turned back, feeling envious. Why didn't his parents have a younger brother or sister for him? Watching Naruto eat ramen alone, Sasuke, who was waiting, suddenly spoke up. Hey, are you eating ramen by yourself? Huh? Are you talking to me? Naruto, with ramen in his mouth, quickly slurped it down and said upon hearing Sasuke's words. Of course. There's no one else here, right? Sasuke raised his head proudly and said, it's just me. Naruto nodded. TSK, your parents aren't eating with you? Sasuke said with a pout. I don't have parents, Naruto said flatly. Sasuke's expression changed slightly, and Itachi quickly said from the side, I'm very sorry. My brother said something he shouldn't have. It's fine, I'm used to it. Naruto shook his head and continued eating ramen. I'm sorry, Sasuke quietly said from the side. Naruto waved his hand to indicate it was okay. At that moment, SHBU brought over 2 bowls of ramen, and Sasuke and Itachi took the ramen and began to eat. While eating, Sasuke couldn't help but glance over at Naruto. He didn't know why this blonde kid always caught his attention. He clearly wasn't someone who was good at caring for others. As he watched Naruto finish his ramen and prepare to leave, Sasuke opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He wasn't someone who actively made friends. Hey, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, what's your name? A voice appeared in Sasuke's ear, and he quickly turned his head. Naruto, who was about to leave, turned around to look at him with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Does this guy want to be friends with me? Sasuke bit his lip and raised his head, saying Uchiha Sasuke. Hey, Sasuke, can we be friends? Naruto said with a hint of hope in his tone. Well. Sasuke looked at the hope in Naruto's eyes and couldn't bring himself to refuse. He nodded and said, if you want, then we're friends. Haha, Sasuke, you're my first friend. Naruto laughed out loud. Is that so? Sasuke's fair face unconsciously turned a bit red. To be honest, Naruto was also his first friend. Then see you next time, Sasuke. Naruto waved his hand. See you next time, Sasuke nodded. Watching Naruto's departing figure, a smile crept on his Sasuke's lips. Looks like I need to bring you to the village more often, Sasuke. In such a short time, you've made a friend, Itachi's voice rang in Sasuke's ear. No, I don't want to make any friends. I'm fine in the clan, Sasuke retorted. Is that so? Itachi revealed a gentle smile and didn't expose Sasuke's little thoughts. Hurry up and eat. Half a month passed, and Naruto persisted in training with Guy every day. After this half month, Guy saw Naruto's will and determination. He was a good candidate for practicing physical techniques. In the Hokage's office, The third Hokage stared intently at the crystal ball on the table, his face slightly flushed, and drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The third Hokage quickly dispelled the telescope technique and then picked up a document to place in front of him, lowering his hat and saying in a deep voice, "Come in." Guy pushed the door open. Seeing it was Guy, the third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. "Guy, are you here to take on a mission?" The third Hokage had already been looking for a suitable mission for Guy. "No, Hokage-sama, I came this time to take on a disciple. I want to know about his background," Guy said seriously. As one of the few J-nin in the village, they couldn't simply take on a disciple without a thorough background check. Otherwise, taking in a spy as a disciple would be no joke. Leading a team is different from taking on a disciple. Leading a team can be considered a mission, but taking on a disciple is a personal matter. Who is it? The third Hokage had a vague guess in his heart. His name is Uzumaki Naruto, and he lives in. Guy briefly explained Naruto's situation to the third Hokage. Guy had also figured out this simple situation. Chapter 6. I want to help you build a solid foundation. The third Hokage was in a daze. Naruto actually passed Guy's test and could let Guy take him as a disciple. In his eyes, Naruto was still that mischievous, naughty little kid, and he didn't expect this little rascal to pass Guy's test. Seeing the third Hokage silent, Guy became a bit anxious. "Hokage-sama, that kid isn't a spy, right? He rarely discovers a good seed for practicing physical techniques. He can't just give up." Naruto was too suitable for practicing physical techniques. He had extraordinary physical talent, a firm will, and was full of youth, earning Guy's favor. The third Hokage was interrupted from his memories by Guy's words and looked at Guy again. Seeing his anxious expression, he comforted him. "Rest assured, Naruto is not a spy. On the contrary, his parents made significant contributions to the village and are descendants of heroes." Upon hearing this, Guy immediately revealed a happy smile, since Naruto's background was without any issues, and not just any issues, but rather glowing ones. Taking Naruto as a disciple was definitely not a problem. As for you taking Naruto as a disciple, the third Hokage fell into thought. Guy had no connection with the fourth Hokage. On the contrary, the name of Konoha's Blue Beast had resonated throughout the ninja world in recent years, mainly because Guy's recognition was too high. If Guy were to guide Naruto, it certainly wouldn't lead people to speculate that Naruto was Minato's child. After all, the styles of the Golden Flash and the Blue Beast were completely opposite. People in the ninja world feared the next Golden Flash, not the next Blue Beast. No problem. Since you want to take Naruto as a disciple, then make sure to teach him well and protect his safety. Remember, he will be a hero's descendant. The third Hokage said seriously, "Yes, since Naruto is my disciple, no one can harm him before I die," Guy said with a solemn expression. Hearing Guy's words, the third Hokage nodded slightly. He knew that Guy had a forbidden technique. Originally, the Genin Might Dai used that forbidden technique to directly cripple the infamous Mist Ninja 7 ninja swordsmen. Those who died, those who were injured, and those who managed to escape always felt fear at the thought of that person who burned with red flames. Now, Guy's strength was much stronger than Dai's back then. If he used that forbidden technique, he might even be able to take out someone at the level of a Kage. With Kai protecting Naruto, he could indeed relax. "All right, let's go with your idea." The third Hokage nodded and said. "Then I will take my leave," Kai said, bowing slightly. After completing today's training with Naruto, Kai solemnly asked Naruto, "Naruto, do you want to become my formal disciple?" "Disciple?" Naruto gasped, momentarily stunned by Kai's words. But he quickly reacted. He was willing. He wanted to become Hokage, and he had to work hard to improve his strength. Now that he had a powerful teacher like Kai to guide him, it would surely shorten his time to become Hokage. "I'm willing. Teacher Kai, please take care of me from now on." Naruto straightened his clothes and deeply bowed to Kai. "Haha, very good. From now on, you are my disciple." Kai was very happy to hear Naruto's words and quickly helped him up. "Let's go. We're having a good meal today." Kai waved his hand and joyfully took Naruto to a barbecue restaurant. Watching this scene from the shadows, Kakashi couldn't help but grit his teeth, a hint of envy in his eyes. Damn Kai, he can openly take Naruto as his disciple, while he, the one closest to Naruto, could only hide in the shadows to protect him and could not reveal himself. After Kai and Naruto had their fill at the barbecue restaurant, they arrived at a quiet edge of the forest. Um, Teacher Kai, how should I train next? Should I learn powerful ninjutsu? Naruto excitedly asked about his future path. Kai shook his head and said, Sorry, Naruto, I know almost nothing about ninjutsu. Huh? Naruto was confused. What do you understand about powerful ninjas? Kai asked in return. Well, this. Naruto scratched his head, feeling puzzled. At only 4 years old, how could he understand such a concept? He had no experience at all. After thinking for a moment, Naruto said, Maybe it's those who know the true name, see eternal life in reincarnation? Kai's eyes widened. Huh? Seeing Kai's expression, Naruto quickly changed his words. At the end of the ninja path, who stands as the peak, upon seeing Naruto, all becomes void? This time, Kai's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Cough, cough. Or perhaps it's like holding the sun and moon and plucking the stars. There's no one like me in this world. Naruto scratched his head and said, reciting those high-sounding phrases he remembered from his dreams, based on his vague memories. Those who could say such lofty things must have incredible strength. After all, he was going to fight in the universe, so what was wrong with saying something impressive? Kai quickly took out a pen and paper from his ninja tool pouch and wrote down what Naruto had just said. He thought those words sounded quite impressive as well. In the future, during battles with enemies, he could use them. Cough, cough, Naruto, to be honest, those words you just said were a bit too outrageous. Let's talk about something more realistic, Kai said after jotting it down. Then, like the third Hokage grandpa, Naruto hesitantly suggested, That's not wrong after all. The Hokage's strength is certainly the strongest. Kai nodded in agreement this time. So, Naruto, what do you think is needed to become a powerful ninja? Kai continued to ask. Powerful ninjutsu. Naruto almost blurted out, as this was almost a child's understanding. But looking at Kai, he swallowed his words back. Teacher Kai had just said he knew almost nothing about ninjutsu, but couldn't that mean he wasn't a powerful ninja? That was absolutely impossible. When Naruto and Kai trained together, he had seen the training of other ninjas, and none had strength surpassing Kai's. At this moment, he remembered the reason he started training. He thought of those who could cross the universe with their physical bodies and battle in it. Is it the body? Naruto exclaimed immediately. Kai's eyes lit up, and he placed his hands on Naruto's shoulders, saying, Very right. Naruto, to become a powerful ninja, regardless of whether you specialize in taijutsu, a strong body is an essential existence. And I specialize in taijutsu. To boast a little, I am among the notable strengths among J-nin. Naruto nodded, realizing that Teacher Kai's strength was indeed formidable. Therefore, I will specifically train your taijutsu. I want to lay a solid foundation for your body, helping you walk further on your future path. Kai said seriously. Chapter 7. Extreme training begins. Naruto's eyes lit up as he said, So, will Teacher Kai teach me powerful taijutsu attacks? No, for the next few years, I won't teach you any attacking skills. To Naruto's surprise, Kai was not planning to teach him taijutsu attacks. I said before, I want to shape a solid body foundation. As long as your physical condition improves, taijutsu skills will come easily. On the contrary, if your physical foundation is not up to standard, even if I teach you powerful taijutsu techniques, you won't be able to use them. You might even get injured due to not being strong enough, Kai explained. I understand. Naruto's face was serious, showing no signs of unhappiness. Instead, he felt happy that Kai was considering his future path seriously. Then, please tell me what I should do next, Teacher Kai. I will definitely complete the training you arrange. Very good. Kai nodded in satisfaction. Naruto, you have exceptional physical talent. No matter how much training your body endures, you can fully recover after sleep. You should be aware of this, right? Naruto nodded. At first, he thought everyone was like this, but now he didn't think so. It turned out that others needed time to rest after high-intensity training. Looking at it this way, he indeed had exceptional talent. This discovery excited him. He was indeed a candidate for Hokage. Based on your physical condition, I have thought for a long time and created a training model specifically for you, which I call extreme training. Kai said seriously. Hearing this name, Naruto couldn't help but swallow hard. The name sounded very tough. From now on, I will train you in strength, flexibility, explosive power, speed, responsiveness, and resistance to blows to shape you into a powerful body with no shortcomings, a perfect physique. This way, whether you specialize in taijutsu or also practice ninjutsu, you will be incredibly strong, Kai said seriously. Naruto listened attentively. Having a powerful and experienced teacher was so beneficial. The training method had already been planned out for him, saving him time on his training journey. All he had to do was follow the plan arranged by Kai. Teacher Kai, then I will trouble you, Naruto said seriously with a bow of thanks. Meeting Kai was indeed his luck. Not everyone could easily receive guidance from a powerful ninja, let alone be taken as a disciple. Very well, then from now on, I declare the extreme training officially begins. Keisuotet. Yash, this is youth. Naruto raised his hand and shouted energetically. Kai took Naruto to a desolate giant stone beach, where the strong wind whipped sand and gravel against their faces, making a fine sound. Starting today, your first training every day will be moving stones. Kai waved his hand, pointing to the pile of giant stones, the smallest of which was half a person tall. Naruto's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard, but only received a cold command to let's get started. After starting the training, Kai was no longer his usual amiable self. He had a strict attitude. Naruto took a deep breath and wrapped his arms around a seemingly small rock. The rough stone surface rubbed against his palms like sandpaper, and the sharp pain shot through his nerves. Naruto growled and exerted his strength, the veins on his neck bulging, but the rock remained completely still. Beads of sweat the size of beans splattered onto the stone, creating dark marks in the dust. He adjusted his posture, pressing his entire weight onto it. And with a series of cracking sounds from his bones, the rock was finally lifted with great difficulty. With each step, his legs trembled as if they might break at any moment, but he bit down on his bleeding lip and repeatedly chanted in his heart, "I'm going to be the Hokage." As the sunset cast Naruto's elongated shadow onto the sandy ground, Guy appeared on the riverbank with a bundle of ropes. The rushing river churned with white foam, producing a deafening roar. Run against the current until I say stop. Guy tied one end of the rope to an ancient tree on the bank and casually tossed the other end to Naruto. The river water instantly grabbed his pant legs like countless icy hands. Naruto stumbled, nearly falling into the river. The cold sensation of muddy water filling his shoes made him shiver. But he quickly stabilized himself, hunched over, and sprinted along the muddy riverbank. Splashing water mixed with mud into his mouth, the salty taste making his eyes redden. As night fell, Guy took out a pair of sandbag gloves covered with bumps. A huge wooden post stood in the center of the training ground, its surface uneven and still marked with the fist prints of previous practitioners. The moment Naruto put on the gloves, the rough texture against his palms made him frown slightly. He threw his first punch, the dull thud startling the night owls perched in the treetops, and the strong impact reverberated through his arm to his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he continued, and soon blood oozed from his tiger mouth, staining the gloves with red. The next day, Naruto energetically continued the training arranged by Guy. In the body technique training ground, there were various devices specifically designed for training techniques. Guy set up numerous ropes in the training area, controlled by mechanisms which would randomly whip and entangle from all directions. After being blindfolded, Naruto could only rely on his hearing and physical perception to evade. With the whooshing sound of the ropes slicing through the air and the rustling of the ground beneath his feet becoming signals for him to judge danger. A moment of carelessness could result in being harshly whipped by the ropes, leaving red marks, or being entangled and unable to move. Next, Guy tied Naruto under a large tree and then threw a stone far away at a beehive in the tree. Wow, wow, wow. Naruto clumsily dodged the bees' attacks under the tree. At the foot of a mountain, the cliff was nearly vertical, and climbing it with his hands meant starting over if he slipped. Naruto could only dig his nails deep into the gaps in the rock wall, enduring excruciating pain as his entire weight pressed down on his fingertips with every inch he moved upward, and the occasional sharp, protruding stones would cut his palms and knees. Kakashi, who was secretly protecting Naruto, covered his face, thinking, "This is too much, Guy." This extreme training. Even he and Guy themselves couldn't have endured it when they were kids. It's too hard on the body, but for Naruto's terrifying recovery ability, This is the most suitable training method. Ordinary training methods would only waste his talent. Kakashi realized this and never stopped Guy's training methods. He could only silently cheer for Naruto in his heart. Keep it up, Naruto. There's definitely a place for you in the future of the ninja world. In this extreme training mode, breaking physical limits was just the most ordinary thing. Both his body and what were rapidly improving under Guy's extreme training. Chapter 8. Hinata Naruto opened his eyes in bed and rubbed them. He opened the curtains by his bed, revealing a white world outside, with large snowflakes falling like goose feathers, covering the rooftops, trees, and streets with a thick layer of snow. In the distance, the Hokage rock also wore a pure, white snowy cap. The cold wind whipped the snowflakes against the window glass, making a rustling sound. It's snowing. Naruto put on his clothes and a worn-out red scarf and headed to the training ground. While passing through a secluded path, he encountered an unexpected scene. 3 little boys seemed to be bullying a small girl who was crouched down, holding her head. "Stop it!" Naruto shouted, walking over with his hands in his pockets. The 3 boys stopped their actions and looked at Naruto as he approached. "TCH, who are you to meddle?" One of the boys shouted. "Good question. I'm your dad." Naruto retorted. "Impossible, my dad's at home," he replied defiantly. After pulling the crouching girl up, Naruto stood in front of her. "Of course, I can't be your dad. A turtle like you, with your brain stuck in a utility pole and run over by a road, could never be my son," Naruto exclaimed loudly. "A boss. He's insulting you," the chubby boy said to the other boy. "Of course I know that." The boy snarled at the chubby boy, then turned to point at Naruto, saying, "Brothers, let's beat him up." Smack, smack, smack. Naruto kept his hands in his pockets and lightly placed his foot down. He kicked each of the 3 boys once. With his current speed and strength, defeating 3 untrained peers was too easy. "Get lost. If I see you bullying others again, I'll make your mom not recognize you," Naruto scolded. The 3 boys didn't dare to retort and helped each other leave. After they walked away, the leading boy wiped his tears and said, "Damn it. I'll definitely have my brother teach him a lesson. That's right, Boss Kojiro is already a Jinin. If he goes after him, he'll definitely teach him a good lesson." The chubby boy nodded. "Hey, are you hurt?" Naruto turned to look at the small girl, whose little face was flushed from the cold, and her pure, white eyes blinked at him. She was exceptionally cute. "And no, I'm fine." The girl seemed shy and lowered her head, speaking softly. "Why were they bullying you?" Naruto asked curiously. "Because of my eyes. They said I'm a monster," the girl said quietly, her voice trembling, as if she was a bit self-conscious herself. "Monster?" Naruto fell silent. Wasn't that the nickname the villagers called him? He had felt how unpleasant such a title could be. He looked at the girl and smiled gently, saying, "Don't listen to them. I think your eyes are beautiful. You're not a monster at all." The girl widened her eyes slightly, looking at Naruto, her face turning red like an apple. "Thank you. Are you lost? Do you want me to take you home?" Naruto scratched his head and asked. The girl hesitated, and just then someone shouted from behind, "Miss Hinata, your family is here to pick you up." Upon hearing this, Naruto also looked back to see a young woman running quickly towards them. Hinata nodded. "All right then, I'll be going. It's freezing outside. You should go home with your family," Naruto said, looking at Hinata's shy appearance, unable to resist ruffling her hair. He wished he had a younger brother or sister, but unfortunately, his parents didn't leave him any. Hinata felt the warm, yet strong hand on her head, watching Naruto's back as he turned to leave. Hinata couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, what's your name?" "Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto shouted his name without looking back. "Uzumaki Naruto." Hinata softly repeated his name. "Miss Hinata, are you all right?" The young woman from the Hyuga family appeared beside Hinata, anxiously asking. "I'm fine. Let's go home." Hinata shook her head and replied. The young woman glanced at Naruto's back, but ultimately said nothing, nodding, "Okay, let's go home." She took Hinata's hand and walked in another direction. Hinata turned her head, seemingly wanting to remember the back of that golden-haired figure in her heart. When they arrived at the training ground, Guy was already waiting for him. "Sorry, teacher Guy. I got held up a bit on the way," Naruto said. "It's fine." Guy shook his head, not asking Naruto what had happened. The fact that Naruto could come here meant that the matter had been resolved. "Next, you need to wear these weights for training." Guy pointed to the weighted clothing on the ground. "Okay." Naruto didn't say anything. He just did as Guy instructed. After quickly putting on the weighted gear, he found that it didn't affect his movements. This set of weights is 20 pounds. From now on, you can't take them off except for bathing and sleeping, Guy said. Understood, Naruto nodded resolutely. Great, let's start today's training with frog jumps up the mountain, the power of youth. Guy shouted, and they began frog jumping together. After a day of training, Guy took Naruto to the hot springs to relax. The bathing area was just for the two of them because Naruto was not accepted by the villagers. Every time Guy took Naruto to the hot springs, he would reserve an entire bathing area. Naruto, you've been going through my extreme training every day for the past year. How does it feel? Guy suddenly asked. How does it feel? It's pretty tiring during training, but I feel like I'm making progress every day. Naruto thought for a moment and replied. Huh, you break your own limits an average of 3 times a day. How can you not feel your progress? Guy looked at Naruto's strong physique with satisfaction. This child was crafted by him, and he felt quite proud of it. Most people couldn't handle such extreme training methods because it could really be fatal. Starting tomorrow, I'm going on a mission. While I'm away, can you self-motivate yourself to train? Guy asked. Of course. I'm not the kind of person who slacks off, teacher Guy. Are you leaving the village tomorrow? Naruto responded, patting his chest, and then curiously asked. Yes, I've taken a mission to escort a noble, and it will probably take about half a month, Guy nodded. Naruto bit his lip, feeling a bit guilty towards Guy. Over the past year, Guy had not taken any missions and had focused entirely on training him, honing his body. He also took him out for meals to the hot springs and provided various medicinal dishes and oils. As his training intensity increased, the expenses also rose, but Guy had silently supported him without saying a word. Although he was only 5 years old, it didn't mean he didn't understand gratitude. On the contrary, he understood it better than others. After all, Guy was one of the few people who genuinely cared for him. Naruto's eyes reddened a bit as he submerged his head in the water, assuring, Don't worry, teacher Guy. I will definitely repay you in the future. I wonder what it's like outside the village. Naruto lifted his head from the water, restoring his usual energetic voice. What you want to know? You'll have to wait until you graduate from the Ninja Academy and take on missions to see for yourself, Guy replied with a hearty laugh. Chapter 9. Kakashi teaches Naruto, While I'm away, I found someone else to help guide your training, Guy said after finishing his laughter. Another expert? Naruto asked curiously. Yes, he is both my friend and my lifelong rival. His name is Kakashi Hatake, the youngest jonin in the history of Konoha, Guy said. Oh, that's amazing, Naruto exclaimed. Naruto, I've said that I'm not good at ninjutsu due to my talent issues, but you're different. Although I specialize in taijutsu, that doesn't mean you have to follow my path. It would be best if you could master ninjutsu as well, Guy explained. Kakashi is extremely proficient in ninjutsu, mastering thousands of techniques, and known for his ability to copy jutsu. Having him lay down the foundation for you in ninjutsu will be perfect, Guy added. Naruto felt very touched. Guy had already planned out his future path. This is what a true mentor is. The next day, Guy took Naruto to a house early in the morning. Today was the day Guy would escort the noble away, but according to Guy, the noble wouldn't wake up until noon, and they wouldn't be leaving until the afternoon. So, he still had time in the morning. Kakashi, Kakashi. Guy called out loudly, his voice resonating strongly. Even if the door was closed, it could definitely be heard inside. After a while, Kakashi opened the door with one eye half closed, but upon seeing Naruto following Guy, his eyelids flickered slightly. What's up, Guy? Why are you here so early? Kakashi asked in a voice devoid of emotion. Kakashi, I'm going on a mission for about half a month. Can you help me out with my disciple and teach him about ninjutsu? Guy said directly, not one for beating around the bush. You wanted to teach Naruto? Kakashi's face showed no change, but internally he gave Guy a thumbs up. Well done, Guy. After all these years, you've finally done something right. He wasn't making excuses to avoid interacting with Naruto. He had already made a name for himself in the ninja world, and spies in Konoha would monitor the movements of renowned ninjas like him. So even if he interacted with Naruto through small matters, Naruto would become a target for those spies. Naruto's identity was a closely guarded secret, but it couldn't withstand scrutiny. Even the slightest chance, Kakashi wouldn't take that risk, all for the sake of Naruto's safety. His master had too many enemies. However, Since Guy introduced his disciple to him, it would withstand investigation. Everyone knew Guy was his friend, and Naruto was Guy's disciple, which had nothing to do with him. Those spies wouldn't focus on Naruto. Now that guy was going out on a mission and handing his disciple over to his friend, that made perfect sense. Sure, Kakashi thought for a moment, but quickly nodded, not refusing Guy's request. He couldn't be happier about it. All right, I'll go prepare then. I'll leave Naruto in your hands, Guy said with a smile. He turned to pat Naruto's head and said, Naruto, make sure to learn about ninjutsu from Kakashi, but of course, don't neglect your physical training. I understand, teacher Guy. I'll wait for your return. Naruto nodded earnestly. Guy quickly left, and Kakashi focused his gaze on Naruto. Unlike the hidden protection before, he could now interact with Naruto openly. Come in first, Kakashi stepped aside, and after Naruto thanked him, he entered the house. Kakashi closed the door heavily. He lazily sat on the sofa inside, watching the somewhat awkward Naruto, and a slight smile crept onto his lips hidden beneath the mask. Just like his master. Relax, you're Guy's disciple, and I'm Guy's friend. Since he said so, I will teach you well, Kakashi said. Thank you, Senior Kakashi. Naruto immediately expressed his gratitude. Kakashi's eyes seemed to curve slightly at that moment. A ripple of emotion called inheritance arose in his arid heart. All right, how much do you know about ninjutsu? Kakashi asked. Ninjutsu? I don't know much. I've been training my body with teacher Guy. Naruto scratched his head and answered honestly. Kakashi naturally knew what Naruto had been doing with Guy, but he didn't expect that Guy hadn't even shared a bit of knowledge about ninjutsu with Naruto. But thinking about it, he understood. Since Guy wasn't proficient in ninjutsu, even if he told Naruto about it, he wouldn't have the ability to teach Naruto ninjutsu. The foundational knowledge would naturally be learned when Naruto attended the Ninja Academy. However, now that he is teaching Naruto about ninjutsu, there is naturally no need to wait until the Ninja Academy. So let us start from the basics, Kakashi said. Only by understanding these can you have a general idea of ninjutsu. Thank you very much, Kakashi-senpai, Naruto said, putting on a serious expression. Before understanding ninjutsu, you must first know about chakra. Kakashi changed to a slightly serious posture. The human body has 130 trillion cells, and the energy in chakra is extracted from these 130 trillion cells one by one. The physical energy and spiritual energy in the body combine perfectly, and we ninjas use chakra extraction techniques to refine chakra. Chakra is the fundamental energy of a ninja. It is not only related to the release of ninjutsu and jinjutsu, but also greatly enhances physical techniques. Moreover, there's a type of ninjutsu combined with physical techniques, which is much more powerful than ordinary physical techniques. Teacher Guy should also have chakra, but why does he say he is not proficient in ninjutsu? Naruto couldn't help but raise his hand to speak. Well, Guy can become a jonin, so of course he is chakra. I just mentioned that chakra is an energy produced by the perfect fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy. Guy's body is strong, and he has no shortage of physical energy. However, his elemental attributes are too weak. And the power of the ninjutsu he releases is not as strong as using physical techniques directly, Kakashi explained. Elemental attributes? Naruto frowned slightly. This is what I'm going to talk about next, Kakashi said, looking at Naruto. Naruto immediately stopped talking and sat up straight. Generally, a ninja can possess 5 elemental attributes: wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water, Kakashi said, counting them off on his fingers. Generally? Naruto keenly caught Kakashi's key word and couldn't help but speak again. Kakashi did not show any signs of anger. After all, he was the son of his master. And who else could he spoil? Besides the 5 elemental attributes, there are also yin and yang attributes. These 2 attributes are also inherently possessed by everyone. The yang attribute represents the body, while the yin attribute represents the spirit. However, mastering these 2 attributes is much more difficult than the 5 elemental attributes. Unless some clans pass down ninjutsu, ordinary people will not have contact with yin and yang attribute ninjutsu. For now, you don't need to understand this too much. Kakashi explained in detail. Understood, Naruto nodded. Chapter 10. Explosive Energy. Generally, a ninja is born with only 1 attribute, but if they are talented, they might have 2 or more. For example, The third Hokage possessed all 5 attributes, Kakashi introduced. The third Hokage is indeed impressive, Naruto exclaimed, then looked at Kakashi and said, Kakashi-senpai, I heard from Teacher Guy that you know thousands of ninjutsu. I wonder how many attributes you possess. As for me, Kakashi said in a lazy tone, quite unconcerned, I also have 5. Impressive, Kakashi-senpai. Naruto looked at Kakashi with admiration, as if stars were sparkling in his eyes. Well, let us keep it low-key. Kakashi waved his hand, but the curve of his eyes showed that he was quite pleased. I was born with 4 attributes: earth, lightning, fire, and wind. The water attribute was something I later cultivated myself, Kakashi said. Attributes can also be cultivated? Naruto asked curiously. Of course, in fact, every jonin usually cultivates 1 or 2 different attributes themselves. After all, having a single attribute makes one too vulnerable to being targeted, Kakashi explained. Can attributes really be targeted? Naruto asked incessantly like a curious child. This was his first time learning about ninjas, and his curiosity was indeed very strong. Such matters should be taught by teachers when he attends the Ninja Academy, but Kakashi didn't mind telling Naruto these things now. Naruto, theoretically, should have been personally taught by him, Obito, and Rin. This was something Naruto had decided in his heart even before he was born. But now, Obito and Rin are no longer here. However, after some twists and turns, it seems to be returning to normal now. This is about the principle of the 5 elemental attributes interactions. Kakashi paused before continuing. The so-called 5 elements interact in a way that water extinguishes fire, fire burns wind. Wind strikes lightning, lightning strikes earth, and earth absorbs water. The 5 elements also generate each other. Wind generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates lightning, lightning generates water, and water generates wind. Ninjutsu that targets opposing attributes naturally has an advantage. If you only have a single attribute, it is very easy to be targeted and attacked, which puts you at a disadvantage. The interaction of attributes can create compound ninjutsu, greatly increasing the power of ninjutsu, and you will understand this later. So what attribute will I have? Naruto scratched his head and asked. That is a good question, but before testing your attributes, you need to learn how to refine chakra first, Kakashi nodded. You've been training with Guy, so your physical energy is definitely not lacking, and your will is strong too. Your spiritual energy is also good, so refining chakra should be no problem now. I will teach you the chakra refinement technique, and you could try refining chakra now. Then, Kakashi taught Naruto the chakra refinement technique. This chakra refinement technique is not a secret. Once you attend the Ninja Academy, perhaps families with ninjas will be able to find out about it. But clearly, no one would tell Naruto such things. If he hadn't met Guy and Kakashi, he would have to wait until he entered the Ninja Academy to refine chakra. After listening to Kakashi's explanation of the chakra refinement technique and ensuring he remembered it, Naruto sat cross-legged on the open ground, planning to start refining chakra right away. Compared to the daily extreme training, the chakra that only ninjas possess excited Naruto greatly. As long as he could refine chakra, it would mean he was also a ninja. Refining chakra is based on talent. Some people have poor talent and find it hard to refine chakra, while others with good talent can refine chakra easily. Give it a try, Naruto, Kakashi said. Okay, Kakashi-senpai. Naruto obediently nodded, closed his eyes, and began to refine chakra. Naruto has the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, so chakra should be easy to refine. As soon as he closed his eyes and prepared to use the chakra refinement technique, he began to combine his physical energy and spiritual energy. His physical energy and spiritual energy quickly ignited like a thirsty strong man encountering a widow, like dry wood meeting a raging fire, rapidly burning into a great fire. Naruto opened his eyes, revealing a look of panic. No, it's full, stop, don't. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise, showing a look of tension. His body flashed, and he appeared beside Naruto, quickly pulling away the forehead protector covering his eyes, revealing his Sharingan. Staring at Naruto. What is going on, Naruto? Naruto exclaimed, losing control of the energy fluctuations within him. Boom! Hiss! Hiss! His body emitted bright blue chakra, flickering like flames. His golden hair stood up on end. Kakashi's loan I was about to pop out. he couldn't help but exclaim, "Nanny, what immense chakra!" Chakra is supposed to be colorless, but the chakra Naruto was emitting was so abundant that it formed blue flames. Seeing this, Kakashi felt a wave of envy and jealousy almost bring him to tears. This level of chakra, even when his master and mistress first refined chakra, it was impossible to reach this level, Kakashi murmured. He didn't compare himself to Naruto. The Uzumaki clan and the Hatake clan were simply incomparable. One was known for having abundant chakra, while the other was known for having less. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have chosen to focus on swordsmanship. Who would want to unleash ninjutsu in a frenzy? But the chakra simply wasn't enough. However, after training with Guy for nearly a year, Naruto's body and willpower have continually broken through limits, surpassing ordinary people, and even some ninjas can't compare to him. It's only natural for such a situation to occur. What do you mean natural? It's just a forced explanation. It seems that Naruto's talent in ninjutsu is also quite strong. He has indeed inherited his teacher's talent. After his chakra couldn't help but leak out, Naruto stopped being frightened and instead maintained this state, looking at his body with surprise. Seeing Naruto maintaining his explosive state, Kakashi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. The chakra within him was so surging that it allowed chakra to leak out continuously. "Naruto, how do you feel now?" Kakashi hurriedly asked. I feel better than ever. My hands and feet are full of power." Naruto couldn't help but throw a couple of punches, and his chakra-infused fists even created a gust of wind. All right. Now, put away the refining method. You don't need to refine chakra anymore, Kakashi said, pulling down his forehead protector. Okay. Naruto nodded, and the explosive state around him slowly disappeared. Phew. Kakashi let out a long sigh, looking at Naruto's chakra amount, feeling envious. Just now, Naruto's chakra probably exceeded mine, if he grows for a few more years. I can't imagine how terrifying his chakra will be. Chapter 11. 1 year later, alright. Now that you have chakra, let's test your attributes. Kakashi handed a chakra test paper to Naruto. This test paper is made from specially cultivated trees that are very sensitive to chakra and can easily test a ninja's chakra attributes. Fire attribute. The paper will catch fire. Wind attribute. The paper will split in half. Lightning attribute. The paper will crinkle. Water attribute. The paper will get wet. Earth attribute. The paper will crumble. Give it a try. Okay. Naruto took the test paper and injected chakra into it. The test paper was instantly cut in half. It seemed you only have wind attribute chakra, Kakashi said. Naruto's face instantly turned dejected. I only have one attribute? I thought I would have 4 or 5 like Kakashi-sensei. Don't worry. Even if you only have one attribute now, you can cultivate other attributes in the future, Kakashi comforted. Patting Naruto's head. Alright, I'll set a small goal. I will definitely cultivate all 5 attributes in the future. Naruto said, clenching his fist. He didn't want to have weaknesses that could be targeted later. Kakashi was speechless. He didn't mention that cultivating other attributes would require immense energy and time. If it were that easy to cultivate other attributes, then every ninja in the ninja world would be a 5-attribute ninja. You still need to continue your extreme training. Let's call it a day for now, Kakashi said, glancing at the time. That's true. Naruto scratched his head, remembering that he promised Guy that even if he went out on a mission, he couldn't interrupt his extreme training. Remember, you already have chakra, but during physical training, you cannot use chakra to assist your training, Kakashi reminded, not wanting his guidance to cause any issues with Guy's plan for Naruto. That plan is the most suitable for Naruto. I understand. Naruto nodded, having no thoughts of cutting corners. He dreamed of one day being able to traverse the universe with his physical strength. Go on. When you come back tomorrow, I'll give you a surprise, Kakashi said, squinting his eyes. What is it, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked excitedly. It's a surprise, so come back tomorrow, Kakashi said, patting Naruto's head. It's great to be able to interact with Naruto so openly. Guy, you've done a good thing. After completing today's extreme training, Naruto planned to go to Ichiraka Ramen for some ramen. However, there was a little incident along the way. After helping that cute little girl drive away those 3 kids yesterday, they specifically came to confront him today. They even brought someone wearing a Leaf Village forehead protector to pick a fight. This is my brother, Zyagingling. "You bastard, let my brother teach you a lesson this time." Naruto stared at them expressionlessly. After a brief moment, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving behind 4 kids who were kicked to tears. Wearing a forehead protector. They were ninjas, yet how could they be weaker than someone who hadn't even enrolled yet? It's really incomprehensible. With such poor strength, can they even graduate? The next day, Naruto excitedly ran towards Kakashi's house, like a little golden retriever. "Kakashi-sensei." Upon entering Kakashi's home, he politely bowed to greet him. No need to be so polite in the future. Just treat it like your own home," Kakashi said nonchalantly. "Huh? Is it really that good?" Naruto scratched his head, feeling like Kakashi-sensei was being very nice to him. "It's nothing. Guy is my good friend, and you're his disciple, which means you're my disciple too," Kakashi said, having already accepted Naruto as his disciple. "Is that so? All right, no more chit-chat. Since you've already cultivated chakra and know your attribute, today I'll teach you a wind-style ninjutsu," Kakashi said. Naruto immediately forgot about the previous matters and devoted himself to the ninjutsu Kakashi was teaching. This ninjutsu is called Wind Barrier, which has the effect of controlling the wind within a certain range. For example, sound transmission, detecting enemies within the range, etc. It's considered a supportive ninjutsu. However, it will greatly help you master the wind attribute, so practice hard, Kakashi said. Yes, Naruto nodded excitedly. This was the first ninjutsu he would master. That night, after a day of training, Naruto fell into a deep sleep. Tick-tock. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a scene resembling an underground sewer. Did I have a vivid dream again? Naruto pinched his face, and it didn't seem to hurt. Where's this place? Naruto walked through the dim underground passage and slowly arrived in front of a huge cage. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes appeared in the darkness of the cage. Whoa, a monster! Naruto was so scared that he immediately turned to run. Damn it, how could I dream of something so terrifying? Luckily, he didn't stay long in the sewer and quickly woke up. What was that thing? Naruto scratched his head, soon putting the matter behind him. Before long, a year had passed. In a land of fire, Naruto was running barefoot toward the mountain peak, carrying a massive boulder on his back. Once he reached the top, he threw the boulder high into the air, pushed off slightly with his legs, and quickly ascended beside the boulder, raising his right fist and striking hard. Crack! The surface of the boulder instantly shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. Naruto let out a long breath and looked up at the sky. It's almost time to enroll. I should head to the ninja academy, he muttered, and in the next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. Outside the ninja academy in the Leaf Village, the annual enrollment for new students was underway. People were coming and going outside the academy, and occasionally children of the same age were chasing and playing, while their parents looked on with smiles, hoping they could pass the test and officially become members of the Ninja Academy. For commoners, becoming a ninja is undoubtedly the fastest and easiest way to change their social status. Sasuke stood next to his father, occasionally looking left and right as if searching for something. Uchiha Fugaku, wearing the Leaf Village uniform, glanced at his son and couldn't help but ask, Sasuke, what are you looking at? Sasuke immediately put away his wandering gaze, shook his head, and said, it's nothing. On the other side, Hinata, holding her father's hand, was also looking around as if searching for someone. Hyuga Hizashi asked her a few questions after noticing. Hinata shook her head and said nothing. Chapter 12. Call me Brother Shikamaru. Do you want some chips? Choji handed the bag of chips in his hand to Shikamaru, who was holding his head with both hands. Thanks, Choji. Shikamaru took a chip from the bag and started eating. So boring, Dad. Do I really have to go to school? Shikamaru complained to his father. If you don't want to go to school, go home and tell your mom. Shikaku replied expressionlessly. Never mind, Mom is too scary. Shikamaru immediately lost his temper. Yeah, school can be quite fun, Choji said, grabbing a handful of chips and putting them in his mouth. After eating, he continued, that's how we used to do it, Shikamaru. You should change your attitude. Haha, Choji laughed. Naruto sat on a branch of a tree not far from the academy, watching the lively scene below. Teacher Guy had gone on a mission again and couldn't accompany him to the entrance ceremony. He had to come alone. Watching the scene below, a hint of envy flashed in Naruto's eyes. If his parents were still alive, they would probably have brought him along too. Naruto, It's time to go down for the entrance ceremony. A voice suddenly appeared behind Naruto. Naruto quickly turned around to see Kakashi. He had appeared behind him without him noticing. Indeed, Teacher Kakashi was very strong. Seeing Kakashi personally come to accompany him to the entrance ceremony, Naruto immediately broke into a happy smile. The envy in his heart instantly vanished. He was not alone. He was also a child with someone accompanying him. "Okay, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto replied, and the two jumped down from the tree, heading towards the Ninja Academy. Naruto's appearance attracted the attention of many people. "Naruto, I thought you weren't coming." Sasuke saw Naruto, and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. But with his father nearby, he didn't go over to greet Naruto. Big brother really came. Hinata saw Naruto, and her eyes curved with joy, seemingly very happy. However, more than that, there was malice, mockery, and indifference. The villagers saw Naruto with disdain on their faces, whispering curses. But when Kakashi shot a sharp, cold gaze over, the whispering villagers seemed to be targeted by a beast, freezing in place and not daring to speak out. Kakashi accompanying Naruto made many people present feel uneasy. Fugaka looked at Naruto, then narrowed his eyes at Kakashi, a hint of bloodlust appearing in his lowered gaze as he activated his Sharingan. Choji and Shikaku also focused their gazes on Kakashi. The third Hokage had prohibited ninjas who had connections with the fourth Hokage from interacting with Naruto. This made Fugaku, Choji, and Shikaku ninjas who recognized Naruto's identity. Dare not approach him. But why could Kakashi so openly interact with Naruto, and even bring Naruto to the entrance ceremony? Just because you, Kakashi, are the fourth Hokage's disciple? We are still the clan heads of ninja families. Watching Kakashi walk over with his arm around Naruto's shoulders, the three felt a wave of deception rise in their hearts, making their chests heave. Shikamaru and Sasuke immediately noticed their father's unusual behavior and looked up to see him staring in Naruto's direction. "Father, do you know that kid?" Sasuke asked curiously. "No, I don't know him," Fugaka said, retracting his Sharingan and shaking his head slightly. "Oh," Sasuke pouted. He wanted to tell his father that Naruto was his friend, but he didn't dare. The Uchiha clan was a prestigious family in Konoha, and being friends with a commoner would lower their status. Shikamaru, however, said nothing, squinting his eyes and muttering, "So boring." "Hey Sasuke, you came too." Naruto saw Sasuke and enthusiastically waved at him. There was no one near either of them, so they could see each other clearly. Sasuke was about to respond, but subtly glanced at Fugaku, seeing him looking at him. Sasuke cleared his throat, his expression proud, and slightly raised his chin to nod at Naruto. The style of the prestigious family is indeed the style of the prestigious family. "Do you know him?" Fugaku asked. I guess I know him." Sasuke nodded slightly, but he felt nervous inside. He was afraid his father wouldn't let him be friends with Naruto. "Get along well." Fugaku's voice continued, but his words surprised Sasuke. His father actually agreed to let him befriend Naruto? Was he still that old-fashioned father? Sasuke couldn't understand, but didn't think too much about it, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face as he said, "Okay." He and Naruto had actually not seen each other much in a year, but for some reason, they just got along well. Besides his brother, Sasuke's relationship with Naruto was the best. Hearing Naruto greet Sasuke, Kakashi simply brought Naruto over as well. "Fugaku-sama." Kakashi greeted Fugaku. Fugaku wore a dark expression, as if Kakashi owed him 8 million. "Kakashi, don't leave yet, I need to talk to you about something." Kakashi was taken aback, not understanding where he had offended the head of the Konoha police force and the Uchiha clan. Fugaku didn't look at Kakashi again, turning his gaze to Naruto. A slight warm smile appearing on his lips. "You are Naruto?" "Yes." Naruto looked up at the stern-looking man in front of him, who he assumed was Sasuke's father. "From now on, please take good care of Sasuke at the academy," Fugaku said with a smile. "Father, I'm older than Naruto. If someone should take care of him, it should be me." Sasuke immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Fugaku rarely showed a smile. "Indeed, Sasuke, you are about 2.5 months older than Naruto." Sasuke, upon hearing this, couldn't help but beam with joy and said to Naruto, "Did you hear that? Naruto? Hurry up and call me brother." Naruto would certainly not call this arrogant guy brother. It would be more appropriate for him to call Naruto brother. But how did Sasuke's dad know his birthday? Thinking of this, Naruto directly asked. Fugaku's heart tightened, his brows slightly furrowing. How does he know? Of course he knew. He was a good friend of the fourth Hokage. And even his wife was close friends with Kushina. How could he not know? But he couldn't say it. He couldn't let Naruto be associated with him in any way. The relationship between the village and the clan was already very tense. At this critical moment, reaching out to Naruto would undoubtedly be adding fuel to the fire. Fugaku-sama is the head of the Konoha police force, so it's not surprising that he knows your birthday. Kakashi smoothed things over. Chapter 13. Entrance Test I see. Naruto scratched his head. He didn't know about the police force because he often saw members patrolling the streets and arresting villagers for crimes. If Uncle Fugaku could become the head of the police force, he must be a big shot. While the four were chatting, 2 more adults and 2 children joined in. It was Shikaku and Choji. Seeing Fugaku and Kakashi chatting, and then seeing Fugaku talking to Naruto, they could no longer contain their curiosity and came over to see what was happening. They were all comrades and good friends who had fought alongside the fourth Hokage. Why could only they chat with Naruto? This wasn't fair. Choji looked at Naruto, then at Sasuke, thought for a moment, and still handed over the new bag of chips in his hand. Here, have some chips. Ah, this. Naruto and Sasuke were momentarily taken aback when they saw the bag of chips that Choji handed over. Strictly speaking, neither of them had many friends. Naruto said Sasuke was his first friend, but for Sasuke, wasn't Naruto also his first friend? Both of them lacked experience in interacting with other friends, and Choji's kindness caught them off guard. The chips were delicious. Seeing their expressions, Choji said, "Thank you." Naruto looked at Choji and said earnestly as he took a chip from the bag. Sasuke followed suit, thanked him, and also took a chip to eat. They had eaten chips before, but somehow the chips they got from Choji tasted especially good. Haha. Choji smiled at Naruto and Sasuke after they ate the chips, his round face breaking into a grin. So, shall we be friends from now on? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances. They were both sensitive kids and could see sincerity in Choji's eyes. They nodded in agreement. This is Shikamaru, and he's also a very good friend of mine. Choji introduced his little buddy to them. Though he's a bit troublesome, I'm glad to meet both of you. Shikamaru yawned but spoke seriously. Watching the next generation become friends with Naruto so easily brought a sense of relief to Fugaku and Shikaku. The friendship they had with the fourth Hokage would be passed down to the next generation. Soon, the gates of the Ninja Academy opened, and the enrollment ceremony was about to begin. All new students entering this year, please enter the academy in order. Parents, please wait outside. A Chunin teacher shouted at the entrance. Upon hearing this, Naruto and the others slowly lined up to enter the academy. After watching Naruto and the others enter, Fugaku activated his Sharingan and said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, let's step aside. I have something to discuss with you." Kakashi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and thought, is it really necessary to activate the Sharingan just to talk? Choji and Shikaku exchanged glances and a friendly smile appeared on their faces. Kakashi, we also have something to discuss with you. If you don't mind, let's do it together. Damn Kakashi, who allowed you to approach Naruto alone. The new students slowly entered the academy. Inside, many teachers dressed in Chunin uniforms stood in a neat row, giving off a strict and formal atmosphere that made all the kids quiet down. The testing method was simple. It was divided into a physical fitness test and chakra refining. In 5 minutes, you must run 3 laps around the playground. As for chakra refining, we will teach you how to refine chakra. If you complete the refining within 3 days, you can pass the test. A bespectacled Chunin stepped forward and said, "Now prepare to start the physical fitness test. Everyone, on the track." He pulled out a stopwatch. All the kids obediently got on the track, and as soon as the bespectacled Chunin shouted go, everyone rushed forward. Of course, 2 figures immediately dashed ahead of everyone and quickly pulled away. The Chunin teachers standing nearby looked over and began to discuss in low voices. Isn't that the Uchiha clan symbol? Yes, I heard that this year's second son of the Uchiha clan is starting school. It must be him. Who is he with? That blonde kid looks like that monster. No way. Is that monster this strong? Since he's called a monster, isn't it normal for him to be strong? You have a point. I wonder what Lord Hokage was thinking, letting this monster into the academy? Shut up. Do you think you can guess Lord Hokage's thoughts? I wonder who's going to be unfortunate enough to become that monster's homeroom teacher. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who was closely following him, then turned to look at the group of kids behind them. Not bad, Sasuke. It seems you practiced a bit, Naruto said with a laugh while running. His speed was such that even speaking loudly didn't affect his stamina at all. Sasuke snorted, I've trained with my brother. But after saying that, he quickly adjusted his breathing. Maintaining the speed required his full attention. However, seeing Naruto's relaxed and comfortable expression, he secretly sped up, yet Naruto still kept pace with him. This guy, is he waiting for me? Sasuke gritted his teeth and increased his speed a little more. Wow, Sasuke and Naruto are so fast. Choji panted as he ran forward. Watching the quickly disappearing figures of Naruto and Sasuke, unable to help but exclaim, it's troublesome. We just need to keep a good pace and not compete with them, Choji. Shikamaru said. Choji nodded quickly. Although he was a bit chubby, he had good stamina. He wasn't the type to be merely fat. They were all clan ninjas who had undergone training even before entering school. Chakra? They had already completed their refining. The second part was essentially a benefit for these clan ninjas, mainly targeting the children from civilian families. The Ninja Academy provided them with an opportunity to change their social status. This was the purpose of the second Hokage in establishing the Ninja Academy. He wanted to democratize ninjas and had done a lot for this goal. Other major ninja villages almost copied Konoha's regulations and learned from them. From the first Hokage to the second Hokage, they had been imitating them. The 5 minutes soon ended. Most passed the physical fitness test, but there were still a few children who did not pass. Their stamina was too poor, making them unsuitable to be ninjas, and they lost their eligibility for enrollment. Chakra is a combination of physical energy and mental energy. If the physical energy is too weak, chakra cannot be refined. There was no need to waste time. Those who passed would proceed to chakra refining. Chapter 14 Introduction. The Chunin teachers began to teach the children who could not refine chakra how to do so. As for those who had already refined chakra, they passed the test directly after testing their chakra levels. Looking around, almost all of them had relatives who were ninjas. They had an advantage over others. When Naruto saw Kakashi again, he was in tattered Jonin attire, as if he had just been through a fierce battle. Facing Naruto's puzzled gaze, Kakashi scratched the back of his head and changed the subject. Well, to celebrate you passing the test, I'll treat you to ramen for lunch. Yay! Kakashi-sensei is the best. Naruto cheered, not asking why Kakashi looked like that. Fugaku also approached Sasuke. If you're on good terms with Naruto, then invite him over to your house. Huh? Is that okay? Sasuke asked in confusion. After all, Naruto was a commoner. Could he really take him home? It's fine. After all, he's your friend, Fugaku said casually. Sasuke felt warmth in his heart. His father still cared about him. If Naruto could come home, Mikoto would surely be very happy, Fugaku thought to himself. At the same time, Shikaku and Choji were also giving similar advice to their sons. They couldn't interact with Naruto openly, but through their sons, it would work out fine. Making good friends at school and inviting them home made perfect sense. Even though spies watching them wouldn't find anything suspicious. Soon, the official school day arrived. Naruto and Sasuke walked into the same class together. Yes, they were placed in the same class. Upon entering, he also saw Shikamaru and Choji and happily greeted them, as they were also his good friends, and he was surprised they were in the same class too. Facing Shikamaru and Choji, Sasuke was not as cheerful as when he was with Naruto. His expression was rather cold as he nodded at the two. A great clan has its pride, and while the Nara and Akimichi clans are also part of the village, they are insignificant compared to the Uchiha. Shikamaru and Choji had good personalities and didn't mind Sasuke's attitude, both showing friendly smiles. The four of them sat together and chatted, enjoying the snacks that Choji shared. It wasn't until the homeroom teacher walked in that the chatter in the class gradually quieted down. Hello everyone, my name is Iruka Yumino, and I am your homeroom teacher. I look forward to working with you all. The Chunin, with a horizontal scar on his face, said loudly at the podium, revealing a cheerful smile to the students. Next, I will call out your names, and everyone will take turns coming up to the podium for a simple self-introduction, such as your name, hobbies, and dreams. Iruka began to help everyone get familiar with each other based on experience. Iwasaki Hideki. Hello, everyone. Yoshioka Naosuke. My name is Haruno Sakura. Akimichi Choji. Hinata Hyuga. Huh? Looking at the girl with pure, white eyes on the podium, Naruto paused for a moment, feeling a sense of familiarity. It seemed this girl was quite shy, stuttering a bit during her introduction, with a flushed face as if she might faint at any moment. But she managed to complete her self-introduction and quickly bowed her head to return to her seat. Naruto scratched his head, remembering that she was the little girl he had saved before. So she enrolled as well. He hadn't noticed. Her name was Hinata Hyuga, right? Uchiha Sasuke. Irika continued calling names. When Sasuke stepped up, the girls in the audience all whispered, "Wow, so handsome." Their eyes turned into heart shapes. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. My hobby is training with my brother, and my dream is to become as strong as my brother, Sasuke said with a cold expression, completely ignoring the girls, and then directly left the podium. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Irika paused for a moment, pursed his lips, and continued reading. The classroom immediately fell silent. All eyes were on the boy with golden hair. Most of the students showed unhidden expressions of disgust. Their parents had instilled a dislike for Naruto in their minds through words and actions. Although they had never interacted with Naruto, their first impression was one of disdain. Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Choji naturally felt the atmosphere around them. Sasuke's expression instantly turned indifferent, and the air pressure around him dropped even lower. Previously, he could be said to be acting cool or imitating Itachi's expression, but now he was genuinely angry. Naruto was his best friend, and the others who disliked him naturally earned Sasuke's disdain. While Shikamaru and Choji were not as extreme as Sasuke, their expressions were also not pleasant. Hinata bit her lip, looking at Naruto with pity and admiration. As for Naruto, he was already used to such looks. No matter how fierce their gaze was, it couldn't hurt him. If they had the ability, they should just try to defeat him. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My hobby is training, and my dream is, of course, to become Hokage, Naruto said loudly. Ha ha ha. You want to become Hokage? A wave of mocking laughter erupted in the classroom. Irika's eye twitched. It was time for him to intervene. Although he also disliked Naruto, who was rumored to be the embodiment of the nine-tailed fox, as a homeroom teacher, he had his responsibilities. But it wasn't yet his turn to speak. Bang! Sasuke slammed his hand on the desk with force. The loud noise startled everyone, and all eyes were on Sasuke. He had a cold gaze, his handsome face tense, and everyone could feel the anger radiating from him. What are you laughing at? With your performance in the entrance exam, do you have the qualifications to mock others here? Sasuke's voice was icy. If anyone doesn't want to stay in this class, I will immediately send you to another class. If I hear you mocking Naruto again, don't blame me for being rude. The others looked pale at Sasuke's words, but no one dared to speak. Sasuke was the son of the Uchiha clan leader, and the Uchiha clan was the most prominent family in Konoha. These commoner kids dared to mock Naruto, who was also a commoner, but they absolutely did not dare to speak loudly to Sasuke. Hearing Sasuke stand up for Naruto, they all shut their mouths. But the girls looking at the angry Sasuke only felt he looked even more handsome. Seeing that Sasuke had resolved the issue, Irika fell silent for a moment and let Naruto return to his seat. He continued calling names. Thank you, Sasuke. Naruto smiled warmly at Sasuke as he returned to his seat. Although he didn't care about what those people said, Sasuke standing up for him still warmed his heart. This was the first time someone had stood up for him. No wonder he was his good friend. Chapter 15. Mastering Wind-Style Chakra Humph. Sasuke waved his hand lightly, indicating it was just a small matter. Why aren't you angry? Sasuke curiously asked Naruto. In that situation, just now, even if he was only Naruto's good friend, he would have been furious. But facing the ridicule, Naruto showed no sign of concern. It's just a damn small thing. I've gotten used to it. Naruto waved his hand. Used to it? Sasuke frowned slightly. How much ridicule had Naruto endured to become accustomed to such treatment? Sasuke fell silent. The first day's classes quickly came to an end. At the school gate, Sasuke hesitated for a moment and said, Naruto, do you want to come over to my house to play? Huh? Naruto scratched his head, as no one had ever invited him over to play before. Mainly because he had no friends before. He and Sasuke were good friends, but he had been busy training and hadn't met him many times. Is that Appropriate? Naruto rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit excited yet somewhat anxious, fearing he might not be liked by Sasuke's family and lose a good friend. Seeing Naruto's expression, Sasuke recalled his classmates' attitudes earlier and couldn't help but pat Naruto's shoulder, saying, "It's fine. My father said I should invite you over. My mother is very gentle and won't say anything cold to you." Not only would there be no cold words, but Mikoto was even kinder to Naruto than to him. Even his father wore a warm smile when looking at Naruto, without the usual seriousness, making Sasuke doubt if his parents had switched personalities. Or perhaps Naruto was his biological brother. Until Sasuke walked Naruto out of the Uchiha compound, he still wore a face full of doubt about life. If it weren't for Naruto's hair and eyes being completely different from the Uchihas, he would have thought Naruto had Uchiha blood. Your parents are really good people. If mine were still around, they would probably be like that too, Naruto said happily to Sasuke. Oh, Sasuke responded with a sullen face. He was a bit envious of Naruto. What's wrong? Naruto looked at him in confusion. Nothing, it's just a pity Itachi is out on a mission. Otherwise, I would introduce you to him, Sasuke said. Itachi? That's the big brother who took you to Ichiraka Ramen for the first time, right? Naruto thought for a moment and said, yeah. Sasuke's expression brightened a lot at the mention of Itachi. You'll definitely meet him later, Naruto replied. All right, I'll introduce you to him later. Sasuke nodded, and the two parted ways in the village. After returning home, Naruto washed up and laid down on his bed. Today I went to Sasuke's house. Uncle Fugaku and Aunt Mikoto seemed to know him well, treating him with great kindness, without a hint of unfamiliarity. Even Sasuke seemed a bit cold towards him, which Naruto noticed. Naruto was sure he had never known anyone from the Uchiha clan before, so it must be due to his parents' connections, right? Naruto turned over, wondering who his parents really were. Even a clan leader of the Uchiha could recognize them. Could they be Hokage? But then he shook his head. That couldn't be possible. He had asked the third Hokage about his parents, but each time the third Hokage only responded with silence, leaving with a sorrowful expression. Maybe it was because he was still young and too weak. Sigh, he wished he could grow up quickly, strengthen his abilities in one day, when he could traverse the universe with his own body and casually blow up a planet. The third Hokage would have no reason to avoid his questions. However, while attending the Ninja Academy, he could learn a lot, but it also affected his training time. Every day, he had to spend most of the day in class at the Ninja Academy, leaving him severely lacking in extreme training time. And he had no time left to practice ninjutsu. What to do? Naruto scratched his head, deciding to ask Kakashi-sensei tomorrow. When it came to time management issues, Kakashi had plenty of experience and would surely know how to solve it. With that thought, Naruto began his ninjutsu training for the night. He slightly closed his eyes, and didn't he even form hand signs. The air around him immediately began to change. The airflow in the entire room started to stir. First, a gentle breeze appeared, brushing against Naruto's face like a mother's gentle touch, bringing a hint of coolness. This soft wind lifted the dust from the ground, making it dance gracefully in the air before slowly settling down. Then the gentle breeze gradually became more urgent. The curtains in the room began to sway violently, and the books on the table flipped rapidly, the pages rustling against each other. The wind grew stronger, forming a small whirlwind in one corner of the room, sucking in scattered debris and spinning continuously. Naruto's expression remained calm, as if everything happening in the room had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, the nature of the wind underwent a tremendous change. The originally mild wind instantly became incredibly violent, like an enraged beast. Each gust of wind seemed to turn into sharp blades colliding with each other, producing metallic clashing sounds despite being just air. After a long time, Naruto opened his eyes, and the colliding winds instantly calmed down. The wind in the room suddenly split in two. Half of the room's wind abruptly calmed, becoming as gentle as it was at first, brushing against his cheeks and bringing a sense of tranquility, while the other half remained violent, howling fiercely with a whirlwind continuing. The two distinctly different winds created a sharp contrast in the room, but coexisted in an eerie harmony. Naruto smiled. He could now control the form and power of the wind at will. According to Kakashi-sensei, he had completely mastered the nature and transformation of wind-type chakra. The next step would be to train in other chakra types, following the principle of the 5 elements. The next step would be to use wind-type chakra to cultivate fire-type chakra. Then thoroughly master the form and nature of fire-type chakra before moving on to the next chakra type. Still not enough time, huh? Naruto sighed, waving his hand, and the wind in the room immediately disappeared. He lay down asleep. Not enough time? Kakashi put down the small figurine he was holding and looked at Naruto, sitting in front of him. Yeah, ever since I started school, I haven't had much time for extreme training and ninjutsu training. Naruto expressed his difficulties. Kakashi pondered for a moment, agreeing. He had felt the same way. Attending the Ninja Academy was a waste of time for him. That's why, after finishing the first year, he applied for graduation to go to the front lines and train himself. For ordinary people, a day of training time would be enough, even more than enough. After all, not everyone strictly disciplines themselves. When training, they tend to think they can just do enough will do. But when it comes to fighting, they often fall short and end up getting killed. However, for people like him or Naruto, a day's training time is indeed insufficient. Whether it's ninjutsu or taijutsu, both require a significant amount of time to train. Their talent makes them feel an irresistible urge to train a little longer. The feeling of talent transforming into strength is simply too captivating. Especially in taijutsu, the body does not lie. Without sufficient training, one cannot become a powerful taijutsu ninja. There are indeed ninjutsu that can solve this problem, Kakashi thought. He decided to teach Naruto a ninjutsu that was particularly suitable for someone like him, who has a large amount of chakra. There is a ninjutsu that can solve this problem? Naruto's eyes lit up, quickly asking. Yes, it's a ninjutsu created by the second Hokage, called the Shadow Clone Technique. Kakashi nodded. This technique can create physical clones using chakra, and the clones have independent consciousness apart from a user's main body and a certain degree of durability. After they disperse, the memories and experiences of the clones will return to the main body. With this technique, you can use shadow clones to train ninjutsu and gain experience. However, for your extreme training, you still need to train with your main body. The shadow clones can't help you there. Kakashi explained the function of a ninjutsu. That ninjutsu is perfect for me, Naruto exclaimed with sparkling eyes. He just needed a lot of time to practice ninjutsu. All right, I'll teach it to you now, Kakashi said, looking at Naruto's eager expression with a smile, ruffling his hair. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto cheered happily. The hand signs for the shadow clone technique were simple, and Naruto learned it on the spot. I know you have a lot of chakra, but be careful not to create too many shadow clones at once to help with training. When the shadow clones disappear, the training fatigue will also return to the main body, and if you're not careful, it could harm you or even threaten your life, Kakashi specifically cautioned. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, I'm aware, Naruto assured, patting his chest. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, can you teach me fire release ninjutsu? Naruto continued. Fire release? Isn't your affinity wind release? Kakashi was taken aback. I plan to start cultivating fire release chakra now, Naruto explained. What do you mean? Kakashi was still puzzled. I've completely mastered the nature and transformation of wind-type chakra. It's time to start training fire-type chakra, Naruto stated. What? Kakashi was completely stunned. In just 1 year, he had completely mastered the nature and transformation of wind-type chakra. He had only occasionally pointed Naruto in the right direction during his training, and he never expected Naruto to have already perfected it. Could it be that Naruto's talent surpasses even that of his master? Kakashi speculated silently. Try to show me, Kakashi said. Wind barrier. Without even forming hand signs, Naruto softly called out. The air around him immediately began to flow rapidly. And then Kakashi's house was half surrounded by a gentle breeze and half by a fierce, blade-like wind. The two contradictory, yet harmonious forces could not be achieved without strong chakra control and a complete mastery of wind-type chakra. Hiss! Kakashi gasped in surprise. Indeed, he had completely mastered it. What monster? Kakashi looked at Naruto's youthful appearance and vaguely saw a figure in the future who could easily suppress all enemies. Much like the first Hokage. Master, you don't have to worry about Naruto's growth anymore, Kakashi silently said to the deceased fourth Hokage in his heart. As long as Naruto could continue to grow like this, even if his identity as the fourth Hokage's orphan were to be exposed in the future. He wouldn't fear it at all. All right, I will teach you fire release techniques now, Kakashi nodded and said. One was a C-rank ninjutsu, the fire release, great fireball technique. And the other was also a C-rank ninjutsu, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. If that's not enough, come learn more from me. After realizing Naruto's talent for ninjutsu, Kakashi directly taught him these two techniques. Naruto cheered, "Long live teacher Kakashi." Kakashi's eyes narrowed with a smile. This is the benefit of having a powerful ninja as a teacher. C-rank ninjutsu is generally a trump card for chunin, and one must complete certain tasks to qualify for learning them. With Kakashi around, Naruto had never had to put much thought into ninjutsu. After all, he was a technician who knew over 1,000 ninjutsu techniques. After learning 3 ninjutsu from Kakashi, Naruto excitedly returned home and fell asleep. When he closed his eyes, and they opened again, he found himself in a sewer. Naruto skillfully made his way to a large iron cage. A pair of crimson eyes, as big as an adult's, slowly opened in the darkness, glanced at Naruto, and then began to close again. "Oomph, you little brat, are you seeking death?" The Nine Tails couldn't hold back anymore. Its fur bristling as it roared angrily at Naruto's small body, the sound so loud that it created a ripple of air. "Ha ha!" Instead of being afraid, Naruto burst into laughter, thinking that with this iron cage, the Nine Tails couldn't do anything to him at all. It was the first time he had scared the Nine Tails away. In the days that followed, he often came here and had already realized that this was the sealing space within his body. Although he didn't know why the Nine Tails was sealed inside him, he understood that those people called him a demon fox, and it seemed there was some truth to it. There really was a big fox inside him. Naruto snapped his fingers, and the surrounding sewer space slowly transformed into a blue sky, white clouds, and grass. Even the surrounding iron cage disappeared. Of course, it wasn't that the seal was gone, but rather Naruto had hidden it. "Big Fox, how about you stay in this environment from now on?" Naruto said with a smile. The Nine Tails glanced around with a hint of satisfaction flashing in its eyes, but ignored Naruto's words. This brat had nearly driven it mad over the past year. When it first met him, he was scared to death. Now that he had seen it more often, he began to tease it. Did he really think the Nine Tails was a pet? But with the seal in place, it couldn't harm Naruto at all, so it could only close its eyes and ignore him, adopting an out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach. Yet this little brat always found ways to irritate it. "Hey, as part of our deal, tell me why you were sealed inside me," Naruto asked. He speculated that the big fox being sealed inside him had something to do with his parents. He had heard that it was the fourth Hokage who had resealed the Nine Tails. But why was the Nine Tails inside him? Perhaps sealing the Nine Tails required a vessel, and he was that vessel. But why him? This fox had endured a lot of cold remarks over the years, although to him, it was just trivial matters. He had 2 guesses. One was that his parents had entrusted him to the fourth Hokage to have a Nine Tails sealed inside him. The other was that the fourth Hokage was his. "You modified this yourself. I didn't say to change it like this. It's so bright that it's annoying when I sleep," the Nine Tails said, shaking its fox ears. Chapter 17, Uzumaki Kushinasai, I was thinking of you. Staying in that sewer all day would make anyone, whether human or fox, depressed. Turns out you like that kind of environment. I was wrong, Naruto sighed, shaking his head. He raised his hand, as if to snap his fingers and restore the environment back to the sewer. "Wait." The Nine Tails moved its mouth slightly and uttered 2 words. "I had enough sleep before. This environment isn't bad now." Its fox ears twitched again. "So that means you will answer my question, right?" Naruto's eyes lit up. "Oomph, you actually want to ask me something like this?" The Nine Tails sneered. "After all, you're the party involved." "Ah, the party fox," Naruto said matter-of-factly. "Oomph." The Nine Tails snorted lightly. "The one who sealed me was the fourth Hokage. He sealed me inside you." It revealed. "Why did he seal you inside me?" Naruto continued to ask immediately. How would I know what he was thinking? "That bastard even split my body in half. One half is sealed inside you, and the other half is sealed in himself." At this point, the Nine Tails was quite furious. If it hadn't been split in half, and if Naruto hadn't awakened the Uzumaki bloodline abilities, just relying on the 8 trigram seal, It would have been impossible to seal it so thoroughly. Naruto fell silent for a moment before continuing. What is the fourth Hokage to me? The Nine-Tails lowered its head and looked at Naruto, and, after a long while, it replied flatly, Naturally, he is your father. Naruto's body couldn't help but tremble. Then what about my mother? She was my previous host, named Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto murmured. So it turns out he took after his mother's surname? The Nine-Tails looked at Naruto with a teasing expression, thinking he would be unable to bear this blow and would develop a psychological crack, allowing it to take advantage of the situation. Thank you, Naruto suddenly said. What? The Nine-Tails was taken aback. Thank you for telling me all of this, Big Fox, Naruto said seriously while looking at the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails was speechless, just staring at Naruto. It didn't say this to receive gratitude from him. From now on, this environment will be permanently set like this. If you want any other environment, just tell me directly, and I will do my best to meet your requests. Naruto continued earnestly. Humph, this is fine. The Nine-Tails lay back down, no longer having that iron cage it disliked. It couldn't help but stretch lazily. That's it for today. I'll come find you again later, Naruto said before his figure disappeared from the spot. The Nine-Tails slowly closed its eyes, red chakra flowing from its body, gradually spreading outwards, but always remaining within a certain range, unable to escape to other places. Still so resolute in mind? The Nine-Tails smacked its lips and ultimately retracted the chakra back into its body. In reality, Naruto's spirit had returned from the ceiling space, but he still hadn't opened his eyes. A single tear slipped from the corner of his eye, representing his feelings. The next day, Naruto split off a shadow clone. You go to school for me. In the afternoon, I'll arrange for another clone to replace you, Naruto said to his shadow clone. Okay, the shadow clone nodded, excitedly preparing to go to school. Then I have time to continue training. Naruto stretched lazily and, instead of using the door, jumped directly out of the window. In a remote area of Konoha, shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. A large cloud of smoke suddenly appeared around him. About 100 Narutos materialized in place. Wow, so many? Naruto scratched his head. He had taken Kakashi-sensei's advice not to create too many clones for training, to avoid injuring himself or even losing his life. He had already released his chakra carefully, but didn't expect to still end up with this many clones. You all go practice fire release and strive to cultivate fire attribute chakra as soon as possible. I'll go train in taijutsu myself, Naruto called out to the shadow clones. Get lost, main body, you're just in the way here. Leave the fire attribute chakra to me. The shadow clones, each with their own consciousness, yelled out. With 100 shadow clones training fire attribute chakra, Naruto felt at ease to conduct his extreme training. After lunch, Naruto created another shadow clone that was full and headed to the Ninja Academy. The shadow clone from the morning would disappear in a hidden place, and another shadow clone would take its place. At the end of the day's training, Naruto dispelled all the training shadow clones. Suddenly, a large amount of training experience, along with fatigue, surged into his body and mind. Naruto couldn't help but sway, ultimately collapsing to the ground. After completing extreme training, his body was already exhausted, and now the fatigue from 100 shadow clones was piled onto him. Not fainting directly was already a testament to his strong willpower. Feeling darkness creeping in, Naruto gasped for breath, lying down and closing his eyes to rest. He needed to prepare for the future, to collect some firewood here. If he couldn't hold on, he would light the fire and sleep in the wild to recover his body. After a long time, footsteps echoed nearby. The shadow clone that went to school had returned. Damn, are you still alive, main body? The shadow clone exclaimed in horror upon seeing Naruto's state. Thanks to you, I'm not dead yet. Naruto opened his eyes and couldn't help but reply. That's good, that's good. The shadow clone patted its chest, looking scared. Help me collect some firewood, light it up, and then catch a few fish to roast. I need some food to recover my strength, Naruto said. Okay, the shadow clone nodded and quickly gathered a lot of firewood. Fire style, great fireball technique. The shadow clone expelled a fireball the size of a soccer ball to ignite the firewood. There was no choice. This shadow clone didn't have fire attribute chakra or much chakra, so it could only use the great fireball to this extent. Fortunately, Naruto's requirements weren't high. It just needed to light the fire. As for the fish, he trained by the small river. After all, practicing fire techniques away from the river could cause a fire. Catching fish was nothing for Naruto's physical abilities. His speed was much faster than that of the fish. After catching 7 or 8 fish, the shadow clone skillfully gutted them, its fingers manifesting blue wind attribute chakra to form blades, scraping the scales off the fish in an instant. After washing them clean by the river, it skewered them on a twig and placed them over the fire to roast. By the time the fish were cooked, Naruto had already regained some physical strength, propping himself up and devouring the fish meat. There were no condiments. It was purely natural, mainly enjoying the fresh taste of the fish. Fortunately, these fish didn't have a fishy smell. He would need to pay attention to this issue in the future. Chapter 18. Exposed by Sasuke in a secluded area of the Ninja Academy. I feel like something's off with you, Sasuke said as he kept poking around Naruto. What the hell are you doing? Naruto shook off Sasuke's hand. Sasuke stroked his chin, looking at Naruto, and suddenly threw a punch. Naruto tilted his head and dodged Sasuke's attack. Even though he was just a shadow clone, he wasn't someone Sasuke could easily hit. Sasuke didn't get discouraged and launched a series of attacks. However, they were all dodged by Naruto's shadow clone. Why are you afraid to fight me? Sasuke raised an eyebrow, increasingly convinced of his thoughts. For the past few days, he had felt that Naruto was acting strangely, seemingly avoiding physical contact with others. Then during lunch, he sneakily avoided Sasuke. At first, he thought Naruto didn't have lunch prepared. After all, he was an orphan, so he prepared 2 lunches. One for himself and one for Naruto. But Naruto waved his hand, saying he wasn't hungry. Sasuke didn't believe it, insisting that it was a lunch prepared by his mother specifically for Naruto, and that he shouldn't be polite. But Naruto still refused to eat. Why should I eat? I'm just a shadow clone. When noon comes, a well-fed shadow clone will come to take my place. If I eat, when I disappear, it'll leave the main body feeling full. On the main body side, the mouth and stomach would have to settle the account for half a day, and it just wouldn't add up. We're good friends. How could I hit you? Naruto waved his hand. Sasuke thought for a moment and decided to get to the bottom of Naruto's issue. Just finished eating. How about we spar? Naruto felt helpless. Kakashi-sensei said that shadow clones have a certain ability to withstand hits, but that was just a little. If the force was a bit heavier, they would turn to smoke and disappear. In a fight with Sasuke, even if he wasn't hit, the few exchanges of blows wouldn't be something the shadow clone could withstand. Hey, you could disappear now. At that moment, a Naruto jumped in from outside the Ninja Academy's wall and spoke to him. 2 Narutos? Shadow clone technique? Sasuke was stunned to see 2 Narutos appear simultaneously. He instinctively thought it was the shadow clone technique, one of the basic jutsu taught at the Ninja Academy. Wait, the shadow clone technique doesn't have a physical form. It's just an illusion. This Naruto is a real entity. Sasuke immediately dismissed his own guess. What's going on? Why did you follow him in? The Naruto who jumped in from outside asked Naruto 1. He secretly followed me. Who knew he would sneak in? Naruto 1 shrugged. So he figured out we're clones? Naruto 2 asked gravely. He wouldn't have known originally, but now that you jumped in for no reason, he should know. Naruto 1 looked like it was all Naruto 2's fault. Damn, I just got here, and I have to take the blame? Naruto 2 exclaimed in shock. I don't care. I'm leaving now. If you take the blame, why should it be me? Naruto 1 said cheerfully, and with that, his body suddenly turned to smoke and disappeared, leaving behind a shadow clone that automatically promoted to Naruto 1, staring blankly at Sasuke. In the distance, a pair of small eyes watched this scene in surprise. In the afternoon, at dusk, the Ninja Academy was dismissed. Hurry up, take me to your main body, Sasuke said, grabbing Naruto's clothes and whispering. Got it, Naruto 1 said helplessly. In a remote training ground in Konoha, as Naruto's 100 shadow clones disappeared, a large amount of training experience and fatigue surged into the main body. Although Naruto was already lying on the ground, alleviating the throbbing in his head and bodily fatigue. Next, he just needed to wait for the shadow clone that went to school to return with food or something for him to eat. Soon, footsteps could be heard from a distance. Naruto, lying on the ground with his eyes closed, slightly moved his ears. 2 footsteps. Main body, Sasuke, also came along. The returning shadow clone shouted. Naruto propped himself up and looked toward the shadow clone and Sasuke. The shadow clone was holding a takeout box from Ichiraku Ramen, seemingly having packed food to bring back for him. Sasuke, on the other hand, had a grumpy face, looking at him with a pout. Why are you looking at me like that? Naruto took the takeout from the shadow clone and then made it disappear. You sneaky guy, you trained behind my back. Sasuke couldn't help but shout. The thought that Naruto had secretly been training without telling him made Sasuke feel a sense of loss. What do you mean secretly? I was training out in the open. Naruto had already opened the takeout box of ramen, and the aroma was stimulating his taste buds. Slurp. He couldn't help but slurp a mouthful of noodles. Takeout really can't compare to dining in. Ramen like this needs to be eaten right after it's cooked to taste good. Damn, you use shadow clones to go to school while training here and say it's not sneaky. Sasuke was furious. Hey, I told you before that I wanted to train with you, but you insisted you didn't want to. I want to train with my brother, Naruto said, rolling his eyes at Sasuke. Sasuke's angry expression froze. It seemed to be true. However, Itachi had been very busy lately, and he hardly saw him in a week. Moreover, his relationship with the clan and family was becoming increasingly strained. As Sasuke thought about this, a hint of worry couldn't help but surface on his face. He then sat down next to Naruto. Hey, Naruto, Sasuke said softly. What? Naruto replied, slurping his noodles, his words unclear. Don't you think adults have a lot of worries? I always feel like Itachi and father have something weighing on their minds every day. A hint of confusion flashed in Sasuke's eyes. He had already sensed everything, but no one had ever discussed these issues with him. Adults always kept their concerns to themselves and never talked about such things with a child like him. Clearly, he was also a member of the Uchiha clan and part of the family. Maybe it's because we're not strong enough, Naruto said, finishing his ramen and drinking the broth before satisfiedly putting down the takeout box. With food in his stomach, his stamina recovered faster. If one day we could become like Hokage, then they wouldn't worry about us and would share things with us, right? Naruto said seriously. For example, about his parents. The third Hokage definitely knew, but he never talked to Naruto about it. Naruto had thought about it, and even because of that long-lived dream, his way of thinking had already matured. Why did his mother, the previous host of the Nine Tails, Kushina Uzumaki, let the Nine Tails go out of control, leading to his father's death while sealing the beast? His mother was the Nine Tails host and the fourth Hokage's wife. Surely there were people to help her give birth. Yet such a situation still occurred. There had to be a reason for that, and he had a bold guess. That day, someone might have threatened his mother during childbirth, and his father wasn't by her side, and even the person taking care of her was killed. Could someone threaten the fourth Hokage? Then wouldn't that make him very unsafe? Perhaps that's why the third Hokage didn't talk to him about his parents. He was too weak. Chapter 19. You gotta become like Hokage? Sasuke muttered, clenching his fists involuntarily. Yeah, if I had strength like Hokage, then brother and father definitely wouldn't hide these things from me. Sasuke sighed. Being weak is the original sin. Naruto suddenly blurted out. Sasuke pondered this for a moment, feeling it made a lot of sense and sounded quite cool. If he faced a defeated enemy in the future, he could say it so casually. Being weak is the original sin. Wow, that's so cool. Sasuke couldn't help but lick his lips. I don't care. I have to train with you from now on, where you'll surpass me by a long shot, Sasuke said fiercely, looking at Naruto. I don't mind. But can you do shadow clone jutsu? Naruto shrugged. Sasuke paused. I'll go back and have brother or father teach me. He was the second young master of the Uchiha clan. How could he lack high-level ninjas to teach him this? Oomph. Sasuke held his head high as he left. Hey, after watching for so long, you should come out now. Naruto shouted towards the distant woods. A small figure in the woods panicked upon hearing this and hurriedly ran away. Running away? Naruto was surprised. When the shadow clone brought Sasuke over, he subconsciously used the wind barrier technique, a ninjutsu that Naruto had learned to play with. However, the main purpose of this ninjutsu was still reconnaissance. The winds around him were his eyes and ears. He had already noticed a small figure hiding in the woods. This small figure didn't pay any attention to the gentle breeze caressing her face and body. But the breeze had already reported her information back to Naruto. Hinata? Naruto murmured. He didn't know what this girl was doing, following his shadow clone and Sasuke here. She didn't come out when called and just ran away. Naruto stood up and quickly formed hand signs towards a small river, fire style, fireball jutsu. A fireball the size of a small house erupted from his mouth, powerful enough to temporarily cut off the river, and a mist immediately enveloped the surroundings. He hadn't used much chakra. Obviously, he had already cultivated fire attribute chakra. This was the advantage of training with shadow clones. 100 shadow clones training at the same time was equivalent to saving him 100 days of time. After 2 days, it was almost like 200 days. Cultivating fire attribute chakra was completely reasonable. Of course, if an ordinary person tried this, they would already be dead. Only someone with a massive amount of chakra and a fast recovery rate, like him, could train this way. Next, he needed to master the form and qualitative change of fire attribute chakra. Naruto stretched and slowly walked back home. When Sasuke returned home, he happened to see Itachi, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Brother. He happily went over to greet Itachi. When Itachi saw Sasuke, his eternally unchanged expression finally revealed a hint of a smile. Looking at the running Sasuke, he couldn't help but reach out and poke his forehead. "Stop it, brother." Sasuke rubbed his forehead and looked up at Itachi, shouting, Sasuke, why did you come back so late?" Itachi asked with a smile. "Nothing. Just playing with Naruto for a while." Sasuke waved his hand. "Naruto, huh?" Itachi thought for a moment, knowing who this kid was, and continued, "You should make more friends. The others are all boring. There's no need to be friends with them," Sasuke said, lifting his head. The pride of the Uchiha clan fully reflected in him. Itachi raised an eyebrow helplessly, but said nothing. He had also fully inherited the pride of the Uchiha clan. He only trusted his own judgment and thoughts, not considering his companions. Even with his beloved younger brother and respected family, he didn't want to discuss much with them. "Hey, brother, can you teach me shadow clone jutsu?" Sasuke looked at Itachi with anticipation. "Shadow clone jutsu?" Itachi was taken aback, curious. "Sasuke, why do you want to learn this ninjutsu?" "Because Naruto can do it, and he even sneakily used it to go to school while secretly training." Sasuke pouted, feeling like he had wasted a lot of time. He actually thought of that method. A hint of a smile appeared in Itachi's eyes. He had done the same thing when he was in school. The things taught at the Ninja Academy were indeed too childish for geniuses like them. If he hadn't been careless back then and had his shadow clone broken, no one would have known he used that method to attend school. "There are some precautions when using shadow clones. I'll tell you after dinner," Itachi said gently. "Yay! Thank you, brother." Sasuke cheered, knowing that Itachi had already agreed to his request. It took Sasuke a whole day to learn this ninjutsu, mainly spending a lot of time on chakra distribution. His chakra wasn't sufficient for arbitrary distribution. He had to allocate it precisely to create a clone. Even so, he was thrilled to have learned a new ninjutsu, and it was a high-level ninjutsu. Naruto. Sasuke excitedly ran to the training ground to meet Naruto. "Hey, you learned shadow clone jutsu?" Naruto asked as he saw Sasuke running over excitedly. "Yeah, I tested it, and as long as it doesn't get broken, it can last for a whole morning. Then I can replace it with another clone." Sasuke nodded in response. "No problem then. Anyway, after the shadow clone is dispelled, the knowledge learned at the Ninja Academy will be returned to the original body. Let's start training." Naruto waved his hand and said. He had plenty of experience with shadow clones. Then Sasuke was stunned. What did he see? Naruto actually created a large number of shadow clones. Looking around, Naruto's shadow clones had already surrounded him. Roughly counting, there were estimated to be over 100. "What?" Sasuke couldn't care about etiquette anymore and directly blurted out a curse. "Are you an animal?" Sasuke looked at Naruto and couldn't help but say, "How can you curse like that?" Naruto immediately became dissatisfied. "What's up with your chakra? Did you take expired spring medicine?" Sasuke gritted his teeth, his eyes already turning red with envy. "Chakra? Ah, it's natural for me, and I've been using it sparingly. If I use more shadow clones, when they disappear, I won't be able to absorb their experience." Naruto waved his hand and said, "Natural, you guy." Sasuke's black eyes faintly turned red. "What are you doing?" Sasuke stared blankly at Naruto, who was carrying a huge rock and hopping up the mountain. Chapter 20. Is this the awakening? If viewed from afar, it would only seem like a large rock jumping and moving on its own, as if the stone had come to life. This training method left Sasuke dumbfounded, speechless, and in a daze. What kind of training method is this? Is it really safe and won't injure anyone? Naruto, Sasuke's tone trembled a little. What's wrong? A voice came from under the rock. Is this how you train? Sasuke swallowed hard, feeling a bit dry. Yeah, I have to go back and forth 100 times before training other projects. Animal. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Naruto had always trained this way. So what did his previous training count for? He recalled the training with Itachi. It was simply like a spring outing. This guy had already left him far behind. Sasuke's eyes revealed determination. He wouldn't let himself be left so far behind. The glory of the Uchiha clan would be carried by him. He caught up with Naruto and hopped up the mountain with him, although he definitely didn't have the weight on his back, carrying the little mountain on Naruto's back. He couldn't move at all. This was the first time Sasuke trained with Naruto, and he felt a bit of a crisis in life. Is this kind of training really for training people, not animals? Not to mention 100 back and forths, just 10 back and forths. And his legs were already trembling and unable to move. He could only lie on the ground, watching Naruto's figure go up and down. Damn it. The gap is so huge. Sasuke felt very unwilling in his heart, gritting his teeth tightly, completely unaware that his eyes had already turned into the Sharingan. When Naruto finished training, he sent a shadow clone to Sasuke's side and picked him up. Big idiot, what are you doing? Put me down. Sasuke's fair face immediately flushed slightly as he protested. Aren't you going to eat? Can you still move? Naruto said with a smile. Sasuke felt his legs were extremely sore. He definitely couldn't walk anymore and could only crawl. He simply stopped talking. The three of them arrived by the lake, where Shadow Clone had already caught a wild boar, processed it, and was roasting it over the fire, occasionally sprinkling some seasoning. He had learned from his first experience of eating fish and had already prepared the seasoning here. After putting Sasuke down, the Shadow Clone began to massage his legs. Don't move, okay? If you don't want to end up without the strength to stand up later, just stay quiet. The Shadow Clone Naruto began to work. Ouch, be gentle. Sasuke cried out in pain. The process of massaging away the lactic acid in his legs was incredibly painful. The Naruto helping him massage completely ignored Sasuke's pleas. Still working hard, his body rising and falling on Sasuke. After a while, Sasuke was gasping for breath, occasionally sucking in a cold breath from the pain, before finally looking up at the group of Naruto's shadow clones. His pupils constricted sharply. Each Naruto shadow clone was releasing fire dragon flame bullets, with dragon-shaped flames swirling and tearing at each other by the riverbank. Is this also training? Sasuke muttered to himself. Of course. I'm starting to practice the nature and form changes of fire attribute chakra now. Fire dragon flame bullet is enough for my training. The original Naruto nodded from the side. Sasuke fell silent, resting his head on his stacked hands, quietly watching the training of Naruto's army. The gap is too far. It's already too far. Whether it's ninjutsu, taijutsu, or chakra, he is far behind Naruto. Slowly, Sasuke clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with determination. Even if he is currently far behind Naruto, he would start chasing forward with all his strength from now on, absolutely not continuing the kind of childish training he used to do. Huh? Why do your eyes look different? Naruto noticed the change in Sasuke's eyes and was immediately shocked. What? Sasuke looked at him curiously. Naruto picked him up again and brought him to the riverbank to let him see for himself. Sharingan? Sasuke was stunned. He actually awakened it? What the heck? What's going on? Sasuke was also confused. Why did he suddenly awaken for no reason? But this is a good thing, and Sasuke accepted it with joy. He explained to Naruto that this was his family's bloodline limit. This made Naruto very envious. Sasuke regained some confidence. He still has the Sharingan. Does Naruto have it? He has none at all. After both of them had their fill, they split off another clone to go to the Ninja Academy to replace Sasuke's shadow clone. Sasuke's body could no longer train taijutsu, and could only train ninjutsu with Naruto's army. However, his chakra was insufficient to create other shadow clones to assist in training. He could still create clones, but it wouldn't be meaningful. His chakra amount was too low. By the afternoon, when school was over at the Ninja Academy, the shadow clones of both of them arrived there, and Sasuke's shadow clone directly disappeared. Sasuke's original body shook a bit, shaking his head. He wasn't used to the memories being instantaneously fed back from the shadow clone. But after shaking off, he was fine. In terms of mental strength, he was quite strong. After Naruto's shadow clones disappeared, Naruto was already lying on the ground, digesting all the training experience from the shadow clones. Hey, you're not dead, right? Sasuke lay on the ground, worriedly calling out to Naruto. Itachi had told him about the precautions when using shadow clones. Using them like Naruto does. Probably not many people in the entire Konoha could do it. It would be dangerous. I'm fine, Naruto replied in a muffled voice, eyes closed, digesting the training experience of the shadow clones. The remaining shadow clone went to roast the wild boar that had not been finished at noon again. In the forest, a small figure was secretly watching Naruto, but didn't know that a shadow clone had already appeared beside her. Hinata, what are you doing here? The voice of Naruto's shadow clone startled Hinata, turning her face pale. But when she turned around and saw Naruto's figure, her pale face instantly flushed again. This made Naruto think for a moment that Hinata was going to change her expression. This girl's emotional transitions are too fast. It's nothing, Hinata said, looking down and nervously fidgeting with her fingers in a voice that was barely audible. If it weren't for Naruto's keen hearing, he wouldn't have been able to hear her. If there's nothing wrong, then let's eat some grilled meat together, Naruto invited. This little girl was small, and her face would occasionally turn red, which was quite cute. Anyway, Naruto liked it a lot. So can I? Hinata hesitated a bit, looking at the sky. She had to go back for dinner. The Hinata family's rules are strict, with many more regulations than the Uchiha clan. Of course, it's a delight for Fugaku and Mikoto to see Sasuke able to have dinner with Naruto before returning home. Otherwise, as the second son of the Uchiha clan, he would have to obediently go home. If a child doesn't come home, it would worry the family, especially since both of them possess a coveted bloodline limit. Chapter 21. Eat well, Hinata, but she still wanted to have dinner with Naruto. Hinata nodded and followed Naruto's shadow clone to where his real body was. Who are you? Sasuke asked, looking at the little girl brought over by Naruto's shadow clone, his expression showing confusion. This is Hinata Hyuga, our classmate, Naruto replied, looking at Sasuke with exasperation. Oh, from the Hinata family. Sasuke gave a slight nod to Hinata. The Hinata family is also a prominent clan in Konoha, so Sasuke felt he had to show some respect. He is the son of the Uchiha clan leader, and Hinata is the daughter of the head of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Their statuses are quite comparable. I have so many classmates. How can I know them all? Sasuke rolled his eyes at Naruto. At the Ninja Academy, aside from paying attention to Naruto, he didn't consider anyone else worth his time. Well, Shikamaru and Choji are half a person, I guess. After all, Choji was the first to show him goodwill. He couldn't refuse. Little Sasuke wasn't good at turning people down. Come on, Hinata, sit down and eat with us. Naruto waved at Hinata with a smile on his face. Although he didn't know why Hinata was secretly following him, he still welcomed a classmate who could show goodwill towards him. Okay. Hinata moved over and sat down next to Naruto. Soon, the grilled meat was reheated, and the shadow clone disappeared on its own. Naruto infused his fingers with wind chakra, turning them into sharp blades, and began slicing the grilled meat, loosening it so that it could be easily picked up. The three began to eat. Naruto and Sasuke had already stopped their actions, their bellies full. However, Hinata was still busy finishing up. Her movements were delicate, but her eating speed was not slow, and her stomach seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how much she ate, there was no change in her appearance, nor did she show any signs of being full. Instead, there was a sense of joy. This sense of joy was also reflected on Naruto and Sasuke's faces, as they felt the satisfaction of being full. Hinata suddenly paused in her tearing of the meat, as she sensed two gazes fixed on her. Oh no! Hinata's heart skipped a beat. Did she eat too much? She subtly put down the meat she was tearing and instead started wiping her mouth, hugging her knees with both hands, looking like a little mushroom. She truly had a mushroom head. Are you full, Hinata? Naruto asked curiously. I'm full, Hinata quickly replied, as she didn't want to reveal her greedy nature in front of Naruto. In fact, she wasn't greedy at all and could control herself well. She lived every day in hunger. Today was already the fullest she had been, about 70% full. Are you sure you're full? If you're not, I can go catch another wild boar right now, Naruto said seriously. He felt that Hinata hadn't eaten enough. No, I'm really full, Hinata quickly waved her hands. Really? Naruto scratched his head. My teacher told me that to become a strong ninja, you must eat well. If your body can't replenish its energy, then your chakra won't increase much either. Plus, if you're hungry, how can you have the energy to train? Sasuke's eyes shifted. Hinata bit her lip. You wouldn't be embarrassed to eat, would you? Naruto suddenly realized, looking at Hinata's expression. Hinata's face turned even redder. That won't do. Here, everyone must eat well. Naruto shook his head and went to the riverbank to catch a few fish. After quickly cleaning them, he placed them over the fire to grill. I'll catch more prey tomorrow, but for today, let's eat fish, he said to Hinata. I don't need to eat that much. Hinata tried to maintain her dignity. I can eat very little too, but if I don't eat enough, I just feel uncomfortable, Naruto said while flipping the grilled fish. Hinata shyly lowered her head, but didn't deny Naruto's words. Soon, the grilled fish was ready. Since Naruto and Sasuke couldn't eat anymore, they gave all the fish to Hinata. Though her small hands trembled, she still accepted the grilled fish and continued to eat. She truly wasn't full yet. Sasuke walked to the riverbank, looking at his reflection in the water with his Sharingan activated, unable to suppress a smile. He finally opened his eyes. At 6 years old, having awakened his Sharingan is considered a top talent in the Uchiha clan. After Hinata finished eating the fish, the three of them returned home separately. Hinata came home much later than usual, and Hayashi Hyuga looked at her with a stern face, demanding an explanation. I went out to play with my classmates, Hinata said softly, lowering her head. Hayashi fell silent, looking at his eldest daughter, and sighed slightly. Hinata's shy personality might improve if she interacts more with her classmates, which would be a good thing for her. This is also why he agreed to let Hinata attend the ninja academy instead of keeping her in the family to be taught by the family ninjas. If she stayed in the family, Hinata would become useless. Interacting with classmates is fine, but pay attention to the time in the future. Don't be out so late, Hayashi said. Hinata quickly nodded. I've left you some food. Finish it and then go train, Hayashi said before leaving. He was the head of the Hyuga clan and had many matters to attend to. After finishing her dinner, Hinata returned to her room, sat cross-legged, and began to refine her chakra. But soon, her originally half-closed eyes snapped open. She felt something was off with this chakra refinement. Just a slight use of the chakra refining technique caused a large amount of chakra to surge from her cells like a waterfall. Chakra flames appeared in her hands. Clearly visible, this chakra was enormous, far more abundant than what she had refined before. Hinata recalled Naruto's words. It turns out that being full really gives her the energy to train. Hinata bit her lip, deepening her admiration for Naruto. Then she closed her eyes again and continued to refine her chakra. When Sasuke returned home, Itachi was not back yet, so Sasuke could only suppress his joy of having opened his eyes. However, Fugaku and Mikoto were there, and when Sasuke faced them, he directly activated his Sharingan. Though it was only one Tomo, Fugaku and Mikoto were still shocked. How did you open your eyes? Fugaku couldn't help but ask. The Uchiha clan usually requires a significant stimulus to awaken their eyes. Did Sasuke experience something outside? How did you open your eyes? Sasuke hesitated and said, I guess it was watching Naruto train. You opened your eyes just by watching Naruto train? Fugaku looked at him with wide eyes. Wow, Naruto has that effect too? They would have to arrange for the Uchiha clan to observe Naruto's training. I don't know how I opened my eyes. I just felt unwilling and surprised while watching Naruto train. Then Naruto told me that I had opened my eyes, Sasuke said, shaking his head. Chapter 22. Itachi is about to make a move. Fugaku inquired about how Naruto trained. Sasuke shared what he had seen. Fugaku and Mikoto exchanged glances, both filled with confusion, worry, and relief. Such a training method was unprecedented for Fugaku. Would it really not be too much for a 6-year-old child? I heard from Kakashi that Naruto's taijutsu teacher is Might Guy, Fugaku said. Is he that elite J-nin of the village? Mikoto pondered. Yeah, Fuyu nodded slightly. If it were him, there would be no need to worry about Naruto's taijutsu training. With Might Guy's experience, he would never let Naruto's body suffer irreversible damage. The worry in Mikoto's eyes disappeared. As expected of my son, your talent is enough to rival Itachi's. Fuyu lowered his head, and a rare smile appeared on his serious face as he praised Sasuke. Sasuke showed a happy smile. But don't learn from Itachi, Fuyu quickly added, leaving Sasuke a bit confused. He had always regarded Itachi as his goal to strive for. But now that his father didn't want him to learn from Itachi, who should he follow to improve? Let us learn from Naruto. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I can't fall too far behind Naruto, Fuyu said. Sasuke recalled Naruto's training scene, and his fist tightened. A look of determination appeared on his young face as he nodded seriously. All right, go rest. Fuyu waved his hand, and Sasuke left on his own. Only Fuyu and Mikoto remained in the living room. Is Itachi not back yet? Fuyu suddenly asked. No. Mikoto shook her head in response. Fuyu nodded slightly, but his face grew more serious. Mikoto's eyes were filled with worry. Recently, the relationship between Itachi and Fuyu in the clan had become increasingly strained. On one side was her husband, and on the other side was her eldest son. She really didn't know whom to favor. Both hands have meat. Recently, the relationship between the clan and the village had become more tense, and many radicals had advised Fuyu to rebel. They suggested killing the third Hokage and the higher-ups, allowing the Uchiha clan to rule Konoha, with Fuyu as Hokage. Moreover, some even told Fuyu that since Sasuke had a good relationship with Naruto, they should invite Naruto to the Uchiha compound, where Fuyu could control him, unleash the Nine Tails, and use it for their own purposes. Fuyu angrily reprimanded them and forbade Sasuke from bringing Naruto to the Uchiha compound again. He feared that others would act on their own. Naruto's safety could still be guaranteed in the village. He believed that the third Hokage had definitely dispatched Anbu to secretly protect Naruto. Sasuke was unaware of these matters. No one had told him. He continued to train with Naruto every day. Later, Hinata also joined in. Her chakra and strength had greatly increased recently, which puzzled Hayashi Hyuga. Could it be that his daughter's talent was just now starting to show? Naruto even taught her the shadow clone technique, using clones to attend school while her real body trained with him. The Hyuga clan excels in taijutsu, and combined with their bloodline limit, they even have a family secret attack technique. They're not good at ninjutsu, and their elemental affinities are not particularly strong. It would be better to focus on family ninjutsu. However, Naruto felt that at such a young age, instead of spending energy on training family ninjutsu, it would be better to strengthen their physical foundation. Guy had told him that whether it was ninjutsu or taijutsu, it was greatly related to physical fitness. For ninjutsu, only with strong physical fitness can one have abundant chakra and the capital to release ninjutsu without restraint. For taijutsu, as long as one has strong physical fitness, then every hand and foot can be a powerful weapon, making it much more effective to train those taijutsu techniques later. Hinata obediently accepted Naruto's advice and trained her body with him and Sasuke. Thus, Sasuke was horrified to find that Hinata was improving much faster than him. Because Hinata ate a lot, that was talent. Eating a lot allowed her to have more energy to support her training, creating a virtuous cycle. Extremely unwilling, Sasuke could only force himself to eat until he was full at every meal, striving to absorb a little more energy for his physical strength. The three of them quietly developed, and days passed by. Suddenly, one day, Naruto noticed that Sasuke's emotions were not quite right. Upon his inquiry, Sasuke said, "Brother Sure is dead. Some in the clan say it was suicide, but others say he was murdered." "Who is Sure?" Naruto scratched his head and asked. "He was a good friend of my brother. He is one of the top ninjas in our clan." Sasuke's face looked grim as he recalled someone questioning Itachi. Although they avoided conflict due to their father's intervention, he saw a momentary change in Itachi's eyes. It was different from an ordinary Sharingan. It had a more complex pattern. He didn't know what kind of eyes those were, but he felt an unprecedented killing intent from Itachi's gaze, which worried him greatly. "We're still too weak." Naruto sighed slightly. If they had extremely strong power right now, they could participate in everything. "You said it yourself, Sure is one of the top experts in your clan. And even he died under unclear circumstances. We can't get involved at all," Naruto said. Sasuke clenched his fists, feeling the importance of strength for the first time. His Sharingan involuntarily activated due to his emotional turmoil. "Sasuke-kun, are you all right?" Hinata was startled and cautiously asked. Hearing Hinata's words, Sasuke took a deep breath, controlled his emotions, and closed his Sharingan. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Let's continue training." After saying that, he began to train on his own, even more desperately, as if trying to use training to distract himself from clan matters. Naruto was right. His strength was too weak. If he had strong power, Naruto and Hinata exchanged glances and also immersed themselves in training. The three of them were visibly improving their strength every day. In a corner of the village at night, clang, clang, the sound of swords clashing echoed, and sparks flew in the darkness. Soon, the three who had clashed separated. Two wearing umbu masks stood together, while on the other side was Uchiha Itachi. "We have been with the captain for so long. We have already mastered your information, and we will not look into your eyes," one of the umbu said with a light laugh, seemingly confident, filled with arrogance. "Attack," the other umbu said straightforwardly. The two umbu instantly charged toward Itachi, their kunai stabbing directly into his body. Under the stimulus of pain, the two coughed up blood, their eyes filled with shock and confusion, because their blades pierced each other's hearts, not the Itachi who had just been standing there. "What happened? When did you cast the Jinjutsu?" The umbu, no longer smug, spoke in a confused and fearful tone. "When you first faced me, I had already planted a suggestion in you. As soon as you harbored murderous intent toward me, it would activate." Itachi's figure appeared not far away, his icy gaze fixed on them. Even though they were once his subordinates in the umbu, it did not cause him the slightest fluctuation. He raised his cold eyes and looked toward a dark corner. Chapter 23. The Uchiha clan is annihilated. Ninja Academy. Today, just before school was about to end, Irika suddenly announced an additional impromptu training exercise. School ended much later than usual. Seeing that it was getting late, Hinata decided to head home first, leaving Sasuke and Naruto behind. Sasuke trained with Naruto, and Fuyu and Mikoto knew about this. They had never opposed Sasuke interacting with Naruto, and even welcomed it. So Sasuke was not afraid of returning home late. His family did not have as many rules as the Hyuga clan. However, it was indeed a bit late today, so Sasuke hurriedly said goodbye to Naruto and rushed home. But as soon as he stepped into the Uchiha compound, he felt something was wrong. It was too quiet. The entire Uchiha clan was eerily silent, completely different from the usual scene. "Who?" Sasuke suddenly activated his Sharingan and turned to look at the telephone pole behind him. But there was no one there. Sasuke's expression turned tense and serious. After training with Naruto and Taijutsu for so long, his senses had evolved, and a faint smell of blood wafted into his nostrils. This made his face look grim, and an ominous suspicion arose in his heart. He hurried back home, and along the way, there were corpses everywhere. Sasuke gritted his teeth tightly. The house was pitch black, devoid of Mikoto's care and greetings, and he didn't see his father's stern face. Only silence remained. Sasuke felt his heart racing violently, his breathing quickening, and he caught a strong scent of blood. The smell was coming from his parents' room. He felt his legs tremble slightly, but he forced himself to stay calm and shakily walked towards his parents' room, opening the door. His parents' bodies lay on the ground, and standing in front of them was a person. It was his older brother, Itachi Uchiha. But the Itachi now felt very foreign to him. He even suspected this person might not be his brother, but someone else using a transformation technique to look like him. Itachi's eyes lacked the gentle gaze they once had, replaced only by coldness and killing intent. He also looked at Sasuke, who had opened the door. As Naruto was walking home, he paused for a moment. The gentle breeze around him became his eyes and ears. This breeze carried a hint of blood to his nose. Naruto followed the direction of the breeze and saw the Uchiha clan's compound. His brows furrowed slightly, legs bending slightly, and in an instant he vanished from his spot, rushing towards the Uchiha clan's compound. Wind barrier. While running, Naruto used the wind barrier technique to control the sounds and scents he generated. When he arrived at the Uchiha compound, Naruto's expression suddenly changed. The scent of blood, a very strong scent of blood, rushed towards him with the breeze. What happened? Such a heavy smell of blood. Did all the Uchiha die? Naruto found it hard to believe. Sasuke often told him how powerful the Uchiha were, the top clan in Konoha, with extraordinary strength. And just like that, they all died silently? Who was the enemy? Naruto suddenly stopped, unable to dare to enter the Uchiha compound any further. This kind of force that could erase the existence of the Uchiha without alarming the village was beyond what he could handle now. unless he had the strength to traverse the universe with his body right now. The breeze around him began to rapidly expand outward, utilizing the power of the wind. He sensed everything. Naruto sat cross-legged in a corner, closing his eyes to carefully perceive the wind. Corpses, corpses, all corpses. There was not a single living breath. Naruto gritted his teeth tightly. The breeze reached Sasuke's home. Fugaku and Mikoto were also dead. Naruto's chest heaved violently, his hands clenched into fists, bones creaking slightly, and even his fingertips turned pale from the exertion. Even Uncle Fugaku and Aunt Mikoto were killed. Who did this? Naruto opened his eyes, revealing a fierce and murderous intent. He must avenge the two. Although he hadn't seen Fugaku and Mikoto many times, the few interactions they had felt no different from his parents. They were some of the rare people in the village who were kind to him, even loving him. Especially Mikoto. Naruto could clearly feel her care for him. Not much less than Sasuke's. Every day, she had Sasuke bring 2 bento boxes, one of which was prepared for him. No matter who you are, I will kill you. Naruto gritted his teeth and said. The breeze continued to investigate the situation in the Uchiha clan. There was no sign of Sasuke in the house. This relieved him a bit. Could it be that Sasuke hasn't returned home yet? But just as this thought arose, the breeze sensed Sasuke and another person. It was Itachi. Naruto had seen him before. Sasuke had already collapsed on the ground, and Itachi was turning to leave. He did not kill Sasuke. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto indeed used the shadow clone technique to send a clone to quickly take Sasuke to the hospital while he rushed to the 3rd Hokage's home. The breeze had already thoroughly investigated the surrounding situation, and with Itachi's departure, there were no living breaths around except for Sasuke. Sending Sasuke to the hospital with a shadow clone was completely fine. This matter was too serious. It was not something a child like him could handle alone. He could only tell the Hokage and let him handle it. The 3rd Hokage's home naturally had Umbu protecting it. However, unexpectedly, these Umbu had no intention of stopping Naruto. Upon learning Naruto's intentions, they let him in after a brief announcement. These Umbu were loyal subordinates of the 3rd Hokage and had all participated in the task of protecting Naruto. They naturally knew how important Naruto was to the 3rd Hokage. Moreover, this child's potential was terrifying. Day after day of extreme training made them feel astonished. As long as he didn't die young, this child would definitely become Konoha's great pillar in the future. They weren't fools and naturally wouldn't do anything to offend Naruto. Grandpa 3rd. Naruto hurriedly entered the 3rd Hokage's house. Oh, it's Naruto. So late. Is there something you need to find Grandpa for? The 3rd Hokage was not wearing his Hokage robe, but casual clothes instead. His hair was sparse and white, with age spots on his face, and he looked at Naruto with a smile. Wearing casual clothes made him appear even older. The Uchiha clan has been wiped out. Now only Sasuke remains. I saw his brother, Itachi Uchiha, attack Sasuke, but did not kill him, Naruto said with a grim expression. The previously smiling 3rd Hokage's smile instantly vanished. He stood up abruptly, and his expression turned grave. Someone, an Umbu, instantly appeared in front of the 3rd Hokage, kneeling on one knee, waiting for orders. Notify the barrier team to fully activate the barrier. No one is allowed to enter or leave Konoha. Notify the leaders of all major clans to gather. And wait for my orders. Call all the Umbu to come with me to the Uchiha compound. He did not doubt Naruto's words, but directly issued various orders. Naruto, I'm glad you were able to tell me this news. Now you should go back and rest. I'll take care of the next matters, the 3rd Hokage said to Naruto. Okay, then I'll go to the hospital to take care of Sasuke. Naruto nodded and said. The 3rd Hokage nodded slightly. Chapter 24, Failed to Pick the Peach. Watching Naruto leave, the number of Umbu in front of his house increased. The 3rd Hokage also changed into another outfit and left the room, where the Umbu had gathered. Let's go, he said in a deep voice. The figures of everyone instantly vanished from their spot. On the other side, Danzo was also leading his men towards the Uchiha clan's compound. Itachi had already made his move. He wanted to extract the last value from the Uchiha clan. Although the Uchiha clan was evil, the Sharingan was undoubtedly a good thing. He needed to make use of it. However, just as he arrived at the Uchiha compound, the 3rd Hokage and a group of Umbu hurriedly approached as well. The two groups unexpectedly collided. Danzo, what are you doing here? The third Hokage was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. His face darkened instantly. Did you do this? No, Danzo replied succinctly. It was indeed not his doing. He had manipulated Itachi into taking action. As for whether he had sought help from others, that was none of his concern. It was all Itachi's doing. Then why are you here? The third Hokage's gaze fixed fiercely on Danzo. The news about the Uchiha clan was informed to me by someone under my command, Danzo said. The third Hokage's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. He knew very well the character and methods of this old friend, and he wouldn't believe a single word he said. Is that so? Even I only heard the news before rushing over with my people. Is your information source that fast? The third Hokage said with a darkened face. In order to avoid further conflicts with the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage had specifically ordered that no one be allowed to monitor the Uchiha's residence. For Danzo to receive news so quickly, he either ignored his orders or was somehow involved in the Uchiha clan's demise. Danzo remained silent. The third Hokage gave Danzo a deep look, then ignored him and headed towards the Uchiha clan's residence with his men. Danzo followed behind him. The smell of blood had already wafted through the streets. The entire Uchiha clan's residence was eerily silent. The third Hokage waved his hand, instructing someone to check the situation inside. When he saw that Danzo also wanted to send someone in, the third Hokage immediately reprimanded him. There are my people here. There's no need for your root to intervene. Hearing the third Hokage's words, the root members who were about to follow him looked towards Danzo. Danzo's expression was quite ugly. He had originally come to reap the rewards, to gather a wave of Sharingan. However, the third Hokage wouldn't allow his people to enter, making it impossible to gather those rewards. Forget it, it's not worth it to fall out with Hiruzen for the Sharingan. I'll just have to wait until the Uchiha are buried before taking action. I hope the eyes don't rot too quickly. Danzo could only suppress his greed for the Sharingan, shaking his head slightly to prevent his subordinates from acting. Soon, an Umbu member who had gone inside returned to report. The Uchiha clan was indeed completely dead, and the number matched that of the Uchiha clan, except for Itachi and Sasuke. The third Hokage looked at the dark Uchiha residence, falling into silence. He had always advocated resolving issues between the Uchiha and the village peacefully. In fact, he had even taken the initiative to show goodwill, allowing Fugaku to connect with Naruto. When the Nine-Tails incident occurred, many had seen the Sharingan in the eyes of the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails had been controlled by the Sharingan. Many suspected it was the Uchiha clan's doing. However, the third Hokage chose to trust Fugaku. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Naruto to enter the Uchiha residence. That would have been too dangerous. He had done everything he could, and resorting to arms was the last thing he wanted to do. It would cause too much damage to Konoha. Losing one Uchiha would greatly deplete Konoha's vitality. Moreover, Itachi had acted without consulting him. Both Itachi and Danzo kept him in the dark about their actions against the Uchiha. From now on, you are relieved of your position as my advisor. The third Hokage said to Danzo. But Hiruzen's eye. Danzo wanted to argue. If you say this is for the village, then the Uchiha are also members of the village. Additionally, disband the Umbu of your root. Soon, I will impose a formal punishment on you, and during this period, you will be under house arrest. The third Hokage said in a stern tone. This time, he was genuinely angry. How would the other ninja clans in the village think of Danzo's actions against the Uchiha? If they disagreed with Root's opinions, would they face extermination? That would spell disaster for Konoha. Danzo's eyes narrowed. He was extremely furious, but facing the cold gaze of the third Hokage, he said nothing and turned to leave. After Danzo had walked a distance, one of the Umbu beside him suddenly said, Lord Danzo. What? Danzo turned to look at him, surprised. The eyes revealed beneath the mask were none other than a pair of Mangekyou Sharingan. I will keep an eye on you, and I will continue to do so. If you dare to lay a hand on Sasuke, I will leak all the village's secrets to enemy countries and kill you at all costs. Itachi said before transforming into a crow and disappearing. Danzo's face turned pale and then flushed with anger as he gritted his teeth. Uchiha, Itachi. He was wary of the opponent's Mangekyou Sharingan because he did not know what special abilities it possessed. If another like Sure Sway appeared, Someone who could silently alter a person's will, that would be terrifying. Moreover, Itachi had once been a team leader in the Umbu, privy to many of the village's secrets. As for Sasuke, despite his covetousness, he did not dare to act against him. At the hospital, Naruto's shadow clone hurriedly brought Sasuke there. After the on-duty medical ninja checked him, they confirmed he has suffered psychological damage. I'm sorry, but with our current abilities, we cannot treat mental injuries. We can only wait for the patient to heal and awaken on his own. Naruto could only helplessly wait in Sasuke's hospital room for him to wake up. As for the Ninja Academy, Naruto directly asked for leave for both himself and Sasuke. The third Hokage personally approved their leave request. The news of the Uchiha clan's annihilation gradually spread throughout Konoha. Spies in Konoha quickly relayed this shocking news back to their respective villages. In an instant, the entire ninja world stirred, with the four great nations eager to take advantage of Konoha's weakness. However, the third Hokage decisively dispatched troops to the borders, displaying a stance that if they dared to make a move, he would counterattack directly. The Third Great Ninja War had just ended, and the older generation of various countries had mostly perished, while the new generation had yet to grow up. Furthermore, the four great nations were mutually hostile and could not unite, so they could only suppress their inner restlessness and did not initiate the Fourth Great Ninja War. With the destruction of the Uchiha clan, classmates in the Ninja Academy also learned the reason why Naruto and Sasuke had taken leave without cause. Many female classmates wanted to visit the hospital to comfort Sasuke, but were stopped by the Umbu guarding the entrance. This was a measure taken by the third Hokage to protect Sasuke. Chapter 25. He still has the son Naruto, had been waiting at the hospital for a day and a night. Finally, Sasuke woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, his gaze involuntarily turned into Sharingan, with an additional Tomo in each eye. Sasuke, you're awake. Have a piece of apple, Naruto said, holding out a piece of cut apple to Sasuke's lips. Sasuke did not eat. Instead, he turned his head to look at Naruto, his eyes blank, like a machine devoid of soul. In one night, his happy life had been completely shattered. And most tragically, the one who killed his whole clan was his most beloved brother. How absurd. This world was simply too absurd. He was still thinking, could this all be a dream? Perhaps he was still trapped in an illusion. Slap. Naruto's hand lightly slapped Sasuke's face. Are you awake? Naruto asked. It should hurt. Sasuke slowly lowered his head, not wanting Naruto to see his eyes. His eyes were already filled with tears. It's real. Everything is real. Itachi, no, that guy really killed the whole clan. Then why not just kill me too? What does it mean to leave me all alone? What are you thinking now? Naruto asked, noticing Sasuke did not eat the apple and popped it into his mouth, chewing as he spoke. Revenge. For my parents, for my clan, I will definitely kill Itachi. Sasuke suddenly raised his head, his eyes revealing the double Tomo Sharingan, glaring with hatred. Naruto nodded and said after swallowing the apple, I will help you. Uncle Fugaku and Aunt Mikoto treated me like family. I must avenge this grudge too. Naruto's eyes also revealed a shocking killing intent. His killing intent was no less than Sasuke's. Only those who lack love truly understand how intense the feeling of love disappearing can be. Sasuke naturally sensed Naruto's killing intent, and he paused for a moment, the intensity of the killing intent in his eyes lessening. Emotions, you see, when shared with someone, don't feel as intense. Thank you, Sasuke said softly. Want a piece of apple? Naruto once again held a piece of apple to Sasuke's mouth. This time, Sasuke did not refuse and took a bite of the apple Naruto offered. The third Hokage will probably come and talk to you, Naruto said. About that guy? Sasuke replied with his eyes closed, still affected by the remnants of the illusion, feeling a bit heavy. Fortunately, he had activated his Sharingan, significantly boosting his mental strength. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have woken up so quickly. Naruto nodded. All right, Sasuke responded. Naruto notified the Umbu stationed at the door to inform the third Hokage that Sasuke was already clear. My condolences, Sasuke. The third Hokage placed a basket of fruit beside Sasuke's bedside and sighed deeply. I'm fine. If you have any questions, Hokage-sama, I will tell you everything I know. Sasuke said calmly, looking at the third Hokage. How long does it take for a boy to grow up? Some might take 30 or 50 years, while others might change overnight. That naive, innocent, lively Sasuke is dead, killed on the night of the massacre. The one before you now is an avenger. He will not allow himself to show weakness in front of outsiders. He is the last of the Uchiha, the son of the Uchiha clan leader. He represents the pride of the Uchiha family. As long as he is alive, the Uchiha clan has not perished. Was it Itachi who did it? The third Hokage asked solemnly. It was him. I saw him kill my parents. Sasuke nodded in response. I understand. Konoha will issue a warrant for his arrest at level S, the third Hokage said. If possible, please hand him over to me. I want to kill him myself to appease the souls of my clan, Sasuke earnestly requested. The third Hokage hesitated slightly. Yes, Grandpa Third. This person can only be killed by us, Naruto chimed in. All right, it's settled then. For Itachi's warrant, I will only have people gather his whereabouts, the third Hokage nodded. After meeting with Danzo, Itachi had also come to see the third Hokage, asking him to take care of Sasuke and ensure his safety while he went to an organization called Otsutsuki for a spy mission. The third Hokage didn't want to issue a warrant for Itachi, but since Itachi had committed such a serious act, he had no choice. However, with Sasuke and Naruto's requests, he found justification. Moreover, others had nothing to say. As the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, it was reasonable for him to personally kill the one who exterminated the Uchiha clan. I will have someone help organize the Uchiha family's property. I will leave everything to you, Sasuke. This is all I can do to help you, the third Hokage sighed. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Sasuke expressed his gratitude. You should rest well. The third Hokage turned and left the hospital room. What do you want for lunch? Naruto asked, glancing at the time. Anything, grilled meat, Sasuke replied, lying back down, needing to ease the heaviness and pain in his head. Okay, you pay, Naruto casually said. What are you talking about, you big idiot? Is this how you take care of patients? Sasuke glared at Naruto with wide eyes and shouted. You're a big rich man now. If you don't pay, who will? Are you making an orphan pay the bill? Naruto retorted, widening his eyes back at Sasuke, shouting fiercely. Okay, you pay first. I'll give you the money when we get back. Sasuke waved his hand, signaling Naruto to back off. I'll let it slide since you're the patient. Naruto mumbled as he left the hospital room, leaving Sasuke alone. Thank you, Naruto, Sasuke whispered, his voice barely audible. Naruto's earlier method was just to help him distract from the memories of last night. He understood that, but how could he possibly forget such memories? Sasuke's gaze lost its luster again, the memories of last night and Itachi's illusion lingering in his mind, causing him even more pain. He pulled the blanket over his eyes. At night, Sasuke said he wanted to leave the hospital and go home. Naruto said nothing and accompanied him back to the Uchiha compound. It was lightly raining, and neither of them used an umbrella, allowing the raindrops to fall on them. Passers-by looked at them as if they were fools. Sasuke noticed their gazes but felt no waves in his heart. He began to understand Naruto's mindset. Who cares about these fools? He slightly raised his head to look at the dim sky, knowing that his future life would be like this dim sky. What's wrong? Did you not wash the sleep from your eyes? Naruto's voice came over. Sasuke's face twitched, glaring at Naruto fiercely, only to see him smiling at him. Looking at Naruto's golden hair, Sasuke felt as if he saw the sun. He still had family. Chapter 26, Sparring Uchiha Compound. The bodies of the Uchiha clan members had been cleared away, leaving only chalk outlines and bloodstains on the ground. It was shocking. As the raindrops fell, they slowly began to disappear, seemingly indicating that time would wash everything away. The once renowned Uchiha clan had become a thing of the past. Sasuke and Naruto went to Sasuke's home. In Fugaku, in Mikoto's room, there were also two white humanoid outlines on the floor. Upon seeing these two white lines, Sasuke's eyes turned red, and he almost cried, clenching his fists tightly. We should clean up a bit. We need to look forward, Naruto comforted from the side. Sasuke nodded silently, and the two picked up cleaning tools and cleaned both inside and outside the house. Sasuke handled Fugaku and Mikoto's room alone. Time continued to flow without pause. Soon, 5 years had passed. At a training ground near the Uchiha clan, Guy and Kakashi stood on the side watching the three people on the field. Sasuke and Hinata had both activated their bloodline limits, and they were teaming up against Naruto. All three were using taijutsu to spar, their movements fast enough to create blurry afterimages. Although Sasuke and Hinata were teaming up to fight Naruto, they were gradually being overwhelmed by him. It was as if Naruto had grown 4 arms. Sasuke gritted his teeth, knowing this was due to Naruto's speed being faster than theirs. Veins were bulging on his forehead as he opened the 8 gates. He broke through the restrictions on his brain and opened the 2nd gate to forcibly increase his physical strength. His speed and power surged again, and Hinata made the same choice as him. If they continued like this, they would undoubtedly lose. Naruto smiled. His speed and strength also increased, but there were no veins bulging on his forehead. He had not used the 8 gates to enhance his speed and strength. He had been suppressing his power until now. At his normal strength, he was enough to suppress both Sasuke and Hinata. Kakashi had already pulled up his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, while Guy was intently watching the battle among the three. Damn it, Naruto's physical condition is too strong. If we keep competing in taijutsu, we will eventually lose. Sasuke's Sharingan and Hinata's Byakugan greatly enhanced their dynamic vision, allowing them to see Naruto's movements, but their bodies couldn't keep up. Hinata, Sasuke shouted. And after the two exchanged blows with Naruto, he smoothly broke away from the fight range and quickly formed hand seals. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Hinata unleashed chakra from both hands, forming a lion's head shape as she charged towards Naruto, not wanting to give him a chance to evade. However, without Sasuke, Hinata was no match for Naruto in taijutsu alone. Naruto sidestepped Hinata's attack and grabbed her arm, tossing her away. Then he turned around and swung his arm down hard, splitting a massive fireball the size of a house in half. What powerful wind release! Kakashi exclaimed. Guy smiled beside him, but said nothing. Naruto, how many gates can you open now? Kakashi glanced at Guy. Well, Guy stroked his chin. I can now keep the 6th gate open for extended periods. And opening the 7th gate for a short time won't cause any damage. What a terrifying physical talent, Kakashi gasped. It's just the result of hard work. Guy shook his head. With that kind of extreme training day after day, constantly challenging your limits, how could your physical abilities not grow rapidly? After Naruto's physical capabilities reached a certain level, Guy taught him the 8 gates technique and various taijutsu attack and power techniques. With Naruto's current physical abilities, his hands and feet were lethal weapons. Later, he saw Sasuke and Hinata training alongside Naruto. Hurting one sheep is hurting, and hurting a group is also hurting, so he decided to train them all together. Kakashi felt the same. Sasuke, let me show you what true fire release is, Naruto said with a grin. He clapped his hands and shouted, Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Unlike the ordinary great fire dragon, a thick, lifelike fire dragon over 10 meters long instantly coalesced in midair, roaring menacingly as it charged toward Sasuke. Surprised, Sasuke quickly turned to evade the fire dragon's attack. But the dragon seemed to possess intelligence, following him relentlessly. At that moment, Hinata rushed over again. Once she got close to Naruto, she stomped her left foot heavily, and a green bagua instantly expanded, surrounding her and Naruto. Gentle fist, 128 palms, Hinata exclaimed. But in the next second, she disappeared from her spot. This time, even Naruto didn't anticipate it, widening his eyes in surprise at the empty space before him. Suddenly, a fierce palm wind came from behind him. When did she get behind me? Naruto didn't have time to think, as Hinata's palms landed on his back one after another. How did Hinata do that? Kakashi's Sharingan widened in shock. He had been watching closely, but couldn't see how Hinata had instantly appeared behind Naruto. Guy also shook his head gravely, unsure of what was happening. Space ninjutsu. Kakashi thought of a possibility. He had seen this inexplicable appearance before. His teacher, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namake's signature technique, the Flying Thunder God technique, allowed him to appear instantly in front of the enemy and kill them in an instant. Such a ghostly way of killing instilled fear, prompting enemy nations to issue orders to retreat upon encountering Minato. Hinata's attack was swift. The 128 palms were completed in just a few seconds. Naruto, I have sealed your chakra, Hinata said with a smile. Her personality had indeed improved a lot, no longer prone to shyness. Naruto had put in a lot of effort in this regard. Lightning release, earth walk. Sasuke, whose clothes and hair were slightly scorched, appeared and immediately followed up with a lightning technique. Lightning release can paralyze your body. Naruto, you've already lost, Sasuke said with a smirk. Well done. Naruto turned to look at the two of them, his body suddenly transforming into smoke. Shadow clone? Sasuke and Hinata widened their eyes. When did he release the jutsu? Sasuke said incredulously. Both he and Hinata, possessing ocular techniques, hadn't noticed when Naruto used Shadow Clone. Just then, hands suddenly reached out from beneath them, pulling them into the ground. Hinata saw it, but didn't have time to react. It was when I released the Great Fireball, Naruto said with a smile. Squatting in front of them, after pulling them out, Kakashi and Guy came over to applaud. Chapter 27. I want to battle the third Hokage. Naruto did well. His tactical use was very successful, Kakashi said, squinting his eyes. He also liked to use shadow clones to lure the enemy into battle. He wouldn't reveal his true self easily until he clarified the enemy's information. Hinata, how did you suddenly appear behind Naruto just now? Guy asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Kakashi also looked at Hinata, while Sasuke looked on with curiosity, not understanding what had happened. It should be space transfer, Hinata said, her face slightly flushed, but her voice remained clear. It was an idea Naruto gave me. I pondered it for a long time before figuring it out. Within the Bagua formation, I can transfer anything, whether it's matter or energy, Hinata explained. A genius? Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances, both showing signs of shock. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He had indeed mentioned the Bagua to Hinata, based on his vague memories from a dream. He vaguely recalled a certain anime where characters could use various elemental techniques like they did, and one of them could use 8-gauge transport. Naruto had only briefly mentioned the effects of the 8-gauge transport, and as a result, Hinata deduced the principle from the phenomenon and perfected it, transforming from 8-gauge transport to Bagua transfer. If they didn't know Hinata's information, this technique would become a lethal move. Transferring to the enemy's back didn't necessarily require using the Bagua palms. She could also use a kunai to stab the neck. Although ninjas have strong destructive power, they are still human. If the neck is cut, they can't survive. All right, let's end today's combat training here. Let's all go eat barbecue. Guy clapped his hands. Yay! Upon hearing this, Naruto and the others instantly showed excited expressions. At the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, Guy reserved a private room. Tomorrow, Naruto and the others would graduate. Guy had taken on the task of leading the class last year and couldn't continue with this year's grade. It was likely that Kakashi would take over. Everyone in the private room toasted and enjoyed their meal heartily. After finishing, everyone went their separate ways. Naruto and Sasuke returned to the Uchiha compound together. Yes, Naruto had shamelessly moved in and was living with Sasuke. According to Naruto, why live in a small apartment when there's a big mansion? It's obvious what to choose. Sasuke complained a bit, but obediently helped Naruto move his things. Since Naruto moved in, the large house didn't feel so empty anymore. Moreover, at Naruto's suggestion, Sasuke even rented out all the other Uchiha clan houses except for his own. The housing prices in Konoha were rising increasingly. And although the Uchiha compound was a bit remote and far from the village center, and there had been deaths in those houses, the low prices were hard to resist. Just because someone died, the ninja world wasn't superstitious about such things. How many people had died in the village from the First to the Third Shinobi World War? Now, Sasuke was financially well off, truly a landlord. If he didn't become a ninja, he could still live a wealthy life. The two sat in the living room, and Sasuke skillfully brewed a pot of tea, pouring some for himself and Naruto. Naruto took a sip. After we finish the graduation exam tomorrow, I want to go to the training ground of the Sarutobi family. You should come with me, Naruto said, putting down his teacup. The training ground of Lord Hokage's family? Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly. Why go there? The Uchiha clan also has its own training ground. I need to test my current strength, Naruto said calmly. You want to spar with the third Hokage? Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. Looking around Konoha today, only the third Hokage could have a proper fight with me. Naruto nodded, showing no intention of hiding anything in front of Sasuke. What about Guy and Kakashi? Sasuke asked. These two are undoubtedly top-tier jonin in Konoha. Teacher Guy's techniques are exactly the same as mine. Unless we both use the 8 gates and go all out, there won't be a result, Naruto chuckled. Sasuke fell silent. Guy doesn't use ninjutsu, and as far as he knows, Naruto's ninjutsu has reached an extraordinary level. He has mastered all 5 elemental natures and their transformations completely. This step is something even Kakashi hasn't achieved. However, the so-called ninjutsu doctor, the 3rd Hokage, might have reached this level as well. The old man is already very old and not in his prime. My battle with him will be quick. Naruto poured himself another cup of tea. He wouldn't use his advantage of having a lot of chakra to overwhelm an elderly man nearing his 70s. That would be too disgraceful. It's a battle of peak strength, and that's how he can test his own abilities. I will go observe, Sasuke nodded. Being able to watch such a high-level match is beneficial for him. Sasuke looked deeply at Naruto, feeling that his brother was now unfathomable. No one knows how strong he really is, not even Guy and Kakashi. After all, the extreme training Guy arranged has never been tested by anyone. Naruto is the first. He breaks his own limits 3 times a day. Just how strong is his physical condition now? Sasuke felt no jealousy, only deep admiration. He trained alongside Naruto, and he simply couldn't handle the amount of training Naruto does. Forcing himself to keep up would only result in damaging his own body. I need to adjust my state. You go ahead and train, Naruto said before walking back to his room. Sasuke went to the yard, where several water tanks were placed, but the edges were very thin, slightly thicker than paper. This was specially made by Sasuke. He smeared the oil on the ground towards the edge of the water tank, then jumped up. He stood steadily on the edge of the water tank. The tank didn't break, and he didn't fall. Sasuke moved back and forth along the edges of the several water tanks. He walked leisurely on the tank edges, thin as paper and smooth as a mirror, as if walking on flat ground. This was ironclad proof of his peak chakra control. He could use precise and effortless movements to turn a small amount of chakra into an invisible support platform, demonstrating absolute control in almost impossible landing spots. This intricate manipulation of energy has long surpassed the average ninja's understanding of chakra control. After practicing tree climbing and running on water, Naruto realized the importance of chakra control. So he invented this training method for chakra control. Sasuke naturally trained alongside him, and he undoubtedly benefited greatly. Now his chakra control is the best proof. Being able to unleash the most powerful ninjutsu effects with the least chakra is undoubtedly like gaining an extra bar for a ninja like him who doesn't have much chakra. Chapter 28. Naruto versus the 3rd Hokage the next day. Ninja Academy. Today is the graduation exam. Naruto cheerfully took a chip from the bag in Shikamaru's hands. Shikamaru, Choji, how are you preparing? Graduation exams are such a hassle, Shikamaru complained, holding his head with both hands. Passing the exam is no problem, Choji confidently replied while munching on chips. After all, as a member of a clan, if you can't even pass the Ninja Academy exam, you might as well just stay home and wait to die. The ninjutsu tested is the shadow clone technique. Can you believe the graduation exam is such a simple ninjutsu? And even then, some people still didn't pass. This was something Naruto never expected. Did they spend the last 6 years on dogs? He smoothly received the Konoha headband from Irika. He successfully transferred to a Konoha genin. He nodded at Irika, the homeroom teacher. Just as he was about to leave the exam room, he felt that the teacher next to Irika, named Mizuki, was looking at him strangely. He glanced over at Mizuki. Mizuki returned a gentle and handsome smile. Naruto's mouth twitched as he exited the exam venue. What does this guy want? He tied the Konoha headband around his forehead. Sasuke and Hinata were already waiting for him at the academy gate. Today is the exam, and once it's over, they can leave. If successful, they can transfer. If they fail, they can repeat 6th grade and take the exam again next time. Let's go. I've already made an appointment with the old man, Naruto said as he walked out, speaking to the two. Sasuke and Hinata nodded, looking forward to Naruto's match with the 3rd Hokage. After waving goodbye to Shikamaru and Choji, the 3 of them suddenly disappeared from their classmate's sight. Did you see their movements clearly? Choji said to Shikamaru. Can't see them at all. Shikamaru shook his head. We're too far apart. Choji pouted. You could train with Naruto and the others. Shikamaru shot a glance at Choji. Choji immediately shivered and shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I can't handle that kind of training for even a day. Shikamaru sighed. That's it then. They've earned this through hard work. There's nothing to say. Not to mention Naruto. Even Sasuke and Hinata's training is something he can't handle. He just has a weak disposition. Asking him to participate in such training would be like killing him. Kiba watched Naruto and the others disappear, spat in frustration, and with Akamaru on his head, walked home. Time to go train, Akamaru. Woof. Akamaru barked in response. He still has a bit of ambition, unwilling to be left so far behind by Naruto and the others in the same class. Sakura looked at Sasuke's departing figure. Hands clasped her chest, her eyes sparkling. Sasuke-kun is so handsome. Ino approached Shikamaru and Choji. It was expected that their three families would form a team. This is tradition. The Sarutobi clan joined Konoha when it was first established. They are also one of Konoha's prominent clans. After the Uchiha and Senju clans have disappeared, they have quietly become one of the most powerful clans in Konoha. The entire Sarutobi clan has thousands of ninjas, although they don't have very talented ninjas. Their foundation is incredibly solid. The area they occupy is also quite large. In a remote training ground of the Sarutobi clan, Naruto and the third Hokage stood on the training ground. Beside the training ground were Sasuke, Hinata, and a dark-suited team leader in beige clothing. The surroundings had been cleared by Umbu members. It was ordered directly by the third Hokage, and even members of the Sarutobi clan were not allowed to approach. The three of them stared intently at the two on the field. The environment around the field had become extremely heavy due to the chakra and aura emanating from the two. The third Hokage, clad in battle armor, took the initiative to attack. He threw a shuriken at Naruto, then quickly formed hand seals, shuriken shadow clone technique. The shurikens instantly multiplied, turning into a storm of metal. Raining down on Naruto, Naruto's expression turned serious, and he slapped the ground with both hands. Earth release, earth flow wall. A thick, solid rock wall rose from the ground, precisely blocking the attack, with shurikens pinning against the wall like raindrops, the explosive sounds echoing continuously. Taking advantage of the smoke, the third Hokage's figure moved like a ghost, bypassing the earth wall, attacking up close. Fingers, palms, fists, knees, every movement was clean and crisp, with power and angles that were incredibly cunning, honed from countless bloody battles. Instead of retreating, Naruto advanced, showcasing the results of Gai's extreme training. His taijutsu was fierce and domineering, filled with a sense of power. Every movement tore through the air. Yet at the crucial moment, it seamlessly blended into flexible transitions. His extreme training ensured that both strength and flexibility were equally developed, leaving no weaknesses. Every hand and foot carried immense power, each a deadly weapon, complemented by the techniques and moves taught by Kai. Naruto, in taijutsu, was actually faintly suppressing this veteran powerhouse of the third Hokage. The two figures transformed into two blurred shadows, their fists and feet colliding with explosive sounds like rolling thunder. However, the third Hokage's brow gradually deepened. He felt his hands and feet starting to go numb. In terms of power, he was losing to Naruto, and if they continued to exchange blows in taijutsu, he would certainly lose. He took a deep breath and suddenly unleashed a powerful elbow strike. Naruto boldly took the third's heavy elbow strike head-on, causing the ground beneath him to shatter inch by inch. The third Hokage, relying on incredible skill, used force to redirect and narrowly avoided Naruto's direct punch aimed at his vital points. The third feigned a weakness, luring Naruto into a strong attack down the middle. Just as Naruto's fist, wind, and body approached, the third crossed his arms to block and simultaneously shouted, "Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet." He actually gathered chakra right in front of his chest at close range, spraying a ferocious mud dragon directly at Naruto, attempting to swallow him whole. Naruto reacted with lightning speed. Without the slightest hint of forming hand seals, he opened his mouth and unleashed a massive fireball. Fire style, great fireball technique. The earth dragon collided head-on with the flames, causing fire and mud to splatter everywhere. The third, unfazed, responded, Wind style, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind rose from the ground, sweeping the remnants of fire and mud towards Naruto. Simultaneously, the third changed his hand seals again. Lightning style, earth walk. Several blinding bolts of lightning shot along the ground, rapidly darting toward Naruto. Naruto quickly retreated, chakra erupting from his feet as he leaped into the air. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling. Wind style, vacuum wave. The air suddenly twisted into transparent ripples, forming a columnar vacuum blade accompanied by a shrill whistle. The sound of the vacuum wave tearing through the air was deafening, scattering the approaching wind and fire while accurately striking the lightning on the ground. In an instant, the electric current splintered under the vacuum blade's cut, scattering like a dense electric net, twisting and bursting like silver snakes in midair. Yet the offensive did not cease. The vacuum wave, carrying the residual force of the sonic boom and the momentum to shred everything, transformed into a transparent, deathly hurricane, charging straight at the third. The third's gaze sharpened. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. 3 awe-inspiring fire dragons split into upper, middle, and lower paths, roaring as they tore through the vacuum wave with the advantage of fire over wind, shooting towards Naruto, suspended in midair. Not only that, but the third also quickly formed hand seals. Earth style, earth flow river. The ground beneath Naruto transformed into a torrent of mud and stones. If Naruto came down from the air, he would surely fall into the mud flow. The elemental transformations flowed seamlessly. Naruto, suspended in mid-air with nowhere to leverage, remained completely unflustered. He clapped his hands. Water style, water dragon bullet. 3 water dragons coalesced in sequence in mid-air, their size rivaling that of the third's fire dragons, charging straight forward. Moreover, he made a fist with his right hand. Water style, water barrier. A wall of water formed out of thin air from below, and Naruto landed directly atop it, flowing down and evading the third's earth flow river. The captain of the Umbu, watching from the sidelines, gasped quietly, murmuring to himself, Naruto's chakra control and understanding of the 5 elemental ninja techniques have reached an extraordinary level. The water barrier could actually be used like this. Sasuke couldn't help but say, both of them possess elemental attributes. They're battling based on the principle of elemental dominance. After saying that, he felt a twitch in his face. Aside from fire and lightning attributes, he had also begun training a third attribute, but the progress was slow. He still had some time before he could casually use 5 elemental ninja techniques like Naruto and the third. Chapter 29, 5 Elemental Great Bullet and Wind God. Leg, seeing Naruto escape from the earth flow river using the water barrier. The third's eyes flashed with brilliance. He took a deep breath, sensing that Naruto's growth speed far exceeded his expectations. He had been aware of this child's talent and effort since he was young. Kushina, Minato, you can rest in peace in the afterlife. Naruto's progress has surpassed everyone's imagination. A hint of comfort flashed in the third's eyes. At this moment, outside the training field, a small figure hurried towards it. Lord Hokage has ordered that no one is allowed to enter during this time. An Umbu appeared instantly to block Konohamaru's path. Step aside. I want to see the battle between Big Brother Naruto and Grandpa. Konohamaru hurriedly replied without slowing down. The Umbu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately let him pass. After all, Konohamaru was the third's own grandson. Sometimes one had to turn a blind eye. Konohamaru hurriedly ran to Sasuke and Hinata's side. Brother Sasuke, sister Hinata. Konohamaru immediately greeted them. Sasuke nodded slightly at him. Hinata's face instantly turned red. She pouted and shot a reproachful glance at Konohamaru. She had told him many times already, but he just wouldn't change how he addressed her. Nonetheless, Hinata still helped pat Konohamaru's back to help him catch his breath. Has the battle begun? Konohamaru looked towards the training field. The once flat ground had become a scene of devastation. Yeah, Sasuke was terse. After the massacre of his clan, the lively and adorable Sasuke had vanished. The cool Avenger Sasuke was now in action. Konohamaru was used as Sasuke's way of answering, swallowed hard, and fixed his gaze tightly on the training field. The chakra surrounding the third Hokage surged like boiling lava, causing the dust in the air to tremble with an invisible force. Shadow Clone Technique. With two loud bangs, two shadow clones appeared instantly. The left clone took the initiative, swiftly forming hand seals, fire style, fire pillar explosion. A fierce wind, carrying flames hotter than the sun, erupted from the muddy ground, shooting into the sky as if the apocalypse had arrived. The three spiraling fire pillars awakened like ancient fire dragons, clawing their way towards the sky with the momentum to destroy everything in their path. The crimson flames instantly dyed the entire training ground blood red, and the scorching heat caused the ground to crack with spiderweb-like patterns, while the rising white smoke resembled the mists of hell, blocking off all of Naruto's escape routes. The right clone followed closely behind, executing Earth-style, rock prison. The ground groaned in agony, violently trembling as boiling lava spewed forth like molten iron. For lava hands, towering 3 stories high, emerged from the earth, each radiating suffocating heat, with lava flowing down their arms, instantly melting the ground beneath them. Where the lava dripped, thick smoke with a pungent odor rose. The giant hands, in conjunction with the fire pillars, constantly pressed in on Naruto's limited space. The original body quickly changed hand seals, a deep voice echoing as if from the depths of the abyss. Lightning style. 16 pillar binding. 16 stone pillars entwined with purple lightning burst forth from the ground, their sharp tips flashing with deadly currents capable of tearing through the air. Lightning intertwined with lava, forming an airtight cage. Powerful currents danced across the surface of the cage, producing crackling sounds with each pop, like the drumbeats of death, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. Sasuke stood watching from a distance, his pupils constricting in shock. This is already 4 types of composite ninjutsu. This is the true strength of a ninja master. The captain of the Umbu, gripping the recording scroll, trembled slightly, his voice filled with awe. Lord Third has perfectly fused the environment, ninjutsu, and taijutsu into a triple offensive. It's simply art. Such a level of ninjutsu was beyond what any one of them could execute alone. It could only be employed through teamwork. Trapped within the cage, Naruto's gaze grew increasingly resolute as he took a deep breath, the vast chakra within him swirling furiously. It even spilled outwards, creating a strong chakra current that continuously hissed. His hair stood upright from the force of the chakra flow. Wind style, Super Cyclone Wall. With a loud shout, Naruto delivered a spinning kick, unleashing countless vacuum blades that swept out like a storm. Amid the sharp sound of air being sliced, the vacuum blades accurately tore through the fire pillars, creating a massive gap in the flames. Immediately after, he used the force of his rotation to flip in midair. The chakra concentrated at the tip of his toes, exploding like a sharp blade, smashing the joints of the lava giant's hand. This is the Gale Force whirlwind that teacher guy taught me, but now it's even stronger with the addition of wind release. Naruto grinned, then quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Water release, 1,000 killing water flight. Lightning release, thunderbolt flow. Countless streams of water gathered from all directions, turning into thousands of water arrows shooting towards the lightning pillar. Naruto stepped on the fragments of water, his figure darting through the cage like a flash of lightning, skillfully dodging the lightning pillar's attacks. What was most astonishing was that every time the water splashes made contact with the lightning pillar, he could precisely control the conductive trajectory, using the external thunderbolt flow to redirect the deadly lightning towards the rock prison, causing the third Hokage's attacks to collide with each other. In an instant, lightning and water clashed, erupting with dazzling brilliance. Flames and rocks intertwined, producing deafening roars. The entire battlefield was shrouded in smoke, energy overflowing. This peak confrontation between grandfather and grandson had become a feast of ninjutsu and wisdom. As the smoke cleared, the original 3 third Hokages had transformed into 5, and somehow, they had formed a pentagon surrounding Naruto. Naruto, next is my strongest attacking ninjutsu. If you don't have any other trump cards, then this battle will end here. The third Hokage said solemnly. Excitement flickered in Naruto's eyes as he replied, without hesitation, "No problem, old man. Just show me what you've got," implicitly indicating he still had trump cards left. The third Hokage warned, "Be careful, Naruto. The 5 clones of the third Hokage simultaneously formed hand seals, and the overwhelming chakra caused the air to tremble. The central body spoke in a deep voice, "Ninjutsu, 5 elements, great barrage." The 5 third Hokages each condensed one attribute: fire release, fire dragon flame bomb, blazing flames tearing through the air; water release, water dragon bite explosion, floods raising massive waves; lightning release, lightning dragon roar, purple lightning crackling and booming; earth release, rock dragon crushing palm, the earth rising into a giant rock dragon head; wind release, wind dragon tornado, vacuum blade storm tearing apart space. 5 elemental ninjutsu intertwined to form a torrent of destruction, instantly engulfing the entire training ground. Naruto's chakra boiled to its peak, the blue flames vaporizing around him, reducing nearby rubble to dust. The 7th gate of the 8 gates released. "This is my self-created ninjutsu." The wind godleg. With a roar, he spun into the air like a top, his legs transforming into a tearing blue-green hurricane blade wheel, clashing head-on with the 5 dragons. Boom! The shockwave from the collision of the 2 energies completely plowed the training ground into a chasm. Chapter 30. Some things need to be said. The watching Umbu captain shouted, "Fall back!" Sasuke and Hinata, who was pulling Konohamaru, retreated rapidly as the ground they stood on collapsed in an instant. The 2 earth-shattering powers collided with a thunderous sound, causing the air throughout the entire Konoha to freeze. The 5 elemental giant dragons condensed by the 5 clones of the third Hokage violently entangled with Naruto's hurricane blade legs, distorting even the space where they passed. The ground, centered on the training ground, spread countless cracks like a spider web, with lava and dirt erupting from the cracks, forming a viscous torrent. The Umbu ninjas watching retreated in a panic, many of them being blown away by the shockwaves. Blazing flames, torrents, purple lightning, giant rocks, and the blue-green vacuum blades intertwined wildly, the intense light blinding everyone. "This is bad. This is bad." Both Naruto and the third Hokage silently thought to themselves. The power of their attacks was too great. If it spread completely, it might affect the village. The Sarutobi clan's residence would probably be completely destroyed. Countless casualties. Hinata activated her Byakugan and quickly shouted, 3 o'clock direction. It's an uninhabited area." The eyes of the third Hokage and Naruto instantly met. A massive chakra surged from Hinata's body, even forming chakra flames on the outside that hissed. Shadow clone. As soon as Hinata's shadow clone appeared, it immediately ran outside. She intended to use the 8 trigrams technique between her main body and the shadow clone to transfer this energy away. The main body pressed both palms to the ground. 8 trigrams. Transfer open. A gigantic 8 trigrams array covered the battlefield, attempting to forcibly draw in the rampaging energy flow. However, the energy within the 8 trigrams was too heavy for her to move at all. Meanwhile, Naruto and the third Hokage stabilized the energy fluctuations in the field, helping Hinata guide the energy skillfully into the transfer channel she opened. With the cooperation of the 3 powers, the energy in the field was completely transferred outside the village. Outside Konoha, the destructive energy transformed into a crimson golden light beam, the explosive brightness rising like a second sun, uprooting trees within several miles and turning them into flying debris. A powerful shockwave formed a giant mushroom cloud shooting into the sky, the shockwave spreading outward like a tsunami. The entire Konoha felt this fierce energy fluctuation. What happened? Did someone invade Konoha? Don't joke around. Who could attack Konoha? The ninjas on standby in Konoha rushed toward the direction of the explosion. In an instant, ninjas were seen leaping across rooftops throughout Konoha. When they arrived at the explosion site, everyone looked astonished and shocked. The original site had completely transformed. It had formed a giant deep pit. There was even spring water gushing out inside. Perhaps in no time, a lake would form here. What kind of ninjutsu achieved this? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. The surrounding ninjas had searched the area but found no trace of anyone. At this moment, an Umbu member rushed over and, after conveying the message that the third Hokage need not be concerned, the ninjas began to return to Konoha. Could someone be practicing high-level ninjutsu? Some ninjas speculated. Just looking at the terrain, one could tell that such powerful force could only be from Kakashi, right? It's hard to say. In Konoha, the only ones capable of using such powerful ninjutsu, aside from the third Hokage, would be Kakashi. No matter how the Konoha ninjas speculated at the Sarutobi clan's training ground. Konohamaru excitedly ran up to Naruto after the energy was transferred. Big brother Naruto, just now, what was that move you used against Grandpa? Konohamaru looked at Naruto with wide eyes. That move was so cool. Naruto laughed heartily, ruffling Konohamaru's hair. That's my self-created ninjutsu, called Wind God Leg. Konohamaru, if you want to learn it, you'll need to rigorously train your body technique and cultivate the wind release to its peak to unleash its maximum power. Konohamaru showed a determined expression, clenching his fist and saying, "Don't worry, big brother Naruto, I will work hard. Keep it up, and when you can use this move, I guarantee the old man won't be able to beat you." Naruto patted his shoulder. Konohamaru displayed a joyful expression, eager to try. He had always taken defeating the third Hokage as his mission. The third Hokage squinted his eyes. "Konohamaru, you're really filial, wanting to use this move against your grandpa. When you learn this move, how old will I be? Kicking you into the nursing home? Old man, can you teach me that 5 elements Great Barrage move?" Naruto looked at the third Hokage. Sigh. Some young people who don't know their limits, making me old man here sore all over and still dare to make requests. The third Hokage sighed, patting his shoulder. Naruto immediately understood and stepped forward to start massaging the third Hokage's shoulders. "Is the pressure okay, old man?" The third Hokage squinted his eyes, letting out a comfortable sigh, and slightly nodded. "It's passable. Since you're so sincere, I guess I can reluctantly teach you." In fact, the third Hokage also wanted to pass down this technique. However, there was no one in Konoha who could learn it. Not everyone possesses the 5 elemental attributes. Moreover, even if someone does have the 5 elemental attributes, it's very difficult to master them all. Even Kakashi couldn't do it. Perhaps he could have in the past, but not now. He wasted too much time. The third Hokage didn't know how much longer he could live and didn't want his ultimate technique to be lost. The 5 elemental Great Bullet was a technique he painstakingly researched, combining the powers of 5 elemental ninjutsu through their mutual generation. Its power was astonishing. And during Naruto's recent battle, he held back and didn't unleash the full power of the elemental combination. Of course, he didn't know if Naruto held back. After all, it was just a spar, not a life-or-death fight. Successfully getting the third Hokage's ultimate technique for free, Naruto revealed a happy smile. "Also, old man, about the graduation team assignments, Sasuke, Hinata, and I have a great synergy. You won't break us up, right?" Naruto continued. The third Hokage nodded slightly. He had seen the 3 of them train together since childhood. Sometimes, when he had free time, he would even personally guide them. In his view, Naruto and the others would be the pillars of Konoha in the future. If he could help them grow faster, the pressure on his shoulders would lessen. It seemed that Naruto was already capable of standing on his own, while Sasuke and Hinata were still a bit lacking. But it didn't matter. He could still support these young ones for a few more years. Once they grew a bit more, Konoha would eventually rise to the top again. However, with Naruto's current strength, he didn't have to fear those spies' assassinations. Some things should be discussed with him. Chapter 31. Confession at the third Hokage's home. There were only the third Hokage and Naruto in the room. Even Konohamaru had been sent out by the third Hokage. Naruto had an idea of what the third Hokage wanted to do and quietly sat on the sofa waiting. The third Hokage picked up his pipe, took a deep puff, and after blowing out a beautiful smoke ring, slowly said, "Naruto, when you were a child, you always asked me who your parents were and why I didn't tell you. Now, Grandpa can tell you." Although Naruto had already learned about his parents from the Nine Tails, hearing it directly from the third Hokage still made him a bit excited. "Who are they?" "Your father is the 4th Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Your mother is Kushina Uzumaki." The third Hokage didn't keep him in suspense and directly revealed the truth about his parents. Naruto pressed his lips together, his azure eyes fixed on the third Hokage. He was already Hokage, so how did they die? Did the Nine Tails kill them? Hearing Naruto's question, the third Hokage took another puff of his pipe, fell silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I don't know either. It all started 12 years ago." Naruto listened obediently. The third Hokage's pupils seemed to darken as he fell into reminiscence. 12 years ago, on the day you were born, in order to protect your mother during childbirth. Her safety level was the highest. Not only was there a barrier for protection, but my direct Umbu and your father's Umbu members were also assigned to protect her. My wife, Biwako, personally helped deliver you. Your mother was not only Minato's wife, but also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Speaking of which, you must have seen the Nine Tails by now, right? The third Hokage looked at Naruto. Though it was a question, he was quite certain. I have seen it. Naruto nodded. Yes, during childbirth, the seal on the Jinchuriki weakens significantly, and if the Nine Tails breaks free, the Jinchuriki would die. Therefore, we were working to protect Kushina's safety and prevent the Nine Tails from escaping the seal. Although we made all the necessary arrangements, unexpected events still occurred. The Nine Tails broke free and appeared in the village. Strangely, when the Nine Tails appeared, Minato did not show up in time. The third Hokage's expression darkened. At that time, although I didn't know what was happening, I was on high alert and immediately pushed the Nine Tails outside of Konoha. However, I saw the eyes of the Nine Tails. They were in the Sharingan form. I realized right away that there might have been an enemy on Kushina's side, and that person had likely detained Minato. In the end, Minato probably dealt with the opponent and returned, sealing the Nine Tails inside you using the dead demon consuming seal, and both he and Kushina died because of it. Later, I also investigated the place where Kushina gave birth, and there were indeed signs of an enemy invasion. All the Umbu protecting Kushina were killed, including Biwako. The third Hokage fell silent, sadness evident in his eyes. The pain of losing his wife was clearly not something that could be easily let go. Naruto, upon hearing this, didn't know how to comfort the third Hokage. Should he express his condolences? But on that day, his own parents had also died, so he should be the one mourning. Fortunately, it had been a long time since those events, and the third Hokage had already come to terms with it, so he didn't need Naruto's comfort. However, how did the enemy know about Kushina's due date? How did they silently kill so many Umbu and infiltrate the barrier, successfully releasing the Nine Tails from Minato's control? The third Hokage couldn't figure out the situation back then. Those who knew everything had already died, leaving only a newborn Naruto. So, the only trace of the enemy's identity now is the Sharingan? Naruto squinted his eyes and asked. That's right. The third Hokage nodded. The Uchiha clan. Naruto looked at the third Hokage. I had once considered that possibility, but ultimately ruled it out. To control the Nine Tails, a normal 3-Tomo Sharingan wouldn't be able to succeed. At least, it would need to be an advanced Manjikyu Sharingan. Moreover, Fugaku and his wife were good friends of your parents. He had no reason to do such a thing. Even if there was a reason, killing over a dozen Umbu and getting past Minato would require someone extraordinary from the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage shook his head. It could be a rogue. Uchiha? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Old man, do you have any clues? He continued to ask. Someone who can freely traverse Konoha's barrier, who knows that the seal on the Nine Tails weakens during childbirth, and can even understand how to release and control the Nine Tails. There's only one person, Uchiha Madara. But that's impossible. Uchiha Madara should have been dead for a long time. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe. I've had people investigating this for years, but I couldn't find any information on this person. After hearing this, Naruto closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were filled with killing intent. At this point, no matter who he is, I will definitely kill him. The third Hokage looked at Naruto, whose eyes were filled with killing intent, and nodded slightly. I'm sorry, Naruto, for only telling you these things now. Over the years, you've suffered a lot and faced cold treatment from the villagers, yet Grandpa was powerless. The third Hokage apologized to Naruto, but Naruto shook his head and said, Old man, you've done well enough. I've never blamed you. My father is the fourth Hokage. If others find out, he would surely face countless assassination attempts. He had studied history at the Ninja Academy, learning about the great achievements of past Hokages. The title of the fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, was earned through battle. The most famous instance was when he repelled an invasion from the land of Earth, killing over 50 enemy ninjas in the blink of an eye. The morale of the enemy was completely crushed forcing the land of Earth to retreat. The third Hokage revealed a comforting smile, knowing that Naruto understood him. Well, since you now know about Minato and Kushina, I can hand over what they left behind to you, the third Hokage said. And I will also announce your identity as the son of the fourth Hokage. Since Naruto was already aware of the situation, the third Hokage had no intention of hiding it any longer. Given Naruto's current strength, any spies daring to attempt to assassinate him would only meet their demise. A heavy stone in his heart could finally be set down. Chapter 32. Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, however, correspondingly. What you will face next may be countless assassination attempts, and you may also be targeted while on missions abroad. Are you prepared for all of this? The third Hokage said, staring intently at Naruto. This was not to intimidate Naruto, but rather a fact. As the son of the Hokage, I will bear these burdens. Naruto said with a determined look. The third Hokage nodded, a look of relief flashing in his eyes. Minato, Kushina, Naruto has grown up, and he is exceptional. You can rest in peace in the afterlife. When Naruto came out of the third Hokage's house, he already had several scrolls in his hands, things left to him by his parents, including ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and assets. To put it bluntly, having inherited his parents' legacy, he could live comfortably for a lifetime even without taking on any missions. Naruto, are you okay? Sasuke and Hinata were still waiting outside for him. Konohamaru had already gone to train, eager to learn Naruto's Wind God leg technique. It's nothing, the old man just told me about my parents, Naruto said, shaking his head. Let's go back, I have some things to tell you as well. Anyway, many people will know soon. He smiled. Now that he was the son of the Hokage, his identity would soon be made public. Uchiha clan, Sasuke and Naruto's home. What? Sasuke, unable to maintain his cool demeanor, looked at Naruto with a twisted expression. Hinata, too, was so shocked that her mouth hung open, unable to close it for a long time. You say you are the son of the fourth Hokage? Sasuke still found it hard to believe. The brother who was once just a commoner suddenly had a more noble identity than he did. This made it hard for him to accept all at once. Tell me, you're joking, right? Sasuke grabbed Naruto's collar with red eyes. Lying is wrong. We must not tarnish our character. But unfortunately, it's true. Naruto scratched his head and said, I'm tired, let it be. Sasuke let go of his hands, looking dejected. Let's go. I'll treat you to ramen, this time it's on me. Naruto boldly patted his chest. He had just received a huge inheritance. I'll make you go broke, Sasuke said fiercely. Hinata watched the scene of Naruto and Sasuke, playfully bickering, covering her mouth and giggling. When the third Hokage officially announced that Uzumaki Naruto was indeed the son of the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina, the entire Konoha village was like a still lake suddenly struck by a giant stone, first falling into a dead silence, then erupting into a huge wave. The villagers who had once looked at Naruto with disdain fell into great chaos and guilt. In the small tavern along the streets, groups of shocked people were seen. The yellow-haired kid is actually the child of the fourth Hokage. What have we done to the hero's son over the years? Throwing stones, insulting him, avoiding him like a snake? Some covered their faces and squatted in the corner, their voices trembling. No wonder his hair is as dazzling as the fourth Hokage's. Women wept inconsolably while holding their children. Lord Minato and Lady Kushina sacrificed for the village and their son. Oh, I'm so sorry, Lord Minato. A strong sense of shame spread among the ordinary villagers, and many spontaneously brought food and clothing to Naruto's humble apartment, only to see the tightly closed door and mountains of condolence gifts piled up outside. The vegetable shop owner, who had once rejected Naruto the most, now dutifully placed the freshest vegetables at his door every day, bowing deeply before leaving. Kakashi leaned against a memorial stone, unusually not looking at Ika Paradise, his fingers gently brushing over his teacher Minato's name, a bittersweet smile forming at the corners of his mouth beneath his mask. Teacher, can you see? He has grown up and become strong. Guy was also exceptionally shocked upon hearing the news. He never expected that the small, thin child from back then was actually the son of the fourth Hokage. I can't believe Naruto-senpai is actually the son of the fourth Hokage. This is truly surprising. Lee said with a face full of astonishment. Lee was also one of Guy's disciples, not just a student in a class. Therefore, the first to enter became his senior. Niji was a bit silent about Hinata training with Naruto. After all this time, it was no secret in the Hyuga family. He initially felt ashamed. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga main house, how could she train with an outsider, especially a commoner? He found it hard to understand. Isn't the guidance of the strong ninjas in the Hyuga family, even the clan leader, better than that of a commoner? Later, he fought with the commoner named Naruto. The two were evenly matched, but Naruto knocked him out in 3 punches, and that was because Naruto held back. This left him confused. How could a commoner possess such strength? So, fate is ultimately predetermined, Niji said lightly. Now that Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage, it's no surprise. Hearing this, Tenten was a bit puzzled. Hyuga clan. Upon hearing this news, Hyuga Hizashi's serious face rarely showed a hint of a smile. The fact that Hinata trained with Naruto and Sasuke could not possibly be hidden from him. He had been angry for a long time that Hinata preferred to train with an outsider rather than at home. He even sternly reprimanded Hinata, forbidding her from training with Naruto and Sasuke. When Naruto learned of this, he personally visited the Hyuga house. That day, a portion of the Hyuga residence had collapsed, and outsiders were unaware of what had happened. Moreover, afterward, the 3rd Hokage personally visited the Hyuga house, allowing Hinata to continue training with Naruto. The 3rd Hokage actually announced Naruto's identity. Dad, did you know this long ago? Shikamaru and Shikaku were playing chess. Shikaku replied lightly, but a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. How could the 3rd Hokage suddenly spread this news? Did he not know what kind of situation Naruto would face because of this? But soon, he thought of the deep pit outside the village, the place that had changed the terrain. He considered an unbelievable possibility. Could it be that Naruto did this? Shikamaru, do you know Naruto's strength? Shikaku suddenly asked. I can only say he is very strong, unfathomably strong. I can't see through it at all, Shikamaru replied lazily. If Naruto is this strong, that's really great. Maybe he can relax in the future. Is that so? Shikaku smiled. So, Naruto has become strong enough to reassure the 3rd Hokage? In an underground building somewhere in Konoha, what on earth happened to Danzo to reveal Naruto Uzumaki's identity? Danzo ground his teeth in anger. He had always wanted to bring Naruto into the root and train him as a war machine. Therefore, at that time, he dared not announce Naruto's identity even when revealing that he was the Nine Tails. Once Naruto's identity was exposed, he would definitely not be able to recruit him into the root. But now, the 3rd Hokage had directly announced Naruto's identity, catching him completely off guard. Hiding Naruto's identity has always been a principle of Danzo. He wouldn't just reveal it without reason. Someone, find out what happened, he commanded. Yes, replied a root ninja. Kneeling on one knee, under his persistent persuasion, the soft-hearted 3rd Hokage, bound by their connection, once again granted Danzo control over the root. After finishing their ramen, Naruto and the others walked home, noticing the villagers looking at him with complex expressions. Naruto realized that the 3rd Hokage had already spread the news. That was quick. Naruto sighed. Suddenly, a figure dashed towards him with a kunai in hand. It was a Chunin from Konoha. No one expected a ninja to suddenly attack Naruto. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Lord Naruto, be careful. How dare you harm the son of the 4th Hokage? The villagers were extremely tense. Chapter 33. Class Division Inagaki Junta was a spy from a Wagakure infiltrating Konoha. He had been transmitting information he could gather for a Wagakure. But today, he heard shocking news. The deceased 4th Hokage had an orphan. It was the monster that the entire Konoha despised. This struck him as absurd. However, since it came from the Hokage's office, he couldn't help but believe it. Although he didn't know if the 3rd Hokage had lost his mind or suddenly become foolish to release such critical information, he wouldn't hesitate. His father had died at the hands of the 4th Hokage. Now, with the chance to kill his orphan, he would avenge his father, even if it meant dying himself. What he regretted most was that he had lived in Konoha for so long without discovering Naruto's identity. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago, whether exposed or not. It didn't matter. Killing the orphan of the 4th Hokage would make him a hero in a Wagakure and ensure his place in history. Who would have thought that the son of the Hokage would become the monster hated by the entire village? He was just a freshly graduated genin, and this time, he was undoubtedly doomed. A cruel smile appeared on Inagaki Huna's lips. As a Chunin, with a surprise attack, Naruto was surely dead. Sure enough, the Hokage's son could only slightly tilt his head to look at him. That was the limit of his reaction. The distance between a Genin and a Chunin was vast. Slap. Spit. Inagaki Hunta spat blood, his body flying away from Naruto. For Chunin-level spy, Naruto didn't even have the interest to strike. Hinata slowly withdrew her palm, her pale eyes flashing with a cold, killing intent. Unforgivable, daring to harm Naruto. Her previous strike had already sent chakra into the spy's body, damaging his meridians. He was now incapacitated. Hinata was usually very gentle, but if someone tried to harm Naruto, she would completely transform into a different person. Naruto glanced at the spy, realizing that as soon as his identity was revealed, some couldn't sit still. He began to understand the third Hokage's actions. It was correct for Grandpa Third to hide his identity. If he had been attacked like this in his childhood, he would have had no way to defend himself aside from relying on others for protection. He would have been like a caged bird, trapped in one place. In contrast, he had been able to run around Konoha, train everywhere, and enjoy a life of freedom, which was already quite wonderful. As for the villagers' disdainful looks and cold mockery, he could simply ignore them or retaliate. "Let's go," Naruto said. Sasuke and Hinata followed him home. Soon, Umbu members arrived and took Inagaki Hunter away. There were methods for dealing with spies. Konoha's intelligence department had its protocols. That night, a Chunin attempted to steal the sealing book, but was swiftly dealt with by Umbu. The next day was class division day at the Ninja Academy. When Naruto walked into the classroom, everyone looked at him with complex expressions. Naruto's grades had always been at the top of the class, but he rarely played with others. He had his own circle, consisting of Sasuke, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Choji. Previously, due to Naruto's identity, no one would befriend him. Not being verbally abused was already a concession considering he was at the top of his grade. Now that Naruto's identity as the son of the fourth Hokage was exposed, a wave of regret surged among them. Why hadn't they built a better relationship with Naruto? Naruto ignored them and sat down next to Hinata. Iruka walked in, looking at Naruto with a complex gaze. Initially, he had also harbored disdain for Naruto, but he had witnessed Naruto's hard work and determination, which gradually changed his perspective. Naruto was Naruto, and the Nine Tails was the Nine Tails. The two were not the same person. He slowly changed his attitude towards Naruto, and Naruto naturally understood this change, so he respected Iruka. Their relationship gradually improved. However, he never expected that Naruto was actually the son of the fourth Hokage, a descendant of a hero. All right, everyone, we will now begin the class division. After the division, your guiding Jonin will come to find you. So just wait here after the division. Iruka clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Class 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Hyuga Hinata. Class 8, Inazuka Kiba, Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino. Class 10, Nara Shikomu, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji. After announcing the class divisions, Iruka said a few encouraging words and reluctantly left. From now on, this class had graduated and had nothing to do with him. However, after 6 years, he still had deep feelings for this class. I wonder who our guiding Jonin will be. Shikamaru yawned, holding his head. Damn it, I can't be in the same class as Sasuke. Many girls in the class complained internally, especially the girl with pink hair whose eyes were glued to Sasuke. Reluctant to part. Could it be one of your fathers? Naruto asked curiously. The Ino Shikacho trio. Shikamaru had told him that the three families had always been united, and they were usually placed together in classes. It would be most suitable for their fathers to teach them. No way. They don't have time to be guiding Jonin. Choji shook his head. All right. Naruto rested his head on his hand. If nothing unexpected happened, their guiding Jonin would probably be Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi had been guiding them in their training since childhood. No one knew them better. The old man probably wouldn't be confused enough to let a stranger lead them, right? Gradually, Jonin came to take their classes away, but every Jonin who entered couldn't help but glance at Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage. Many had only heard of him, but never seen him. As classmates were gradually taken away, only Naruto and the two others remained. Wow, we've waited so long, and there's no one else left. It must be only Kakashi-sensei now, Naruto said, propping his head. Sasuke and Hinata nodded in agreement. Just then, the door opened. A jonin with silver hair and a mask walked in. Yo! Kakashi greeted Naruto and the others cheerfully. But the response he received was 3 crisp slaps and 3 gradually dissipating smoke puffs. Well, Kakashi's expression froze, and he instinctively ruffled his hair. Using shadow clones, even for class division? What an unlovable child, he muttered as he leisurely left the ninja academy. As for where Naruto and the others would be, of course, he knew. Without any surprises, they were still in the training ground. Those 3 kids were really working hard, with both talent and effort. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps in the future, the 3 of them would become the pillars of Konoha. Chapter 34. Going through the process, the news, personally announced by the 3rd Hokage, was never intended to be kept secret from other countries. Naruto's identity as the son of the 4th Hokage quickly spread throughout the ninja world. In the land of Earth, Iwagakure, the 3rd Otsutsuki, Inoki, looked at the intelligence in his hands, his brow deeply furrowed. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, actually had a son who survived? I wonder if he has inherited Minato's talent. To put it bluntly, the end of the 3rd Great Ninja War was largely due to Minato's contributions, being able to instantly kill dozens of ninjas. Whether they were Genin or Jonin made no difference in Minato's eyes. No ninja village could withstand Minato's slaughter. If Naruto inherited Minato's talent and learned the Flying Thunder God technique, then in a few years, he would become a nightmare for all ninja villages again, putting Naruto Uzumaki on the assassination list, ranking it first, and not only that, but also placing a bounty on his name, stating that anyone who killed Naruto Uzumaki would receive 20 million ryo. Inoki said in a deep voice. Huh, Dad, isn't that putting too much emphasis on that Uzumaki Naruto? According to the intelligence, he is just a lowly genin. Is it really necessary to spend so much money? Lus scratched his head and said, short-sighted. Inoki looked at Lus with a disappointed gaze. His son was not weak and already had elite jonin strength, but his political intelligence was too low. He was not suitable to become the Otsutsuki. No, he didn't even find anyone in Iwagakure suitable to act as Otsutsuki. This left him, a person almost the same age as Sarutobi Hiruzen, still holding the Otsutsuki position. If this Uzumaki Naruto has Minato's talent and truly grows up, it would pose a huge threat to our ninja village. Is 20 million ryo worth the value of dozens of elite jonin? If he did not inherit Minato's talent, he is still the son of the 4th Hokage. If we could kill him, it would be a huge blow to Konoha's reputation, costing only 20 million ryo. Isn't that worth it? Inoki earnestly explained to his son. Lus finally understood and immediately nodded, saying, Don't worry, Dad. I will issue the order right now. Inoki nodded slightly, watching Lus leave. He then looked at the intelligence on Naruto Uzumaki, narrowing his eyes. How could that old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly leak this information so openly? He shouldn't be unaware of the situation after Naruto Uzumaki's identity was exposed. But he actually leaked it at this time. According to the intelligence, Naruto had just graduated from the Ninja Academy and was only a genin, with plenty of opportunities to leave the village to complete missions in the future. How dare he? Inoki couldn't understand this. If it were him, he would probably take this secret to his grave, or Naruto Uzumaki would be capable enough to handle assassination or siege without fear. This mere 12-year-old child, even the 4th Hokage himself wouldn't be able to escape assassination from various countries, right? Aside from a few individuals, no one knew Naruto's strength. Unless several Kage-level shinobi were dispatched to ambush and attack, it would be impossible to capture Naruto. At the same time, the Land of Thunder and the Land of Wind made similar arrangements to Inoki's. Since Konoha dared to release this news, then we dared to send people to assassinate. They were even willing to expose the spies hidden in Konoha Village. Kakashi found Naruto and the other 3 in the training ground. Even on class division day, they still insisted on training. Hinata, who was battling Naruto's shadow clones, was the first to see Kakashi's figure. Her Byakugan's range was continuously increasing. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei is coming, Hinata said, retracting her offensive. Then let's listen to what Kakashi-sensei has to say. After all, we are already official ninjas now. Naruto nodded slightly, his figure disappearing with a pop to report this news to his main body. Soon, Naruto's main body and Sasuke returned, just in time for Kakashi to arrive. Well, everyone has gathered, Kakashi said, ruffling his hair. As expected, Kakashi-sensei is our guiding jonin. Naruto smiled. After all, I'm the one who knows you best. And since I've stepped down from the Umbu and taken on a teaching role, it's quite fitting for me to lead you. Kakashi nodded. So what do we need to do now? Are we starting to take on missions? Sasuke asked curiously. We still have to go through the process. First, let us do self-introductions, dreams, interests, and so on. Kakashi said, sitting on a rock. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My dream is to become Hokage, and my interest is in the battles of strong individuals in the ninja world. And finally, I want to go to space. Naruto said enthusiastically. Suzuki Uchiha. My dream is to kill Itachi, and rather than interests, it's more of a dream to revive the Uchiha clan. Sasuke said, his expression slightly darkening. I'm Hinata Hyuga. My dream is to grow together with everyone. And as for interests, Hinata glanced at Naruto shyly, her face turning red. Flower arranging? Very well. It's still early, so let us conduct a survival exercise, but of course it's different from the survival exercises you had in the academy. This time, you just need to take these 2 bells from me. Kakashi took out 2 bells. So, we 3 have to fight against Kakashi-sensei? Naruto said with a strange expression. Sasuke and Hinata looked similarly. Naruto was able to hold his own against the 3rd Hokage, and now, with the 2 of them added, their combined strength could already kill a Kage-level ninja. Is Kakashi really going to fight them? Cough, cough. Kakashi understood their expressions and cleared his throat, saying, well, this is also part of the process. Although I've been watching you grow, we still have to go through the process. Just keep in mind that this is only a process. He specifically explained the rules. Understood. The 3 nodded. Then, I declare the survival exercise start. Kakashi tied the bells around his waist and pulled up his forehead protector to announce. As soon as he finished saying start, Hinata stomped her left foot slightly, and a green 8 trigrams immediately spread from beneath her feet, quickly enveloping Kakashi. Hinata's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, appearing behind Kakashi, reaching for the bells at his waist. At the same time, Naruto and Sasuke appeared on either side of Kakashi, both attacking him with punches and kicks without holding back. Chapter 35, completing the process, taking on missions bang. Surrounded by the 3, Kakashi transformed into a wooden log and disappeared from the spot. The substitution log was shattered by Naruto and Sasuke. Sweat dripped from Kakashi's forehead as he hid. These 3 little brats really held nothing back. In front of us. Hiding is useless. Naruto looked toward the corner. Hinata and Sasuke also activated their bloodline limits to look that way, seeing the white and red, along with a breeze swirling around them. Kakashi knew he couldn't hide at all. All 3 had means to detect his position. He could only awkwardly laugh and jump out of the hiding spot in the woods. Fire release. Great fireball technique. What greeted him was a fire technique unleashed by Sasuke. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Naruto followed up with a combined ninjutsu. The original fireball was faster, the flames fiercer, and its power had increased geometrically. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Kakashi glared and slapped his hands on the ground, causing a dirt wall engraved with a dog-ass head to rise up instantly, blocking in front of Kakashi. As soon as the stone wall rose, flames reached right in front of him, and the overwhelming power tore the intact earth wall into pieces. Kakashi hid behind the wall, feeling a wave of heat rolling towards him. But fortunately, a small section of the wall in front of him remained strong, protecting him firmly. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. A delicate shout came from behind Kakashi. Oh no! Kakashi's eyes widened slightly. Hinata's 8 trigrams maneuver was as elusive as the flying thunder god technique, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Before Kakashi could turn around, he was already hit by Hinata's 64 consecutive strikes. Delivering the final blow to Kakashi, Hinata smiled. Kakashi-sensei, I've locked your chakra pathways. The battle is over, right? Kakashi, who had been attacked, did not respond. He quickly became a blur and transformed into a strong current of electricity, heading towards Hinata. However, a figure swiftly wrapped around Hinata's waist and quickly left the original spot, causing the current to lose its target and slowly disappear. Lightning clone technique. Naruto set Hinata down and looked towards the spot where Kakashi had vanished as electricity. He had used a clone to replace his body the moment he released the Earth-style wall, truly worthy of being Kakashi-sensei. Saying this, Naruto stomped hard on the ground, and chakra erupted from his foot, causing the ground within a radius of several meters to crack instantly. Lightning release. Chidori. Sasuke had already gathered electricity in his hand, making a sound like 1,000 birds chirping, leaping into the air and charging towards Kakashi, who had jumped to evade. Damn it, is this guy really trying to kill me? Kakashi thought as he saw Sasuke rushing towards him using his own signature move, feeling like fate's boomerang had struck him. Water release. Water formation wall. Kakashi quickly formed hand seals in midair, causing a massive amount of water to gather in front of him, just in time to trap Sasuke within the flow. A defensive ninjutsu was turned into a restricting ninjutsu by Kakashi. The timing of his technique release was extraordinary. Lightning release. Lightning tiger roar. Kakashi shouted, and 3 hounds made of lightning suddenly sprang out from the water formation wall. The lightning hounds charged towards Sasuke along the water flow, their roaring lightning instantly devouring the sharp sound of Chidori. Damn it, the conductive water enhances the lightning release. Sasuke's pupils constricted, and the 3 tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly. He immediately decided to abandon his offensive, forcefully stepping on the water to leap back while throwing 3 shurikens directly at the core of the lightning hounds. The shurikens were charged with lightning, but melted into molten iron the moment they touched the lightning hounds. Boom! A substitute wooden log exploded at Sasuke's original position, while his real body appeared 10 meters away on a tree trunk. He panted heavily, and the charred part of his sleeve still retained the numbness from the lightning release. Good reflexes. Kakashi landed lightly, chuckling, but once again formed hand seals. But your tactics are too straightforward, Sasuke. The earth chakra surged into the ground as he formed seals, causing the tree trunk beneath Sasuke's feet to suddenly soften like a quagmire. Earth release. Yellow spring swamp. At the moment Sasuke's figure sank, the tomo in his eyes spun wildly. I see through it. He pressed his hands against the swamp, channeling the blinding Chidori lightning into the ground. Boom! Lightning and earth collided and exploded, splattering mud everywhere. Sasuke used the recoil to escape, but crashed into Kakashi's already predicted grab amidst the smoke and dust. The battle is over. Kakashi's kunai was pressed against Sasuke's neck. Not yet. Sasuke suddenly sneered. The restrained Sasuke transformed into white mist, and his real body suddenly emerged from beneath Kakashi, with a kunai slashing toward Kakashi's waist. Shadow clone to lure the enemy. The real body has already hidden away. Kakashi dodged in surprise, but the kunai still sliced through his waist pouch. 2 bells flew into the air. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Hinata's palm wind accurately struck the bells from a distance. And Naruto's shadow clone had already leaped into the air to catch them. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto grinned while shaking the bells. Looks like the process is complete. Kakashi sighed helplessly. In front of him were 3 kids whose abilities were not inferior to his own. Facing them together was truly a challenge, but fortunately, this was merely a formality. Otherwise, congratulations, you successfully passed. From now on, we will be an official ninja team, so please take care of each other, Kakashi said with a smile. Kakashi-sensei, please take care of us, the 3 said in unison. They all held deep respect for Kakashi, who had guided their training since childhood. The 4-member team was officially formed. However, contrary to what the 3 imagined, as lower-ranked ninjas, they had to complete D-rank missions to continue taking on higher-rank missions. D-rank missions could be completed without leaving the village, such as cleaning river garbage or helping villagers harvest wheat fields. This not only allowed freshly graduated lower-ranked ninjas to receive guidance from AJ Nin, but also provided them with a transition period. The life of a ninja would no longer be the same as before. Today's task was to help villagers cultivate farmland. Thank you, esteemed ninjas. Naruto-sama, you accepted this task? A villager carrying farming tools approached them, his face lighting up in surprise upon seeing Naruto. Ah, after all, I just became a ninja. Naruto nodded slightly. Glancing at the iron tools in the villager's hands, there's no need for these. Huh? If we don't use tools, how will you dig? The villager asked in confusion. Of course, we could just use our hands, Naruto said, extending his hand. How about it? Consider it training. This can strengthen our finger strength. Naruto looked at Sasuke and Hinata. No problem, Sasuke nodded. Hinata softly agreed. Finger strength was very important for her. Without strength, how could she apply pressure points? Kakashi said to the villager, we can rest on the side. Leave this to them. However, the villager still wanted to stay and see how they would cultivate the land. Then he saw Naruto and the others each find a patch of land, bend down, and directly use their hands to start tilling the soil. The speed was astonishing. The villager was taken aback. No one had ever cultivated land this way. Doesn't it hurt your hands? Won't you get injured? Chapter 36. Escort mission. The villager felt that Naruto and the others' way of tilling the land was quite terrifying. No one had ever cultivated land like this before. However, their efficiency was much faster than when using shovels. Naruto and the others used their fingers to cultivate the land without any hindrance, visibly transforming the uncultivated land at an incredible speed. Before lunch, they had finished all the land that was planned to be cultivated over 3 days. The villager prepared a rich meal to treat Naruto and the others. After they washed their hands, he even took a special look at their fingers, finding no signs of injury. Truly worthy of being esteemed ninjas, truly worthy of being Naruto-sama. After finishing the meal at the villager's place, he respectfully presented their reward. The reward was split 50-50. Kakashi took 50% alone, while the remaining 50% was divided among Naruto and his friends. However, the three didn't care about this reward. They weren't short on money. Sasuke was a landlord. Naruto had inherited wealth from his parents, and Hinata was the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Days passed, and Naruto and his friends did not slack off in training. They directly completed any task that could be considered training. 4 time-consuming tasks. They used shadow clones to handle them. Kakashi didn't say much. Anyway, the mission was completed, regardless of whether it was shadow clones or not. After accumulating a certain number of D-rank missions, the third Hokage finally gave them a C-rank mission to escort a famous bridge builder, Tazuna, back to the land of waves. In the Hokage's office, Tazuna reeked of alcohol, swaying as he looked at Naruto and the others with bleary eyes, disdainfully muttering, "You little kids are going to escort me back?" As soon as these words were spoken, the ninja assisting the third Hokage beside him immediately furrowed his brows and warned in a serious tone, "Please show some respect. He is the son of the fourth Hokage." Dasna felt as if struck by lightning, the effects of the alcohol vanishing instantly, cold sweat pouring down his back. Only then did he realize that the seemingly ordinary boy in front of him had a significant background. In a panic, he repeatedly bowed and apologized. "Yes, I'm sorry." Kakashi, seeing this, spoke slowly. "If there is nothing else, we'll set off in an hour." Dasna quickly nodded in agreement. Kakashi then turned to Naruto and the others. "Go back and pack your things. We'll meet at the village entrance in an hour." At the entrance of Konoha village, Kakashi seriously registered the relevant information on the mission sheet. After completing the registration, he set off with Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Dasna. Along the way, Naruto and Sasuke were extremely excited. This was their first time leaving the village, and everything outside, the grass, the trees, was new to them, like fish that had long been trapped in a pond finally swimming into the vast ocean. Hinata, who had previously accompanied her father on visits and seen the outside world, appeared much calmer, quietly following the group and keeping an eye on their surroundings. As the 5 walked along the road, after crossing the border of the Land of Fire, Kakashi specifically reminded them, "Once we cross the border of the Land of Fire, we need to be cautious. We might encounter ninja from enemy countries here. However, this is just a regular escort mission, and it generally shouldn't involve battles between ninjas." Upon hearing this, Dasna's eyes filled with panic, and he lowered his head, silently following behind Naruto and the others. Kakashi gave him a deep look as they passed by a pair of puddles at the roadside. 2 heads suddenly emerged from the water and leaped out, immediately targeting the unsuspecting Kakashi, who was gazing at the scenery with no guard up. Without pausing, they charged straight at Dazna, completely ignoring Naruto and the other three genin. To the two Nin, genin were merely easy targets to kill. Their mission was to eliminate Dazna. However, the next moment, both of their bodies were sent flying backward. In mid-air, they coughed up blood and crashed heavily against two trees, unable to fall down for a long time, as if painted on mural. I thought the assassination was aimed at me, but judging by their actions, it's actually targeting you, Mr. Client? Naruto tilted his head, looking at the stunned Dazna. Dazna opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. This is an A-rank mission, and it doesn't include facing ninjas, Mr. Client. You misreported the mission rank? The supposedly dead Kakashi reappeared behind Dazna, his tone quite unfriendly. Misreporting the mission rank can endanger the lives of the ninjas taking the mission. In theory, it was acceptable for Nin to take on A-rank escort missions with genin. If a regular Nin and genin encountered an assassination by ninjas, accidents could happen. If they ran into powerful ninjas, even Nin might end up regretting it. Nin were the top combat power of every ninja village. In smaller ninja villages, they were already among the strongest. Therefore, every ninja village deeply despised clients who misreported mission ranks. Please forgive me. Dazna quickly knelt down in a standard Saiza position to apologize. He then explained his reasons. Building the bridge was the fervent hope of the people of the Land of Waves. But due to Kato's exploitation, the country was very poor. And as a bridge master, he couldn't even afford the payment for an A-rank mission. Moreover, he specifically chose Konoha because of its good reputation. Kakashi gave him a deep look. This guy wanted to use Konoha's reputation to help him. As an experienced ninja, he could see through Dazna's intentions at a glance. What do you think? Kakashi looked at Naruto and the others, as the key was whether they were willing to continue. For Kakashi, it didn't matter if they continued or not. Taking the mission was mainly for Naruto and the others to gain experience. Let us continue. Sooner or later, we'll have to fight against ninjas from other countries. It's just a matter of time. Naruto waved his hand and said. Sasuke and Hinata nodded slightly upon hearing Naruto's words. Since Naruto had spoken, they would definitely support his decision. Moreover, with their strength, unless they were targeted by several elite-level ninjas, they feared no one. Then let us continue. Kakashi nodded and said. Dazna once again expressed his gratitude to everyone in a Saiza position. In a small house somewhere in the Land of Waves, Zabuza, holding a large execution sword, looked grimly at the person opposite him. Hey, Raiga, what are you doing here? Raiga, wielding the Thunderblade, revealed a sinister smile and said, Oh dear. Why the hostile attitude, Zabuza? After all, we are both part of the 7 ninja swordsmen of a mist. Oomph. Zabuza snorted disdainfully, clearly looking down on the person across from him. I really want to throw you a grand funeral. Raiga squinted at Zabuza and said, You can try. Zabuza raised his execution sword, pointing it at Raiga, his tone filled with killing intent. Chapter 37. Assassination. The tip of Raiga's Thunderblade began to spark with electricity, and the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, ready to erupt at any moment. Forget it. I'll come find you after the mission is over, Raiga said, lowering his weapon. Mr. Kato offered a lot of money, and I've accepted the mission. Raiga revealed the reason for his visit this time. Unlike Zabuza, who was a lone wolf, he had underlings to feed. That Kato guy accepted the mission, and he still dares to invite others, Zabuza said, his tone very displeased. Others have money, Raiga replied matter-of-factly. Zabuza fell silent. It was indeed true. Having money made it easier for ninjas to get things done. If you delay my assassination, I will still kill you. Zabuza glared at Raiga, his tone revealing undisguised killing intent. I hope you can complete this mission. I'm looking forward to hosting your funeral, Raiga retorted defiantly. After saying this, Raiga left Zabuza's residence with his men. Watching Raiga's bulging clothes as he walked away, Zabuza's eyes narrowed. He remembered that Raiga was not hunchbacked. Lord Zabuza, they came over for nothing, one of his subordinates said, looking at the departing figures of Raiga and his men. Just a lucky kid who stole the Thunderblade. If it weren't for the mission at hand, I would have killed him already. Zabuza expressed his disdain for Raiga. Every holder of the 7 ninja swordsmen either challenged the previous holder for their sword or was strong enough to earn it through merit. Raiga had defected from the land of water after stealing the Thunderblade, so Zabuza naturally looked down on him. Should we kill him in advance? Haku frowned slightly. No need. Let him take the mission and see what kind of people come from Konoha. If even the Demon Brothers were killed. It seems someone of J-Nin level has arrived. Zabuza casually set the execution sword aside. Understood. Haku replied softly. On the other side, Naruto and his group had arrived in the Land of Waves by boat. The Land of Waves was an island, and the fog was heavy near the seaside, which was also why the boatmen dared to sneak them in. Kato's rule over the Land of Waves had led to the villagers living in poverty. Everyone wanted to overthrow Kato's rule, but lacked the courage to do so. Entering the forest, Hinata activated her Byakugan to check if anyone was lying in ambush. With Byakugan active, the chances of being ambushed were almost non-existent. This was also one of the great uses of Byakugan. Hinata let out a surprised gasp. What's wrong? Naruto asked, looking at Hinata, and even Sasuke and Kakashi turned to look. A lot of people. Hinata furrowed her brows slightly. I can see there are many chakra signatures flowing. There are probably more than 20 people. Can Kato really gather so many ninjas? Sasuke frowned and said. Naruto squinted his eyes, suspecting that these people were coming for him because of his identity. If someone dared to directly assassinate him in Konoha, it would be even more dangerous outside the village. Naruto had long been prepared for assassination attempts from various countries. He raised his right hand in a sword-like gesture, and a breeze quickly spread into the forest. There are only 9 people. With the information from the breeze, Naruto concluded. How is that possible? Hinata exclaimed, as it completely contradicted what she had seen. This is the first time this has happened. The Byakugan is known as the strongest ocular technique for reconnaissance in the ninja world. I've never heard of it making a mistake. If the Byakugan has this kind of issue, then no one will trust its ability in the future. The Hyuga clan's status would plummet. Perhaps there's some secret technique that allowed them to evade my wind barrier. Naruto shook his head slightly and comforted Hinata. Kakashi-sensei, what should we do now? Naruto looked at Kakashi. Mr. Tazuna, is there another way to your house? Kakashi turned to Tazuna and asked. Besides this small path, we can only take the main road. But if we take the main road, Kato will know that I've hired ninjas, Tazuna said. Do you think he doesn't know already? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Tazuna wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a bit scared. Kato had instilled deep fear in the hearts of the people of the Land of Waves. He had thoughts of resisting Kato, but the fear did not lessen. Then there's no need to go through the dense forest. If we take the main road, we can see how many people are on the other side, clearly, Kakashi judged. Since the 2 sensory ninjas in our team have conflicting information, there's no need to fall into the traps set by the enemy. Let's change routes and directly confront them on the main road. With our team's configuration and strength, we can take down even a shadow-level ninja. Can Kato really hire shadow-level figures? Kakashi did not believe it. Shadow-level ninjas are not that cheap. The group changed direction and headed towards the main road. Although it was called the main road, it was actually just a stone path wide enough for 2 ox carts to pass. The Land of Waves was indeed a bit poor. Perhaps realizing that hiding on the main road was no longer effective, the enemy did not hide at all and appeared directly in front of them. There were 8 people on the other side, armed and looking at them with grim expressions. Why are there 8 people? Sasuke pulled out a kunai and asked. This number did not match the count Naruto and Hinata had mentioned. There's one more hidden under the clothes of that leading man, Naruto said softly. Although it was covered by clothing, breathing and temperature still existed, which could not escape the detection of the breeze. Strange. The only chakra signatures visible now are still just those 9 people. Hinata's brows were deeply furrowed. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. What was wrong with her Byakugan? There's no need to think too much. Once we defeat them, we can ask them for information, Naruto said calmly. Let's go. Before he finished speaking, Naruto had already charged forward at high speed. Sasuke and Hinata quickly followed. Kakashi was left with a black line on his face, feeling somewhat unnecessary. The client couldn't be left unprotected. However, with Naruto and the others already charging ahead, he could only stay behind to protect the client. Black Axe Thunderfang and his subordinates originally planned to ambush Naruto and the others in the dense forest. However, for some reason, they seemed to know there were ambushes in the forest and suddenly chose another path outside the forest. What they didn't know was that Black Axe Thunder Fong also had a sensory ninja. Hearing the voices from behind, Black Axe Thunder Fong quickly led his men to follow the footsteps of the Konoha ninjas and arrived at the main road to launch an attack. As soon as they met, Black Axe Thunder Fong felt confident. The Konoha ninjas in front were a large one leading 3 small ones, a typical newly graduated ninja team. This kind of weak team was his favorite to encounter because he could host a funeral for them. Just as Black Axe Thunder Fong was about to say a few harsh words as part of the ninja world's routine, the Konoha ninjas charged at him, and they were fast. Even he could only see a blurry shadow. What? Black Axe Thunder Fong was taken aback. Be careful, Thunder Fong. A voice emerged from behind him, warning Black Axe Thunder Fong. He quickly raised the lightning blade in his hand, and electricity rapidly condensed into a lightning ball, shooting towards the charging Konoha ninja. Bustat. Black Axe Thunder Fong grinned fiercely, but the next second, the lightning ball went straight through the charging Konoha ninja. Black Axe Thunder Fong's eyes widened. That was merely an illusion. Behind you. The voice appeared again. Black Axe Thunder Fong was startled and quickly tried to turn around to respond. It was too late. Naruto's calm voice appeared behind Black Axe Thunder Fong. With sharp wind chakra on his right hand, he transformed it into a wind blade, stabbing directly into Black Axe Thunder Fong's head. For a Jounin-level ninja, in Naruto's eyes, there was no difference from an ordinary person, just like he did for those he hosted funerals for. Even if there was a sensory ninja who could detect Naruto's movements, so what? Their bodies simply couldn't keep up. Thunder Fong. An urgent voice came from behind Black Axe Thunder Fong. Naruto's gaze dropped, and with a swift motion of the wind blade, he tore open Black Axe Thunder Fong's clothing, exposing the child crouching behind him. Red Eyes, you also possess a bloodline limit? Naruto looked at his red eyes and asked in a flat tone. Lamuru gritted his teeth and nodded. His frail body was no match for Naruto, who had just killed Black Axe Thunder Fong in an instant. Naruto nodded, not bothering with him, and turned to the side. The 7 subordinates that Black Axe Thunder Fong brought had already been dealt with by Sasuke and Hinata. Their strength was at the Chunin level, but before Sasuke and Hinata, they were still not enough to be taken seriously. Sasuke asked him what his bloodline limit does. Naruto tossed Lamuru to Sasuke. Huh? Lamuru floated in midair, looking confused, before being caught by Sasuke. Why do I feel like I'm a thing or a pet? Just as Lamuru was about to speak, he saw a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan staring at him. Lamuru's eyes gradually blurred. Even with ocular techniques, he still fell victim to Sasuke's Genjutsu. Having ocular techniques doesn't mean immunity to Sharingan Genjutsu, Sasuke said calmly. What is your bloodline limit? It's red eyes. I can see through objects, sense power, feel danger, and also use chakra to create images. Lamuru revealed his secret. It's similar to the Byakugan, but it counters the Byakugan's effects. Upon hearing this, Hinata couldn't help but clench her fists and said, if the red eyes encounter the Byakugan on the battlefield or in the forest, it would be the Byakugan's nemesis. The effectiveness of the Byakugan would be greatly reduced. It might even mislead allies and lead to casualties. Kill him. Upon hearing this, Naruto showed no hesitation and said to Sasuke. Sasuke immediately executed a swift strike, crushing Lamuru's head and causing blood to flow from all 7 orifices. Are the enemies all eliminated? Kakashi walked over with Dazna, speaking casually. It's just a Jonin and a few Chunin, Naruto said nonchalantly. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, have you heard of the Red Eyes? Hinata asked Kakashi. Red Eyes? Kakashi frowned slightly. Are there users of the Red Eyes bloodline limit here? Yes. The one that Sasuke killed. Naruto pointed to the corpse lying in front of Sasuke. Just kill them. Kakashi glanced at Lamuru's body and explained. This bloodline limit appeared on the battlefield before. It's the nemesis of the Byakugan and caused significant damage to Konoha. The Hyuga clan spent a great deal to eradicate the Red Eye clan. They are likely descendants of those who escaped back then. Upon hearing this, Hinata couldn't help but clench her fists. The person in the dense forest must have used the Red Eyes to create a chakra illusion that misled her Byakugan. Fortunately, there was more than one sensory ninja in the team. But if they had only one Byakugan user in the team, and encounter the red eyes. The Byakugan would be practically useless. Are these people trying to kill him, or you? Sasuke's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Naruto. The only thing he cared about was Naruto's safety. It doesn't matter. We encountered them, so just kill them. Naruto waved his hand, indicating that it was a minor issue. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Mr. Dazna, Kakashi was about to say something to Dazna when a large execution blade whirled towards them. Kakashi pressed Dazna, who looked confused, down and squatted. Naruto squinted, raised his hand, and grabbed the hilt of the execution blade, just in time. It was just a matter of eyesight and strength coordination. His physical abilities had been enhanced in all aspects. Coordination was also part of training. Oh, who is the kind person who has sent me a weapon from so far away? Naruto shouted towards the direction for which the execution blade flew. Byakugan. Hinata activated her Byakugan and focused on that direction. There's only one person, no, two people, but one is behind him. I don't know if they're together, Hinata said quickly. In front of the Byakugan, no one could hide. Let's see if he'll make a move, Naruto said. The person on the opposite side slowly walked out. Zabuza was quite frustrated. He had wanted to make a unique entrance. But Naruto interrupted him. Even his weapon had been caught by the enemy. His combat power had been reduced by nearly half. Zabuza was already considering changing his entrance strategy in the future. As for failing the mission, he had never thought about it. Even if this kid had Jonin strength, he was still just a kid, freshly graduated. No matter how talented, how strong could he be? His attention was more focused on the white-haired figure that had already stood up. Hatake Kakashi. Zabuza's gloomy voice echoed. Oh dear, isn't this the rogue ninja from the mist? Momochi Zabuza? Kakashi said casually, hands in his pockets. Chapter 39. Sasuke vs. Zabuza Rogue Ninja? Naruto and the others couldn't help but glance at Zabuza a few more times. This was the first time they had seen a rogue ninja from another country. What they didn't know was that the Black Hoe Thundertooth and others they had just killed were also rogue ninjas. However, before they could introduce themselves, they had already been dealt with by Naruto and his team. The surrounding mist began to thicken. Back when I was in the Mist Assassination Unit, your information was already in the handbook I carried. The man who copied over 1,000 ninjutsu, the copy ninja Kakashi. Impressive, Kakashi-sensei. Your reputation has even spread abroad. Naruto gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Well, it's just a bit of fame. Nothing to mention. Kakashi waved his hand, signaling Naruto to tone it down. He wasn't the type to be arrogant. It seems I have been underestimated. Seeing Naruto's indifferent attitude, Zabuza felt a surge of unnamed anger. After all, he was the infamous demon Zabuza. Although this kid's method of dealing with Black Hoe Thundertooth was impressive, even he was amazed. But a kid was still just a kid. He had heard of Konoha's graduation method. It was simply a basic ninjutsu assessment, and passing meant graduation. In his class, he had killed all of his peers. Sasuke, do you want to test your strength? Naruto said, ignoring Zabuza and addressing Sasuke. Sure. Sasuke's fighting spirit surged as he opened his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, the three-tomo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Zabuza noticed the three-tomo Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes, and his previously dismissive expression turned serious. The reputation of the Uchiha clan in this ninja world was quite formidable in the minds of veteran ninjas like him. He had participated in the Third Ninja World War and fought against members of the Uchiha clan, understanding their terror. It could be said that every Uchiha with the three-tomo Sharingan was almost a fully powered Jonin, and it was common consensus in the ninja world not to face an Uchiha alone, because you never knew when you might fall into their genjutsu. At this moment, Zabuza's internal alarm bells rang loudly, and he took the initiative to attack. Thick mist surged like viscous milk, completely blocking visibility. Kakashi protected Dazna with one hand, while the other hung at his side, seemingly casually, but all the muscles in his body were tense like bowstrings. Naruto hoisted the seized execution blade, keenly observing the battlefield. Hinata's Byakugan pierced through the mist, locking onto the two who were confronting each other. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, his pair of scarlet eyes particularly striking in the mist. Zabuza's figure appeared. He emerged behind Dazna, aiming a kunai at him. Sasuke wanted to challenge him to a duel. However, Zabuza completely ignored the invitation. For him, completing the mission was the optimal solution. Eliminating Dazna would allow him to retreat immediately. He didn't want to fight this group of people. One Kakashi was already enough of a headache, and now there was also a 3-Tomo Uchiha, a Konoha Genin who had caught his execution blade barehanded, and a member of the Hyuga clan, especially the Byakugan, which rendered his silent assassination technique nearly half useless. The execution blade had also been taken from him because he wanted to show off. This made him feel quite uncomfortable. Get lost. Before the kunai could pierce Dazna's body, Naruto swung the execution blade and forced Zabuza back. Seeing his weapon in Naruto's hands filled Zabuza with frustration. He wished he hadn't tried to show off. Lightning release, body flicker. Sasuke moved without warning. Brilliant blue lightning erupted around him, merging lightning chakra with extreme speed. His figure turned into a jagged bolt of lightning that tore through the mist. This was the lightning body flicker technique after infusing lightning chakra into his cells, and his speed even exceeded Zabuza's visual capture limit. Behind you, combat instincts made Zabuza block with his hand, but his fingertips only grazed a fleeting arc of electricity. The real attack came from above. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A massive, blazing dragon head roared down. This was not an ordinary Great Dragon Fire technique, but an explosion compressed to the extreme, instantly vaporizing the surrounding mist, the scorching wave forcing Dazna to crouch down. Water release, Water Wall. Zabuza quickly formed hand seals, summoning the nearby river to rise rapidly, forming a water wall in front of him. The abundant water resources of the Land of Waves greatly enhanced water-type ninjas. Boom! The flames clashed violently with the water wall, white steam rising into the sky. The high-temperature steam made Zabuza grunt in discomfort, blisters forming on his exposed skin. He was forced to retract the water technique, just as he met Sasuke's cold and scarlet gaze. Genjutsu, illusionnerie restreinte technique. 3 enormous wedges of black flame suddenly pierced through the void, impaling Zabuza's limbs. The intense pain and feeling of being bound engulfed his nerves. It was an illusion. Zabuza tightened his mind, knowing this was an illusion. But even so, the power of the 3-Tomo Sharingan delayed his struggle by half a second. Now is the time. Sasuke transformed into a flash of lightning and charged in. The thunder coiling around his right hand was no longer the sharp cry of Chidori, but solidified into the form of the thunder god-s spear. The ultimate lightning release granted it the sharpness to pierce through all defenses, striking straight at Zabuza's heart. Zabuza, relying on the will of a seasoned warrior, forcibly twisted his body. The lightning spear grazed under his ribs, creating a charred blood hole the size of a bowl. The blood mist mixed with the acrid smell of burnt flesh spread out. Ugh! Zabuza staggered and knelt, blood soaking into the earth beneath him. He looked up, staring fiercely at Sasuke, his eyes filled with shock and rage. With the Uchiha Sharingan and this extreme power of lightning and fire, you little brat. Is this the strength of the Uchiha descendants? Terrifying. He must have just graduated from the academy, right? And he already has this kind of power? Stronger than the Uchiha elites I've encountered on the battlefield? Is the Uchiha talent really this high? The lightning around Sasuke gradually dimmed, but the Sharingan still locked onto Zabuza. A flicker of flame and a spark of electricity danced at his fingertips, his voice chilling to the bone. No matter who you are or what kind of ninjutsu you use, before these eyes, you are merely a jester in the mist. The mist thinned due to the high temperature. Naruto weighed the beheading sword in his hand, a slight smile on his lips. Hinata's Byakugan clearly saw the violent disruption of Zabuza's chakra. The outcome of this duel between the demon and the Uchiha genius was already apparent. Although Zabuza had grown wary of the 3-Tomo Sharingan, he still underestimated Sasuke's strength and fell into a passive position. Having lost his beheading sword, he was completely suppressed by Sasuke's insights through the Sharingan, rapid lightning attacks, fire release suppression, illusion control, and the finishing blow of the lightning spear. However, Zabuza was unwilling to accept this. He was a well-known demon, and even if his opponent was an Uchiha, he wasn't the type to sit and wait for death. He jumped onto the water's surface, and the previously thin mist once again thickened. Water release, great waterfall technique. In the thick mist, Zabuza formed hand seals to cast a ninjutsu, aiming to carry away Sasuke and Naruto with a wide-area attack. Sasuke's lips curled slightly as he merely formed the hand seal. As Zabuza completed his hand seals, a colossal wave rose from the ground like a mountain. The surging water swept up riverbed silt, carrying broken trees crashing towards the shore, a disaster capable of flooding the entire battlefield. The seal lingered at Sasuke's fingertips for a moment. The three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly in the fierce wind, analyzing the trajectory of the waves, the whirlpool of chakra, and the weak points of water pressure. Fire release, great fire destruction. Unlike the previous blazing white flame dragon, this time, what poured from Sasuke's mouth was a sea of crimson gold flames that burned everything. The flames did not surge in a straight line, but fanned out in a pattern predicted by the Sharingan, rushing towards the colossal wave like a flow of lava. The abundant water resources of the land of waves greatly enhanced water-style ninjas. However, for Sasuke, who had refined fire techniques to their utmost and tirelessly practiced physical training year after year, elemental suppression was merely a stepping stone beneath a genius's feet. Shebang! The moment the crimson gold fire curtain collided with the azure giant wave, a hellish screech echoed across the battlefield. The contact point exploded into a vacuum bubble 100 meters in diameter, and superheated steam swept across the land like millions of razors, stripping away 3 feet of rocky layers from shore. Zabuza's pupils constricted. His colossal wave was actually split open by the flames. The rushing water wall crumbled and evaporated under the advance of the sea of fire, and the scorching air waves slammed his battered body away. Impossible. A fire release of this scale. He coughed up blood and crashed into a charred tree stump, his eyes reflecting the purgatory that burned rivers. The Uchiha boy stood at the end of the sea of flames, his black clothing swirling in the heat waves, his Sharingan more crimson than the flames. Your water. Sasuke's fingertips sparked with lightning again, his voice piercing through the steam's shriek, is merely the ashes that sharpen my brilliance before the Uchiha's fire. Chapter 40. Hinata vs. Haku. Zabuza walked away peacefully. Severely injured by Sasuke, he was utterly unable to resist. As Sasuke pierced his heart with Raikiri, he could only helplessly glare at Sasuke. Weakness is the original sin. Sasuke withdrew his hand from Zabuza's heart, shaking off the blood, cold and arrogant. He had wanted to say this for a long time. Meanwhile, Haku rushed over, wanting to save Zabuza, but in the face of Sasuke's speed, he could only watch helplessly as Zabuza died at Sasuke's hands. His eyes turned red in an instant. This boy, whose heart was filled with thoughts of Zabuza, felt rage for the first time. An uncontrollable desire to kill brewing within him. He wanted to kill this Uchiha to avenge Lord Zabuza. Then he would kill himself. But what he faced was not Sasuke, but a girl with Byakugan. Hinata stood in front of Haku. Her Byakugan had been activated, and the veins around her eyes bulged, adding a hint of murderous intent to her delicate face. Step aside. Haku's voice was filled with killing intent. He only wanted to kill that Uchiha. Impossible. Hinata shook her head. Ice release. Ice mirror technique. Haku's voice was no longer just cold, but added a touch of frenzied madness. Almost the moment his words fell, the moisture in the air rapidly condensed into floating, mirror-like ice mirrors. Hinata felt herself instantly enveloped by a bone-chilling cold. Several ice mirrors appeared out of nowhere, surrounding her at the center. These ice mirrors were not stationary. Haku's figure moved like a ghost, darting between the ice mirrors at high speed, refracting light, moving so fast that only a blurry afterimage and the flickering cold light of the ice mirrors could be seen. This was the instant kill technique that made him famous. Haku shouted with boundless sorrow and anger, shooting out from the nearest ice mirror to Hinata. Accompanying his appearance was a torrent of ice senbon, each gleaming with deadly light, tearing through the air and enveloping Hinata like a sudden rainstorm. For others, this might pose a lethal threat. But in front of Hinata's 360-degree, all-seeing Byakugan, it was completely insufficient. Hinata's body moved in an instant without a shred of hesitation. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams return. Her petite body erupted with astonishing chakra at this moment. The massive spherical chakra shield generated by high-speed rotation firmly protected her at the center. The chakra shield spun rapidly, forming a perfect, absolute defense field. Ding 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 ding. The ice sunbon collided with a rapidly spinning return, producing a dense, rain-like series of crisp explosions. The hard ice needles were either deflected by the powerful chakra flow, shattered, or cracked inch by inch upon contact due to the soft power attached to them. Not a single one could penetrate the constantly rotating chakra barrier. Haku's first lethal attack was forcibly blocked. A flicker of extreme shock and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. This Byakugan girl's strength completely exceeded his expectations. He hadn't even managed to complete a full set of attacks. That Uchiha. He killed Lord Zabuza. I must kill him. Haku's killing intent intensified, but at the same time, it was mixed with a twisted pain. He ignored Hinata's defensive posture, locking all his anger and target on Sasuke in the distance. His figure darted between the ice mirrors again, intending to bypass Hinata. Hinata stopped the return, her face calm. Releasing return would consume a large amount of chakra, but in front of Hinata, this chakra was simply not enough. Ever since she started training with Naruto, Hinata had been able to eat well every day, and her chakra was vast beyond measure. She is the most prominent heir of the Hyuga clan. Just as Haku attempted to use the ice mirror to refract and strike at Sasuke from an awkward angle, Hinata moved, her Byakugan precisely locked onto the rapidly moving Haku. Gentle fist, twin lion fists. Hinata let out a delicate shout, and her palms gathered two enormous, fierce-looking lion heads formed from high-density chakra. With a millisecond's prediction of Haku's trajectory, she unleashed her chakra-infused lion fists, crashing down towards the ice mirror that Haku was about to emerge from. Bang! The ice mirror instantly became covered in a spiderweb of cracks before it exploded. Haku felt an overwhelming force of chakra surge out from the shattered mirror, forcing him to abruptly halt his movement and hurriedly form hand signs. Ice release. Ice shield. A thick ice wall instantly formed in front of him. Boom! The twin lion fist struck heavily against the ice wall. Huge shards of ice flew everywhere. The ice wall was exceptionally solid, blocking the direct impact of the lion heads. However, the essence of Hinata's gentle fist lies in its ability to penetrate. A feminine yet domineering chakra force ignored the solid ice defense, like an invisible snake, piercing through the ice layer and forcefully drilling into Haku's body. Ugh! Haku's body trembled violently, and his face instantly turned pale. He felt a gentle force impacting his chakra point in his chest, causing a momentary disruption in his chakra flow. The ice wall that protected him became unstable due to this sudden impact, its surface covered in cracks. He was forced to take a step back, looking up at the Byakugan girl on the other side of the ice wall. Her pure white eyes coldly stared at him, showing no signs of wavering, only murderous intent. He was stunned. This seemingly weak girl has a resolute heart. Zabuza's lips trembled, his voice dry and hoarse, realizing he might not be able to avenge Zabuza anymore. Ice release. Haku's hand sign action had only just begun, and his murderous roar had not yet fully escaped. Hinata's Byakugan had already seen the flow of chakra within Haku's body, the subtle movements of his muscles, and his desperate intentions clearly. There was no hesitation, no waiting for Haku to complete his hand signs, no unnecessary movements. Just as Haku was mobilizing chakra to attempt to use an ice ninjutsu, Hinata's figure vanished like a ghost, and the next second, she appeared behind Haku. Her target was extremely precise, her movements simple, swift, and lethal. Fingers like a gale, speed like lightning. Hinata's two fingers, entwined with high-density condensed light blue chakra, transformed into two deadly points capable of piercing through steel, instantly crossing the extremely short distance between them. The target was aimed directly at Haku's heart. A very faint sound of piercing flesh was heard. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Haku's movements suddenly came to a halt. His eyes, which had just been filled with violent, murderous intent, turned blood red due to Zabuza's death, widened to their limits. His vital chest area was accurately pierced by Hinata's fingertips, which were entwined with destructive chakra. Haku's ice shield had not yet fully formed when Hinata's fatal attack had already reached him. The water vapor that had just begun to condense in the air lost control in an instant, crashing down like withered snowflakes. Hinata retracted her fingers, now stained with a trace of warm blood. Ugh. Chapter 41. New level mission. Haku felt an extremely cold, penetrating sensation spreading from his heart, instantly robbing him of all his strength. The violent, murderous intent and vengeful fury quickly dissipated like a popped balloon in the face of this absolute physiological destruction. Chakra severed. The breath of life, like a weak flame in a storm, was easily extinguished. He turned his head, unable to believe. He looked down at the tiny yet fatal blood hole in his chest, then struggled to raise his eyes to meet Hinata, who was so close. Hinata's face remained exquisite, but her Byakugan eyes were cold and deadly, with the surrounding veins appearing even more pronounced. There was no sign of wavering, no pity, and no softness belonging to a girl. Only the icy calm after executing a decision. Her sole purpose in standing in front of him had been achieved, the threat eliminated. Haku's lips moved as if he wanted to shout something, perhaps Zabuza's name or a curse, but in the end, only a mouthful of blood surged uncontrollably to his throat, flowing down the corner of his mouth. His body swayed, and the light in his eyes quickly extinguished like a candle in the wind. He fell backward, crashing to the cold ground with a thud, right in the midst of the dissipating light ice mist, not far from the already deceased Zabuza, whom he had desperately tried to protect. His once beautiful, now hollow and lifeless eyes gazed toward Sasuke, the direction where Zabuza's corpse also lay. The flame of revenge in his pupils had completely vanished, leaving only a dead silence. Death is always the destination of a ninja. Hinata slowly stood up straight, retracting her gentle fist stance. The veins of her Byakugan gradually receded. She lowered her eyelids, glancing at the fallen Haku, her murderous intent born from the need to protect fading away, returning to her usual quiet demeanor. She showed no pride after victory, nor sorrow after killing, only a calmness of completing a task and eliminating a threat. It was as if the deadly strike, completed in the blink of an eye, was merely her duty. She turned towards Sasuke, and although she did not speak, her actions indicated the danger had been eliminated. In the distance, Sasuke smirked as he watched this scene. He showed no emotion towards Hinata's clean and decisive deadly strike, as if he had merely seen weeds being cleared from the roadside. He shook his wrist, seemingly still having some remnants of the blood left by Zabuza to deal with. He believed in his companions. Give them a grand burial. After all, they were famous ninjas, Kakashi said with his hands in his pockets. But his eyes were filled with pride. His students had performed exceptionally well. Their talents had been transformed into strength through hard work, and they could now be considered the pillars of Konoha. Naruto casually nodded, splitting off a shadow clone to place Zabuza and Haku's corpses together, before using a fire technique to turn them to ashes. It was daytime, and with a gentle breeze, it could be considered a grand burial. That was how Naruto understood it. Kakashi's eyelid twitched. That wasn't what he meant. In this battle, Naruto and the others had gained a lot. They obtained 2 weapons from the Mist Village, the Thunder Blade and the Decapitation Blade. Thanks to the 2 old friends for coming all this way to deliver the weapons. Both were rare good weapons, forged entirely from chakra metal and with special ores. They couldn't even be bought on the market. When they returned, they would find someone to melt them down and reforge them. Naruto happily stored the 2 weapons, asking Kakashi to use a scroll to keep them safe. The Thunder Blade and Decapitation Blade weren't suitable for their combat styles. They needed to be redesigned. The mission in the Land of Waves was nearly over. Naruto personally went to the house of someone named Kato and dealt with him. Then, he conveniently cleaned up the 100 or so thugs under his command, completely ending the troubles in the Land of Waves. Tazuna and all the villagers of the Land of Waves were very grateful for Naruto's actions, and after the bridge was completed, they specifically named it the Naruto Bridge. After understanding the circumstances of the mission, the 3rd Hokage upgraded its level to an S-rank mission, providing the corresponding rewards and records. The issue of the rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi, and the traitorous ninja Raiga from the Mist Village was resolved. This reward was well-deserved. As for the extra rewards, Konoha will ask for what they need from the Mist Village. As for the weapons in their hands, those are Konoha's spoils of war. If the Mist Ninjas have any complaints, they can just argue with Konoha. When it comes to arguing, Konoha has never been afraid of anyone. Although Konoha is currently in a weakened state, the Mist Ninjas are not in a much better position either. During the Blood Mist era, a large number of bloodline limit clans were exterminated, and the Mist Village has been significantly weakened. The four great nations have pondered for a long time, but still cannot understand why the Mist Village would harm itself so much. If it weren't for the Mist Village's unique geographical location and its position outside the continent, the four great nations would have already divided the Mist Village among themselves. Naruto found Tenten. She's a member of Team Guy, and through Teacher Guy, Naruto knows her. Tenten, can these two ninja blades be reforged? Naruto placed the Raijin blade and the decapitating blade in front of Tenten. Let me take a look, Tenten said as she picked up the two weapons to examine them. As the heir of a weapons family, Tenten is very familiar with weapons. These are precious metal weapons. Naruto, where did you get them? Tenten looked at Naruto with wide eyes, incredulously. You might not believe it, but they were given to me by two old friends. Naruto scratched his head and replied. I don't believe it, Tenten said, clearly skeptical. Who would be so kind as to give away two such rare weapons? They could be family heirlooms. However, she didn't dwell on it for too long and nodded after thinking for a moment. It's possible, but there's no master blacksmith in Konoha capable of reforging them. They need to be sent to the Land of Iron. Does Tenten have connections in the Land of Iron? Naruto blinked and asked. Well, my hometown is the Land of Iron, so what do you think? Tenten smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you, Tenten. We can discuss the payment later, Naruto immediately responded. The three of them are not sure on money. All right, just give me a weapon template, Tenten nodded. One sword, one blade, and a pair of gloves. The gloves need to be as lightweight as possible, but with enough defense. The sword and blade don't matter much. As long as they are sharp and lethal, it's fine, Naruto thought for a moment and said. Okay, I'll let you know the price later, Tenten said, patting her chest, indicating there would be no problem. As a weapons family, their connections in the Land of Iron are quite good. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to obtain a large amount of weapons from there. It is well known in the ninja world that the weapons produced in the Land of Iron are of the best quality. It is also the place with the most master blacksmiths. Moreover, it is a neutral country, so none of the ninja nations will act against it. Transporting weapons and reforging them will take some time. After Naruto handed the weapons over to Tenten, he set this matter aside. That day, when the four of them arrived at the administration hall again, the third Hokage smiled and handed them a mission scroll. An A-rank mission? Naruto opened it on the spot, looking at the third Hokage in disbelief. Can a freshly graduated team take on this? You've completed quite a few missions, but this is your first large-scale collective mission, and it's also to cultivate your team spirit. Irika, who was acting as the clerk, said, since it is the holiday for the Ninja Academy, he was pulled in to help. One can only say that ninjas are like bricks, moved wherever needed, especially for Nin-level ninjas. As the cornerstone of the ninja village, their duties change frequently. Besides top-tier ninjas, ninja battles are never solitary. They require cooperation from multiple parties. This is also why after graduating from the Ninja Academy, students are assigned to three-man teams to complement each other's strengths. This is a collective mission for your graduating class. So prepare well. Irika encouraged with a smile. Okay, Naruto waved and left. Once outside the administration hall, Kakashi raised an eyebrow as he looked at the mission scroll. It's an A-rank mission to eliminate bandits. Looks like they want these kids to see some blood. To be honest, the graduation process at Konoha Academy is a bit too gentle. Compared to ninjas from the other four nations, it's incredibly easy. But this is also the purpose behind the first Hokage establishing the ninja village. Not to let children go to the battlefield at such a young age, to see blood and get killed. However, once they become ninjas, that is a different story. Even if they are genin, they are still ninjas, and seeing blood is necessary. The village will also arrange corresponding missions. Other teams should have accepted their missions by now. Let us meet at the village gate in an hour, Kakashi said. Naturally, Naruto and the others had no objections. At the village gate an hour later, their graduating classmates finally gathered again, although they are all in the same village. After becoming ninjas, especially just becoming genin, they need to accept missions every day to accumulate experience and mission counts, leaving them with no time to meet. This collective mission instead gave them a chance to reunite. Sakura, how have you been lately? Ino walked up to her friend immediately upon seeing her. Women are really troublesome, Shikamaru said, holding his head with both hands as he watched the two excitedly chatting, and he quietly complained. Munch munch. Choji was eating chips and had no time to talk. Shikamaru, you can't say that about women. Shino adjusted his sunglasses and made a memorable remark. But he himself is hard to remember. TCH, has Sasuke and Naruto not arrived yet? I've been training hard for a long time and want to test them out, Kiba said, standing with his hands on his hips, full of confidence. Woof. Akamaru barked in agreement from atop Kiba's head. At this moment, a hand reached into Choji's bag of chips. Choji revealed a sharp gaze and looked at the hand daring to reach for his chips. Oh, Naruto. You're here too. Choji's sharp gaze instantly softened, and a smile appeared on his chubby face. Choji, you're looking even fuller, Naruto said, rubbing Choji's little belly with one hand, putting a chip in his mouth, and then handing another to Hinata. Hinata thanked Choji as she accepted it. Choji smiled as he handed over the bag of chips, signaling that there was no need to be polite. Just leave the last piece for him. If you want, we can have a match right now, Sasuke said flatly, looking at Kiba with a cold expression. He didn't show any disdain, as they are all classmates. With Naruto, the son, around, his personality wouldn't be overly extreme. However, Sasuke's natural pride made Kiba quite displeased. Just as I wish, Kiba gritted his teeth, ready to have an impromptu showdown with Akamaru and Sasuke. Sasuke. At that moment, two voices quickly approached from afar. Sakura and Ino wanted to rush into Sasuke's arms, but were dodged by him. The two girls were not discouraged at all and ran to Sasuke's side, asking him all sorts of questions. Kiba's fighting spirit was instantly dampened, and the showdown couldn't continue at all. Disappointed, he walked aside, thinking he would have to wait until next time. The three guiding jonin were chatting nearby. Asuma, smoking a cigarette, looked at the genin and sighed. Seeing their lively appearances reminds me of when we were still genin. Yeah, Kakashi followed up with a sigh. Kakashi, you have no right to reminisce. You graduated in your first year, Kurenai said irritably. Ahaha, I'm really sorry, Kakashi said nonchalantly, scratching his head. They all graduated in the same class. But Kakashi's talent was too strong, and he left the academy after just one semester. Moreover, due to his overwhelming strength, others couldn't relate to Kakashi at all. Compared to pride, Kakashi was much stronger than Sasuke when he was young. He truly looked down on all his peers. It was also because of a series of events later that made him cherish the friendship between comrades even more. If he kept going like this, he would really have no friends left. With Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata in the group, you must have it easy leading them, Asuma said, looking at the three with a hint of envy in his voice. It wasn't because Naruto was the prince, but rather because their strength was too formidable. Having the top three students in one group felt a bit excessive to many. It seemed unfair. However, this was a decision made personally by the third Hokage, and no one dared to complain. Well, it's just average. I hardly need to manage anything, Kakashi said with a smile. Whether it was routine tasks or defeating high-ranking ninjas like Zabuza, he mostly just watched from the sidelines as Naruto and the others handled it themselves. This kind of guiding Jounin life was too comfortable. After all, he had been teaching them since they were first years, so he had been mentoring them for 6 years. The effort was just in the beginning. My group, on the other hand, is not doing so well. They often complain about how tedious the tasks are, and I have to frequently do some mental coaching, Asuma said, exhaling a puff of smoke. Shikamaru found it troublesome. Choji was following Shikamaru's lead, and Ino didn't want to do missions. As their guiding Jounin, Asuma was at his wit's end. Looking at it this way, my group is kind of in the middle. Not as good as the top, but better than the bottom, Kurenai said cheerfully. Kiba was very enthusiastic. Shino worked quietly without complaints. And although Sakura also wanted to slack off, she had to keep up with the other two in her team. She often got a bit annoyed hearing them talk about Sasuke. However, being a woman herself, she could understand. At that age, dating was indeed more appealing than being a ninja, especially in a time of peace. All right, it's about time. Let's try to finish this mission early, Asuma said, glancing at the sky and feeling the time was right. Kakashi and Kurenai nodded in agreement. Chapter 43. The Chunin exam is approaching. The bandits walked peacefully. Some among them had coincidentally learned chakra extraction techniques and gained some low-level jutsu. This became their weapon for bullying civilians. However, these so-called weapons were ineffective against Shikamaru and the others. If they were ordinary, freshly graduated genin, dealing with these bandits might have been somewhat challenging. However, among the genin graduating this time, aside from plain Sakura and hardworking Naruto, the rest were all clan ninjas, equipped with family jutsu. Their strength was not something ordinary ninjas could match. Initially, they were a bit uncomfortable with the blood on their hands and fumbled around for a while, but afterward, it was almost a one-sided slaughter. Oh, there was one who had gotten blood on their hands, and that was Sakura Haruno, who stood there trembling and dazed, watching the bloody scene before her. Then she vomited. After the mission, Ino went over to comfort her. After all, aside from the conflict involving Sasuke, the two were still very good friends. The three guiding Jounin watched the battle from the shadows and silently shook their heads at Sakura's performance. She might not be suited for frontline combat, Kurenai said. Sakura is quite smart usually. If she grows a bit more, I'll recommend her for the logistics research department. She added, in recent days, many ninjas from outside the village had appeared in Konoha. The patrolling teams within the village had also increased significantly. The Chunin exam was about to begin, and now you could recommend your own teams, but according to the rules, freshly graduated genin had to complete a certain number of tasks to be eligible for recommendation. The third Hokage sat in his office, facing a group of guiding Jounin. Among them were freshly graduated Kakashi and others from last year and even the year before. A group of Jounin was recommending the genin they had trained. All the genin graduating this year were recommended by their guiding Jounin. Irika, who was helping out, suddenly felt a bit nervous. He had been with these students for 6 years. Their bond was undeniably deep. Wait. While their talents are indeed impressive, they just graduated. Their experience is severely lacking. Irika hurriedly said. Irika, you're underestimating them, Asuma said, biting down on his unlit cigarette. Indeed, I've seen their performance. They are capable of participating in the Chunin exams. Kurenai nodded in agreement. I was younger than them when I became a Chunin, Kakashi said calmly. Their talents can't possibly compare to you, Kakashi-sensei. Irika tried to explain. It seems you still don't know them well enough. All right, Irika, I'm their guiding Jounin now, and I've already decided to recommend them. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. Irika sat down helplessly. Irika, I know you care about them, but without experiencing hardships, how can young eagles soar high? The third Hokage said, casting a glance at Irika. I understand, Hokage-sama. Irika nodded in response. Then it settled. Come and get the forms, the third Hokage said. At the Uchiha clan training ground, Hinata and Sasuke were engaged in a battle. This was a match between the Sharingan and Byakugan. Naruto sat nearby, playing with a kunai while his eyes were focused on the scrolls spread out on the ground. These were various jutsu and training insights left to him by his parents. After the third Hokage gave him these scrolls, he started studying them. What his mother left him were various secret sealing techniques, while his father left him his signature jutsu. The originally pitch black and sharp kunai started to show the words I was here as Naruto channeled his chakra. As the script fully formed, Naruto tossed the kunai to the base of a nearby tree. Once the kunai was firmly embedded into the tree, Naruto formed a hand seal and instantly appeared beside the kunai. Is this the flying thunder god technique? Naruto thought as he put away the kunai. This was the simplest version of the flying thunder god technique, a teleportation between fixed points. According to the scroll left by his father, there were also advanced techniques like the second stage of the flying thunder god and various subsequent jutsu he could develop himself. He could even create new ones. He raised his hand, and a light blue chakra sphere began to spin continuously. Rasengan, jutsu also recorded in the scroll by Minato. Naruto had learned it too. This jutsu was much simpler than the flying thunder god technique. The difficulty was merely in controlling chakra and its shape. For Naruto, he had already mastered it to perfection. According to his father's description in the scroll, This jutsu was developed by mimicking the form of the tailed beast ball. Next, he could incorporate various elemental chakras to change its properties, and the variations were numerous. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto created 100 shadow clones and began practicing the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan. Meanwhile, he continued to study the sealing technique scroll. The sealing techniques left behind by his mother were also profound, and there were indeed unique aspects to sealing techniques. Naruto looked at the scroll and muttered to himself. Even a powerful existence like the Nine Tails, when sealed, is no different from a husky. It can only stay inside him and bark helplessly. Moreover, this was his first time encountering sealing techniques, so he had to study them carefully. When Kakashi arrived, he discovered the scene of the three diligently training. They were unwilling to waste even a second, continuously transforming their talents into strength. Watching them, Kakashi felt a sense of urgency rising in his heart. He had been a bit lax these past years and hadn't engaged in serious training, falling far behind his younger self. It seems I need to work harder. I can't let them pull too far ahead, he thought. All right, everyone gather around. Kakashi clapped his hands and called Naruto and the others over. This is the registration form for the Chunin exam. I have recommended you to participate in the Chunin exam competition, of course. Whether to participate is up to you to decide. Kakashi handed the 3 forms to the 3 of them. Without hesitation, they wrote their information on the forms and returned them to Kakashi for submission. By the way, your classmates have all been recommended as well, so you might encounter them in the competition. After putting away the forms, Kakashi said with his hands in his pockets, "It doesn't matter," Sasuke said as he turned away to continue training. Apart from a few people in the team, he never cared about others, even those so-called classmates. Perhaps due to the upcoming Chunin exam, Kakashi did not take them on missions anymore, but this did not affect Naruto and the others' training pace. Naruto, big brother. It was Konohamaru. He was running fast, leaving his 2 companions far behind. Ever since he acknowledged Naruto as his big brother, Sasuke as his second brother, and Hinata as his sister-in-law, he had been following them to train. Chapter 44. Teaching the Wind God Leg. Konohamaru? Naruto looked up and saw Konohamaru suddenly stop in front of him. Naruto, big brother, come train with me, Konohamaru said with anticipation in his eyes. The muscle contours on Konohamaru's body were clearly visible. He was taller and much stronger than his companions, Moegi and Udon, who followed him. Long-term physical training had made his physical fitness much stronger than his peers. What about Ebisu? Naruto tilted his head and asked. Ebisu was a special jonin invited by the 3rd Hokage to teach Konohamaru. His strength wasn't very strong, but he was well-rounded, considered a weak version of Kakashi. He teaches the basics, but he can't compare to Big Brother's teaching, Konohamaru said dismissively. He had seen Naruto defeat Ebisu with 1 move, and it was from that moment that he acknowledged Naruto as his big brother. Later, Ebisu, unwilling to accept it, tried to regain his pride, but ended up being defeated by Sasuke, so he acknowledged Sasuke as his second brother. How long have you been practicing physical training? Naruto nodded slightly and reached out to pinch Konohamaru's arm and calf. It's been 2 years, Konohamaru answered honestly. Retracting his hand, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Konohamaru was not lying. He had indeed persisted. Unexpectedly, that little guy who used to have high hopes but low skills was able to stick with physical training. In the world of ninjas, physical training is the most arduous and takes a long time to see results. People with weak willpower rarely persist in long-term physical training. Guy had also assessed Naruto's willpower before taking him as a disciple. Good, then I can teach you some physical techniques, Naruto said. Konohamaru smiled. Is it the Wind God Leg that you use, big brother Naruto? Ever since Naruto used this technique to fight the 3rd Hokage, he had been yearning for it. After thinking for a moment, Naruto nodded. Okay, I'll teach you. Since this was the grandson of the old man, who always called him big brother, he decided to treat him like a younger brother. Shadow Clone. Naruto created a shadow clone to teach Konohamaru the Wind God Leg techniques. As for his followers, Moegi and Udon, Naruto was not familiar with them. They were the younger brothers of his younger brother, not his own younger brothers. He continued to focus on researching sealing techniques. The shadow clone took Konohamaru to the side to begin teaching him the Wind God Leg techniques. The wind god leg is a ninjutsu I created. You have wind chakra to unleash the full power of the wind god leg. You need to refine your wind chakra to the extreme and integrate it into your physical techniques. This can be your direction for future training, the first Naruto clone said. Konohamaru nodded eagerly. This set of leg techniques incorporates wind chakra, allowing your speed to be as fast as lightning and as swift as a hurricane. The so-called attack arrives before the enemy can react, sweeping away thousands of troops. Thank you, big brother Naruto, Konohamaru said with a serious bow of thanks. The first Naruto clone suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. A visible blue chakra whirlwind suddenly surrounded his legs, emitting a low whimpering sound that stirred up the debris on the ground. Look closely. This is the wind god leg. The first Naruto clone shouted. Suddenly, his figure blurred, leaving only a faint blue afterimage in place. He dashed forward like a blue meteor tearing through the air, charging toward the thick wooden post set up in the training ground. His movements were at their peak, seemingly ignoring distance. One moment he was far away, and the next, the blue trajectory appeared before the post like a ghost. His body was light as a feather, completely defying inertia while moving at high speed. His toes grazed the tops of 3 different wooden posts in an instant, floating erratically, so fast that even the eye could hardly capture his true form. This was a pure display of speed and body technique at its pinnacle. The first Naruto clone suddenly came to a stop. The transition from extreme motion to complete stillness was instantaneous. His right leg transformed into a blurred whip-like shadow, accompanied by a sharp whistle that sliced through the air, fiercely sweeping towards a sturdy wooden post with a diameter of about a foot. The blue wind chakra was highly compressed and condensed on the back of his foot, forming a tangible wind blade. Bang! A dull, thunderous sound erupted. The wooden post was not broken, but was forcibly kicked apart by that powerful kick. Wood chips flew like snowflakes, and the force, carried by speed, unleashed a terrifying destructive power. Before the wood chips could hit the ground, the first Naruto clone launched into action again. This time, it was no longer a single attack point. His legs suddenly produced countless afterimages. In an instant, it seemed as if dozens or even hundreds of legs were striking simultaneously. The strikes were as dense as a torrential downpour, each kick carrying a sharp wind pressure. Thud, 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 thud. Like a rapid drum roll, dozens of nearby trees were simultaneously subjected to fierce attacks. The sound of the wooden post being battered by the frenzied leg shadows merged into an indistinguishable explosive roar. Those leg shadows were not mere illusions. Each kick contained real force. The trees were battered and bruised under the dense wind blades, with pieces of bark flying off, and the entire area was shrouded in a storm formed by the power of the legs. The fierce offensive suddenly retreated, and the first Naruto clone leaped into the air, spinning rapidly like a top. The chakra, concentrated with the sharpness and penetrating power of the wind, was highly compressed and gathered at his legs. Whoosh! The sharp sound of breaking air almost pierced the eardrum. He was like a blue cannonball wrapped in a whirlwind, descending from above with the force of thunder and the speed of breaking the sound barrier, crashing down toward a large rock on the ground. The leg technique was as swift as thunder, and the movement was clean and decisive. Boom! A violente explosion sounded. The large rock was instantly shattered as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, turning into fragments that shot out like rain. Amidst the smoke and dust, he landed on one leg, steady as a rock, with only the blue cyclone swirling around his legs still fierce. The first Naruto clone did not stop. Using the momentum from his fall, he spun again at an even faster speed. This time, he was no longer limited to attacking a single point, but instead transformed into a tornado. A powerful blue vortex formed suddenly around his body. It was as if a violent tornado from nature was being controlled by human hands. The debris, broken wood, and smoke on the ground were instantly swept up by this terrifying suction, swirling madly around the center of the whirlwind. He was like a moving storm of disaster. Wherever he passed, the previously destroyed wooden post fragments and rocks were all lifted up and fiercely hurled towards the distant forest like cannonballs. The forest was mercilessly shredded by the storm, carrying sand and stones, creating a scene of utter devastation. This technique showcased the indiscriminate range of wind and its destructive power. In the center of the storm, the first Naruto clone's figure seemed to merge with the furious tempest. He let out a long howl that reverberated through the land, as if it stirred the winds of the nine heavens. The azure wind chakra storm surrounding him instantly expanded, its color deepening and its brightness blinding. Konohamaru's eyes widened. He recognized this move. It was the same technique his grandfather had used against him. This wind was no longer just for pushing and cutting. It embodied a terrifying will of destruction. He transformed into a storm giant filled with divine wrath, gathering all his strength into a single, unmatched kick. A massive, solidified azure crescent-shaped blade of wind, accompanied by the deafening roar of wind that seemed ready to tear the sky and earth apart, suddenly shot forth. Boom! Where the wind blade passed, it carved a deep trench into the ground. The remaining trees and obstructing boulders crumbled into dust as they encountered this azure wind blade, disintegrating silently like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, utterly crushed into fine powder. The wind blade continued to howl as it cut towards the edge of the distant forest, only emitting a sharp, tearing sound before slowly dissipating. A grotesque crack in the ground remained, a testament to the wrath of the divine wind. The wind ceased, and the dust settled. The training ground was in disarray, as if it had just experienced a true storm disaster. The azure chakra light gradually faded, and Naruto stood proudly in the center, his clothes billowing as if in a windless space. He turned around to look at Konohamaru, who was already dumbfounded and trembling with excitement. The wrath of the divine wind. No one can withstand it. Have you grasped the essence of the wind god leg? Naruto's voice returned to calm, yet it carried a penetrating power. To become strong, your heart must be like the wind, unimpeded and unobstructed. I pass this technique to you today, hoping you will protect Konoha and not misuse its power. His words were lofty, and with his hands clasped behind his back, he appeared like a sage from the mountains. This was, of course, a lesson learned from his vague dream memories. Though he didn't fully understand it, he was inexplicably moved and used it. In the distance, Sasuke and Hinata, who were training, were naturally drawn to the scene of such overwhelming destruction. Seeing Naruto's display, Sasuke took note, intending to do the same in the future. Konohamaru was so excited he couldn't speak, merely nodding vigorously, his eyes shining with a stronger light and a thirst for power than ever before. He stared fixedly at the devastated training ground, replaying the earth-shattering leg technique in his mind. Bang! Naruto vanished from sight. Naruto's real body twitched at the corner of his mouth. He had completely exhausted his chakra, truly showing off. Who knows whose personality he learned that from? Chapter 45. Gaara. After training, it was naturally time to eat. Everyone, with rumbling stomachs, headed for the Ichiraku ramen shop. Along the way, villagers greeted Naruto and the others, calling out to him. Of course, this was not merely because Naruto was the son of the Hokage. Konohamaru was also the grandson of the third Hokage, yet no one greeted him. Most of them felt guilt towards Naruto. Naruto merely nodded slightly in response. The villagers were ignorant. Engaging with them would only lower his own intelligence. Ignoring them was the best approach. He couldn't just kill everyone, could he? He wasn't a beast with only senses and no wisdom. Speaking of which, there have been many ninjas from outside the village lately. Konohamaru kept looking around, feeling like this place was not Konoha, but a foreign land instead. Because the Chunin exams are about to start, they must have come to participate in the Chunin assessments. Hinata said softly, I see. Konohamaru realized, having been focused on training at the Sarutobi family training ground, he hadn't paid attention to village matters. Kids don't need to worry about so much. If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up. For him, there were two skies above him, his grandfather and his older brother. What was there to be afraid of? Suddenly, Naruto, who was walking ahead, stopped, and the others unconsciously stopped as well. What is wrong, Naruto? Sasuke asked curiously. I encountered an interesting person, Naruto said with a playful smile. Sasuke followed his gaze forward and saw three figures. Sand Ninja? Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara were strolling through the streets of Konoha. Their eyes lingered on the bustling streets of Konoha. The contrast between their inner feelings and what they saw was stark. Their hometown, Sunagakure, was desolate and barren. It was shrouded in sandstorms year-round, and green was an extremely rare color. Most buildings were made of sand and earth, with a monotonous color scheme. Resources were scarce, especially water, making living conditions far harsher than in Konoha. Just making a living was difficult, let alone enjoying a colorful material supply. Konoha's conditions were like heaven, with abundant resources and a vibrant atmosphere. In contrast, their village's overall atmosphere was tense, serious, or oppressive, lacking the relaxed feel and vitality brought by diversity in Konoha. Kankuro curiously looked around, his eyes filled with wonder at the myriad of goods and the tidy streets. He had never seen such sights in Sunagakure. Temari took a deep breath. The aroma of food in the air was a new and enticing experience for her. Accustomed to the dry air and monotonous flavors of the desert, the abundance of resources brought a profound sense of life to her. Gaara's expression remained cold, but his green eyes also slightly roamed around the environment. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. He felt an aggressive gaze on him. He turned to look. It was a cold and handsome peer assessing them. Temari and Kankuro were also on high alert, as they were in a foreign land, and their purpose for coming to Konoha was not pure. "Are you from Sunagakure?" Naruto stepped forward with a smile. "Yes." Temari stepped forward to stand in front of her brothers, nodding at Naruto. "Don't be nervous. You've come to participate in the Chunin exams, not to attack Konoha. I won't do anything to you." Naruto casually waved his hand. However, his casual words made the three of them's hearts race. What the hell? Why is this Konoha ninja suddenly mentioning attacking Konoha? Did their plan get exposed? Is Konoha sending a warning to them not to entertain such thoughts? But if the plan was truly exposed, wouldn't Konoha directly capture them? Temari's mind was a bit chaotic. She felt a bit scared in the heart of Konoha. If Konoha decided to act against them, they would certainly not escape. "Have you eaten yet?" At this moment, Naruto's voice sounded again. "What?" Temari, still a bit dazed. Didn't he react right away? "Have you eaten yet?" Naruto repeated. "No." Temari didn't understand what Naruto meant and could only respond. "Then let us eat together." "I'll treat you," Naruto said. "Huh?" Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara all showed confusion and wariness. "No need. Thank you." Temari shook her head to refuse. She was half confused and half scared, and she dare not stay with them. "We need to go back." After saying that, Temari hurriedly led Kankuro and Gaara to leave. Kankuro followed her, but Gaara didn't move. Although Temari and Kankuro were anxious, they didn't dare urge Gaara and could only wait beside him. Gaara kept staring intently at Naruto. "What's your name?" He suddenly spoke up. "Uzumaki Naruto. And you?" Naruto asked with interest. Temari and Kankuro's pupils constricted. He was the previously announced son of the fourth Hokage. The fourth Kazekage once told his children that if they had the chance, they should kill the son of the fourth Hokage during the Chunin exams. Unexpectedly, they encountered him now. Gaara, to the surprise of both. Gaara's attitude was surprisingly gentle as he obediently answered Naruto's questions. "Gaara?" Naruto slowly walked up to him. Temari and Kankuro immediately tensed up, their bodies coiled and ready to strike. They couldn't help but suspect that the Leaf Village had already learned of their plan. The two watched as Naruto's hand slowly rested on Gaara's shoulder. His hand was on Gaara's shoulder. Wait, how could he put his hand on Gaara's shoulder? How was that possible? The two exchanged glances, seeing confusion and fear in each other's eyes. The Leaf Village might not know, but all the Sand Ninja knew that Gaara had automatic defenses. The sand would automatically protect Gaara. Unless a powerful attack broke through Gaara's defenses, no one could touch him. But how could this son of the fourth Hokage easily touch Gaara? Even Gaara himself was stunned. He never expected Naruto to be able to touch him. Why didn't the sand appear to block his hand? "We are of the same kind," Naruto whispered in Gaara's ear. This made Gaara's pupils constrict sharply. He looked at Naruto in disbelief. "How about we go? I'll treat you to some ramen. The Ichiraku ramen in the Leaf Village is the best," Naruto said with a smile. Chapter 46. The Chunin exam begins. Naruto had his hand on Gaara's shoulder, and Gaara was half dragged along by Naruto. looking more like he was leaning on Naruto due to his shorter height. Temari and Kankuro were dumbfounded. Gaara was actually being taken away like this? It was completely unexpected for them. Besides being their brother, Gaara also had a terrifying identity, the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. If the tailed beast inside him were to explode, many people would die. Moreover, Temari had already suspected that the Leaf Village knew their plan, and now they had directly controlled Gaara, making it impossible to execute their entire plan. Indeed, whenever someone wanted to do something bad, they would become paranoid. Naruto had purely sensed the tailed beast chakra emanating from Gaara before he noticed him. It seemed that Gaara's chakra was heavily tainted by the tailed beast. Unlike him, where the Nine Tails chakra could not escape the ceiling space without his permission. Sasuke and Hinata exchanged glances and followed Naruto's lead. Neither of them were particularly curious. Although they didn't understand why Naruto was being so friendly to Gaara, they trusted him. After getting the ramen, Gaara awkwardly removed Naruto's hand from his shoulder. Originally, these things should have been done by the sand, but for some reason, he didn't want to use the sand anymore. What do you mean by we are the same kind? Gaara quietly asked Naruto. It means literally, Naruto smiled back at him. You also have a tailed beast inside you? Gaara's pupils constricted, and his gaze became vigilant. The tailed beast of the Leaf Village was the Nine Tails, known throughout the ninja world as the most powerful tailed beast, much stronger than Shikaku inside him. Shikaku. Hey, who is weaker than that fox? Shikaku seemed to sense Gaara's thoughts and suddenly made a strong impact against the seal. Gaara quickly covered his forehead, the sudden jolt from Shikaku causing a splitting headache. Temari and Kankuro looked at Gaara nervously. They were still uneasy and followed him. Your seal is a bit weak. Can a tailed beast interfere with you like that? Naruto squinted his eyes, naturally sensing a disturbance in Gaara's chakra. Isn't it like that for everyone? Gaara replied after a moment. Of course not. If the seal is good like mine, the tailed beast inside won't interfere with me at all. Naruto shook his head. Is that so? Gaara looked at Naruto's face, which had no dark circles, looking like he had no trouble sleeping at all. If you're willing, after the Chunin exam, I can help you reinforce your seal, but it will make it difficult for you to use the tailed beast chakra. Naruto thought for a moment and said. Gaara subconsciously nodded. He didn't want to use the tailed beast chakra. He just wanted to be able to sleep well. He hadn't slept in a long time, but soon he realized that his trip to the Leaf Village wasn't just for the Chunin exam. Gaara's expression wavered. He found interacting with Naruto very comfortable, but such a short time wouldn't make him abandon the mission assigned by his village. After all, the ninjas' purpose was to complete their missions, which was a consensus throughout the ninja world. No need. Gaara's voice turned cold as he turned to leave. Temari and Kankuro hurried to follow. Hey, aren't you going to eat ramen? Naruto scratched his head and called out. Gaara didn't respond and left on his own. Then we'll eat. Naruto took the ramen handed to him by Temari and placed it in front of Hinata. What was that all about? After Gaara left, Sasuke finally spoke. He has something similar to what I have inside me, Naruto said with a smirk. Sasuke's expression sharpened. Before Naruto revealed he was the son of the fourth Hokage. He was known as the Demon Fox, a monster. He had once curiously asked Naruto, and Naruto confirmed that he indeed had the Demon Fox, the nine tails that caused chaos in the Leaf Village over a decade ago. Sasuke had once asked his father about this knowledge. He has a tailed beast inside him too? Sasuke frowned slightly. But shouldn't Jinchuriki stay in their village? It's just because they want to protect the Jinchuriki. When I left the village, the third Hokage didn't stop me. Naruto waved his hand. Sasuke's mouth twitched as he glanced at Naruto. That is only because you have that level of strength. Although Gaara's chakra was decent, Sasuke was confident he could handle him. Even knowing he had a tailed beast inside him, the Sharingan was particularly effective against tailed beasts. The Chunin exam began. The first exam was held at the Ninja Academy. As a result, the academy was closed for a day, much to the delight of many students. A day off was the best. The venue was in a classroom they had all been to, so it was impossible for them to walk there. Come on, as ninjas. Of course, they should be scaling walls and walking through windows. A certain ninja who specialized in window walking, Kakashi, waved his hand, signaling not to say much. This was all part of his teaching. Once they entered the door, many candidates were already seated inside, waiting. Sasuke. Two familiar voices called out. Sasuke's face stiffened, and as he stood still, he narrowly dodged the attacks from Sakura and Ino. Naruto and Hinata greeted Shikamaru and Chuji, who had slowly walked over. Just as several classmates were chatting excitedly, a gentle voice came over. I say, this is not a place for a class reunion. You should be more mindful. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, a white-haired leaf ninja wearing glasses. Who are you? Ino said, displeased. After all, she was building a rapport with Sasuke. She wouldn't let anyone interrupt her, no matter who they were. Besides, everyone here was a genin. My name is Yakushi Kabuto, and I guess I can be considered your senior, Kabuto said, maintaining a polite and gentle smile. He pointed to the other candidates sitting behind. Everyone here is quite nervous, and your noise might upset them. The crowd looked at the candidates in their seats, all wearing dissatisfied expressions. Ino pouted but said nothing. What a hassle. Shikamaru sighed. Let's go. We can talk later, Naruto said. All right, Shikamaru nodded. He was the type of person who would sit if he could and lie down if he could sit. Watching Naruto and the others leave, Sasuke wanted to follow. However, he was helplessly held back by the two girls. He could only change the topic and looked at the suddenly appearing Kabuto. How many times have you taken the exam? He wanted to divert the girls' attention using this senior. 7 times. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, 7 times? Ino and Sakura's attention was instantly captured. Good opportunity. Sasuke squinted his eyes, quickly breaking free from the two girls' grasp and turned to walk towards Naruto. As he passed by Kabuto, he didn't even glance at him. A trash who couldn't pass even after 7 attempts, other than being a tool. He had no good ideas. Chapter 47. Intimidation. Seeing Sasuke leave, Ino and Sakura's curiosity was instantly extinguished. The two chatted and laughed, restoring their plastic sisterhood as they walked towards their seats. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. The reflection from them made it hard to see his eyes. After the group chatted for a while, they saw some familiar faces. Neji, Lee, and Tenten also entered. Hinata, Neji said respectfully as he approached her, lowering his head. I told you not to be so formal, Brother Neji, Hinata quickly replied. Etiquette cannot be neglected. Neji shook his head. If Hinata's strength were less than his, he would superficially advocate for etiquette while being unconvinced internally. But now that Hinata's strength far exceeded his, he was genuinely convinced. Moreover, this was the fate of the branch family. Tenten, how's the weapon situation? Naruto quickly asked Tenten. It's already being shipped to the Land of Iron. Don't worry. Tenten patted her chest and said, Senior Naruto, this time I can finally compete with you, Lee said, giving Naruto a thumbs up and flashing a bright smile. Made progress again? Naruto smiled as he looked at his junior, who was just as hard-working as he was. However, without his recovery ability, Lee couldn't engage in his extreme training methods. But Guy had gained a lot of experience from Naruto's extreme training, enhancing his knowledge of physical training. Lee's training had become even more arduous. Haha, I can't compare to you, Senior. Lee laughed, looking at Naruto with admiration. He had seen Naruto's training, that terrifying training method, and had tried it himself, almost injuring himself. Fortunately, Guy discovered it in time, preventing any damage to his foundation. Guy had sternly told him that reckless training wouldn't improve physical quality, but would instead harm the body. Keep it up, and one day you'll catch up to me, Naruto said without hesitation. In terms of physical quality, Lee definitely couldn't match him. However, Lee could still keep up with his tail light, as long as he kept working hard. Hey, you brats are way too noisy. A gloomy voice rang out from afar. You little brats who are so arrogant clearly haven't learned your lesson. A figure quickly approached, seemingly about to make a move. Neji and Lee narrowed their eyes, ready to act, but a fierce aura surged from behind them. Bang! The figure couldn't even speak before being slapped away, crashing into the wall and hanging there dazed. Looking at the wall covered in a spiderweb-like pattern, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard as they looked at the figure who had made the move. Hinata calmly retracted her hand. If someone wanted to harm Naruto, they would have to get past her first. All right, everyone quiet down. At this moment, a white mist rose in the middle of the classroom, and a group of uniformed ninjas appeared. The leading ninja had several scars on his face resembling centipedes, and his gloomy eyes gave off an intense sense of oppression. He glanced at the ninja hanging on the wall, while two other ninjas were helping him down. What happened here? Ibiki squinted his eyes and asked. She hit him. A girl from the Sound Ninja team pointed at Hinata and shouted. She took the initiative, hoping to get the examiner to punish Hinata. They attacked first, Naruto lazily said. Your qualifications have been revoked. Get out of here, Ibiki said to the girl. What? The girl and Sakan widened their eyes in disbelief. How could their qualifications be revoked? How would they complete the mission assigned by Lord Orochimaru? This exam required 3 people in a group, and now that he was unconscious, they couldn't participate. Ibiki explained. After hearing this, Sakan gritted his teeth and quickly slapped TS on the face. TS, wake up, wake up. Slap, slap, slap. Many people present gasped in shock, unable to help but touch their own faces, feeling pain just from watching. TS's face was swollen, and after losing a few teeth from the slaps, he finally woke up. Examiner, he's awake. We don't have to cancel the exam qualifications, right? Sakan hurriedly said to Ibiki. Go back to your seats. Ibiki waved his hand. Thank you, examiner. Sakan immediately bowed in gratitude and, along with the girl, helped TS back to his seat. He subtly glanced at Naruto, and upon seeing him smile and nod, Ibiki felt a surge of joy in his heart. He cleared his throat and began to announce the exam rules, then instructed the other examiners to distribute the test papers. Naruto received the test paper, glanced at the questions on it, and thought, great, I don't really know any of this. He had been attentive in classes at the Ninja Academy. Although he wasn't the top in theory, he had been consistently supported by Sakura. However, he wasn't bad either. It was clear that the questions on this exam paper exceeded the knowledge level of a genin. Moreover, from the examiner's tone, it was obvious that they were assessing the ability to gather intelligence. He wasn't very good at this, but it didn't matter. Hinata was sitting next to him, and with her Byakugan, he could see through it. Naruto waved his hand, connecting his pen with Hinata's using wind. As long as Hinata wrote, his pen would move along with hers. The only downside was that the handwriting would be the same. Naruto glanced at Sasuke. Good. The Sharingan was already activated, confidently copying the movements of the figure in front of him. It was just copying. This didn't count as activation. Great. His whole squad was made up of green players, so they wouldn't be banned. Naruto was full of hope for his team's future. Time passed second by second. Hinata had already stopped moving her hands, and their test papers were already filled out. However, the candidate she was copying from was still writing continuously, seemingly rewriting the answers. An intelligence officer, Sasuke thought, observing the figure with the Sharingan as he kept writing. He didn't even realize that his own test paper was already filled. He kept repeating the answers over and over. All right, time's up. Put down your pens. Ibiki glanced at his watch and shouted. The candidates immediately stopped their actions, but many had despair in their eyes. They couldn't comprehend the true purpose of this assessment and couldn't answer the questions. Damn Konoha, why are they testing theoretical knowledge? A ninja thought. Ninjas should be competing in strength. After the examiners collected all the papers, Ibiki gave the candidates a dark smile, saying, Here, there's one final exam question. Naruto looked at Ibiki's grim face, the terrifying scars on his head, the intimidating words, combined with the tense mindset of the candidates, began to transform the originally assessment classroom into an interrogation room, feeling that this guy was quite a character. He rested his chin on his hand, watching the scene with great interest. The level of intimidation from Ibiki had no effect on him whatsoever. His willpower and mental strength had been honed over several years, making him extremely resilient. Even when Sasuke cast ordinary genjutsu on him, it had little effect. One by one, the other candidates could not withstand the intimidation and raise their hands to give up. The number of vacant seats was increasing. The sinister smile at the corner of Ibiki's mouth became increasingly terrifying as his gloomy eyes swept over the remaining candidates, seemingly urging them to raise their hands and give up quickly. Chapter 48. The attack of Orochimaru under Ibiki's sinister gaze. The atmosphere in the classroom became increasingly oppressive, causing many candidates to panic and reduce in number. In the end, only those with strong willpower remained. Ibiki no longer wasted time and announced that they had all passed. For this round, there were 60 candidates left, forming 20 groups. Then, a boisterous and seemingly disheveled female ninja named Mitarashi Anko, dressed in fishnet and with impressive muscles, led everyone to the next assessment location, the Forest of Death. Naruto was very familiar with this place. The animals inside had provided him with protein and energy since he was a child. After drawing lots, Naruto's team got the Heaven Scroll and needed to obtain the Earth Scroll from the other teams in the Forest of Death, then rushed to the central tower in the forest for the second round to be considered a success. Hinata, just watch which team obtains the Earth Scroll and enters the forest, and we'll follow them, Naruto whispered to Hinata. Is there a need for a cheat? Then why would I activate a cheat? Hinata nodded slightly and silently activated her Byakugan. She spotted a team of Takigakure ninjas. They were holding the Earth Scroll. That S them. Of course, each team entered the Forest of Death at different locations. But this was when the importance of Byakugan was demonstrated on the battlefield. The Takigakure ninjas, under the effect of X-ray vision and positioning, were completely unaware that they had been targeted by Naruto's team from several kilometers away. They cautiously entered the Forest of Death, concealing their figures as they advanced. Let us proceed according to plan, reach the central tower first, and then lay in ambush. One of the Takigakure ninjas whispered. The two teammates beside him nodded silently. For a moment, aside from the sound of their light footsteps on the trees, only the cries of various animals in the Forest of Death could be heard. Their concealment was quite effective. However, three figures suddenly appeared, catching them off guard. Before they could react, the scene before them vanished, plunging them into endless darkness. Their vision did not leak, nor did their footsteps. They charged straight towards their team from the start, fully aware of whether they had activated their cheats. Damn it, cheat dogs. Naruto, of course, had no idea what they were thinking. As long as it was not closed, it was not activated. After discarding their bodies to feed the local animals and retrieving the Earth Scroll from their ninja tool bags, the three prepared to head directly to the central tower. This level of assessment held no significance for them. If it weren't for the promotion to Chunin, participating in such an exam would be less effective than training more on the training grounds. They all practiced using the shadow clone technique. Training a bit longer equated to several days of practice for others. At 3 o'clock, someone is approaching us at an extremely fast speed. Hinata suddenly said, "Oh." Naruto and Sasuke turned to the 3 o'clock direction. Even Hinata said it was at extreme speed. Are there such people among the lower ninjas participating in the exam? Soon, a ninja dressed in grass ninja clothing and headband appeared within Naruto and Sasuke's line of sight. The person was still running, but had already formed hand seals. A gust of wind suddenly appeared, rushing towards them. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Naruto stomped lightly, and a wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking the incoming gale. To use such power at this level of breakthrough is not inferior to me and the old man. Naruto frowned slightly. There are such individuals among the lower ninjas? Whoever it is, just kill them. Sasuke had already activated his Sharingan, the Tomo spinning gently, revealing a terrifying killing intent in his eyes. Under such a gaze, even a 3-year-old child would probably cry in fear. Indeed, Naruto nodded. Hinata remained silent, biting her lip. Her fists clenched. The power of the gale gradually dissipated, but suddenly, the ground beneath the three of them gave way, and a giant snake's mouth emerged from the ground, attempting to swallow them whole. The three jumped aside to evade. In midair, Naruto clapped his hands and lightly exclaimed, "Earth release! Earth spear!" The ground shook as sharp earth spears pierced the giant snake, turning it into a porcupine. A large amount of blood flowed down the spears. The giant snake's eyes dimmed. Good ninjutsu in reaction. The grass ninja, standing on a tree, clapped his hands in admiration, as if everything was under his control. "As prey, you are quite qualified." He revealed a cold smile, pulling back his eyelid with his finger, exposing his serpent-like vertical pupils. A surge of killing intent emanated from him. Even Sasuke and Hinata's faces turned slightly pale. This violent killing intent was much stronger than Zabuza's. It could be said that in front of him, Zabuza was like a child. How many people has this guy killed? Naruto frowned slightly, showing little reaction. In terms of killing intent, who could compare to the malicious intent of the Nine Tails, who had lived for over 1,000 years? He could already ignore the malice of the Nine Tails. Teasing like a dog. Naruto took a step forward, and his overwhelming chakra suddenly erupted, a blue aura like flames continuously rising around him. This forcibly interrupted the grass ninja's killing intent. This guy's strength is impressive. You guys stay back and leave it to me, Naruto said, his body starting to blur. The grass ninja's snake-like pupils narrowed slightly, and he quickly raised his hand to protect his face. Bang! Naruto's fierce side kick landed heavily on the grass ninja's arm, and the powerful force sent him flying several trees away. Feeling the soreness and numbness in his arm, Orochimaru was shocked. What incredible strength is this? Is this the power of a lower ninja? His snake-like sixth sense kicked in, making him feel a sense of unease. It seemed he had to escape this time. Fire release! Great fireball! After kicking Orochimaru away, Naruto landed on a tree and opened his mouth to unleash a terrifying fire arrow. Although the range was not as large as the great fireball, its power was even greater. The massive fire arrow shot rapidly towards Orochimaru. Feeling the scorching heat of the flames and the hidden terrifying power of the ninjutsu, Orochimaru's eyes were filled with seriousness. Not only is his taijutsu amazing, but even his ninjutsu has reached such a level, he might even be better than my teacher. Has another genius appeared among this year's lower ninjas? The massive fire arrow struck Orochimaru directly, and his screams echoed in the flames. However, Naruto paid no attention to the screams. A ninja capable of unleashing ninjutsu with the same power as the old man would not die so easily. Soon, Orochimaru's screams vanished in the flames. Naruto looked up, and Orochimaru had silently appeared on a tree branch. His face was somewhat disfigured, revealing another layer of skin beneath, while the body that had been engulfed in flames had turned into a pile of dirt. Earth Clone, Chapter 49. Driving back Orochimaru tore off his disfigured face, obtained through the technique of facial alteration, revealing his true appearance. He looked down at Naruto from above, unable to resist licking his lips. Another genius comparable to Itachi. The strength exhibited by Naruto made him somewhat tempted. However, his gaze shifted towards Sasuke. Looking at his pair of Sharingan with 3 Tomo, a greedy look involuntarily appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. What beautiful eyes! With these eyes, Itachi wouldn't have been able to defeat me so easily. You don't look like a Chunin from the grass village. Who are you? Naruto shouted loudly from below. I am Orochimaru. The scroll you obtained must be the Heaven Scroll, right? I have the Earth Scroll here. If you defeat me, the scroll will be yours. Orochimaru took out the scroll and gave a wicked smile to Naruto and the others. Then he swallowed the Earth Scroll. That's right, after defeating me. Just cut open my belly and you'll get the scroll, Orochimaru said with a smirk. Orochimaru was very familiar with Konoha. The lower ninjas there still maintained a considerable amount of mercy. Killing might be overcome, but disemboweling was something they might not be able to adapt to. Language is always a means of attack. Combined with his killing intent, it could cause a psychological collapse. Sure enough, neither Sasuke nor Hinata were soft-hearted. But upon hearing Orochimaru's words, they still frowned tightly. Killing and disemboweling are fundamentally different. Sorry, Orochimaru-senpai, but we already have the Earth Scroll. We don't need what's in your belly. We just need to kill you. Naruto revealed a cold smile. However, the look he gave Orochimaru was quite unfriendly. This guy was one of the legendary Sannin, with rich experience, and seemed difficult to deal with. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to take him down quickly. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Naruto immediately used a ninjutsu attack on Orochimaru without further ado. The vacuum sphere, breaking the sound barrier, was easily dodged by Orochimaru. Then, with a clap of his hands, a large swarm of poisonous snakes spewed out of his mouth, heading towards Naruto, who was about to attack. They opened their small mouths and revealed the hidden poisonous fangs. Naruto could only perform a sweeping kick with strong wind chakra added to it, cutting all the surrounding poisonous snakes in half like a wind wheel. Before the severed snake bodies even hit the ground, Orochimaru's neck suddenly elongated like a snake, and his head shot towards Naruto's face like a cannonball. What nice surprise! Naruto was delighted instead of shocked, instantly condensing a Rasengan in his hand and pressing it towards Orochimaru's incoming head. However, Orochimaru showed no signs of retreating. He opened his mouth and spat out a sword that radiated a bright aura, obviously extremely sharp, aiming directly for Naruto's head. It was a move that aimed to exchange injury for injury. Naruto could only collide the Rasengan with the Kusanagi sword in Orochimaru's mouth, and as they were locked in a stalemate, Orochimaru was forming hand seals. Sharp rock spikes erupted from under Naruto's feet, forcing him to retreat defensively while Orochimaru's real body transformed into mud and merged into the ground. Hinata suddenly turned her head to look at Sasuke, urgently warning, "Sasuke-kun, he's coming your way." Sasuke widened his Sharingan, just as he planned to escape, but it was too late. Orochimaru had already coiled around him, opening his mouth to bite Sasuke's neck. His true target was Sasuke. The battle with Naruto was merely a feint. At this moment, this scheming had achieved its purpose. Chidori. Sasuke did not panic and calmly used ninjutsu. A ball of intense electricity erupted violently from his body. The form change of Chidori was something he had thoroughly mastered. The strong current attacked Orochimaru, and although he had undergone body modifications and did not suffer fatal damage, the paralysis made it impossible for him to move. Sasuke clenched his hand, and a lightning attribute sword instantly formed, Chidori's sharp spear. He struck down Orochimaru's incoming head. Thud! Orochimaru's head fell to the ground. The body that was coiling around Sasuke also slackened. Taking this opportunity, Sasuke jumped high and unleashed a fireball jutsu towards Orochimaru's corpse. Not knowing what other trump cards his opponent had, he thought that if he cut off Orochimaru's head and he didn't die, that would be disastrous. However, destroying the corpse would force any remaining trump cards out. His cautious nature was naturally cultivated by Naruto. This guy always found various tricks when fighting him. Even though he was much stronger, pretending to be dead and launching sneak attacks were merely child's play. This completely ground down Sasuke's prideful and arrogant personality when he was victorious. Under the burning fireball, Orochimaru's body quickly turned black and then suddenly exploded, a mass of crimson smoke erupting. This red smoke, upon contact with the surrounding vegetation, instantly turned them black. This smoke had a strong toxicity. If Sasuke had not left in time, he would have been poisoned. 3 Orochimaru clones burst out of the red mist, attacking the 3, using Earth Release, Earth Spike against Naruto, shooting a rain of shurikens from his right sleeve at Sasuke, and using Hidden Shadow Snake Hands against Hinata. These 3 clones were no match for the trio and were soon blown apart. When everyone looked towards the place where the red mist dissipated, only the snake-like body of Orochimaru was left. While the 3 dealt with the clones, Orochimaru used the snake substitute technique to emerge intact from his original body, then burrowed into the ground to execute the Earth Release, rock concealment technique, quickly escaping. He even covered his outer skin with a chakra membrane to simulate rock and deceive the Byakugan. Sasuke pressed the unmarked back of his neck, his Sharingan locking onto the crack in the ground. He was trying to leave something on me just now. Naruto crushed the snake's skin with a kick and coldly laughed. Next time we meet, I'll break this poisonous snake's bones. He hadn't expected that Orochimaru was actually trying to target Sasuke. In the distance, Orochimaru, having escaped 5 kilometers away from Naruto and the others, emerged from the mouth of a small snake. His snake-like eyes were murky and obscure. The strength of Naruto's team far exceeded his expectations. If it weren't for his numerous escape skills, he might have been killed on the spot. Although he was just a Genin, did he already possess the strength to slay someone at the Kage level? Orochimaru clicked his tongue, his greed for the Sharingan growing stronger. The son of the 4th Hokage, his talent was indeed not inferior to his own. No, it was even stronger. Orochimaru murmured, his body gradually merging into the earth, escaping once more. He had already learned Naruto's identity. After all, Konoha had publicly declared Naruto's identity. Coupled with Naruto's appearance and Orochimaru's familiarity with the 4th Hokage, he had figured out Naruto's identity after facing him just a couple of times. Back then, the 4th Hokage had suppressed him with his formidable talent and successfully became the 4th Hokage. Now it seemed that Naruto's talent was even stronger than his father's. At the very least, Minato did not possess Naruto's strength at the Genin level. As he was about to fully submerge into the ground, he uttered one last sentence. The Sharingan will eventually belong to me. Chapter 50, Uzumaki, Xiangling after driving Orochimaru back. Naruto and the others set off towards the central tower again. With the strength of the three of them, apart from Orochimaru, a Kage-level intruder, no one could stop their advance. This time, Hinata did not activate her clairvoyance and positioning again. But there were still two squads that Naruto and the others easily dealt with, so it could only be said that their luck wasn't too good. They all wanted to quickly reach the central tower for an ambush battle, but they just happened to encounter Naruto's team, which had been delayed by Orochimaru. One red-haired girl was frantically searching for her glasses on the ground. However, she did not notice that a giant bear had already set its sights on her, slowly approaching while drooling. When she finally found her glasses and put them on, the first thing that came into her clear vision was a bear's face grinning savagely. "Thank you, nature, for the gift, bringing me a tender human." The giant bear raised its paw high, ready to slam down with hundreds of pounds of force onto the red-haired girl's head. The red-haired girl could only close her eyes and scream in terror. Bang! The sound of a heavy object crashing down was heard. The expected pain did not come. Xiangling quietly opened her eyes and looked ahead. The giant bear had fallen, replaced by a cold and handsome boy, beneath whom lay the headless giant bear. "Which ninja village are you from?" Sasuke's cold voice rang out. Grass ninja." Xiangling shivered and quickly whispered. Faced with a powerful figure who could casually kill a giant bear, she decisively answered Sasuke's question. However, upon hearing her answer, Sasuke's expression turned cold. If she wasn't from Konoha, he was prepared to take action. "Where are your companions?" He intended to kill the whole team. They were all killed by Sand Ninja," Xiangling continued. Sasuke thought of Gaara's figure, the one with heavy dark circles under his eyes, right? Xiangling nodded. "TCH. Sasuke glanced at the innocent-looking, frail girl. She was not worth his effort. He bent down to lift the giant bear's body and said to Xiangling, "This kind of assessment is not suitable for you. Hurry and leave." After saying that, he was about to carry the giant bear away when Naruto's figure suddenly appeared beside him. "Oh, such a big bear? Just looking at these two paws makes my mouth water. Thank you, nature." Naruto looked at the giant bear on Sasuke's shoulder with satisfaction, clasping his hands together to thank the heavens for the bounty. Xiangling glanced at Naruto, and her frail body began to tremble. She buried her head into her flat chest like a frightened chick. She could sense that this blonde-haired boy contained a terrifying amount of chakra. Although the chakra felt warm, it didn't mean it wasn't frightening. "Who is she?" Naruto also noticed Xiangling and casually asked Sasuke. "A grass ninja, and she's the only one left." Sasuke replied. "Oh." Naruto placed his hand on Sasuke's shoulder, intending to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport together, but suddenly he stopped. "What's your name?" Naruto turned to Xiangling, his gaze falling on her hair color. The red hair was quite rare. "Xian, Xuanwu Xiangling," Xiangling replied weakly. Hearing this, Sasuke paused for a moment, looking at Naruto, who also had the surname Uzumaki. As expected, Naruto slightly squinted. He had seen photos of his mother and father during their lifetime, and his mother's hair color was wine red, which was why he asked, "Are you hungry?" Naruto asked Xiangling. "Huh?" Xiangling raised her head, looking at him with a puzzled expression. This strong person wouldn't kill her? Isn't the world about the strong killing the weak? We're just about to have lunch. "Come eat with us." Naruto pointed to the giant bear on Sasuke's shoulder. But why?" Xiangling bit her lip, shrinking her body again, hesitant to accept Naruto's kindness. Even though this person's chakra felt warm, making her unconsciously develop a good impression of him, her treatment in the Grass Ninja Village made her very uneasy. She didn't trust anyone. "Because I also have the surname Uzumaki." Naruto smiled gently at Xiangling. "Huh?" Xiangling couldn't help but widen her eyes at Naruto. Uzumaki, apart from herself and her mother, was the first time she'd heard someone else with that surname. For some reason, she began to trust Naruto. It was simply because of the surname and bloodline. The Uzumaki clan shouldn't harbor any ill will toward another Uzumaki, right? Want to eat together? Naruto extended the invitation again. Okay. Xiangling nodded, accepting Naruto's invitation. Placing his hands on Xiangling and Sasuke's shoulders, the three vanished in an instant. Xiangling felt a powerful chakra enveloping her. Everything went dark, and when it lit up again, they had appeared in another location. There was also a girl with white eyes examining her. Hinata, this is a ninja I just met, who shares my surname, Naruto said to Hinata. Sasuke dropped the giant bear, starting to process it to prepare lunch ingredients. Eating hot food in the Death Forest was undoubtedly an irrational act, as the scent of hot food would alert nearby beasts and competing ninjas to their location. But so what? Was there anyone who could defeat them? Ultimately, it would just be the other side delivering their heads. In a physical sense? Is she a relative of Naruto's? Hinata asked curiously as she looked at Xiangling. She had just been wondering why Naruto and Sasuke didn't kill the other ninjas but brought one back instead. So that's how it is. I suppose it's from my mother's side. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. His father was a commoner. There was no clan. You take her to wash up. Once we finish eating, I'll take her out of the forest, Naruto said. Oh, by the way, you don't want to continue participating in the competition, do you? Naruto turned to Xiangling. I don't want to. Just take me out. Xiangling quickly shook her head. She never wanted to participate in any competition. With her strength, being part of the Chunin exam was merely being used as a blood bag by the other two. All right, Hinata nodded obediently, taking Xiangling's hand to wash up upstream. Compared to the tidy appearance of Naruto and the others, Xiangling looked quite miserable. She was filthy all over and had wounds all over her body. Naruto and Sasuke began to process nature's bounty, especially the two plump bear paws. Naruto couldn't help but drool as he took out seasonings from the space scroll, starting to brush various barbecue seasonings on them. Is there enough to eat? Sasuke was worried that there wouldn't be enough food. After all, the three of them had large stomachs. The more they ate, the faster they could train. Over the years, he had forced himself to develop a big appetite. If we bring back one more, that should be enough, right? Naruto scratched his head, sending out a shadow clone to hunt, looking for nature's bounty. Sasuke nodded, continuing to focus on processing the food. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto suddenly called out. What is it? Sasuke looked up and was met with a water ball that splashed on his face with a pop. Huh. Naruto immediately laughed, pointing at Sasuke. You idiot. Sasuke angrily cursed, then unwilling to be outdone, scooped up water from the river by his feet and splashed it back at Naruto. The Death Forest was treated by them as a vacation spot. Chapter 51. Do you want me to wipe out the Grass Ninja Village? On the other side, Hinata was helping Xiangling wash herself. Phew. Xiangling felt at ease as she cleaned her body. The cool water soothed not only her body but also her long-standing tense mindset. Meanwhile, Hinata looked at Xiangling's exposed arms, her eyes widening slightly. The wounds on Xiangling's body had healed, but the scars remained. The key point was that many of the scars on Xiangling's body were bite marks. They weren't from animals, but from humans. Were these bite marks on you? Hinata gently touched the bite marks on Xiangling's skin with her finger. Some were deep, some shallow, some old, some new. They were densely packed, looking quite terrifying. Hinata was a kind-hearted girl, and moreover, this girl in front of her was a member of Naruto's clan. She needed to understand what had happened. Xiangling looked at the scars on her body and said nonchalantly, "They're from people in the village. Why would they do this?" A flash of anger crossed Hinata's eyes. Xiangling hesitated for a moment, glancing at Hinata's caring gaze before continuing. I have a slightly different physique. As long as they bite my body, they can quickly recover from injuries and regain strength. Hinata couldn't help but clench her fists. So they treated you like a blood bag? Xiangling bit her lip, looking at Hinata's delicate face filled with anger, and couldn't help but say, "Isn't this just the treatment of the weak?" She had a look of entitlement that only made Hinata angrier. Hinata took a deep breath and patted Xiangling's hand, saying, "This world shouldn't be like this. You are Naruto's kin, so stay in Konoha from now on. Don't go back to that Grass Ninja Village." A glimmer of hope flashed in Xiangling's eyes as she cautiously replied, I'm a ninja from the Grass Ninja Village. Can I really come directly to Konoha?" She felt it should be obvious, but that didn't mean she liked being treated as a blood bag. Hinata pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go back and tell Naruto about your situation." She was filled with admiration and affection for Naruto, and matters she couldn't decide on were naturally left for Naruto to decide. The two returned to the spot where the barbecue grill was set up, only to see Naruto and Sasuke playfully messing around. I thought they were both very cool. but I didn't expect them to be like this. Xiangling couldn't help but smile at the childlike Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto's okay. But Sasuke couldn't only act like this in front of Naruto, Hinata said with a light laugh, covering her mouth. Noticing that Xiangling and Hinata had returned, Sasuke put away his playful attitude and started to tend to the meat on the grill. It should be about ready to eat. Naruto, look at the bite marks on Xiangling's arm, Hinata said, bringing Xiangling over to Naruto, her tone filled with anger. Bite marks? Naruto looked at Xiangling's arm in confusion, where there were various bite marks of different sizes and ages. He frowned and asked, "Why would someone bite you?" Sasuke's gaze also fell on Xiangling's arm, his eyes narrowing slightly. Xiangling's body is special. Anyone who bites her can quickly recover their injuries and stamina. I suspect the people from Grass Ninja Village treat her as a blood bag, Hinata said with a snort. Is there really such a thing? Naruto frowned even deeper. He had experienced the extremes of human warmth and coldness in Konoha, but he had never heard of someone being treated as a blood bag. Has Grass Ninja Village always treated you this way? Naruto looked at Xiangling. Yes, my mother was treated like this too, Xiangling nodded. Only by doing this can we have food to eat. This is our job in Grass Ninja Village. That Grass Ninja Village is really despicable. Naruto, why not let Xiangling stay in Konoha? Hinata was genuinely a bit angry, but her good upbringing kept her anger in check as she pleaded with Naruto. Do you want to go back to Grass Ninja or stay in Konoha? Naruto nodded slightly and asked Xiangling. Stay in Konoha. Xiangling answered immediately without hesitation. She didn't want to stay in that hellish Grass Ninja Village for even a moment. Then stay in Konoha. Just throw away that Grass Ninja forehead protector, Naruto said, smiling at Xiangling. Huh? Just like that? Xiangling asked in disbelief as she heard Naruto's words. If I throw away this Grass Ninja forehead protector, does that mean I can leave Grass Ninja and join Konoha? She looked at Naruto, incredulous that the identity change between ninjas could be so simple. What's wrong? Do you want me to destroy Grass Ninja Village before they let you go? Naruto scratched his head, looking at Xiangling with confusion. No need to be that extreme. Xiangling was choked by Naruto's words and couldn't continue. That's not what I meant. Hey, does the leader of your Grass Ninja Village have the strength of a Kage? Sasuke spoke with a cold tone. Probably not. Xiangling scratched her head and replied. Then it's fine, Sasuke nodded. Without a Kage, he could just go on a killing spree. Uchiha, these three are never joking. In a fair match, they have never lost one-on-one. Is it really that casual? What if there is? Xiangling asked cautiously. Then we would have to take action together. Sasuke said casually. He would have to join Hinata in action. Naruto wasn't included. He could handle a Kage by himself. Sorry, I'm too weak to understand what you all are thinking, Xiangling said, lowering her head deeply. What I mean is, will Konoha accept me? After a pause, Xiangling spoke up again. You're worried about this? I could just tell Grandpa, third Hokage, and it'll be fine. Naruto waved his hand, indicating it was a minor issue. The third Hokage is your grandfather? Xiangling's eyes widened. No, Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, Hinata said with a smile. Hiss. Xiangling gasped in surprise. That identity is quite impressive. However, if Naruto has that identity, her problem can indeed be solved. This aligns with her impression of the world. Survival of the fittest. If Konoha says a word, can Grass Ninja Village really refuse? The key is whether Konoha is willing to speak for her. Now that Naruto is willing to speak for her, that is enough. It's ready to eat, Sasuke said. Why is there an extra tiger? Hinata glanced at the food on the grill, curious. Oh, I was worried there wouldn't be enough to eat. So I caught an extra one, and by the way, rescued our examiner, Naruto said nonchalantly. You rescued the examiner? Hinata looked at Naruto curiously. I don't know what happened to her. She was exhausted and surrounded by a bunch of tigers. Just so happened my shadow clone was hunting, so I rescued her. Naruto explained. Even the examiner got involved? Hinata frowned slightly. Is it related to the Orochimaru we encountered? It has nothing to do with us. When I meet that poisonous snake, I will be ready to kill him. Let us eat. Naruto walked over to the grill and handed the carefully roasted bear paw to Hinata. Hinata smiled happily as she took the bear paw. Here for you. Sasuke also handed another bear paw to Xiangling. Thank you. Xiangling quickly accepted it, gratefully nodding to Sasuke. Chapter 52. Then let Irika-sensei treat us after lunch. Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Xiangling back to the Uchiha residence. After settling Xiangling, he returned to the Death Forest, and the three soon arrived at the Central Tower. They were actually not far from the Central Tower, but fearing there would be no lunch inside, they decided to have a barbecue outside before going in. Upon entering the tower, there was a passage written by the third Hokage in front of them. This is where we opened the two scrolls. Naruto took out two scrolls, shook his hand, and the two scrolls opened and fell down. People? Hinata looked at the text on the scroll, murmuring, "It's just the summoning scroll," having studied sealing techniques for many days. Naruto glanced at the patterns on the scrolls and understood what was happening. He tossed the two scrolls onto the empty ground in front of him, and a large amount of smoke quickly appeared. With a bang, a figure emerged from the smoke. As the smoke dispersed, the three of them widened their eyes slightly. The one who had been summoned was Irika, their homeroom teacher from the Ninja Academy. "Haha, did I scare you?" Irika laughed and scratched his head upon seeing Naruto and the others. "You really scared me, Irika-sensei." Naruto clapped in agreement. Hinata also clapped along, while Sasuke did not participate. He was known for being cold. "Well, if you weren't scared, you wouldn't have to awkwardly agree." Irika sensed the awkward atmosphere around him, and even a crow flew over his head. "Idiot, idiot. So how did Irika-sensei end up here?" Naruto lowered his hands and raised an eyebrow to ask. "Because at the end of this exam, it's our Chunin who will welcome the candidates, and I just happen to be an important messenger for you." Irika took a few steps forward. "Messenger?" Hinata asked curiously. Irika took out a pocket watch from his pocket and looked at it. "You actually reached here on the first day. You're truly my most proud students." He looked deeply at Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke's faces, revealing a warm smile as he announced, "Congratulations, you've passed the second exam. Yay, to celebrate. Let's have Irika-sensei treat us to Ichiraku ramen." Naruto exclaimed happily, slamming his right hand into his left palm. Irika was taken aback, looking at the excited faces of the three students in front of him, suddenly feeling that something was amiss. "Is my wallet going to be emptied? No way, no way. After all the hard work we put in to pass the exam, is Irika-sensei really not going to treat us to a meal?" Naruto looked at Irika with teary eyes. "Well, that's not it." Irika scratched his head and said he couldn't bring himself to refuse his students. Moreover, he felt a sense of satisfaction that they passed the exam so quickly. But the whole hard work thing. He glanced at the three of them, whose clothes and faces were clean and couldn't see any signs of hardship. "Let's go ramen. Naruto was already dragging Irika's clothes and trying to head outside. Hey, Naruto, I will treat you. No need to pull me." Irika raised his fist in protest. Hinata and Sasuke suddenly chuckled, although they had just eaten barbecue. Who could refuse another bowl of Ichiraku ramen? Everyone had a big appetite. On the other side, Akamaru, who had been saved by Naruto, was taken back by other Umbu. The third Hokage looked out at the peaceful scene outside for a long time before turning to look at Akamaru. She was covering her shoulder, which had a cursed seal, with a pained expression. "How is it? Does the cursed seal still hurt?" The third Hokage said in a deep voice, holding a pipe. "Thanks to you. It's much better now," Akamaru said as she lowered her hand and put on her windbreaker. The two examiners for this session, Kamizuki Izumi and Steel Iron, were also present. Steel Iron said, "After all, it's Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Even if the other Umbu are there, they probably won't be able to do anything to him. I heard he's been away from Konoha for a long time. Why has he suddenly appeared in Konoha and even entered the Forest of Death?" Kamizuki Izumi frowned in confusion. Akamaru lowered her head in thought, recalling what Orochimaru had said to her, and murmured, "Perhaps." Before she could finish, the third Hokage spoke up. "Is it because of Sasuke?" Akamaru was taken aback, looking at the third Hokage, not understanding how he knew. The third Hokage took the pipe out of his mouth and looked out at the peaceful scene again, saying in a deep voice, "Notify everyone to increase the patrols in the village to ensure its safety. Once Orochimaru's whereabouts are discovered, report to me immediately." "Yes." The three of them replied in unison. After they left, the third Hokage's expression grew serious as he recalled the letter from Itachi. Orochimaru was defeated by him and escaped from the Akatsuki. He might focus on Sasuke now. He must ensure Sasuke's safety. "Don't worry, Itachi, as long as Naruto is around. Sasuke will be fine. The third Hokage glanced at the surveillance monitor, which was showing Naruto dragging Iruka outside. In the video, Sasuke was following Naruto's footsteps, looking relaxed. If you hadn't been so aggressive back then, perhaps the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan would have improved by now. He sighed deeply and turned to leave. The second round of the Chunin exam lasted for 5 days. After Iruka announced that Naruto had passed, the remaining time was up to the candidates to manage. So, it was fine for Naruto and them to drag Iruka out for ramen. Yes, thank you, Iruka-sensei, for the treat. Naruto patted his round belly, smiling as he waved goodbye to Iruka. Hinata and Sasuke, being from prominent families, had received etiquette education and naturally did not act as crudely as Naruto. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. They slightly bowed to express their gratitude. Hee, no need to be polite. I wish you all the best in the following exams. Iruka forced a smile and waved goodbye to the three. Once the three of them disappeared from sight, Iruka looked at his wallet, wanting to cry without tears. This month's salary gone? Why did I have to run into Naruto and the others? He looked up at the sky, speechless and choked up. The three returned to the Uchiha residence. Xiangling was still here. Since there was time, they needed to transfer her residency to Konoha. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to walk around the village. Being undocumented could get her arrested. Naruto brought her to the administrative hall, where the third Hokage was working. As expected, the staff in the administrative hall stopped when they saw Naruto, respectfully calling out, "Young Master Naruto." After confirming that the third Hokage was indeed in the office, Naruto brought Xiangling, and with a mighty kick, he opened the door to the Hokage's office. "Old man, I'm here." Chapter 53. Registration. Xiangling's face turned pale. This was one of the highest-ranking people in the entire ninja world. Although Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, could he really be so casual when entering the Hokage's office? What are you doing here instead of preparing for the exam? The third Hokage glanced at Xiangling, discreetly putting away the crystal ball on his desk. He still had to maintain his image in front of outsiders. "I need to trouble you with something, old man." Naruto pointed at Xiangling and smiled. "Oh, go ahead," the third Hokage said, narrowing his eyes. "She was originally a ninja from the Grass Village. And now I want to change her residency to Konoha," Naruto said. Upon hearing this, Xiangling bit her lip, not daring to look at the third Hokage, feeling that he was a big shot. "What's the reason?" The third Hokage looked at Naruto curiously. He knew Naruto was a kind-hearted child, but would he do something like this for no reason? "She is from the Uzumaki clan, and her situation in the Grass Village is not good," Naruto replied. As expected, the third Hokage looked at Xiangling, whose red hair was indeed something he hadn't seen in a long time. A descendant of the Uzumaki clan? If she were just a civilian, it would be easy to handle, but if she is a ninja, then the Grass Village would also have her registered. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and said solemnly. Xiangling's heart sank. "Are you suggesting that we should destroy the Grass Village?" Naruto blinked, looking at the third Hokage. "Huh." The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, glaring at Naruto in annoyance. "It doesn't have to be that extreme. What I mean is that from Konoha's perspective, it makes no difference. Just register her in Konoha and let her become a Konoha ninja." Would the Grass Village still dare to come to Konoha to demand an explanation? The third Hokage said with a snort. "The old man is impressive." Naruto gave him a thumbs up. "Is that all?" Xiangling couldn't help but ask softly, slightly raising her head to look at the third Hokage. "So, I can leave the Grass Village?" Her tone was filled with hope. She truly did not want to stay in that hellish life any longer, especially after her mother died. Her only thought was to survive. Only by surviving could there be hope. Now, she saw hope. "Yes, go register. Let Naruto take you. After all, you are relatives. With that status, who would oppose you joining Konoha?" The third Hokage said with a kind smile. Relying on relatives, what could the Grass Village say? Konoha would vote against them anyway. The 5 great villages are not to be trifled with. "All right, I know the way. I want to disturb you from your important work." Naruto waved his hand, glancing at the third Hokage's desk, where the crystal ball had been placed earlier. Watching Naruto and Xiangling leave, the third Hokage muttered to himself. The Uzumaki clan. He recalled his late wife, Uzumaki Mito, and also Uzumaki Kushina, as well as Minato. With his status as the heir, Naruto quickly completed the residency paperwork with Xiangling. Xiangling was older than Naruto, so she was considered a distant cousin. After obtaining her residency in Konoha, Xiangling's eyes were filled with tears. Tears fell drop by drop, and I could finally leave that cannibalistic village, Grass Ninja Village. If my mother knew, she would surely be happy for me. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Xiangling bowed deeply to Naruto to express her gratitude. Well, we both have the surname Uzumaki, so there's no need to be so polite. Naruto dodged Xiangling's bow and scratched his head. If my mother knew I had found a member of the Uzumaki clan, she would be very happy, right? After bringing Xiangling back to the Uchiha residence, Hinata and Sasuke had already started their daily training. The world saw how powerful they were, but they didn't know the hardships and efforts behind it. So, what are your plans after becoming a ninja of Konoha? Naruto asked Xiangling. Now that Xiangling is also registered on my household register, I can't just ignore her. I don't know how to do anything, Xiangling said softly. In Grass Ninja Village, she was treated as a blood pack. Naruto closed his eyes and thought. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, your recovery ability should be quite strong, right? Naruto opened his eyes and said to Xiangling. Huh? Xiangling was taken aback for a moment and nodded, saying, as long as I bite my body, I can recover quickly. That's not what I meant. Naruto waved his hand. I meant your own recovery ability. It's also quite fast, Xiangling nodded. I see. So, this is the reason for my strong recovery ability. Is it a characteristic of the Uzumaki clan? Strong recovery ability and a large amount of chakra? Naruto continued to ask. Yes, Xiangling nodded. Then what is there to be afraid of? You can practice anything. Naruto slapped the table and said, this is the talent of their clan. Taijutsu and ninjutsu can be practiced. Just train with us in the future. I will use shadow clones to teach you. Naruto patted his chest. Of course, if you have other interests, you can learn those too. Konoha has not only frontline combat ninjas, but also logistical ninjas, he added. Thank you, Xiangling said gratefully. But when she actually started training, she might not be able to say that anymore. 5 days passed quickly. When Naruto and the others returned to the central tower of the Forest of Death, it was just in time for the end of the exam. Looking at the dusty Shikamaru and Choji, Naruto raised his hand and tossed 2 bags of chips over. Oh, Choji's eyes lit up, and with agility that was completely inconsistent with his size, he caught the chips. What happened? Did your team encounter strong enemies? Naruto curiously walked over to ask. Sigh, don't mention it, we almost died. Shikamaru sighed and took the chips that Choji handed over. He looked at Naruto and asked, where did you buy these chips? I passed on the first day, of course, I bought them outside. Naruto shrugged. Well, with your team's strength, it's indeed possible. Shikamaru said while biting into a chip. With you around, can you still encounter such life-and-death crises? Naruto raised an eyebrow. If I encounter someone strong, there's nothing I can do. Shikamaru shrugged and happened to see Gaara and his companions walking out. Shikamaru said softly, it was them. Luckily we hid, but I think that they already noticed us. They just didn't T-attack. They witnessed Gaara killing Rain Ninja. That terrifying scene made the 3 shiver. Especially Gaara's frightening killing intent had already scared them. Oh, it's them. Then it's not surprising. If you encounter that guy with dark circles under his eyes again, just leave immediately. He is not someone you can handle. Naruto also said softly to Shikamaru. Shikamaru glanced at Naruto and nodded seriously. He knew he was smart and could think of many tactical methods. But as he said, when encountering someone strong, no tactic would work. Running away was the best strategy. After looking around, Naruto said, however, there are quite a few who passed. After eating a chip, Shikamaru nodded and said, I looked around, and all of our peers passed the assessment. Chapter 54. The essence of the Chunin exam, what Shikamaru said was indeed true. Clearly, they were all newly graduated genin. Yet they all managed to pass the second exam, which reflects that clan ninjas are much stronger than civilian ninjas. Ordinary civilian ninjas mostly have access to low-level ninjutsu, which is not very powerful, and they have little chakra, relying more on taijutsu attacks. In contrast, clan ninjas have a significant advantage in both offensive and supportive ninjutsu. Sasuke. Ino and Sakura saw Sasuke and lunged at him, wanting to hug him. Sasuke sidestepped their attack. The Jounin leading their team was already watching his team here. Fortunately, Shikamaru and the others passed the assessment, Asuma said with a cigarette in his mouth, patting his chest. He was genuinely worried that Shikamaru would find it troublesome and then just give up with Choji. And Ino would definitely support Shikamaru's decision because she didn't want to participate either. This almost scared Asuma. He had to bribe them with a barbecue just to get them to participate in the Chunin exam. However, it seemed the kids had suffered a bit. Hong looked at Sakura, who had cut off her long hair, revealing a hint of surprise and satisfaction. In her view, this little girl was not suited for frontline combat. She was smart and better suited for research work in the rear. How could anyone expect her to have any combat power when she had to meticulously manage her hair every day? However, participating in this exam had indeed changed her a lot. Kakashi guy, your teams look the most relaxed. Hong looked at Naruto and Neji. Both teams looked completely relaxed, clean, and as if they hadn't gone through a tough battle at all. Haha, after all, they have been working hard too. Kakashi casually responded while still focusing on little Huang Shu. Can they not be relaxed? Aside from the first morning, they spent all their time training at home. I heard Naruto say he encountered Orochimaru, Guy said in a low voice, keeping his volume within their circle. Asuma and Hong's pupils shrank as they turned to look at Guy and Kakashi. Ah, but these kids have worked hard, so let that person return empty-handed. Kakashi nodded. Have her strengths reached that level? Hong said in surprise. That Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. If it were her, she probably wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. After all, she was only recently promoted to Jounin, and in the eyes of such a figure, there isn't much difference between a Jounin and an ordinary person. Asuma couldn't help but light a cigarette, sharing one, as he recalled the terrible training ground back home. Although the third Hokage had sealed off the scene and didn't allow members of the Sarutobi clan to watch the battle, everyone was speculating about who the third Hokage was fighting. But there was a nephew at home who watched the battle. He bribed Kenomaru with a bowl of ramen. He learned a terrifying truth. The one fighting the third Hokage was Naruto. At such a young age, he possesses such strength. His talent is even stronger than Kakashi's. The third Hokage had never revealed Naruto's strength, as he likely saw Naruto as Konoha's trump card. He naturally knew this, so he didn't say anything. However, if there are so many people, will there be enough time for the third match? Hong said, So this match adopted rules that haven't been used in 5 years. A pre-selection match, Asuma nodded. Hong realized and couldn't help but chuckle wryly, saying, That's really bad. If they encounter Naruto and the others, then Kiba and the others might have no hope. Hondo had already recovered and arrived at the scene. Looking at the people present, she scanned around and quickly concluded that 21 more people had passed the exam. Although I said I would eliminate half, I was actually thinking of leaving a single-digit number. I didn't expect there to be so many outstanding people this time. However, a playful smile couldn't help but curl at the corner of her mouth. The number of people present was increasing, and when the third Hokage personally arrived, the chatting Genin fell silent. At the call of the examiners, they lined up. Next, the third Hokage would introduce the third exam. So please listen carefully, said Akane loudly. Thank you, Lord Third, Akane whispered to the third Hokage. The third Hokage adjusted his Hokage hat and took a few steps forward. First, I must tell you the truth about the Chunin exam. The Genin below couldn't help but blink in confusion. Isn't the Chunin exam just for promotion to Chunin? If you think of this as a friendly competition between allied countries, then you've completely misunderstood. The third Hokage took the pipe from his mouth, and a wisp of smoke slowly drifted from his lips. This event is not only a trial ground for selecting Chunins, but also a gladiatorial arena for competing for resources between allied countries. To prevent both sides from wasting their combat power and ending up in mutual destruction, the Chunin exam was chosen as the platform for resource competition among nations. During the third exam, the daimyos and nobles of each country will be invited to watch. The disparity in the candidate strengths directly reflects the national strength behind them. Once the gap in national strength becomes apparent, strong nations will continuously receive task commissions, while weak nations will see a significant reduction in their tasks. So in short, The Chunin exam is just another form of war between allied nations. The third Hokage candidly stated the essence of the Chunin exam. This is Konoha's confidence. Among the 7 teams standing under him, 5 are Konoha's teams, which already demonstrates Konoha's strength. Such a blatant statement made the Genin present feel tense. This not only concerns their own promotion, but also relates to the reputation of their village and the great nations. Only Gaara seemed indifferent to this issue. He had already killed quite a few of his own sand shinobi. Enough, let's talk about how the next match will proceed. Just as the third Hokage was about to continue, a figure appeared in front of him. I'm very sorry, Lord Third Hokage, but I will now introduce a competition rule as the referee, Moonlight Gale, he said while kneeling on one knee. Then it's up to you, the third Hokage nodded. Thank you very much. Moonlight Gale stood up, cleared his throat a couple of times, and turned to the candidates, saying, before the third exam begins, ahem, there is one more thing that everyone needs to complete, cough cough. Looking at this pale-faced, dark-eyed Moonlight Gale, Naruto ground his teeth, thinking that he should go to the hospital for treatment. It was really too much to burden this injured person with the role of examiner. Is Konoha so weak that they can't even spare a normal jounin? What about the so-called face of the great nations? This made those so-called daimyos and nobles hesitate to issue tasks if they saw Konoha's jounin looking like this. Chapter 55. Preliminaries that relates to whether one can participate in the third exam. Moonlight Gale said with his dead fish eyes looking at the many candidates. The lower ninjas were stunned. Didn't passing the second exam mean they went directly to the third exam? They still had to have a preliminary round? Even the Genin who had participated in multiple Chunin exams didn't know about this method. Shikamaru shouted excitedly. What do you mean by preliminary? He was just thinking about going directly to the third exam and then casually giving up. Now to tell him there would be another match. Wasn't that asking for his life? Asuma's barbecue really wasn't tasty. Sakura asked with a, Teacher, I don't understand what you mean by preliminary. Why can't the candidates here directly participate in the third exam and still have to go through a preliminary? Moonlight Gale said with a straight face. Perhaps the first and second exams this time were too easy, and there are too many remaining candidates, so according to the rules of the Chunin exam, we need to have a preliminary to reduce the number of participants in the third exam. After all, the daimyos and nobles from various countries don't have so much time to watch so many matches. Huh? Sakura's face showed difficulty. She had used all her strength to get to this point, and now they were saying there were too many people and needed to filter some out. She didn't think she could win against many of the remaining candidates. Those who feel unwell can give up the match. It won't affect your teammates. Cough, cough. Is there anyone who wants to give up? He looked around at everyone. At this point, who would give up? Kiba spat quietly. Anyway, he would definitely not give up. Sorry, I give up. A white-haired person slowly raised his hand and said. Everyone looked over at the sound. Senior Do? Sakura couldn't help but call out. It was indeed the senior who had quieted them down in the classroom during the first exam. Sasuke glanced at him and then looked away. A person who had participated in 7 exams and failed was not worth his attention. Naruto yawned, feeling a bit bored. It was a waste of time. He might as well train a bit more. Yakushi Kabuto, right? You may leave now. Moonlight Gale looked at the roster and nodded. Do also nodded and silently left the arena. The third Hokage looked at Do and suddenly said, Speaking of which, I've seen him several times. He always forfeits before the final exam. What is he thinking? Ibiichi's heart tightened upon hearing this. As the head of the interrogation team, he was particularly sensitive to such matters. Akane? He looked at Akane, who had all the information on the candidates. Akane immediately checked Yakushi Do's information. According to the data, he has failed consecutively for 6 times. What about his experiences? The third Hokage narrowed his eyes and looked at Akane. There isn't anything noteworthy, but there is one thing to note. He is a former enemy boy brought back from the battlefield, Akane said in a deep voice. Brought back from the enemy battlefield? Lord Third, please let me handle this, Ibiichi said with a serious expression. The third Hokage nodded. He could be a spy. What a hassle. Shikamaru sighed heavily. I haven't even eaten lunch yet. Choji complained, saying he had only eaten 2 bags of chips Naruto gave him. Although the calories were high, they didn't fill him up. If no one else withdraws, cough cough, then the preliminaries are about to begin. The preliminaries will be conducted in a single combat format. Cough, cough. There are exactly 20 people here, which means the 10 winners can enter the third exam. Moonlight Gale was coughing heavily, making the genin unable to help but worry for him. There are no rules. The match continues until one side dies or surrenders. So, if you don't want to die, surrender quickly. However, if I believe the outcome is clear, cough, cough, to avoid unnecessary casualties, I will intervene to stop you. Next, the matchups will be determined by electronic drawing. Soon, the electronic screen behind began to display each person's name, spinning rapidly before finally stopping. Sasuke couldn't help but smirk. He didn't expect to be drawn to compete so quickly. Now, those who have been selected, please come forward. The rest will wait in the stands, said Moonlight Gale. The others quickly moved to the stands, and the Jounin instructors came to their students. The Konoha peers naturally gathered together. The first match, Akatsuki Sasuke. Any objections? Moonlight Gale asked. None. Then the match begins. Moonlight Gale stepped aside. Given that you're also a Konoha ninja, I will spare your life. Sasuke shook his head, making a crisp sound as he spoke. You arrogant little brat, just wait to die. The bronze armor was infuriated by his words, extending both hands and charging at Sasuke, seemingly wanting to grab him. Huh. Sasuke sneered, with such an attack, you'll die. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving the bronze armor stunned. Unable to find Sasuke's location, standing there helplessly. I'm behind you. Sasuke's cold voice rang out behind the bronze armor. The bronze armor froze, thinking, when did that happen? Just as he was pondering this, a sharp pain erupted from his back. He was sent flying. How is it possible to have such strength? Why would Lord Orochimaru send me to test his strength? The bronze armor couldn't understand why that lord would send him to his death. Sasuke appeared in front of the bronze armor, but what awaited him was a heavy kick from Sasuke. Bang! The bronze armor fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. Such a simple physical technique had already taken down the opponent. Hong narrowed her eyes and said that when Sasuke moved quickly just now, even she couldn't see it clearly. Asuma, Kakashi, and Guy remained calm. It was perfectly normal for Sasuke to win. For Naruto and his group, it was like they were cheating against others. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Moonlight Breeze announced, glancing at the bronze armor. Gaara watched Sasuke with fiery eyes, his hands trembling slightly. This handsome boy, his strength, is actually this strong? Temari's expression turned serious. This is troublesome. If we encounter Sasuke and the others, we should just admit defeat, Shikamaru sighed. Yay, Sasuke passed the test. Ino and Sakura couldn't help but cheer. I'm so hungry, Choji complained. Well, it seems our team's chances of passing aren't high either, Tintin said, leaning on the railing. Chapter 56. The match's second match quickly began. Yamanaka, Shikamaru versus Sakud. Moonlight Breeze announced. Yamanaka, Shikamaru wins. Moonlight Breeze declared, looking at Sakud covered in leeches. Many women in the audience couldn't help but get goosebumps. They would rather die than let those bugs crawl on them. Hong couldn't help but smile. Finally, one person from her team passed the test and entered the third match, which wasn't too embarrassing. Thank goodness they drew a small ninja village like the Sound Village. The third match, Kenshiro Mizukami versus Kanjuro. Kanjuro wins. Moonlight Breeze announced, shaking his head as he looked at Kenshiro Mizukami, who was bleeding from multiple wounds. In this situation, he couldn't save him. This person's body is a bit like Orochimaru's, Naruto, casually remarked from the stands. Just now, Kenshiro Mizukami actually used his body to entangle Kanjuro and was then killed in return. Does Konoha have a secret technique that makes the body as flexible as a snake? Kakashi and Asuma felt a sinking feeling. From their knowledge, no, it didn't seem so. If that's the case, this guy might very well be one of Orochimaru's people. Coupled with the mysteriously withdrawn Kabuto, could this group be full of spies? Asuma quickly approached the third Hokage to report this matter. The fourth match, Haruno Sakura versus Ino Yamanaka, Moonlight Breeze announced. The two ended up mutually taking each other out. Hong was overjoyed. She finally saw the persistence in Sakura's character. This child, if she can continue to grow, wouldn't need to work on research at the back. Moreover, this child actually managed to break Ino's mind transfer technique. Does she have such strong mental power? That would be very suitable for her Jinjutsu. Asuma also looked pleased. Ino's original character was rather careless. not really wanting to be a ninja, living day by day. Now, she finally had her competitive spirit sparked. They fought for over 10 minutes, ultimately collapsing due to sheer willpower, both fainting at the same time. Hong and Asuma carried the two girls to the spectators' platform and laid them down. The fifth match, Tenten versus Temari. Here I go, Tenten exclaimed excitedly, jumping off the platform. Go for it, Tenten. Lee cheered enthusiastically for her. This is going to be tough, Naruto said, looking at the large fan behind Temari. What's wrong? Hinata asked curiously. It seems the opponent is skilled in wind-release ninjutsu. Tenten excels in hidden weapons, but if she doesn't have a trump card, she could be at a disadvantage, Naruto explained. How could this happen? Lee's eyes filled with tears. Sure enough, Tenten lost to Temari, but everyone watched in horror. The entire arena was filled with various hidden weapons, without absolute defense. If Tenten didn't have hidden weapons that countered Temari's, there wouldn't be many who could win against her. A 360-degree attack with no blind spots is no joke. Tenten was still too kind. If she added explosive tags to the hidden weapons or coated them with poison, the power would increase even further. Defeating Temari wouldn't be impossible. The explosive tags could blast her apart, Naruto sighed. Ugh, the crowd imagined that scene, unable to help but shoot Naruto a deep look. Such things were really unnecessary, right? That must cost a lot of money, Kiba couldn't help but say. Explosive tags are not cheap items. Tenten is from a military family. Naruto pointed to the hidden weapons scattered on the ground. The finely crafted hidden weapons, the price of which could scare anyone. The sixth match, Nara Shikamaru versus Kin. Shikamaru wins. As long as the opponent's strength doesn't exceed Shikamaru's too much, he almost never loses. The seventh match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Inazuka Kiba. Hong immediately covered her face. Kiba's luck is too bad. Asuma and Kakashi also didn't know how to comfort Hong. After all, whoever drew Naruto would probably have bad luck. They prayed as much as possible that Naruto would draw someone from another village. Finally, it's my turn, Kiba exclaimed excitedly, jumping into the arena with Akamaru. When he steadied himself, he saw Naruto already standing opposite him. Naruto, I won't care about your identity. Let me show you my progress, Kiba said confidently. In the Ninja Academy, he couldn't beat Naruto or Sasuke, which had always frustrated him. After all, his ninjutsu had to work in tandem with Akamaru. Come on, Kiba. Naruto smiled and said, we're all classmates, and that confident look is so youthful. After all, he had been maintaining that youthfulness through continuous training. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Moonlight Breeze announced. Naruto helped the exhausted Kiba up, cradling the equally exhausted Akamaru in his arms as he jumped back to the spectator's platform, helping him sit down to rest. Huff, huff, huff. Kiba looked up at Naruto's face, which didn't have a single drop of sweat. Suddenly, he smiled with relief and said, You guy, hiding so deep, I admit defeat. He realized that Naruto's strength had far surpassed his. Keep training, Kiba. You won't be discouraged by me, right? Naruto smiled, ruffling Akamaru's head. Of course not. How could I be discouraged by you? I'll keep training. I can't let you leave me behind. Kiba smiled back. Woof. Akamaru barked in agreement, then licked Naruto's hand. Hong patted her heaving chest, relieved that Kiba could maintain his composure after facing Naruto. This guy, his strength, is completely unfathomable. Temari looked at Naruto's figure, gritting her teeth. She glanced at Gaara and saw him staring at Naruto, but oddly, he didn't have the same killing intent he had towards Sasuke. He seemed very calm, who was able to easily touch Gaara's body without being attacked by sand. The eighth match, Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga. Lady Hinata. Neji first bowed respectfully to Hinata. Neji, you don't have to hold back. Give it your all, Hinata said. If she didn't say this, Neji would probably concede right away. Yes, please forgive my rudeness. Neji nodded in response and assumed a gentle fist stance. Hinata also took the same stance. Two green Bagua symbols appeared simultaneously beneath their feet. Gentle fist. The two figures instantly clashed together, their four hands turning into afterimages as they continuously exchanged blows, chakra pouring out during their exchanges, blurring the surrounding environment. So fast, I can't see their movements at all. Hong squinted her eyes, gasping. Come on, Neji. Even if you can't beat Lady Hinata, at least try to hold out for a few more minutes. Lee shouted loudly to support Niji. Chapter 57. My fate is my own, not heaven's. If Niji heard this, he would definitely respond harshly to Lee. So strong. But if he can create some distance and use ninjutsu to restrain her from afar, there might still be a chance. Tamari analyzed calmly while watching the fierce battle below. Gaara watched the fight below, feeling his blood boil, wanting to intervene. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. As expected of Lady Hinata, this strength is truly remarkable. Niji gritted his teeth as he exchanged blows with Hinata, his palms feeling numb and painful. He suppressed the discomfort and continued to fight steadily. The longer the gentle fist technique went on, the faster it became, so not everyone can perform high-level gentle fist techniques. 102 palms. Is he already nearing his limit? Niji looked at Hinata's calm and untroubled face, feeling bitter inside. In the end, will I still be unable to keep up with Lady Hinata's pace? Just as this thought arose, his Byakugan caught sight of Hinata's palm coming towards his chest. Oh no, my body can't keep up. Niji bit his teeth hard, and chakra suddenly burst from his body as he twisted his waist. Heavenly spin. The absolute defense immediately forced Hinata back a few steps. I remember, this is a secret technique exclusive to the main family, Kakashi said, having lifted his forehead protector at some point to reveal his Sharingan, intently watching the arena. Osama nodded. It was no secret to them, the Jonin, that there were some petty matters between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. Did this child figure it out through his own talent? Kakashi turned to Kai. I can't say for sure. You know, I practice the powerful steel fist, so what I can teach Niji is really limited. It all relies on this kid's own exploration and practice. Kai shook his head. This child's talent is truly remarkable, Kakashi sighed. The geniuses of Konoha have always come in waves, never ceasing. Oh, Niji actually learned the heavenly spin. Does that mean he can take 4 of my punches? Naruto said, propping his head up with interest. If it were me, as long as I create distance and attack with ninjutsu, he won't last long. The chakra consumption of heavenly spin is enormous. After all, he's not Hinata and doesn't have such abundant chakra, unless he also knows the 8 trigrams body flicker technique. Sasuke also activated his Sharingan to observe the battle, analyzing calmly. Hinata leaped into the air, distancing herself from Niji, waiting for the heavenly spin to end. Niji's heavenly spin quickly came to a stop. He was slightly panting. Clearly this technique consumed a lot of chakra. Niji, you've improved quickly, Hinata smiled lightly. Niji nodded slightly, his expression serious. My mission is to protect you. If I'm left far behind, then this mission becomes meaningless. At that point, it would probably be you protecting me. I told you, this is not your mission, Niji. The branch family shouldn't be bound by such a fate. Naruto once said, my fate is my own, not heaven's. As long as you have the will, fate can be broken. Hinata gently shook her head. Niji fell silent, his gaze fixed on Hinata. Can I really achieve my fate is my own, not heaven's? But if it's you, perhaps the fate of the branch family will truly welcome a turning point. His Byakugan caught a glimpse of Naruto behind Hinata. If anyone in this world made him see hope in breaking fate, it was undoubtedly that blonde boy. Niji, keep up with my pace. Hinata shouted, raising her hands slowly. Swish! The surging chakra gathered in her palms, forming a pair of vividly lifelike lion heads. Watching Hinata charge forward, Niji once again activated the heavenly spin. Hinata's gentle step twin lion fist slammed heavily against the defense circle of the heavenly spin, producing a dull collision sound. The gentle step twin lion fist was not a family heirloom ninjutsu of the Hyuga clan, but rather a technique developed by Hinata herself. It not only fused the hardness of the steel fist, but also possessed the softness of the gentle fist, combining both hard and soft attacks. Moreover, Hinata was also proficient in the heavenly spin, even more so than Niji. She forcefully tore through Niji's heavenly spin with her gentle step twin lion fist, as if she were tearing apart the fate that had bound him. She actually broke the heavenly spin like this? Asuma exclaimed, nearly dropping his cigarette in shock. Only Hinata could achieve this. Kakashi also sighed. What a pity, I still wanted to have a match with Niji, but it turns out Lady Hinata stole the spotlight. Lee said dejectedly, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged smiles, as their team of three had already passed the test. Neji looked at Hinata, who was so close, and at the lion heads in her hands, feeling as if the shackles in his heart had been severed. I concede. Neji raised his hand and said, "Winner, Hinata Hyuga," announced the Moonlight Gale. The two returned to the spectator platform. "Neji, are you okay?" Tintin looked at Neji with concern. "I'm fine. Thank you, Tintin," Neji said, a slight smile on his lips. "Huh?" Neji actually smiled? Tintin exclaimed in surprise. "Neji, I've already timed you. You've improved a lot this time." Lee approached Neji with a stopwatch in hand. "Thank you, Lee." Neji's expression stiffened, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "You're welcome. After all, you've never beaten Lady Hinata before." Lee raised his head proudly. "Hey, Hinata, here's the milk tea with red beans." Naruto handed Hinata a freshly made cup of milk tea. "Oh, thank you." Hinata happily accepted the milk tea from Naruto. Taking a small sip, the warm, sweet flavor slid down her throat, and she distinctly tasted the fibrous texture from the crushed red bean skins, intertwining on her tongue like the sweet entanglement around her heart at that moment. Sasuke couldn't bear to look at the two, feeling like a huge light bulb. That idiot Naruto actually used the Flying Thunder God technique to go by milk tea. Can a space ninjutsu be used like this? The 9th match, Rock Lee versus Gaara. Although it wasn't the final match, I'm already prepared. Lee was bursting with youthful energy. As expected of my student, in that case, I want to give my beloved student a useful piece of advice. Kai said, bending over. Yes. Lee looked at Kai, waiting for his advice. Perhaps no one noticed, but that gourd is very suspicious. Kai said with a serious expression. I see. Lee expressed shock and immediately took out a notebook to jot it down. No need to take notes. During a fight, there's no time for that. You idiot, Kai said. Hands on his hips. I see. Lee noted Kai's words. Neji had already closed his eyes, while Tintin quietly moved her feet away, indicating she didn't know them. Lee is still so youthful and lively, Hinata said with a smile while holding her milk tea. Ah, my junior brother is indeed a bit naive. But it's because of this purity of heart that he can progress bravely on the path of taijutsu. Naruto looked at Lee and couldn't help but smile. But dealing with Gaara might be a bit too much, right? After all, he is a Jinchuriki. Sasuke frowned slightly and said, the Jinchuriki can use the power of the tailed beast, and that's not something Lee can withstand right now. I'll step in, Naruto nodded. Sasuke felt relieved. All right, go for it, Lee. Guy raised his arm and shouted. Yes. Lee's eyes lit up with determination as he leaped down from the observation platform. Chapter 58. End of the match, Gaara had already crossed his arms and was waiting for him. Shikamaru walked over to Naruto and quietly said, looking at Gaara below, we encountered him in the Forest of Death. Oh, Naruto responded, watching the two fighters below who had already begun their battle. The guy seems to attack using sand. His defense can form a sand shield, covering every angle. As for his offense, Shikamaru paused, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. He swallowed hard and said, he's really strong. If you're caught by his sand, it can crush you to death. He glanced at Naruto and said, luckily I didn't draw him. Otherwise, I would have surrendered immediately. I really can't think of a way to defeat him. A rational choice, Naruto slightly nodded. Can Lee deal with him? Shikamaru curiously asked, watching the increasingly intense battle below. Naruto thought for a moment. In his normal state, he's still a bit lacking. If his body were a little stronger, he could take him down. Shikamaru sharply caught the key phrase Naruto mentioned. Normal state? He was a bit confused. At this moment, Lee opened the first gate of the 8 gates and began to attack Gaara at high speed. Is this the secret technique you're talking about? Shikamaru squinted his eyes, struggling to see Lee's movements. No, what I mean by normal state refers to Gaara. Naruto shook his head. What? Shikamaru's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked below. Lee was opening one gate after another, slowly moving towards the 4th gate, sending Gaara flying, and Gaara seemed completely unable to fight back. The sand could no longer keep up with Lee's speed. All he could see was a blurry figure continuously beating Gaara. Temari and Kankuro also watched this scene in horror. They had never seen anyone actually overpower Gaara like this. Even the sand shield can't keep up. Temari's eyes widened. Even the armor has been broken. This is bad. Kankuro's expression turned grim. Does Gaara still have a trump card? Shikamaru furrowed his brow deeply. It does seem so. If you encounter him in the third exam, to surrender. Naruto looked up at Lee, who was relentlessly attacking in midair. He squinted his eyes and slightly shook his head. His body is still a bit weak. Lee's arms and calves had already started to tear. Hinata, who had activated her Byakugan, was observing the battle and suddenly gasped. Sasuke also activated his Sharingan and frowned slightly as he watched the battle in midair. Not just him, everyone was staring intently at the battle above. This battle could be said to be the most exciting one since the Chunin exams. Guy's grip on the iron railing had already twisted, but he hadn't reacted yet. If Lee could open the fourth gate for a long time, he could beat Gaara to the point where he couldn't gather chakra, but unfortunately, he couldn't kill Gaara. In the case of others, they might not be able to stand against Lee. Naruto sighed slightly and said, if a taijutsu ninja can't even defeat their opponent, then the situation is dire. When a Jinchuriki is in a life and death crisis, the tailed beast within them won't willingly accept death and will unleash a surge of power. Without special means, ordinary people indeed have no power against the tailed beast. Lee also realized this issue. He could beat Gaara to the point of not fighting back. But he couldn't kill him. He still had a layer of sand armor protecting him. He forcefully opened the fifth gate, the Dumen, and used the Rising Lotus, aiming to deliver a rapid series of attacks to take down his opponent in one go. It was also a prerequisite for the sixth gate's absolute technique, the Morning Peacock. Lee transformed into a green shadow and continuously struck at Gaara's abdomen and chest with fast attacks. Gaara. Temari gritted her teeth, looking worriedly at Gaara, who was being attacked. Sigh, Lee is still too kind. Why doesn't he just hit him in the head? Naruto shook his head. Shikamaru felt a bit of toothache. He couldn't see the battle at all. Rising Lotus. Lee delivered the final blow, striking Gaara hard with one hand and one foot, sending him crashing to the ground. Everyone stared intently at the fallen Gaara, only to see the gourd behind him turn into soft sand, forming the last layer of protection, firmly safeguarding Gaara. In pain, the continuous attacks broke off, and Gaara seized this opportunity to gather chakra. Naruto pursed his lips. Gaara lay on the ground, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. As he turned his head to look at the equally fallen Lee, the relief in his eyes transformed into a full-blown killing intent. He slowly raised his hand towards Lee, and the sand began to move in Lee's direction. This is the advantage of ninjutsu ninjas over taijutsu ninjas, even if they can only lie down. As long as they still have chakra, they can release ninjutsu. This is bad. I saw him use this move in the Forest of Death. He can use the sand to crush someone to death, Shikamaru hurriedly said. Earth style, earth flow wall. Upon hearing this, Naruto lightly stomped his foot, and a dirt wall suddenly rose in the direction of the advancing sand. Referee, the outcome has been decided, hasn't it? Naruto shouted loudly. Everyone finally came to their senses, looking at the utterly defenseless Lee, then at the killing intent-filled Gaara. Guy immediately jumped down and picked up Lee. Then, the winner is Gaara, Mizuki announced. I'm sorry, Guy-sensei. I still lost, Lee said weakly. No, youth doesn't care about winning or losing. Progress is the eternal rhythm of youth. Guy comforted him. But Lee had already fallen unconscious. Why save him? Gaara had already replenished his sand armor, looking seemingly unscathed. He raised his head and coldly said to Naruto, because he is my beloved junior brother, of course, I can't just watch him die for nothing. Naruto smiled. TCH. Gaara gritted his teeth slightly, hating such things as beloved junior brother. He slowly walked towards the observation platform. Gaara, are you all right? Temari couldn't help but ask, looking at Gaara with concern. I'm fine. Gaara slightly shook his head. Temari really has guts, huh? Kankuro glanced at Temari, thinking to himself. Match 10. Akimichi Choji versus Tazuna. Winner, Tazuna. Ugh. I want to eat meat. A half-conscious Choji mumbled, drooling. Luckily, the opponent didn't go for the kill. Shikamaru sighed with relief. If it wasn't a friendly match with someone from the same village, then life and death really wouldn't be guaranteed. At least with someone from the same village. They might leave you alive. Even though only Shikamaru made it to the third exam, you kids still got some training, right? Asuma sighed and smiled, stroking Ino's already cut hair. Chapter 59. Jiraiya returns to the village. Everyone drew lots again to determine the list of battles for the third round. Then they waited a month to conduct the third exam. What a hassle. Why do I have to participate in 2 matches? Shikamaru looked at the already announced finals list and immediately shouted in agony, holding his head. For someone with his laid-back personality, it would have been better to just put him out of his misery. Come on, I'll treat you all to barbecue. Asuma could only pat Shikamaru's shoulder and coax him away. Let's go too, and check on Lee's condition at the hospital, Naruto said to Sasuke and Hinata. Naturally, the two had no objections, and just in time, the rest of Guy's team also wanted to go, so both teams headed to the Konoha hospital together. Rock Lee had suffered multiple fractures all over his body, with his arms and legs muscles nearly torn apart. We will do our best to help him, said the main medical ninja in charge of little Lee's treatment to Guy in a serious tone. Thank you, Guy replied with a bow. Don't worry. The medical ninja responded with a bow as well. After leaving the hospital, Naruto fell into deep thought. What's wrong? Sasuke asked. I was thinking, should I learn some medical ninjutsu? Just in case we get injured in the future, we can receive timely treatment, Naruto said, smacking his lips. Is there anyone who can hurt you? Are you still worried about recovery? Sasuke scoffed. He had witnessed Naruto's terrifying recovery ability firsthand. Even if he got injured during training, he would heal by the next day. That terrifying recovery made him quite envious. But there are still you two, and there's Guy-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, and the others. Naruto smiled and said, It's just about sending a shadow clone to learn. It's no big deal. Then I'll learn as well, Hinata said. She had no other intentions. She just wanted to be close to Naruto. All right, you have Byakugan. You can see through the human body directly. Learning medical ninjutsu will be much easier for you. Naruto nodded. Well, Sasuke, originally wanted to say I would go along too, but he suddenly realized he had turned into a big light bulb. What was he going for? To be a dog killed? TCH, I don't have time, Sasuke said, shaking his head. What a pity, Naruto said regretfully, putting his arm around Sasuke's shoulder. Let go of me, you big idiot. Although he said that, Sasuke did not shake off Naruto's arm. Let's go back and train. Hinata giggled as she followed. After a day of training, Naruto and Sasuke were relaxing in the hot spring bath, while Hinata was naturally in the women's bath. Training requires hard work, but resting also requires relaxation. Naruto vaguely remembered a martial arts master in his dreams who once said that training is not just about burying oneself in hard practice like a fool, but also about learning well, playing well, eating well, and resting well. Unfortunately, the memory was too blurry. All he remembered was that the master liked to carry a turtle shell. His teacher, Guy, had also taught him this, helping him relax after training. Ibiki's seal is quite weak. If he encounters a huge stimulus, it might directly cause the tailed beast inside to emerge, so you need to be careful about this, Naruto said comfortably, leaning against the edge of the stone pool. Then I'll use my Sharingan to control it, Sasuke said confidently. But you haven't tried whether you can directly control a tailed beast with your Sharingan. What if you can't control it? That would be a huge joke. Naruto turned to Sasuke. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. That was true. However, he would never admit weakness regarding his Sharingan. Regardless, if you can't control it, I'll step in, Naruto said casually. What do you plan to do? Sasuke asked curiously, enjoying the comfort of the hot spring. Seal it or fight it, Naruto replied. The sealing techniques he had learned over these days were not for nothing. He had to show some results. Just as the two were chatting, a scream came from the women's bath next door. There's a pervert peeping. Suddenly, there was chaos next door. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, quickly got up, put on their clothes, and rushed to the entrance of the women's bath. Many women were either wrapped in towels or dressed simply, looking panicked at the entrance. The bath owner was sweating, constantly trying to calm the female customers. Naruto quickly found Hinata, who was standing among the crowd, wrapped in a towel. Hinata, who was peeping at you? Naruto asked angrily. I didn't see clearly. When I activated my Byakugan, I only saw his retreating back. Hinata shook her head. Damn, where did that pervert come from? It must be because of the Chunin exams. Many outsiders have come. Who knows what kind of people they are? If I catch him, I'll definitely beat him into a pig's head. The female customers chattered angrily. In the end, the store owner managed to quell their anger by offering them a free meal. After Hinata returned to the women's bath to get dressed, Naruto said to Sasuke, "Well, I still think we should renovate the back pool and create an outdoor hot spring. What do you think?" Sasuke pondered for a moment, then nodded. "The area is indeed big enough, but what about the underground hot spring?" TCH. "Just use Earth style to dig a channel to divert it over." Naruto waved his hand. "The hot springs in Konoha are mostly on the same street because there are high-temperature sulfur water currents flowing beneath this street. As long as they dig a channel to the Uchiha compound's underground water, creating a hot spring in Sasuke's backyard would not be impossible." "Okay, I'll provide the place. You do the work." "My Earth style is still not familiar enough," Sasuke pouted. He was also using the shadow clone training method, but compared to Naruto's ever-growing training army, his was far from enough. In terms of chakra, he was not even as good as Hinata. Both of their talents were strong, but Hinata consumed more, providing more energy, which was an advantage. Therefore, in terms of training speed, he wasn't as fast as Naruto and Hinata. The incident of the peeping Tom at the hot spring was bound to spread. One must never underestimate the information network among the Andes. It was said that someone had reported it to the security department, which stated that they would strengthen patrols and would not be lenient upon discovery. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage looked at the tall figure before him, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Honestly, Jiraiya, you come back and give me a big trouble right away." "Ah, sorry." "Sorry, it's all for the material." Jiraiya scratched the back of his head and laughed. "Since you're back this time, you can take over the Hokage position," the third Hokage said as he took a puff of smoke. Chapter 60. Yang released breakthrough from zero. "I'm not suitable for this position." The gallant Jiraiya quickly waved his hand in refusal. He had grown used to a wild lifestyle and was not accustomed to staying in an office. Besides, how could he gather material in the office? If he couldn't write books, his fans would send him threatening letters. He changed the topic. "I heard that Orochimaru has infiltrated the village." Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen's feelings towards Danzo Shimura, he felt the same towards Orochimaru. Even though Orochimaru had defected from Konoha, Jiraiya had not given up on the idea of bringing Orochimaru back to Konoha. After drifting for so many years, whenever he got wind of Orochimaru's whereabouts through his information network, he would follow. For what Naruto said, it seems like his target this time is Sasuke. The third Hokage nodded. He didn't mention the intelligence returned by Itachi that was classified information, and it was better not to discuss such matters with Jiraiya unless he was taking over as Hokage. It wasn't that he didn't trust Jiraiya, but knowing such information was absolutely safe. "Naruto, huh?" Jiraiya thought of two people upon hearing that name. "Are you planning to meet him?" "I heard from Minato that you helped name him." The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya as he took down his pipe. "How has that kid been living these years?" Jiraiya asked solemnly. The third Hokage recounted Naruto's experiences over the years, looking at the hot spring water bubbling up in the pool behind the Uchiha compound. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. "Next, I just need to invite some workers over to renovate a bit more, and this part of the money will naturally come from Sasuke. After all, this is his house." He walked back to his room, and Sasuke was already in meditation, cultivating his mental energy. Practicing physical training during the day and mental training at night. This dual approach is one of the reasons they have become so powerful. Naruto sat cross-legged on the bed, gradually calming his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a grassland under a blue sky and white clouds. A huge fox was lazily lying on the grass, its 9 tails casually swaying behind it. It seemed like it hadn't been this comfortably relaxed for a long time. "Fox." Naruto approached the 9 tails and waved his hand in greeting. "What do you want?" The 9 tails didn't even open its eyes, just lightly twitched its fox ears. "I think I've encountered someone like me," Naruto said. "Ah, you mean that Shikaka guy? I know him," the 9 tails replied, smacking its lips, slightly opening its eyes to reveal a slit. Naruto nodded slightly. Indeed, he could sense the same aura within Gaara, and the 9 tails could naturally perceive it as well. This was related to the slight relaxation of the seal's suppression. At least now the 9 tails could sense things outside. "Can that Shikaka guy beat you?" Naruto asked curiously. "Humph." The 9 tails scoffed dismissively. "I could crush him as easily as squeezing a kitten." "So you're really strong then?" Naruto crossed his arms, still curious. "Of course. I'm the most powerful being in the world," the 9 tails declared proudly. "Then how are you sealed?" Naruto immediately questioned. The Ninetales' expression stiffened. This hit a sore spot. Those two bastards were anything but ordinary. One controlled me with a glance, and the other grabbed me like I was a little chick. And they had the audacity to say I was too strong, so they had to seal me. Do you even know what you're talking about? Damn you, Senja Hashirama. Damn you, Uchiha Madara. Godi. Oh, they've already died? Then it's fine. Among the tailed beasts. The Ninetales hesitated for a moment and added an explanation. I see. Naruto nodded in understanding. If there's nothing else, don't bother me while I'm trying to rest. The Ninetales shouted angrily at Naruto. Well, I came here to give you something good, Naruto said, scratching his head. What is it? The Ninetales asked curiously. Snap. Naruto snapped his fingers, and a huge television appeared in the ceiling space. This was the ceiling space. The television was entirely constructed from Naruto's mental energy. In fact, apart from life itself. He could create anything. I know you're bored, so I made you something to pass the time. I shaped this TV with my mental energy, and as for maintaining its power, you'll have to handle it yourself. You should have plenty of chakra, Naruto explained. What is this thing? The Ninetales examined the television. In its carefree days, there was no such thing as a TV. Well, through this thing, you can see interesting stuff. I can't explain it clearly right now. Just enjoy it, Naruto said, ruffling his hair. Explaining modern things to an ancient being like the Ninetales was a bit too much to ask. After all, he wasn't good with words. The content playing on it is all from my memories. If there's anything skipped or disconnected, don't blame me. If I remember it, it will show up on there, Naruto said, and then his figure vanished from the ceiling space. As Naruto left, the television began to play a drama. Perfect world. The Ninetales rested its paws on its head, staring intently at the screen, while crimson chakra slowly flowed down from underneath, connecting to the television. Time passed, and Naruto remained deeply immersed in his training. There was still a lot for him to learn, but with the shadow clone training method, he felt significant progress each day. The experience he accumulated in one day of training was almost equivalent to what others would gain in over 200 days. Both ninjutsu and sealing techniques were advancing rapidly. Only physical training was something he persisted in daily. The physical body was always the most fundamental and important aspect. He would not forget his original intention, to traverse the universe with his body. Meanwhile, his shadow clone and Hinata's shadow clone arrived at the Konoha hospital. After communicating with the medical team leader, the leader immediately arranged for a medical ninja to train the two of them. Over the years, the medical system had developed not just in medical ninjutsu, but also in the secrets of the human body. They studied various meridians, cells, and organs, examining how to better combine medical ninjutsu for effective treatment. What surprised Naruto the most was that medical ninjutsu actually touched upon the yang release system. Medical ninjutsu could be said to convert chakra into yang release chakra, aiding in the recovery of injuries and stamina. Originally intending to learn medical ninjutsu to care for those around him, he unexpectedly made progress in yang release as well. This compelled him to arrange for more shadow clones to study medical ninjutsu. He planned to use medical ninjutsu to cultivate his yang release. Chapter 61. Jiraiya comes to visit Hinata, found it quite convenient to practice medical ninjutsu. For example, regarding the human body's cells and skeletons, medical ninjas in Konoha could only see the internal structures through instruments. However, it was different for her. Her Byakugan was like a light instrument, allowing her to see the internal structures of a human body at any time. Learning medical ninjutsu was like having a cheat code. Oh, she has Byakugan. If it's closed, it's just closed. My Hinata will always be a green player. She focused on learning about meridians and acupoints. This knowledge was inherited in the Hyuga clan, but meridians and acupoints were not merely about restricting chakra and movement. Stimulating different meridians and acupoints could also enhance the body's functions and chakra. At the Uchiha training ground, Naruto was undergoing extreme training. After tossing aside a large boulder he had been carrying, he wiped the sweat off his face with his clothes and shook his neck, producing a crisp sound. After watching for so long, "Are you not coming out to meet me?" After putting on his clothes, Naruto shouted towards the nearby woods. A tall figure emerged from the woods. "I didn't expect your senses to be so sharp," Even in such extreme training, you could still detect me. Jiraiya smiled as he looked at Naruto. I noticed you the moment you arrived. Naruto shrugged. The wind around him was his eyes. Jiraiya had indeed hidden his presence well. But he overlooked the surrounding wind. Well then, who is this white-haired uncle? Are you here to assassinate me? Naruto's gaze gradually sharpened. He had never seen this person in Konoha, and he could be here to kill him. After all, his identity as the son of the fourth Hokage had spread long enough. The village had caught quite a few spies willing to expose themselves just to kill him. But unfortunately, they were all sent to their deaths. Good question. Let me introduce myself. Jiraiya shook his head. Biting his finger, he used the summoning technique. Suddenly, a toad was summoned. He stood on the toad's head, flipping his hair and dancing. I'm the sage of Mount Mayaboku, known as the Toad Sage. Nice to meet you. Naruto stared at him expressionlessly. Jiraiya maintained his pose without moving. The distant sound of crows echoed through the sky. Idiot, idiot. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Naruto broke the awkward silence first. Oh, are we going to fight already? Jiraiya jumped to dodge Naruto's attack. However, the next moment, Naruto was already up close, delivering a swift kick towards Jiraiya's head. Jiraiya raised his hand to block, the strong force causing both to separate and land. But as soon as Jiraiya landed, he felt something was wrong with the ground. It was soft, and he was slowly sinking down. The ground had unknowingly turned into a swamp. The Yellow Spring Swamp. This kid's ninjutsu is quite impressive. I didn't even see when he activated it. Jiraiya thought to himself. In the next moment, a toad's tongue shot out and pulled Jiraiya back. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A vivid fire dragon coalesced in midair, rushing towards Jiraiya at high speed. Huh. It seems I have been underestimated. Jiraiya laughed heartily, puffing out his chest and spitting out a gigantic fireball towards the fire dragon. Fire style, Flame Bullet. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. The combination of fire and earth ninjutsu was executed effortlessly. Naruto ignored the outcome of the ninjutsu attack and continued to engage Jiraiya in close combat. Jiraiya's taijutsu was also impressive. His tall stature, combined with the nourishment of sage chakra, made his strikes extremely powerful. In a taijutsu confrontation with Naruto, he didn't fall behind. The two were evenly matched in taijutsu, and their excitement grew as they fought. The higher one's strength, the harder it is to find an equally matched opponent. This can lead to loneliness. Naruto had already begun to sense this loneliness. The third Hokage's strength was not inferior to his, but he was quite old. He couldn't bring himself to deal with an elderly man, especially one who was as close to him as a grandfather. Orochimaru could barely be considered one. But that snake had no intention of fighting him, focusing solely on Sasuke and fleeing if he couldn't act. Jiraiya was just right. Moreover, he was very much in line with Naruto's style. With powerful ninjutsu and solid taijutsu, such opponents are hard to find. Jiraiya sensed Naruto's intent and silently cooperated with his attacks. The two fought for half an hour, exchanging various ninjutsu and taijutsu, leaving the training ground in a complete mess. Sasuke would have to spend some money to repair the training ground. But it was fine. This brother of his was a landlord with plenty of money. After both delivered heavy punches to each other, they ended the match. Phew, that was quite enjoyable. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama. Naruto sighed and revealed a brilliant smile. Huh? Jiraiya scratched his head in frustration. You knew it was me? Of course. After all, your summoning beast is well known in the ninja world. I studied history seriously at the Ninja Academy. Naruto nodded. Then why did you attack me? Jiraiya gritted his teeth. He thought Naruto didn't know who he was and assumed he was an assassin. Well, encountering an opponent like you, it's only natural to feel a bit restless, right? Didn't you enjoy it too, Jiraiya-sama? Naruto said with a grin. Humph. Jiraiya flexed his wrist. He hadn't moved like this in a long time. It felt really good. As compensation, how about I treat you to ramen? Ichiraku ramen is super delicious. Naruto smiled. Ichiraku ramen? Jiraiya nodded. He hadn't had it in a long time and missed it quite a bit. After they finished eating ramen together, Jiraiya somehow procured a popsicle broken in half and handed one half to Naruto. Eating popsicles right after ramen will give you a stomachache. Although he said that, Naruto still accepted the popsicle. Ah, Eating a popsicle right after ramen has its own unique flavor. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He hadn't tried that before. The two sat down in a park, and Naruto, with the popsicle in his mouth, spoke somewhat unclearly. Jiraiya-sama, why did you suddenly come looking for me? Although I learned about your situation from the third Hokage, I still wanted to come find you in person, Jiraiya said seriously. Naruto's blue eyes focused on Jiraiya's face. Speaking of which, it's also my negligence. Your father, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, was my disciple and can be considered like a son to me. Your name was even suggested by me. Chapter 62, Frostbite. On the night of the Nine-Tails Chaos, I was rushing back to Konoha, and when I hurried back, I found that Minato and Kushina were already dead. Jiraiya's voice carried sorrow. Even a rogue hero, when faced with the death of a disciple he raised as his own child, could not hide his grief. Naruto, I'm sorry that I wasn't there when you needed family the most, Jiraiya said, looking at Naruto earnestly. I once proposed to raise you personally, but your teacher refused. For your safety. Naruto took a bite of the popsicle and said, I already understand everything, including the third Hokage's good intentions. You are my father's teacher, and if you had raised me back then, it would have been equivalent to telling everyone that I am the orphan of the fourth Hokage. Although you are strong, you can't always keep me tied to you. Compared to such a life, I faced some disdain and cold remarks in my childhood, but at least I grew up safely. Exposing my identity from a young age would only bring endless assassination attempts. It was only after my identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was leaked that I faced ridicule from the villagers. This was beyond the third Hokage's expectations. By the time he realized it, it was already too late to stop it. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with relief. This child, though young, had quite a mature mindset. He didn't have the usual childish petulance. While I'm glad you can think like this, I am still your father's teacher, and it's my responsibility to guide you. Jiraiya said with a smile. I heard from the old man that you have already mastered the 5 elemental ninjutsu. In the recent battle, your taijutsu was also quite impressive. Are you feeling like you've hit a bottleneck? Jiraiya asked. Naruto nodded. Indeed, there aren't many places left where I can significantly improve my strength. However, I'm currently researching medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques, planning to supplement my skills in these areas. Jiraiya was taken aback. I can understand sealing techniques. But what do you mean by medical ninjutsu? Through medical ninjutsu, I can learn yang release, Naruto said matter-of-factly. I see. Jiraiya scratched his head. He certainly knew that medical ninjutsu had yang release properties. After all, his childhood friend Tsunade was the pioneer of medical ninjutsu. However, mastering yang release through medical ninjutsu seemed like a pipe dream, far too difficult to achieve. But given Naruto's talent, perhaps it wasn't impossible. Jiraiya stroked his chin and said, Given your current strength, there isn't much I can teach you anymore, but there is one thing that if you learn it, could greatly enhance your power. What is it? Naruto asked curiously. Sage mode, Jiraiya replied. You don't have a summoning beast yet, do you? Jiraiya asked. Naruto shook his head. Come on, let's sign a contract. Jiraiya summoned a toad, holding a scroll. The toad looked at Jiraiya and Naruto and immediately understood his intention, rolling out the scroll with its tongue and placing it in front of Naruto. This is the summoning beast scroll passed down through my family, the toads of Mount Mayaboku. One of the 3 great sage lands in the ninja world, Jiraiya said proudly. Signing a contract with a summoning beast can greatly enhance my strength? Naruto asked doubtfully, thinking that a mere summoning beast wouldn't be much help. Just sign it, just sign it. Jiraiya flashed a big uncle smile, coaxing Naruto to sign the contract. Naruto shrugged, opened the scroll, and suddenly saw a familiar yet strange name, Minato Namikaze. His father's name. Minato was the last signer. Jiraiya said in a deep voice when he saw Naruto staring at Minato's name. Is that so? Naruto bit his own finger and wrote his name in the blank space behind his father, leaving 5 fingerprints. The hand seals for the summoning technique are done in the order of Hai, Su, Yu, Shan Wei. If you want to use the summoning technique, then seal the hand signs and gather chakra into your right hand. Why not give it a try? Jiraiya put away the scroll and placed it on the tongue of the toad, looking at Naruto, and said, Sure. Naruto nodded. curious about the method Jiraiya mentioned that could significantly enhance his strength. Perhaps it is related to this summoning technique? He quickly completed the hand seals, mobilizing the immense chakra within him, and slammed it down onto the ground. Summoning technique. Boom! A massive cloud of smoke suddenly appeared. Oh, as expected. It summoned it. Jiraiya murmured as he watched the familiar giant toad pipe. Jiraiya, why did you suddenly summon me? A rough voice echoed from beneath their feet. Don't misunderstand. It wasn't me who summoned you this time, but the new contractor, it's him. Jiraiya and Naruto jumped in front of the toad, his nose, and Jiraiya patted Naruto's shoulder and said, Wanta focused his gaze on Naruto. Puff! It let out a huge smoke ring. Haha, it burst into a loud laugh. Don't joke around, Jiraiya, this is just a little brat. How could he possibly summon me? That's a bit too much of a joke. Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling a little too proud. Hey, you're my summoning beast, right? Naruto said to Wanta. Little brat, who admitted to being your summoning beast. You may have indeed signed a contract. But don't think that just because you sign a contract, I will obey you. That's impossible. Wanta snorted coldly. Is that so? Then how can I make you listen to me? Naruto scratched his head and asked curiously. Unless you beat me, otherwise that is absolutely impossible. Wanta immediately replied. Are you kidding? He is the strongest toad under the sage of Mount Myaboku, one of the top summoning beasts in the ninja world. How could he easily listen to a little brat? Even Jiraiya has to treat him with respect. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression changed, and he looked at Wanta with a hint of pity in his eyes. You two get along well. I'll leave first, I'll be back later. Jiraiya immediately wanted to slip away. He didn't want to be scolded by Wanta later. Who wants to communicate feelings with this little brat? Wanta looked disdainfully at Naruto on his nose. Well, Jiraiya-sama can leave first. I will have a good conversation with Wanta. Naruto showed a gentle smile and said. Jiraiya turned to leave, but hesitated for a moment and softly said to Naruto, Naruto, be gentle. After all, Wanta is also a top combat force. He will be able to help you in the future. Naruto's smile became even gentler. How could I possibly use heavy hands on my summoning beast? You worry too much. Is that so? Jiraiya looked at Naruto's smile and couldn't help but shiver. It's better to leave first. After Jiraiya left, only Naruto and Wanta remained. Chapter 63. First hearing of Sage Arts the Toad, Wanta did not leave peacefully. After Jiraiya left, a battle immediately broke out between the two. For a giant summoning beast like Wanta, the ninjutsu attacks of ordinary ninjas were completely ineffective against him. It was no different from being bitten by a mosquito. However, for Naruto, who had immense chakra, he loved such large targets. It was simply too easy to hit. Moreover, given Naruto's speed, Wanta had no way to counter him. When Naruto was about to finish Wanta using the 5-nature transformation Great Bomb, sensing the terrifying aura of ninjutsu, Wanta, who was already injured, immediately lost his bravado. Hurriedly threw out a sentence, I acknowledge you, and then poof, he disappeared. Naruto, feeling unenthusiastic, canceled the release of the ninjutsu. He still wanted to try the ninjutsu he learned from the third Hokage. He didn't expect that after being beaten for so long, the usually tough Wanta would actually run away. How could such a big guy have such a small heart? I misjudged you, Wanta. If you use this kind of ninjutsu, it would be stupid for Wanta not to run away, right? Upon hearing Naruto's account, Jiraiya, who had just finished gathering materials, immediately shouted loudly. By the way, how is Wanta? He was a bit worried about his old friend's condition. Don't worry, he won't die. He'll probably recover in about half a year. Naruto waved his hand, showing a demeanor that this was just a small matter. Poor Wanta. Jiraiya silently prayed for his old friend. So, the method you mentioned that can significantly enhance my strength? Is this? Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, even for someone of Wanta's top-tier strength, it couldn't be said to significantly enhance his strength, right? What I'm referring to is naturally not Wanta, but the sage arts. Jiraiya waved to Naruto, and the two sat under a big tree. Sage arts? This was a term he had never heard before. Kakashi-sensei had taught him for so long, but had never mentioned this. Do you know why there are so many summoning beasts in the ninja world, but there are only 3 great sage lands? Jiraiya asked. Is it because of the sage arts? Naruto guessed. Jiraiya nodded in approval of Naruto's guess. The three great sage lands are Mount Myaboku, the Dragon Cave, and the Wet Bone Forest, each with its own heritage of sage arts. Do you remember how I introduced myself? Toad, sage. Naruto nodded. He was curious back then about how someone dared to call themselves a sage. It turned out to be because of this sage arts. Exactly. It's because I cultivated the sage arts of Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya nodded and said, now, I plan to take you to Mount Myaboku for sage arts training. However, to enter Mount Myaboku, you can only sign a contract first and then use reverse summoning technique to enter Mount Myaboku. I see. So that's why we need to sign a contract first. Naruto understood Jiraiya's approach. While cultivating sage arts is not an easy task, it may take a long time without any progress, so you need to be prepared. Jiraiya first gave Naruto a precaution. He feared that this child would be too smooth sailing and would become disheartened after encountering setbacks in the training of sage arts. However, he didn't realize that although Naruto had strong talent, his willpower was the strongest. Day after day of extreme training, if he didn't have an extremely strong will, he would have long given up. Then I need to tell Sasuke, Hinata, Kakashi-sensei, and Guy-sensei before I go to Mount Myaboku for training. Naruto said upon hearing this. He was worried that if he left for too long, they would be concerned. Well then, let us go to Mount Myaboku tomorrow. I will call you back before the third exam of the Chunin exams. Jiraiya nodded and said. That night, when Naruto introduced Jiraiya to Sasuke and Hinata, an unexpected incident occurred. Hinata looked at Jiraiya's figure and felt inexplicably familiar. She couldn't help but activate her Byakugan and looked at Jiraiya. That peeping Tom who spied on the women's bath. As soon as this was said, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Cough, cough. I was gathering materials. I didn't go to peep for peeping's sake. It was for gathering materials. Jiraiya tried to defend himself. Gathering materials? Hinata tilted her head and asked. It means writing a book. Besides being a ninja, I'm also a famous author. Jiraiya patted his chest, extremely proud. But if you want to write a book, why do you need to peep for materials? Sasuke frowned and said, Sai, there's no choice. I have to do this to write, otherwise I won't have any inspiration. Jiraiya stood with his hands behind his back, looking lonely. What is the name of the book you're writing? Naruto couldn't help but ask. Intimate Paradise, huh? This is the best-selling book in the ninja world. Jiraiya showed a lewd smile. Naruto and the others fell silent. It's normal for you three kids not to have heard of it. After all, it's a book meant for adults, Jiraiya thought, assuming Naruto and the others were unfamiliar with it. No, we actually know about it. Kakashi-sensei reads it all the time. Naruto shook his head. Well, I didn't expect Kakashi to be such a loyal reader of mine. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction. No wonder he was his student. He supported his career. Hinata, if you want to do something, just go ahead, Naruto said, turning to leave. He felt that this old man's disciple was just like him. They truly were master and student. What do you mean? Jiraiya felt something was off and looked at Hinata, who had already revealed her Byakugan, the veins around her eyes bulging ominously. Lord Jiraiya, please instruct me, Hinata said, her hands bursting with chakra as she formed a lion's head to attack Jiraiya. No! Jiraiya screamed. What an idiot! Sasuke commented dismissively as he walked away. He needed to focus on training. Naruto was going to practice that sage technique, and he heard his power would increase significantly again. He was very envious, but he couldn't rush it. His 5-element affinity wasn't complete yet, and he needed to solidify his foundation or it would hinder his future progress. This was his conclusion after long-term training. Every step he took was very steady. Whether it was taijutsu, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu, he was making progress, and he could even say he had no weaknesses. He could feel the strength, and compared to Itachi from his memories, he could say he had surpassed him. However, those eyes, Sasuke thought of Itachi's words in the Sharingan he revealed. This was a qualitative leap in the Sharingan. Even his current 3-tomo Sharingan couldn't resist those eyes, could it? Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many 3-tomo elites in the Uchiha clan who were easily killed by Itachi. But did he really have to follow Itachi's method to obtain those eyes? By killing Naruto? Sasuke shook his head. He would never do that. He would rather not have the Manjiki. With his hard power, he could still kill Itachi. Chapter 64. We meet again, Bunta. Mayaboka Mountain. Sage Shima was wrapping bandages around Bunta. Even in the abundant natural energy environment of Mayaboka Mountain, Bunta needed to recuperate for over 2 months. Honestly, you knew you couldn't win, so why didn't you just come back? Why endure so long and get yourself so hurt? Shima said irritably, though her body was small. Her words made Bunta's voice shrink in volume. I definitely can't lose face in front of that little brat. Ouch! Be gentle, Mom, Bunta cried out in pain. After finishing the bandaging with a nice bow, Sage Shima jumped down. Boss, who hurt you so badly? Isn't Jiraiya around? Fukasaku asked gloomily. Fukasaku Hiro stood by with 2 swords, looking at Bunta's state, covering his mouth to suppress his laughter. It's that little brat from the new contract. That kid is something else, moving like a ghost with massive chakra, bombarding me with all sorts of large ninjutsu. Bunta lay back and said, but don't think I'm like this. He isn't doing much better. I was just 1 move away from winning, and that little brat was in bad shape too. We're about even, Bunta said, taking a puff from his pipe with the only visible part of his tongue. I see, Fukasaku nodded. Oh, we meet again, Bunta. A voice Bunta did not want to hear suddenly rang out. This made the pipe he just placed in his mouth drop to the ground, and his entire bandage body jolted, causing all the bandages to come undone. Why you? How did you get here? Bunta looked at Naruto in fear, completely ignoring Jiraiya beside him. Hey, don't be so excited. Just lie back and rest, Naruto said, scratching his head as he looked at Bunta. Did he really hit too hard and scare Bunta? That shouldn't be the case. He didn't even use the 5 elements multi-strike. Of course, if he had used the 5 elements multi-strike, Bunta wouldn't have come back. Are you the new contract holder? Fukasaku asked Naruto. Yes, that's me. Nice to meet you. Naruto greeted him warmly. Hello, I'm Fukasaku. If you need anything in the future, just summon me, Fukasaku said, recognizing Naruto's enthusiasm. He glanced at Bunta, thinking, is that what you call being even? Someone else completely dominated you while you got beaten up. Bunta, even? You're more like half a pound of scrap iron, while there are 8 ounces of gold, right? He didn't want to end up like Bunta, fully wrapped up. It was best to lower his attitude. I'm Fukasaku Ken. Although I'm quite dull, I will work hard, Fukasaku Ken said quietly. Though he was dull, he wasn't stupid. Seeing Bunta beaten to this extent, he didn't want to end up like a mummy frog. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto waved enthusiastically at the 2 big frogs. Jiraiya, why did you suddenly bring the new contract holder here? Look at how scared Bunta is. I just finished wrapping him up. Sage Shima jumped in front of Jiraiya to complain. Haha, I'm really sorry, Sage Shima. I wanted to bring Naruto here to learn sage techniques, Jiraiya said with a smile, scratching his head after being scolded. Learning sage techniques? Sage Shima's voice sharpened as she scrutinized Naruto for a moment, then looked back at Jiraiya. Are you sure this child is ready to learn sage techniques? It's not that simple. If his chakra isn't sufficient, he won't be able to integrate the natural energy from the outside. Of course, I can confirm that. Jiraiya nodded seriously. All right, since you confirmed it, I won't say much more. Come with me to meet the old man, Sage Shima said, nodding before turning to the 3 frogs. Fukasaku Ken, Fukasaku Hiro. Help Bunta rebandage him. Honestly, it took me a lot of effort to make it look so nice. Yes, I'm really sorry, Naruto said apologetically. It's fine. Getting injured during training is a normal thing. But if you can defeat Bunta, maybe you're qualified to learn sage techniques. Sage Shima waved her hand. Not caring about Bunta being injured by Naruto. Given Bunta's personality, Sage Shima thought it was just a matter of time before he got beaten like this. Now that he was hurt by a friend, at least he could come back to heal. If it were an enemy attack, he might not come back at all. The kind of proud personality needed to be toned down. Sage Shima jumped away. Let's go, Jiraiya said as he followed Naruto. Where are we going now? Naruto asked curiously. To meet the great sage of Mayaboka Mountain. You need his approval to practice sage techniques, Jiraiya explained. I see, Naruto nodded, understanding. The 2 followed Sage Shima to the outside of a huge palace. By the pond outside the palace, a small frog was fishing with a fishing rod. As the lake rippled, the small frog pulled hard on the rod, easily lifting a fish the size of an adult. Hey kids, Dad. Sage Shima jumped next to the great sage and patted the fish he caught, pleased. Kids, Mom, weren't you helping Bunta with his bandages? Shinzo Sienrin saw Jima Sienrin and asked, Little Jiraiya is here, and he brought little Naruto, oh, the new contract holder. He's here to learn sage art and wants to meet the great toad sage. Si Maxianren explained. Shun's with Sienren put down his fishing rod, jumped onto Jiraiya's shoulder, and looked at Naruto, saying, "Are you the new contract holder who defeated Wentai?" "Yes, my name is Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto replied with a bow. Although he had no parents, he was still a child who understood manners. "Well done," Shunzui Sienren chuckled, stroking his beard, showing no anger over Wentai's injury. He didn't know what had happened to Wentai in Mayaboka Mountain. After being beaten, the whole Mayaboka Mountain was filled with joy. "Little Jiraiya, you stopped practicing Sage Mode halfway? It's been so long, and entering Sage Mode is not as good as entering it on your own." Shunzui Sienren jumped onto Jiraiya's head and tapped it, speaking irritably. "Ha ha ha, old man, you know me. With my personality, it's really a bit difficult to concentrate," Jiraiya laughed, rubbing his head. "Humph, you guy full of dirty thoughts." Shunzui Sienren tapped Jiraiya's head again. Chapter 65. The price of peering at the strong in the sage palace of Mayaboka Mountain. A giant old toad, larger than Wentai, lay on a massive chair, softly snoring. After Jima Sienren, Shunzui Sienren, Jiraiya, and Naruto entered the palace. Shunzui Sienren jumped in front of the great toad sage. He gently called out, "Old man, wake up. Little Jiraiya and little Naruto are here to learn sage art." After several calls, the great toad sage slowly lifted his heavy eyelids, still somewhat drowsy, and asked in a muffled voice, "What's the matter, Shunzui?" Shunzui Sienren repeated his earlier words. "Little Jiraiya, little Naruto?" The great toad sage looked down. "Hello, great sage," Naruto shouted with full energy, his face filled with youthful enthusiasm. Jiraiya also restrained his usual playful demeanor and bowed respectfully. However, just after the two greeted him, a slight snoring sound came from above. Upon closer inspection, the great toad sage had fallen asleep again. Jima Shinrin's forehead instantly bulged with veins, and she jumped to the old man's ear, took a deep breath, and her small mouth suddenly opened in an astonishing arc, creating visible sound waves in the air. "Wake up!" The great toad sage's eyes snapped open, his pupils constricting, the previous drowsiness disappearing, even breaking out in a cold sweat, hastily replying, I'm awake. "Really?" Jima Sienren mumbled as she retreated to the side, standing to the left and right of Shunzui Sienren in front of the great toad sage. "Who are you, boy?" the great toad sage asked Naruto curiously. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the new contract holder." Naruto puffed out his chest, his voice full of uncontainable vitality. "Oh, so you're little Naruto." The great toad sage nodded, his eyes slightly shifting to Jiraiya. "Then who are you?" "It's me, great toad sage. I'm little Jiraiya. You haven't forgotten me, have you?" Jiraiya feigned a hurt expression, covering his chest with his hand, pretending to be wronged. "Ah, how could I forget? I was just joking." The great toad sage laughed heartily, a hint of mischief appearing on his wrinkled face. "You're here this time for?" He gathered his smile and asked seriously. "Little Naruto wants to learn sage art," Shunzui Sienren answered. "Oh, sage art." The great toad sage stared at Naruto, his gaze seeming to penetrate flesh and bone, reaching deep into his soul. After a long while, he nodded slightly, saying, "All right, Shunzui, you can teach little Naruto. I'm tired, you all can go." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes closed again, and his breathing became heavy, as if he had fallen back into a dream. Shunzui Sienren jumped onto Naruto's shoulder and said, "Let's go, little Naruto. The old man has agreed for you to practice sage art, and I will teach you now." Naruto looked at the great toad sage's aged face, thoughtfully nodded, and turned to follow Shunzui Sienren out, with Jiraiya closely behind. After Jima Sienren watched Naruto and Jiraiya leave, she turned to the great toad sage and suddenly exclaimed, "Old man, are you all right?" It turned out that the corners of the great toad sage's eyes had unknowingly seeped 2 lines of crimson tears, and he slowly opened his eyes, filled with fine bloodshot veins, looking as if he had endured countless sleepless nights. "It's fine," he sighed lightly, using his wrinkled front limbs to wipe away the blood tears, his voice carrying an indescribable heaviness. "I just saw something I shouldn't have." Fortunately, the other party had no malicious intent. Just a glimpse was already fortunate. "What did you see?" Jima Sienren pressed, her eyes full of concern. "Perhaps it was a god," The great toad sage shook his head, but the image from moments ago lingered in his mind. The golden-haired youth standing atop the head of a giant Buddha, suddenly turning to look at him. A gentle smile spreading across his lips. Just that one glance nearly blinded him, as if struck by lightning. Just one image, and his eyes were almost blinded. That was the lightest price to pay. This is the price of peering at the strong, even if the other party had no malicious intent. Jima Xianren felt a sense of awe, but ultimately did not ask further. On the other side, Naruto followed Shunzua Xianren along the misty path outside the palace. Unable to help scratching his head, saying to the Shunzua on his shoulder, "Grandpa Shunzua, I always feel that the great toad sage." He swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, seemingly considering his phrasing. Shunzua Xianren saw through his thoughts and bluntly said, "You want to say he's getting old and confused?" Naruto nodded somewhat shyly, as that was indeed the meaning. It's normal for the great toad sage to be a bit confused at over 1,000 years old. Shunzua Xianren waved his hand. Over 1,000 years? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock, his mouth forming an O shape. This was the first time he heard of a creature living for such a long time. After passing through layers of massive plants, a waterfall appeared ahead, cascading down, with many stone toad statues of various shapes standing on the shore. Jiraiya stopped and said to Shunzua Xianren, "Then I'll take my leave first. I'm leaving Naruto in your care." "Yeah, you can go." Shunzua Xianren glanced at Jiraiya with disdain and waved his hand. He didn't want to see this useless, dirty-minded guy right now. "Huh." Jiraiya was unconcerned and said to Naruto, "Before the Chunin exam, I will come to inform you. You practice well here, Naruto." "Okay, thank you, Teacher Jiraiya," Naruto replied energetically, giving a salute. Jiraiya used reverse summoning to return to the ninja world, while Naruto followed Shunzua Xianren to the waterfall. There are many stone toads here. Little Naruto, first I want to introduce to you what sage art is. Shunzua jumped down from Naruto's shoulder and stood in front of him. "Please guide me, Grandpa Shunzua." Naruto's face became serious. Sage art is a special ninjutsu that enhances the power of ninjutsu and taijutsu by absorbing natural energy. Its core is to absorb the ubiquitous natural energy in the natural world and combine it with a ninja's own chakra to form a more powerful sage chakra. It can be said to be a higher-level power system than ordinary ninja chakra. He paused and looked at Naruto. "Little Naruto, you should know the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy in ordinary chakra, right?" Naruto nodded. This was something Kakashi-sensei had taught him from the beginning. And sage chakra combines physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy, and all three must maintain a balance of one. Don't be fooled by the fact that it only adds a natural energy. Its difficulty is such that most people could never master in their lifetime. Take Jiraiya, for example. He has practiced sage art for 20 years, yet he's only just begun and can't even enter sage mode on his own. Now you understand the difficulty of cultivating sage arts, right? Sage Fukizaku first gave Naruto a warning, so as not to undermine his confidence. "I already understand its difficulty." Naruto nodded solemnly, then scratched his head. "But, Grandpa Fukizaku, what exactly is this so-called natural energy? I've never heard of such energy, nor have I sensed it." Chapter 66. The curtain falls on the fourth Kazekage. Natural energy exists in all things in nature, such as plants, mountains, rivers, and air. To absorb it, one must concentrate their spirit intensely, perceiving and guiding the energy into their body like a plant. This energy is difficult to sense. Even though the natural energy in Mayaboka Mountain is 10 times stronger than that outside, you still find it hard to perceive, right? Sage Fukuzawa said. I just feel the air is a bit fresher, nothing else." Naruto nodded. "Of course, it's not that simple. Otherwise, Jiraiya wouldn't have specifically brought you to Mayaboka Mountain to practice sage arts." Sage Fukuzawa nodded. "So, the first step to practicing sage arts is to help you sense natural energy, which requires the special product of Mayaboka Mountain, toad oil." Sage Fukuzawa pointed at a small waterfall nearby. The water of this small waterfall is golden. However, upon closer inspection, Naruto realized it wasn't water but oil. This toad oil has the property of conducting natural energy, as long as you apply it to your body. You can more clearly sense the flow of natural energy around you through the medium of the oil, thus lowering the difficulty of entry. Once you can sense natural energy without relying on towed oil, then you will be considered qualified, Sage Fukazaku said. I see. Then let's get started. Naruto nodded immediately. Sage Fukazaku waved his hand and said, Not so fast. I haven't mentioned the dangers of practicing sage arts yet. Danger? Naruto raised his eyebrows, not expecting that there would be dangers involved in cultivation. Yes. Sage Fukazaku nodded. Do you see those toadstone statues around? Naruto looked around at the densely packed toad statues and nodded. These are the results of people who failed to practice sage arts. Sage Fukazaku said. What? Naruto's eyes widened. Are there that many people who have practiced sage arts? Sage Fukazaku seemed to understand his thoughts. Mayaboka Mountain has existed for over 1,000 years. It is certainly normal for many people to have practiced sage arts. Naruto nodded in realization. Even if one person came to practice sage arts every 20 years, that would still amount to a considerable number. So, if you fail to practice sage arts, you will turn into a stone statue, little Naruto. Are you prepared? Sage Fukazaku looked at Naruto and said, I understand the situation now. Let's begin, Grandpa Fukazaku. Naruto looked at Fukazaku with resolute determination. His will was like a sharp knife, ready to cleave through any difficulties and obstacles in his path. Sage Fukazaku smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the Land of Wind, having accepted the invitation of the third Hokage, the fourth Kazekage was now concluding the Chunin exams. Sand Gold Burial. Rasa Gusped, kneeling on one knee with both hands on the ground. Instantly, a torrent of golden sand mixed with magnetic chakra surged like a tsunami towards Orochimaru and his companions, attempting to completely engulf them. He maximized the home field advantage of this desert, and the golden sand waves reflected the deadly sharpness under the sunlight. TSK. Magnetic release is still so troublesome. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, but his figure swiftly retreated like a ghost, leaving his snake clone as bait in place. The furious sand wave immediately submerged the clone, crushing it to mud. Kabuto had already leaped into the air, his hand glowing with the distinctive chakra of medical ninjutsu. The human body contains 78 water, Kazekage. He accurately shot a chakra scalpel towards the glimmering form of Raza obscured within the sand waves, attempting to disrupt his chakra flow. Forced to split his focus to control the golden sand into a shield, Raza's offensive momentum was momentarily stalled. In that brief moment, a white afterimage tore through the golden sand barrier. Kisame, utilizing the terrifying hardened body of the Shikatsumiyaku, directly broke through the sand blockade, his speed far exceeding Raza's expectations. Dance of the Camellia, he shouted, transforming his arms into two gleaming bone blades, launching a continuous barrage of strikes at an untraceable speed. Clang, clang, clang. The golden sand armor was continuously cleaved open and peeled away by Kisame's bone blades. Raza forced himself to gather new golden sand defenses, but the continuous use of large-scale ninjutsu, combined with chakra interference, had seriously drained him, leaving him gasping for breath like a bellows. Orochimaru did not give Raza a moment to catch his breath. He quickly formed hand seals from the outside. The serpent's wrath. Countless poisonous snakes burst from the ground, wrapping around Raza's lower limbs, further restricting his movements. Kabuto once again threw poisoned shurikens, forcing Raza into a panic. Just as Raza was pushed to his limits by the triple assault, a cold glint flashed in Kisame's eyes. He abandoned defense and braced himself with his shoulder, enduring the piercing injury from Raza's golden sand spear, using the sacrifice to charge into the absolute dead angle. Raza's movement suddenly froze. A blood-stained white bone spear pierced through his back to his chest, accurately stabbing his heart. Kisame's voice was cold as sand. Your golden sand is too slow. Blood dripped down the bone spike. Raza looked down in disbelief at the weapon embedded in his chest, his vitality rapidly dissipating with the collapse of his chakra. His vision blurred, and all he could hear was the sound of sand being blown by the fierce wind, as if the land of wind was mourning for him. Coughing, he used his last strength to look towards Sunagakure, his eyes extinguishing completely. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, fell lifeless in the cold sand, blood staining the golden sand beneath him, marking the end in the shinobi world. Orochimaru's hoarse, magnetic voice rang out, the plan proceeding smoothly. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, I didn't expect the Kazekage and his guard to be this weak. Orochimaru glanced at Raza's corpse and said, compared to the third Kazekage, he is indeed lacking. Let's continue as planned. Kisame, you can go back and rest. Orochimaru looked at the handsome young man beside him. Yes. Kisame did not hesitate and obeyed Orochimaru's command. Kabuto, you should return to Konoha and lay low for now. Orochimaru said to Kabuto. All right, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto nodded. In the distance, the four sound ninjas had already transformed into the appearance of a guard team. They could not participate in the earlier battle. The residual effects of the battle would kill them directly. After Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, walked over, they surrounded him, and the five headed towards Konoha. Konoha Hospital. In Lee's room, Gaara silently appeared here, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Lee, who was lying on the hospital bed. Sand had silently floated out from the gourd on his back, slowly wrapping around Lee's body. Gaara's body stiffened. The sand entwining Lee did not continue to move. Chapter 67. He is like a son, what do you want to do? Naruto's voice came from behind Gaara. Gaara turned around and saw Hinata and Naruto standing at the door, their gazes coldly fixed on him. Of course, I want to kill him. Gaara said calmly. You won in the exam, so isn't that enough? You still want to kill? Naruto couldn't understand this desire to kill. Do you want to stop me? Gaara frowned. Looking at Naruto. Of course, I won't let you lay a hand on him. Naruto nodded. Why? Why do you protect him so much? Gaara asked, covering his forehead. He recalled some very painful memories, the kind that would make his heart ache. His uncle died right in his hands. He is my dear junior brother. Of course I have to protect him, Naruto said naturally. Hearing such words, Gaara's mind grew even more chaotic. His uncle had once said the same thing to him. But everything was a lie. Falsehood, all falsehood. Love, or whatever, was just a deceptive phrase. People must rely on themselves. Gaara covered his forehead, his face full of pain. He wanted to discard these heart-wrenching memories, but they were deeply engraved in his heart, and he couldn't forget. Or rather, deep down in his heart, he still yearned for a trace of love. He was just a child who wanted to be loved. A warm palm gently stroked his head. The continuous warmth, like the sun, purified the gloom deep within him. Unlike the fleeting warmth that came from blood splattering on him, this warmth penetrated into his heart. Gaara stared blankly at Naruto. His golden hair seemed like the sun in his eyes. The green light emanating from Naruto's hands continuously flowed into Gaara's mind. This was the medical ninjutsu he had recently learned. Medical ninjutsu could not only heal physical injuries, but also alleviate mental suffering. After all, chakra also contains mental energy. Are you feeling more comfortable? Naruto's gentle voice rang in Gaara's ears. Gaara responded with a nasal sound. Naruto slowly dispersed the medical ninjutsu in his hands. The warm feeling vanished, leaving Gaara momentarily reluctant to part with that sensation. You are too exhausted, which is why you feel irritable. If you are willing, I can help you reinforce the seal right now, so that the thing inside you won't affect your sleep, Naruto said to Gaara. Gaara fell silent. He really wanted Naruto to help him reinforce the seal right now. But no, the upcoming mission still needed to utilize Shikaka's power. If Naruto reinforced the seal for him, he didn't know if he could still summon Shikaka later. Moreover, if the plan was truly implemented, would he still be willing to help him reinforce the seal? For a moment, Gaara felt troubled again. He didn't want to carry out that mission. But influenced by rules for a long time, Gaara wouldn't easily give up on the task. This left him a bit confused. No need, Gaara said lightly, retracting all the sand and walking out of the hospital room. After receiving Naruto's healing, his mood had quieted down a lot. At the moment he left the hospital room, Gaara turned his head and gave Naruto a deep look, as if he wanted to remember him in his heart. He had once again connected with himself, and the sand had not stopped him. Why was that? Shouldn't his sand automatically protect him? If they met again, they would probably be enemies, right? Is he okay? Hinata said, looking at Gaara's back. It's just that he hasn't had good rest for a long time, affecting his emotional management, leading to emotional instability and even some mental disorders. After learning medical knowledge, Naruto could accurately diagnose Gaara's problem. Why can't he get some rest? Hinata frowned slightly and asked. His seal is very poor. If he sleeps, the tailed beast inside him will fight for his body, so he cannot sleep and must maintain his consciousness, Naruto explained. I just don't know why he is unwilling to accept my help. Naruto shook his head and said. When Gaara returned to the inn where the Wind Country ninjas lived, Temari and Kankuro were in a panic. They had received orders from Yashimura to watch over Gaara and not let him go out. But they found that Gaara had disappeared. They feared that Gaara would suddenly go in a tailed beast transformation at this time, which would be disastrous. Seeing Gaara return unscathed finally made the two breathe a sigh of relief. Gaara, where did you go? Temari asked. Gaara looked coldly at the two, his lips barely moving. None of your business. After saying that, he went back to his room. Seriously, Temari, you shouldn't have asked him those things, Kankuro said, looking at Gaara's door and spitting. Temari also felt embarrassed, but still said, After all, he is our brother. If he treats me as an older brother. Kankuro replied without hesitation. Temari sighed gently. A month passed quickly. Jiraiya reappeared in Mount Mayaboku. He came to the Toad Oil Waterfall, but here he only saw Fukasaku Sage. And there was no sign of Naruto. Jiraiya curiously asked, Old man Fukasaku, where's Naruto? Fukasaku Sage smiled and pointed upward. Jiraiya looked up at the sharp peak. There was nothing there. Jiraiya scratched his head and said, No, look more clearly, Fukasaku said. This time Jiraiya focused and looked among the ethereal clouds. A dazzling golden light stood out, and that was Naruto. Naruto was not standing on the traditional training platform below the Toad Oil Waterfall. At this moment, he was sitting steadily at the very top of the tallest and sharpest rock peak with astonishing balance and chakra control. This position was extremely dangerous. With a bottomless abyss below and strong mountain winds howled past, making his black and white clothes flap wildly. However, Naruto seemed to be one with the rock, calm and steady. Even birds landed on Naruto, treating his body as a resting place. A layer of extremely thin, almost transparent golden energy, shimmering with a faint light, enveloped his body like a veil. This radiance was pure and warm, in stark contrast to the murky orange of the toad oil. It was a sign of the initial condensation of the unique sage chakra of Mount Mayaboku. Just as Jiraiya was about to call out to Naruto, he was hit by a smack from Fukasaku and bent over. A bump appeared on his head. Be quiet. This is the most critical moment for little Naruto to condense sage chakra, Fukasaku said angrily, then looked seriously at Naruto above. The golden light around Naruto's body pulsed rhythmically like breathing, undulating once. With this fluctuation, the surrounding air seemed to resonate, and the energy of nature was drawn in larger quantities, like an invisible stream flowing toward the small figure at the peak of the rock. However, the Chunin exam is about to start, Jiraiya said pitifully. The trivial Chunin exam is not as important as cultivating sage techniques, Fukasaku said matter-of-factly. Jiraiya thought for a moment. It seemed that way. The Chunin exam happens several times a year, but the opportunity to cultivate sage techniques is too precious. Chapter 68. Cultivating Sage Techniques Success. Jiraiya, with a big bump on his head, looked up at Naruto at the peak, a proud smile appearing on his face. In less than a month, he can already condense sage chakra on his own. This talent is truly incredible. I remember Minato also took 2 months to reach this step. Jiraiya's tone was full of nostalgia. He even recalled the difficult times he experienced while training sage techniques in Mount Mayaboku back then. Of course, he couldn't compare with Minato and Naruto. His thoughts were too cluttered. Just managing to get into the basics of sage technique training was already remarkable. His talent is indeed impressive, Fukasaku Sage nodded, with admiration in his seriousness. But what is even more commendable is his will. Little Jiraiya, you should remember that when you first absorbed natural energy, if you're not careful, you could end up transforming into a toad, right? Fukasaku Sage said. Of course I remember. Jiraiya's face looked very grim. He didn't know how many times he had been hit by the iron rod wielded by the old man Shinsaku. It was all because he had lost control too many times. The pain from that iron rod hitting his body was so intense that he still couldn't forget it. Do you know how many times Naruto has entered Toad Sage mode? Sage Shinzaku stroked his beard and asked with a smile. Think Chimis. Jiraiya hesitated before saying his guess. Wrong. 5 times. Too many. It can't be just once, right? Since he started training, he had never been consumed by natural energy and transformed into a toad. How is that possible? Jiraiya couldn't believe it. He had also gone through this training method. Who could guarantee the absorption ratio the first time they came into contact with natural energy? Once it exceeded the ratio, one would turn into a toad. His precise control of chakra and indomitable will were the real keys. Sage Shinzaku reminisced about the scene when Naruto first practiced sage techniques, unable to help but sigh. Every time I was about to use the black rod to disperse the natural energy within him, he managed to control the ratio of natural energy and chakra with those two things, allowing them to merge. That's why he was able to reach this stage so quickly and enter sage mode on his own. Little Jiraiya, little Naruto has already surpassed you by far, Sage Shinzaku said to Jiraiya in a tone of disappointment. Ha ha, blue emerges from the indigo and surpasses it. Jiraiya responded proudly and happily without jealousy. He felt proud and gratified by Naruto's achievements. We are just the setting sun, while they are the rising sun. The future will inevitably belong to them. Perhaps he will be the second person to perfect sage mode. It's such a pity about Minato. Sage Shinzaku sighed. If Minato knew about Naruto's situation, I believe he would also be proud of him, Jiraiya said solemnly. On the peak, as Naruto slowly absorbed the surrounding natural energy, a layer of orange-red eyeshadow appeared around his eyes. Once the eyeshadow was fully formed, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, and his originally azure eyes turned into golden toad eyes. He slowly stood up on the small wooden board, yet the birds resting on him did not leave due to the vibration, still perched on Naruto. Naruto slowly clenched his fists, feeling the power within him. Incredible. Naruto's voice trembled with amazement as the golden toad eyes sparkled with disbelief. He looked down at his hands, clearly feeling that the boost from sage mode was not just about strength. It even seemed as if his body had been reshaped. He tried to stretch his muscles, feeling the explosive power of muscle fibers surging under sage mode. When he lightly clenched his fist, he could even hear the sound of air being compressed. The wooden board beneath him trembled slightly, but he stood firmly. Even the birds resting on him remained perfectly still, which was simply unbelievable for an ordinary person. Naruto looked into the distance, and in the next moment, his body vanished in an instant, leaving behind the astonished birds rapidly flapping their wings to maintain their balance. Why did the stones below suddenly disappear? This was an answer their small minds could not comprehend. Fast, very fast. Now he was more than twice as fast as before. His senses were enhanced. His vision became incredibly clear. Even the sounds of the wind and the rustling of grass and trees in the distant valley were as loud as thunder. He could even feel a surging vitality coursing through his veins, and his recovery ability had further improved. This feeling was like being reborn. He murmured to himself, recalling the extreme sprinting during past training, but now it felt effortless. No, the boost from Sage Mode is not just about my body. More importantly, it has perfectly synchronized my will and body during the training process. Naruto suddenly remembered a line from a dream memory. As tranquil as the sky, movements swifter than lightning. This was not referring to physical quality, but to a state of mind. He reached this state of mind while practicing Sage Mode. Before he acted, no one could perceive his intentions. Even killing intent could not be sensed. Even more astounding was the enhancement and control over ninjutsu. After his chakra merged with natural energy, both the quality and quantity of chakra were significantly enhanced. When the Rasengan condensed in his palm, it was no longer an ordinary, slightly restless blue chakra sphere. Instead, it became a sage art Rasengan, containing immense sage chakra, more stable in form, spinning more violently, with edges that appeared somewhat blurred due to the concentrated energy. This energy was highly compressed, and the air around it emitted sharp, high-pitched shrieks, as if space itself were being stirred and twisted. Just by maintaining it in his palm, Naruto could clearly feel the destructive power contained within, several times more than an ordinary Rasengan. In the next moment, as Naruto infused it with wind attribute chakra, zzz, the sharp, piercing sound gradually arose. The sphere in his hand rapidly expanded, transforming into a spiral, shuriken form. He had already mastered this technique, but he hadn't used it much. Although the power of the spiral shuriken was tremendous, it had a fatal flaw. It could only be used up close. And if not careful, it could even endanger his own safety. He had considered throwing it, but the difficulty lay in maintaining the stability of the spiral shuriken. Once released, the powerful spiral shuriken, due to the enormous energy contained within, would explode. But now, Naruto directly threw the spiral shuriken from his hand. The flying spiral shuriken maintained its original form without any indication of an impending explosion. Until Naruto's heart moved, the powerful ninjutsu suddenly expanded. Boom! Chapter 69. Return to Konoha. The Sage Art's spiral shuriken exploded under Naruto's will. The high-speed, rotating chakra storm instantly tore through the air, transforming into a destructive energy hurricane with a diameter of several dozen meters. The highly compressed sage chakra at the core released a dazzling white light, and its edges emitted piercing shrieks due to the intense friction with the air, as if thousands of fierce birds were screaming simultaneously. The rocks caught in the storm were shattered like rotten wood, not crushed into powder, but completely disintegrated into molecular-level dust by the violent sage chakra. The qualitative change brought by sage energy was fully revealed at this moment. Where the storm passed, the ground was carved with spiral trenches several meters deep. The grass, trees, and rocks were not simply blown away. They were completely dismantled by the sage energy contained in the wind blades, with rocks instantly crystallizing and then collapsing, and ancient tree fibers peeling away like fragile paper. The storm's core continuously absorbed natural energy from the surrounding atmosphere, self-expanding like a rolling snowball, rapidly increasing the destruction range to 100 meters. At the epicenter, ripples of spatial distortion even faintly appeared. The area where matter was completely erased by sage energy briefly formed a vacuum-like dead zone. There was no sound, no airflow, only the thoroughly disintegrated particles shimmering with strange rainbows under the sunlight. The birds in the distance, still pondering, panicked and quickly took to the skies. Sage Shinsaku also gasped. What a powerful ninjutsu! Jiraiya looked at the dented ridge and laughed while pounding the ground. Haha, this is several times stronger than my 5 right guards. Minato, your son has truly become an existence that surpasses the sun. Naruto simultaneously condensed spiral shurikens infused with fire and earth attributes in both hands. Even when using 2 different attribute spiral shurikens simultaneously, the ninjutsu in his hands remained incredibly stable. Huff! Naruto exhaled, dissipating the terrifying ninjutsu in his hand. There was no need to test it further, otherwise, Mayoboka Mountain would be left in ruins, and that wouldn't be good. He already knows his own strength. Sensing the presence of Jiraiya and Shinsaku, Naruto's figure instantly vanished from the spot. In less than a second, he appeared in front of Jiraiya and the sage Shinsaku. His short-distance sprint was already comparable to the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique. Teacher Jiraiya, Sage Shinsaku, I did it. Naruto excitedly pointed at himself and said, Yes, we saw it. Sage Shinsaku nodded. Your sage mode has far surpassed mine, Naruto, Jiraiya said with a comforting smile. Now, we can proceed to the second phase of sage technique training, Shinsaku said, wanting to help Naruto successfully master sage technique in one go. There's a second phase? What is it? Naruto asked curiously. That is, when you are still unfamiliar with sage mode and cannot maintain it for long, I will assist you, so you won't have to concentrate on gathering natural energy during battle and can maintain sage mode for a longer time, Sage Shinsaku explained. Okay, Naruto nodded. Sage Shinsaku jumped onto Naruto's shoulder and began to help him gather natural energy. However, the next moment, Sage Shinsaku felt a strong malicious intent coming, and a powerful will instantly knocked him away. Huh? Naruto looked at the fallen sage Shinsaku and asked curiously, Grandpa Shinsaka, what's going on? The nine tails inside you is resisting me, Shinsaka said, feeling frustrated. Naruto and Jiraiya frowned. Has the seal on the nine tails loosened? Jiraiya thought. That fox is acting up again. Naruto thought. Then let me talk to the nine tails before we proceed with this training, Naruto said. There's no other choice. Sage Shinsaka nodded. Teacher Jiraiya, why did you come here? Naruto asked Jiraiya. Oh, Jiraiya suddenly remembered the purpose of coming here. Today is the third exam, and it's probably already started. We need to hurry back. I left a shadow clone in Konoha. Although it doesn't have much chakra, it should still hold up. Let's go back now. Naruto nodded. Grandpa Shinsaku, we're leaving now. Naruto said to Sage Shinsaku. Yes, remember to come back after resolving the Nine Tails issue, Sage Shinsaka said. Jiraiya communicated with the summoning frog left outside Konoha to summon himself and Naruto back. The two vanished in a puff of smoke. When Naruto and Jiraiya's summoning smoke dissipated above Konoha, the scene before them was far from the familiar peaceful village. Instead, it was a hell of war akin to the apocalypse. Two massive, three-headed giant snakes were rampaging against Konoha's gates and outer walls. Each swing of their tails, dive, and bite caused violent tremors. The hard gates of Konoha, along with large sections of the walls, crumbled under the impact of the snake heads as if they were made of paper, with rubble and wooden debris flying everywhere. The deafening roar drowned out most of the cries on the battlefield. At this moment, the enormous summoned beasts played a significant role in the battle. Ninja teams were formed, using various ninjutsu and shuriken to attack the colossal creatures, trying to attract their attention or limit their movements. But against such terrifying beasts, their efforts seemed utterly futile. Many ninjas were directly crushed or swept away, resulting in heavy casualties. Size indeed has its advantages, especially in terms of destructive power. On a relatively high rooftop in the distance, a bizarre purple, semi-transparent energy barrier rose from the ground, resembling a giant purple coffin that completely isolated that area from the outside world. Meanwhile, in the outer regions of the village, near the forest or cliffs, a beast far larger than the giant snakes, resembling a moving mountain, was rampaging. It had a thick tail and was covered in complex patterns, creating sandstorms with every attack. That was Shikaku, the tailed beast of Sunagakure. Fortunately, on its side, powerful ninjutsu attacks were constantly distracting it, preventing it from attacking Konoha. Konoha was now shrouded in smoke and fire, with explosions and burning houses everywhere, thick smoke obscuring parts of the sky and tinting the sunlight a murky yellow. The flames flickered in the smoke like the eyes of evil spirits. The sounds of wailing and roaring intertwined. The explosions of colliding ninjutsu, the rumble of collapsing buildings, the sharp clashing of blades, the painful groans of the injured, the screams of the dying, the excited roars of the enemies, all mixed together, weaving a desperate symphony. In the chaotic street battles and aerial combat, on the narrow streets, Konoha's ninjas were fiercely fighting against enemies wearing Sunagakure vests or strange outfits from Odo. Kunai and shuriken flew like rain, and explosive tags occasionally lit up. Ninjas were either leaping and chasing across rooftops or engaging in close combat amid the ruins. Konoha's elite teams were organizing counterattacks amidst the chaos, trying to stabilize the local front. Panic-stricken civilians were being evacuated towards shelters under the protection of lower and mid-ranking ninjas. Women were crying while holding their children, and the elderly were filled with fear, but evacuation routes were often blocked by collapsed buildings or attacking enemies, causing greater chaos and casualties. The atmosphere of despair was like thick ink, soaking the entire battlefield. Ordinary ninjas and villagers felt a deep sense of powerlessness and fear in the face of the pressure from the tailed beasts and giant snakes. Chapter 70. Sasuke and Shikaku. What is happening? Naruto's eyes widened, unable to believe this was still Konoha. The originally peaceful and tranquil Konoha had disappeared, replaced by a scene of chaos he had never witnessed before. This made him feel a bit cold inside. I went to Mayaboka Mountain, and nothing like this had happened. If there are no surprises, it should be a joint attack by the Sound Village and Sand Village on Konoha, Jiraiya said in a deep voice, a hint of anger on his face. Damn it, Naruto also showed anger. He couldn't understand why everyone was fine and then suddenly went to war. But now was not the time to think about those things. He needed to eliminate the invaders as quickly as possible. With a thought, the shadow clone he left in Konoha disappeared, and the memories of everything that had happened while he was away flooded into his mind. The third Hokage was kidnapped by the fourth Kazekage to that rooftop. The tailed beast inside Gaara erupted during the Chunin exams and was transferred outside the village by his shadow clone. Now, the sage chakra I fused with natural energy isn't much, and I can't create many shadow clones. I need to address the issues of the tailed beast and help the third Hokage first. Teacher Jiraiya, I'll leave the rest to you, Naruto said with a frown. I see, I understand, Jiraiya nodded. Naruto immediately created a shadow clone. The two exchanged a glance and nodded before the clone vanished without a trace. Jiraiya squinted. Is it the flying thunder god technique? Meanwhile, Naruto's main body headed toward the rooftop where the third Hokage and Orochimaru were located. Jiraiya scanned the area, his gaze fixed on the two giant, three-headed snakes at the village entrance. He was very familiar with them. They were Orochimaru's summoned beasts. Right now, the greatest destructive force against the village came from these two summoned beasts. Orochimaru, Jiraiya's expression darkened. Do you really have no feelings for the village anymore? Outside Konoha, at the place where Shikaku was located, Naruto's shadow clone, Hinata, and Sasuke were battling against Shikaku's eruption. My chakra is running low, and I must save enough for the flying thunder god technique to deal with his tailed beast bomb. Sasuke, I'm counting on you for this battle. Naruto clone said seriously. The chakra left for him by his main body, after a month of sustaining, could no longer support him in launching a barrage of ninjutsu attacks. As for taijutsu, he was just a shadow clone, and would disappear immediately upon receiving a slightly stronger attack. However, he couldn't disappear now. If Shikaku launched a tailed beast bomb, he had to use the flying thunder god to transfer it away, or else the village would be in trouble. This was also why he and T automatically disappeared to inform the main body. The main body still didn't know what was happening. Shikaku had already launched a tailed beast bomb once, but fortunately, he had managed to transfer it out in time. Hinata's attacks were not very effective against such large creatures. Therefore, in this battle, the main force was Sasuke. Gaara decisively released the tailed beast at the very beginning of the Chunin exams using the technique of pretend sleep. He directly released Shikaku in the Hidden Leaf Village. Thankfully, Naruto No. 1 used the Flying Thunder God to transfer it to the mark he had left outside the village, preventing another tailed beast incident in the Hidden Leaf Village. I understand. Sasuke had already revealed his three-tomo Sharingan, gazing at the massive Shikaku with a fighting spirit, nodding and saying, you annoying little brats, die. Shikaku's sharp voice rang out as it slapped its huge belly and spat out several wind balls toward Sasuke and the others. Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, instantly perceiving the trajectories of the wind balls Shikaku had spat out. They were not ordinary wind release techniques. They contained terrifying cutting power capable of tearing through rock. A casual strike from a tailed beast had immense destructive power. Scatter! Sasuke shouted in a low voice, quickly leaping to the left. Naruto No. 1 and Hinata also dodged Shikaku's attack. The wind balls struck the ground, creating several deep craters and sending sand and stones flying. Before the dust could settle, Shikaku's sharp, piercing laughter echoed again. Can you escape, little bugs? Wind release. Vacuum bullet. Shikaku's massive body inhaled sharply, its abdomen exaggeratedly swelling as it prepared to unleash a larger-scale destructive wind release technique. You won't. Sasuke's eyes were sharp as blades. He quickly formed hand seals, and chakra surged wildly. Earth release. Rock pillar prison. He naturally possessed fire and lightning attributes, and after training both to their extremes, following the principle of the 5 elements mutual generation, wind generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates lightning, lightning generates water, and water generates wind. He began training in both water and earth attributes. After his efforts, he had now achieved results. Boom! The ground in front of Sasuke shook violently, and several massive, sharp stone pillars shot up from the ground, not to attack, but to converge instantly. A thick rock barrier formed in front of Shikaku's gaping mouth. Although it was immediately cracked and on the verge of breaking from the strong wind pressure accumulating in Shikaku's mouth, this precious moment delayed Shikaku's continuous casting of its jutsu. Damn it! Annoying rocks! Shikaku's attack was obstructed, and it irritably swung its tail, kicking up a cloud of dust. The three-tomo Sharingan flickered with a strange red light amidst the dust, clearly capturing the flow of Shikaku's raging chakra and its momentary weaknesses. Now's the time. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke took a deep breath, his chest swelling, and unleashed a massive fire dragon that roared toward Shikaku's eyes, which, despite being a tailed beast, was still a vulnerable spot. Shikaku reacted quickly, instinctively raising its enormous sand arm to block. But Sasuke's offensive was relentless. Chidori Sharp Spear. Seizing the moment when Shikaku was blocking the fire dragon, Sasuke's left hand shone with dazzling lightning, and the sharp lightning spear was released, piercing toward the connection point of Shikaku's sand arm that was obstructing its view. The inside of his Sharingan played a huge role. This strike accurately hit the chakra node, causing a large amount of sand infused with Shikaku's chakra to instantly crumble and disintegrate. Ugh, so painful. Shikaku let out a painful shriek. The chakra node being invaded by lightning, and the shattered sand arm could not quickly reform. Sasuke did not pause. He used the insight of his three-tomo Sharingan to predict Shikaku's brief stiffness from the pain and continued his assault. Water release. Water bullet. He struck the ground with both hands, and the chakra-infused water transformed into several massive, rapidly rotating water drills, suddenly drilling up from the ground beneath Shikaku, fiercely targeting its lower abdomen, where it supported its body. Shikaku's massive body shook under the impact of the water bullets, its center of gravity unstable. Feeling the stimulation in its lower regions, it was completely enraged. Damn little brat. You dare attack my weakest point. I'll crush you. Wind release. Sand rain. Countless sand bullets infused with wind release chakra rained down on the entire area like a storm, making it impossible to evade. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Sasuke pressed his hands to the ground, and three thick, layered, and incredibly solid giant earth walls rose up in front of him. The sand rain violently struck the earth walls, producing a continuous series of explosive sounds, with soil flying everywhere. Although he successfully defended, it consumed a significant amount of Sasuke's chakra. Seeing that its area attack was ineffective, Shikaku's ferocity surged, and it opened its massive mouth again, deep purple. Destructive energy began to rapidly gather in its mouth for another tailed beast bomb. Chapter 71. Shikaku is very happy. Oh no, another tailed beast bomb. Naruto no. One was highly tense, gripping his kunai, ready to activate the flying thunder god at any moment. At this critical moment, Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, the three tomos almost forming a circle. A massive amount of chakra surged within him, gathering into an unprecedented large-scale combined jutsu. Fire release. Great fire dragon. Earth release. Rock cannon technique. A giant fire dragon, far larger than before and emanating terrifying heat, roared toward Shikaku's gaping mouth, while at almost the same position. Sasuke condensed a massive, incredibly hard, solid rock cannonball from the ground using earth release chakra, shooting out like a cannonball under the cover of the fire dragon. Boom! The massive rock cannonball accurately struck the tailed beast bomb that was halfway formed in Shikaku's mouth. Premature detonation. A thunderous roar like a mountain collapse. The violent energy shockwave spread wildly in all directions, illuminating the entire battlefield with dazzling light. Shikaku was at the forefront, its massive body violently hurled backward by the terrifying energy that exploded right at its mouth, letting out a thunderous wail as smoke billowed from its mouth. And the gathered-tailed beast bomb completely went out of control and dissipated, although it didn't severely injure it. This sudden massive impact interrupted its strongest killing move and left it in a state of great dizziness and pain. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke gasped, kneeling on one knee. The intense consumption made him temporarily stop his assault, but his three-tomo Sharingan still locked onto the blown-back Shikaku, cold and full of fighting spirit. Hinata, with her Byakugan, observed Shikaku's condition. Not good. Its body has suffered severe damage, but it is absorbing the sand on the ground, continuously recovering its form. This means that unless we can defeat it in one go, it will only drag us down. Naruto number 1 frowned and said, "Tailed beasts are collections of chakra. As long as their chakra isn't completely exhausted, they cannot be killed. Then let us defeat it all at once." Sasuke said coldly. Dark thunderclouds had appeared in the sky at some point. The fire release Sasuke had just used caused the temperature in this area to rise sharply, which was part of his strategy. Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan spun wildly, blood vessels spreading but carrying a decisive cold light. Its recovery ability is too strong. It must be finished in one blow. He roared, unleashing all the remaining chakra within him. In the sky, the heavy thunderstorm clouds rolled violently due to the high temperature from his previous fire release, and the rumbling thunder sounded like a giant beast roaring. Sasuke raised his hand, enveloped in piercing lightning, as if that lightning had become the fuse connecting heaven and earth. Now the sky returns to me to wield the whip, Kirin. In an instant, the violent power of heaven and earth was precisely guided by the Raikiri in his hand. A massive bolt of lightning, twisting through space, suddenly took shape, resembling the mythical unicorn Thunder Beast. It tore through the sky with a terrifying power capable of destroying everything, aimed directly at the Shikaka below, who was gathering sand to repair its body. Before the lightning even arrived, the destructive pressure had already scraped away a layer of the ground, forcing Hinata and Naruto's shadow clones to retreat repeatedly from the shockwave. How? Shikaku emitted a piercing, heart-wrenching scream, its enormous, beastly eyes reflecting true fear for the first time. Faced with this divine punishment that far exceeded human limits, representing the wrath of nature, its massive body erupted with dark, ink-like tailed beast chakra. Boom! An endless amount of sand was instantly attracted, compressed, and condensed by this terrifying chakra. In the nick of time, a half-circular barrier of absolute defense, shimmering with a metallic black sheen, was suddenly erected above Shikaku's head. Its thickness surpassed that of an ordinary sand wall, with flowing seals representing Shikaku's cursed markings on its surface. The devastating lightning beast of Kirin crashed violently, without any fancy maneuvers, into this dark barrier. Boom! A sound more terrifying than the previous tailed beast bomb echoed and shook the earth. The blinding lightning and the dark sand wall clashed fiercely, producing countless twisted arcs of electricity that pierced the air. The entire battlefield was instantly submerged in a turbulent maelstrom of energy and blinding white light. Naruto 1 and Hinata had to raise their arms to shield their eyes. Naruto 1 felt a surge of anxiety. Sasuke? The light and sound persisted for several seconds before gradually dissipating. To their surprise, Shikaku's massive body still stood in place. The absolute defense barrier, which had condensed an immense amount of chakra, was now covered in vast spiderweb-like cracks, with a charred, smoke-emitting gaping hole blasted through the center. Severely damaged and nearly torn apart. "Heh!" Shikaku's voice, hoarse and filled with twisted glee after surviving, exclaimed, "I blocked it. Stupid little brat. Your strongest attack was blocked by my absolute defense." "Ha ha ha." It gasped heavily, the sand on its body shifting, clearly indicating that constructing this far beyond ordinary sand shield had drained its massive chakra, but it had ultimately withstood that terrifying heavenly lightning. On the other side of the battlefield, Sasuke, having exhausted all his chakra, maintained the hand seals but swayed and suddenly dropped to one knee, gasping violently, the light of his 3-tomo Sharingan dimming. Those eyes fixated intensely on the unyielding Shikaku, filled with unwillingness and coldness. The fully unleashed Kirin had actually been blocked. Wind release. Vacuum bullets. Shikaku suddenly spat 3 powerful wind balls toward Sasuke. 8 trigrams, air palm. Hinata struck at the 3 wind balls with a palm. The overwhelming chakra directly detonated the 3 wind balls. Annoying bugs. Shikaku became increasingly agitated. It rarely came out, wanting to cause destruction and kill. So why would these annoying bugs try to stop it? Desert funeral. Centered around Shikaku's massive body, all the land within visible range instantly boiled. Whether it was the deep pits created from previous battles, the ravines left from fierce fighting, or the relatively flat ground. Even the remnants of rocks and tree roots in the distance, everything rolled, liquefied, and collapsed like boiling water. The sand surged like it had a life of its own, churning and gathering. A colossal, pure sea of sand suddenly formed, encompassing an extremely vast area, including the panting Sasuke and the ready-to-defend or attack Hinata, and Naruto won. At that moment, Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke. In the next second, a golden figure grabbed Hinata and Sasuke, instantly disappearing from their original spot. Their previous location was immediately buried by a massive amount of sand, creating a temporary artificial desert that completely altered the local landscape. This was the power of the tailed beast. "Drink!" Shikaku shouted, and all the sand suddenly compressed tightly. Now you all will die." Unable to contain its excitement, Shikaku began to dance, its tail swaying back and forth, clearly in a very happy mood. Chapter 72, Sage Art. Fire Release, Spiraling Shuriken. "You're happy?" A voice laced with bone-chilling killing intent brushed past its ears, abruptly cutting off Shikaku's arrogant laughter. It turned its head sharply, its sand-like pupils reflecting the figure of a golden-haired boy, the same brat who had just used space ninjutsu to transfer its tailed beast bomb. But at this moment, he was surrounded by a strange aura, his light golden toad-like eyes coldly staring at it. That wasn't an ordinary chakra fluctuation, but rather a pressure mixed with natural energy, like a blade that had suddenly been unsheathed, piercing Shikaku's instincts. "Impossible," Shikaku swallowed hard, shaking its head and muttering to itself. It forcibly suppressed its inexplicable anxiety, secretly mocking, "Just a brat with some space tricks. The real problem is that Sharingan kid." But right now, that Uchiha's chakra was nearly depleted, barely able to maintain the Sharingan, posing no threat at all. What does 3 against 1 matter? The advantage is still on its side. After all, it was a tailed beast, the guardian of sand who had lived for 1,000 years. However, in the next second, Shikaku's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. The golden-haired boy stood in place, light golden sage chakra and crimson fire attribute chakra swirling wildly in his palm, coiling and condensing into a constantly buzzing energy sphere. The flames at the edge of the sphere flickered like a living thing, each tremor causing the air to emit a painful moan, as if even space were about to be torn apart by this power. Sage Art. Fire Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Before Naruto's low voice finished, the jutsu imbued with a destructive aura shot out of his hand. The orange-red light trail sliced through the air with a hissing sound as it rushed toward Shikaku. Shikaku wanted to dodge, but its massive body became a burden at that moment. It could only gather sand to form a defense, but the fiery stream had already closed in. Boom! The fire release. Spiraling shuriken slammed hard into Shikaku's abdomen, the violent impact acting like an invisible giant hammer, actually lifting its small mountain-like body off the ground. The ground 10 meters away cracked like a spider web, and before Shikaku could recover from the intense pain, it saw the jutsu suddenly expand violently on its belly. The fire release. Spiraling shuriken erupted, creating a fiery storm that engulfed the heavens and the earth. Shikaku let out a painful scream amidst the flames, its sand vitrifying in the fire and then quickly falling away. It no longer had enough chakra to maintain its form. At that moment, it had only one thought. That golden-haired brat was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Damn it, clearly possessing such strong power, yet letting that Sharingan brat lead the charge. When the fiery storm dissipated, Shikaku had vanished, leaving behind Gaara, unconscious and lying on the ground, his body burned. Naruto glanced at him, saw that his chest was still rising and falling, and that he was not dead, so he ignored him. "Come out!" Naruto shouted loudly at the woods behind him. Shino and Kankuro, hiding in the forest, hesitated for a moment but then jumped out. In the face of such a powerful figure as Naruto, obedience was the best choice. This time, when Naruto looked at them, There was no hint of kindness in his eyes. He had treated the sand ninjas as allies, kindly welcomed them, and even took them to Ichiraku Ramen. But they had treated him as a fool, invading Konoha and destroying his home. Not directly killing them was already a sign of Naruto's kindness. Naruto's figure appeared directly in front of them, his hands slapping down towards their heads. Shino and Kankuro could not react in time before Naruto's hands were already on their heads. A large amount of black runes flowed from above their heads to their entire bodies, ultimately disappearing. I have sealed your chakra. Now stay here obediently and wait until I finish dealing with the invasion before I handle you. Naruto's cold voice echoed in Temari and Kankuro's ears. The two exchanged a glance, both filled with despair and helplessness. They did not expect that besides the third Hokage, there was someone as strong as Naruto in Konoha. With just one strike, he had repelled Shikaka back. With such a top-tier combat force present, how could their ordinary sand and sound ninjas withstand him? The fourth Kazekage was still entangled with the third Hokage. Hinata, watch them. Sasuke, recover your chakra here. I'll handle the situation in the village. Naruto said to Hinata and Sasuke. All right. Hinata nodded. Sasuke sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to recover his strength. With Naruto back, the burden on his shoulders was instantly lifted. This made him feel very reassured. With Naruto around, it seemed that everything could be entrusted to him. After saying this, Naruto instantly vanished from spot. Temari and Kankuro sat obediently beside Gura, not daring to move as the girl with the Byakugan was staring at them. The strength of this Hyuga girl was not something they could contend with, not to mention that she harbored killing intent in her heart. If they dared to make any other moves, she would likely show no mercy and strike them down immediately. In Konoha, Naruto arrived at the rooftop resembling a purple coffin, where a small team of Umbu was anxiously guarding. Why don't you go in to help the third Hokage? Naruto appeared beside them and asked, Lord Naruto? The Umbu squad leader, dressed in beige Umbu attire, was taken aback. Didn't you transfer Shikaku outside the village? That was my shadow clone. I just returned from Iboka Mountain. Naruto replied while surveying the purple barrier before him. Is this the Four Purple Flames formation? Maiboka Mountain? The Umbu squad leader felt that Naruto seemed very different, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly had changed. Hearing Naruto's words, he quickly said, Yes, we have tried. Touching the walls of the barrier will result in burns from the flames. Only someone at the level of a Kage can break through this barrier or do so from within. However, they've also released a layer of barrier from the inside, and the third Hokage is being held back by Orochimaru. We have no way of breaking through this barrier to assist Lord Hokage. I understand, you all retreat. Naruto nodded, and the massive sage chakra within him began to mobilize. The pressure emanating from Naruto was like dark clouds pressing down, and the Umbu squad leader felt as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand, pounding wildly as if it would burst from his throat. He suddenly raised his hand to signal a retreat, his eyes filled with panic beneath his mask, and with the two equally frightened Umbu members behind him. They quickly retreated to a safe distance of 100 meters. Naruto's eyes shone with brilliance, and the sage chakra surged like a tsunami. Sage art, earth release, spiraling shuriken. That deep voice was not a declaration, but the prelude to destruction. The earthen-colored energy vortex in his palm buzzed and expanded, and 3 heavy earth attribute ripples spread out like giant shackles, emitting a suffocating gravitational field. The tiles on the rooftop broke free from their constraints, eerily floating upwards as if grasped and crushed by an invisible giant hand, then ground into dust. Chapter 73. When I speak, the Umbu squad leader, still 100 meters away, felt an invisible boulder pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. What an astonishing ninjutsu! Has Lord Naruto's strength increased so much? Without the slightest hesitation, Naruto shot the terrifying energy sphere directly at the purple barrier that imprisoned the third Hokage. The energy sphere, carrying the destructive, earth-colored spiraling shuriken, struck hard against the 4 purple flames formation, which was said to only be broken by someone at the level of a Kage. Sizzle boom. The expected scene of the barrier burning and rebounding did not occur. when the earth-colored spiraling shuriken collided with the eerie purple flames. The explosion was not of flames, but of a deep rumble, as if the earth itself were splitting. An incredibly powerful gravitational field ground down on the chakra structure of the barrier, like an invisible millstone. The solid walls of the four purple flames formation twisted violently and cried out as they came into contact with the earth-release spiraling shuriken. The flames that seemed capable of burning everything were as fragile as a paper window in the face of absolute power and gravitational pressure. The purple barrier's light flickered wildly, cracks spreading rapidly across its surface like a spiderweb. It held for only a breath before crashing down like shattered glass. Countless purple light spots and violent earth-released chakra fragments shot out in all directions. Inside the barrier, the sound ninjas maintaining it, Jirobo and Sakan, were hit head-on by the destructive force that exceeded the barrier's limits the moment it shattered. Thud! Ugh! Oomph! Four piercing screams erupted almost simultaneously. The terrifying, earth-attribute-infused sage chakra surged like countless heavy meteors, violently flooding their limbs and bodies. The overwhelming gravity not only shattered the barrier, but also poured mercilessly onto their bodies, maintaining the seal. They felt their bones groaning and breaking. Their meridian systems felt like they were forcibly filled with countless sharp, rough rocks, breaking inch by inch under the high-speed rotation and heavy pressure. The chakra pathways were violently torn, blocked, and even destroyed by this raging force. The bizarre corrosive power of the sage chakra mingled with the heavy destructive power of pure earth release, rampaging within their bodies. The four of them were hurled like ragdolls, crashing into the collapsing rooftop walls or directly falling into the rubble. When they hit the ground, their faces turned ashen, blood spewing from their mouths and noses. Their bodies twisted irregularly, as if they had been flattened by an invisible hammer. The pain was so intense they couldn't even scream, only managing to emit weak, wheezing sounds, their eyes filled with ultimate fear and near-death agony. Their meridians were brutally shattered, their chakra completely scattered and chaotic, their bodies limp on the ground as if their bones had been pulled out. Let alone continuing to maintain the barrier. Even moving a finger was an extravagant wish. The meridians were truly broken. The barrier dissipated, and amid the swirling dust, the scene on the rooftop became clear. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, visibly exhausted and breathing heavily, looked in shock at the instantly collapsed purple prison and the golden-haired boy surrounded by faint golden sage chakra standing amidst the debris. Due to fatigue and the reflection, his eyes momentarily blurred. "Minato?" he murmured. Across from him, Orochimaru's golden snake-like pupils suddenly contracted into a vertical line, his cold gaze locking onto Naruto with intensity. For the first time, a serious and deeply wary expression appeared on his pale face. This unexpected variable, the power displayed by this Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, had completely exceeded his expectations. Compared to during the Chunin exams, he was more than twice as strong. What on earth had happened? Naruto retracted his palm. The residual power of the earth release, spiraling shuriken gradually dissipating, but the imposing aura belonging to a sage remained undiminished, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring directly at Orochimaru. The situation on the rooftop had instantly reversed due to his arrival and his power. Naruto's eyes scanned the battlefield. The battlefield was not only occupied by Orochimaru and the third Hokage. There were also two figures wearing tattered armor, their eyes vacant as they looked at him. The first Hokage and the second Hokage. Naruto looked at their faces and murmured. Their faces had certainly appeared in Konoha's history textbooks, and Naruto recognized them at a glance. "Naruto, you..." The third Hokage jumped to Naruto's side, looking at him speechlessly. He had naturally noticed the change in Naruto's eyes. He had seen this kind of eyes once before, when the fourth Hokage had demonstrated it. "Have you already mastered Sage Mode?" The third Hokage said incredulously. He knew about Naruto going to Mayaboka Mountain to train in Sage Art. Jiraiya hadn't hidden it from him. However, the speed of Naruto's progress was simply too fast. He had succeeded in less than a month. Even Minato had taken 2 months to achieve it. Ganpatiyat. You should rest for now. Leave the next part to me. Naruto glanced at the third Hokage, whose face was bruised and swollen, and who was panting heavily, clearly at his physical limit. He was nearing 70, and with his smoking habit, he was no longer in his prime. If this dragged on, it would wear him out. Let's do this together. As you can see, the first Hokage and the second Hokage have both been summoned by Orochimaru using the forbidden technique, Edo Tensei. Although they don't have their peak power from when they were alive, they are immortal and can only be sealed, but can't be killed, the third Hokage said solemnly. Naruto realized why the third Hokage was so exhausted. No, let me handle it. I'm no longer the fledgling protected by Grandpa. I can protect you now and be a towering tree that shields Konoha, Naruto said with a gentle smile. The sunlight filtered through his flowing golden hair, casting speckled light on the third Hokage's wrinkled face. The old man suddenly covered his mouth, and murky tears rolled down his deeply lined cheeks. Minato, Kushina, can you see this? The baby who cried in the crib back then can stand on his own now. Wood release, treat, binding, eternal burial. Water release, water surge wave. Two cold shouts exploded at the same time. The first Hokage and the second Hokage did not hesitate and launched ninjutsu attacks at Naruto. The first Hokage's palm erupted with a giant tree covered in thorns, while a torrent surged from beneath the second Hokage's feet, enough to overturn rooftops. I said, Naruto's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Puff! He kicked the first Hokage's head, shattering it into paper scraps. While I'm at it, with another kick, he shattered the upper body of the second Hokage. Don't make a fuss. Naruto's eyes were cold, anger evident on his face. His speed was such that the two former Hokages hadn't even had time to react before their fragile bodies were battered. In short distances, his sprinting speed was comparable to the flying thunder god. The ninjutsu of the two Hokages had not even formed before it was destroyed. However, the shattered pieces of the first and second Hokage's bodies began to gather again as if attracted by a magnet, continuously restoring themselves. How convenient. I'm just studying sealing techniques. Naruto smiled, black runes appearing at his fingertips as he pressed them onto the two. A large number of black runes flowed continuously over them. The cursed seals crawled like living creatures through the gaps in their armor, instantly cutting off their chakra flow and movement capabilities. His sealing technique came from the Uzumaki clan as secret arts, not the kind of ordinary junk found everywhere. The restoring paper scraps suddenly stopped. The two Hokages stood frozen in their incomplete forms. Chapter 74. The counterattack ends. Orochimaru was already thinking about escaping. Naruto's strength had exceeded his expectations. He had easily broken through the four purple flames formation and dealt with the two former Hokages. He didn't have confidence in defeating Naruto. His eyes, so that's it. It's the Sage Mode from Mayaboka Mountain, Orochimaru realized as he clearly saw Naruto's state. He felt even more inclined to retreat. He had seen Jiraiya's Sage Mode. Unless he used his trump card, he might die here. However, this body had reached its limit, and if he forcibly used the eight-headed serpent technique, he would have to perform the retreat ritual immediately. It wasn't worth it. He had always coveted Sasuke's body. Naruto looked coldly at Orochimaru, slightly bending his legs, and the next moment, he transformed into a golden light rushing toward Orochimaru. So fast, Orochimaru's pupils constricted as he attempted to raise the Kusanagi sword to block. But he was still too slow. Naruto's kick heavily deformed his face. While Orochimaru was knocked into the air, Naruto had already caught up, unleashing a continuous barrage of attacks on him. The sounds of fists and feet striking flesh echoed in the air. Orochimaru was unable to move under Naruto's relentless assault, unable even to gather chakra. Fortunately, his body had undergone soft body modification, or he would have died under Naruto's barrage. For non-taijutsu ninjas, being caught in a continuous combo by taijutsu ninja would lead to a horrible fate. Gaara experienced this, and so did Orochimaru. When Orochimaru lay on the ground, bruised and unable to move due to pain, Naruto stopped his assault and stood before him. Hee, Naruto-kun, you truly are Minato-kun's child. Your talent surpasses even his. Orochimaru croaked from the ground. Naruto remained silent, still looking at him coldly, then raised his hand, quickly forming a sage art Rasengan. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, And the next moment, the Sage Art Rasengan shot from Naruto's hand, striking him squarely in the head. The overwhelming power shattered his head and body into pieces. Not sensing Orochimaru's presence anymore, Naruto returned to the third Hokage's side. However, a small white snake emerged from the rubble, glanced at Naruto and the third Hokage's direction, and then disappeared back into the debris. Grandpa! Naruto returned to the third Hokage's side. The Umbu team that had just distanced themselves was now on alert around the third Hokage. Naruto, your Sage Mode. The third Hokage saw that Naruto's eyes had returned to their original bright blue color, and the shadows around his eyes had disappeared, immediately asking, this is my first time in Sage Mode, and the natural energy I absorbed has already been used up. Naruto scratched his head and said, enough talk. Let me help you heal. A faint green light appeared in Naruto's hand as he pressed it against the third Hokage's back. The healing ninjutsus glowed slowly, entering the third Hokage's body. I see. The third Hokage felt relieved as he accepted Naruto's treatment. He stood on the rooftop and looked at Konoha Village at that moment. Most of the civilians had already been sent to shelters by the lower and middle-ranked ninjas. With those concerns lifted, Konoha's ninjas began a full counterattack. The number of Konoha's bloodline limits and various secret technique families was not inferior to the Mist Ninja Village before it inflicted harm upon itself. Without high-level combat powers like the Kage or tailed beasts, the invading sand and sound ninjas were simply no match for Konoha's ninjas. Not to mention, this was Konoha's home base. Excluding some ninjas who were out on missions, Konoha had the highest number of ninjas. In terms of numbers, Konoha's ninjas far outnumbered those of the sand and sound. The sand and sound ninjas were immediately pushed back by Konoha's counterattack. At the entrance of Konoha Village, two giant snakes that had been rampaging along the walls were now being beaten down by two toads even larger than them, unable to lift their heads. Jiraiya had summoned Gamabunta and Gamaken to help. It was more appropriate for large creatures to handle large creatures, as two of the three great toads of Mayaboka Mountain. Gamabunta and Gamaken were naturally much stronger than these mindless giant snakes. The Sand Ninjas' plan to invade Konoha had failed, and their leader, Maki, was now pale, knowing that the invasion plan had already collapsed. As the main force, Gaara initially intended to transform into his tailed beast form to catch Konoha off guard, planning to unleash a tailed beast ball right in the center of Konoha to obliterate a large number of ninjas instantly. However, Shikaku was immediately transferred away by Naruto using the Flying Thunder God technique. The tailed beast ball was also redirected outside the village, causing no damage to Konoha at all. He couldn't help but mutter angrily, "Damn Konoha, is there another Golden Flash?" Fear welled up in his heart as he recalled the terror of being dominated by the Golden Flash on the battlefield. During the Third Great Ninja War, Minato had defeated ninjas from all four great nations. Everyone knew the terror of the Golden Flash, even if you thought you had retreated to a safe area. The next moment, a figure with golden hair could appear behind you and cut your throat. Then, he would instantly kill everyone in the safe zone and leave without a care. You wouldn't even know when he had marked you with a signal. He looked around. With Jiraiya and his summoning beasts joining, the advantageous side of the wall had already tilted towards Konoha. Other areas weren't much better, as they were almost all being chased and killed by Konoha ninjas. Although Sand Ninjas valued individual combat strength due to military funding issues, this individual strength depended on who they were compared to. Konoha's individual strength could be said to be the strongest in the entire ninja world. From the First to the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had often fought against many enemies, consistently winning despite being outnumbered. This was quite absurd. Given that things had come to this, what else could he do but surrender? He couldn't just watch as the Sand Ninjas were wiped out, right? The surrender of the Sand Ninjas had severely harmed the Sound Ninjas. They lacked a leader and even someone to talk to that wanted to surrender. But Konoha wouldn't accept it, as Konoha ninjas needed to vent their anger. The Land of Wind is a major country. Since they surrendered, Konoha wouldn't execute them all. But what was the Sound Village? Who cared whether they surrendered or not? They were just killed, with the Sand Ninjas already having surrendered. The Sound Village ninjas were quickly slaughtered by Konoha ninjas. The surrendered Sand Ninjas were confined and sealed by the sealing team with various sealing techniques to restrain their combat abilities. This counterattack was finally over, sighed the third Hokage. Why did the sound and sand ninjas suddenly attack us? Naruto wondered to himself. Naruto, do you remember what I said during the change exams? The third Hokage said solemnly. Naruto nodded. The change exams were, after all, a microcosm of war. To put it simply, there are limited resources in the ninja world, and those who are strong occupy more resources, leaving others with less. It was clear that the Sand Village wanted to compete for more resources. Chapter 75. Naruto's Thoughts on Unification. Naruto listened in silence. He had never considered these matters, as he had always lived under the protection of the strong Konoha village. The village had always been peaceful and serene in his impression. War seemed distant from their generation, even though it had only been about 10 years since it ended. Even if Konoha had no intention of invading other ninja villages, the resources and geographical environment Konoha occupied were too good, and other ninja villages were constantly coveting them. The third Hokage lamented. Then why don't we unify the ninja world? If there is only one country in the entire ninja world, then war wouldn't occur anymore. Naruto suddenly said. He recalled the memories from his dream, where he lived in a peaceful country. The idea of unification came to his mind, and he spoke it out loud. The third Hokage turned to look at Naruto in surprise, his expression turning serious. Why do you have this idea? Isn't it correct? There are too many countries and ninja villages in the ninja world, which is why wars occur. If we unify the ninja world and achieve unification, then wars won't happen anymore. Naruto raised his eyebrows and said. This had been confirmed in his dream memories. A unified country can often maintain peace for hundreds of years, compared to having a war every 10 or 20 years or conflicts between ninja villages, small-scale killings. This is obviously advantageous. The harm of war is too great. If we do this, how many people will die? Do you understand, Naruto? The third Hokage felt that Naruto's thoughts were dangerous. He even thought of someone, Uchiha Bido. Why does Naruto think this way? Sacrificing for peace is worth it. Using the lives of a generation to create decades or even hundreds of years of peace for the future, even if it means sacrifice. I will be willing to do it, Naruto said seriously. In his dream memories, he remembered that there was indeed a generation that used their lives to create decades of peace for the future. Don't mention such dangerous ideas anymore. The purpose of our ancestors in creating the ninja villages was to allow future generations to live in peace. The third Hokage frowned and said. Naruto pursed his lips and remained silent, but he felt that his thoughts were not wrong. The country in his dream memories had proven that this was the right direction. Nowadays, having so many divided countries in the ninja world is abnormal. As for the peace the third Hokage spoke of, Naruto looked at Konoha village at that moment. Although they had won a battle, the destroyed houses, the dead and injured ninjas and villagers, had they achieved peace? What about the first, second, and third great ninja wars? If fearing war means other ninjas die and sacrifice, then if he became strong enough to unify the remaining countries by himself, that should suffice, right? The young Naruto began to contemplate how to stabilize the ninja world due to the invasion of Konoha. He was starting to truly grow. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan's residence on the outskirts of Konoha was not invaded or destroyed, saving Sasuke a significant amount of repair costs. The following days were sorrowful. The village began to restore the buildings damaged during the invasion and held a collective funeral for the ninjas who sacrificed during the invasion. Naruto and Sasuke, dressed in black, silently walked toward the memorial stone. As they passed by the villagers slightly bowed to Naruto and Sasuke. The bowing was not because of Naruto's status, but because they were grateful that young Master Naruto and young Master Sasuke had defeated that tailed beast. Yes, thanks to the two young masters, the village did not suffer great destruction. If it weren't for the two young masters acting in time, my newly renovated grocery store would have been trampled to dust by that furry giant. An ant wearing a blue apron wiped her eyes, her voice still trembling with fear. An old man trembled and said, if it weren't for the two young masters standing in front, the memorial stone would have had more names added to it. A little girl with braided hair, clutching her candy, timidly ran in front of the two and offered her candy, saying, Brother Naruto, this is for you. My mom said you drove away the bad thing that eats houses, so my doll wasn't buried in the ruins. She looked up at them with her rosy cheeks and bright eyes. I also want to learn powerful skills like you and brother Sasuke to protect the village. Sasuke paused for a moment, and the corner of his mouth, which had been tightly pressed, seemed to soften for a moment as he caught a glimpse of the girl's fluttering dress in the wind. Naruto smiled gently. Then we will accept it. He took the candy from the girl's hand and patted her head. With the candy the little girl just gave him in his mouth, Naruto mumbled, Sasuke, I've figured something out. Sasuke responded ambiguously, what? If you want to maintain peace, you still have to achieve unification. Naruto's expression was calm as he voiced his thoughts. Unification? Sasuke raised an eyebrow, his eyes widening slightly, seemingly shocked by Naruto's statement. No one had ever told him such a grand vision, and he had never thought of it himself. His thoughts were like everyone else's. If someone invaded Konoha, he would just drive the invader away. Nothing more than that. His thinking was constrained. Besides, such matters were not something 12-year-old kids like them should be contemplating. After all, his biggest wish was to kill Itachi, avenge his parents, and restore the Uchiha clan. He hadn't even considered something as profound as unifying the ninja world. Naruto nodded. I talked to Grandpa Third about this, but he said it would cause a lot of casualties among our comrades, so I thought. He turned to look at Sasuke. If we could achieve this solely with our own strength, then there wouldn't need to be any more deaths among the other ninjas. The corners of Sasuke's mouth lifted slightly. Naruto's words made his heart race. To stabilize the entire ninja world with the power of one person, his fist couldn't help but clench. Only Naruto would say something like that. You're right. I will help you achieve this. Sasuke nodded seriously. Naruto smiled with relief, as expected of his good brother. He truly supported him. At the spirit tablet, the atmosphere here was very silent, with not a single ninja speaking. Everyone held white chrysanthemums, silently mourning their comrades who had sacrificed themselves in the counterattack. Finally, Grandpa Third said a few words to conclude the memorial ceremony. As long as there are leaves fluttering, there will be fire burning. That fire will illuminate the village, and new leaves will sprout again. After the memorial, Hinata slightly bowed to Hayashi Hyuga, breaking away from a Hyuga family's group and walking towards Naruto. Sigh, is sister going to brother-in-law's place again? Hanabi tilted her head, watching Hinata's back. Hayashi Hyuga looked in Naruto's direction, remaining silent. He had learned about the events in the counterattack. Naruto had defeated Shikaku and Orochimaru, resolving the two biggest troubles. And his strength in Konoha might already be considered the strongest. And he was so young. He felt fortunate to have listened to Grandpa Third's advice and not hindered Hinata's relationship with Naruto. If Hinata and Naruto got married, then the Hyuga clan could shine for another 100 years. Let's go back, Hayashi Hyuga said, leading the Hyuga family back. Naruto repeated his thoughts to Hinata. Hinata solemnly expressed that she would always follow Naruto's footsteps. This warmed Naruto's heart, and he couldn't help but pat Hinata's little head. This girl was truly adorable. Chapter 76, the so-called perfect Jinchuriki in the evening. Naruto entered the ceiling space once again. The fox inside him was acting up again, actually hindering him from cooperating with Grandpa Fukasaku to enter Sage mode. This cannot be allowed. He had to ask the Ninetales what it was up to. On the blue sky and white cloud grassland, a large fox was intently watching television. Naruto snapped his fingers, and the television that was playing immediately turned off. This made the Ninetales very unhappy. No one liked it when they were watching a show and suddenly lost power. Kid, what the hell are you doing? The Ninetales glared at Naruto angrily. What are you doing? Naruto retorted without hesitation. Grandpa Fukasaku needs to cooperate with me to practice Sage mode. Why are you resisting him? The Ninetales snorted coldly, raising its head and swishing its 9 tails. I hate toads. I don't want to be in the same room with them. Besides, you already have my chakra. What more Sage techniques do you need to learn? Although the 4 symbols sealing technique can slowly convert your chakra to me, that speed is too slow. Sage mode can significantly enhance my strength. Naruto scratched his head and said, after studying sealing techniques, although he couldn't master all of them at once, he still understood the effects of those sealing techniques. The 4 symbols sealing technique on him could convert the Ninetales chakra into his chakra. But this was a slow process. I will never let that toad in. The Ninetales said coldly. Naruto squinted his eyes, transforming instantly into a fox. Ninetales, are you jealous? Woof woof woof. The Ninetales words sounded unpleasant, automatically muted. Naruto scratched his hair, feeling a bit troubled. Although Ninetales, I appreciate how much you like me, I really need power right now. Maintaining Sage Mode for a long time is exactly what I need. The Ninetales gritted its teeth, thinking this kid had heard what it just said. Who is jealous? Who likes him? Puffed. Self-important little brat. But it was also a bit puzzled. Given your current strength, even that third Hokage kid probably isn't your opponent. Why do you say you still need power? Naruto explained his thoughts to the Ninetales. Unification? The Ninetales chewed on the word, revealing a mocking smile. Oomph. You really are a naive kid. Since the Warring States period, killing has never stopped. Hatred has long been implanted in everyone's hearts. And feelings of resentment and hatred are widespread throughout the ninja world. Under these circumstances, how can you achieve unification and make everyone let go of their hatred? It was a manifestation of resentment and hatred, and it understood the horror of such negative emotions. Once they're dead, there won't be any more of these emotions continuing. Naruto said calmly. The Ninetales' pupils constricted, and it said incredulously, Do you want to kill everyone in the world? It thought it was evil enough. But it didn't expect that the blonde kid in front of it was the born evil brat. What are you thinking? How could I do such a thing? Naruto rolled his eyes at the Ninetales and said irritably, What I'm saying is time. Time. Human hearts are complex. Who can eradicate the hatred in everyone's hearts? Impossible. This can't be done. But as long as we achieve unification and everyone is under the constraints of rules and regulations, then they will restrain their actions and reduce the sources of hatred. Time is the most powerful force. As long as I can achieve unification and maintain peace for 100 years, then the hatred in people's hearts will become rootless. Even if 1 or 2 generations still harbor hatred, what about 3 generations for generations or even longer? As long as there is no continued killing, time will eventually dilute all emotions. On the contrary, if the ninja world continues like this, personal hatred will rise to the collective, then to the entire nation, and reignite the ninja world war. Then hatred will continue endlessly. After listening to Naruto's words, the Ninetales rarely fell silent. It was contemplating Naruto's words. After a long while, it said, Who can guarantee that there won't be another split after unification? Can't guarantee. Naruto answered honestly. The Ninetales was taken aback. Just as I said, human hearts are complex. Everyone has their desires and emotions that cannot be erased. But at least this peaceful environment can stabilize for 100 years. Before I die, I will ensure this peaceful environment. Naruto spread his hands and said, But I believe that with 100 years of peace, at least hatred will diminish a lot. Compared to the current era where ninja world wars break out every 10 or 20 years, it is definitely much better. The Ninetales looked deeply at Naruto. You little brat. You actually have such depth of thought. You're simply a prodigy. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. These were things he had seen in memories from his dreams. But some of it was also derived from his own thinking. Why say such things to me? You have now studied sealing techniques and could reinforce the seal to completely isolate me. I wouldn't be able to affect your training in Sage Mode, the Ninetales said. I could do that, but I don't want to. Naruto replied. The Ninetales stared at Naruto. Why? Because you're not a lifeless object. Naruto looked at the Ninetales and said, You're a living being. The mistakes you made before are already sealed within me. That matter is over. Why would I completely seal you without reason? Naruto said matter-of-factly. Although you are a bit mischievous, in my eyes, you are definitely not that mindless demon fox, but rather someone who can be a companion. A living being, a companion. The Ninetales was stunned. No one had ever treated it this way. Others only regarded it as a collection of hatred and disgust. Naruto's words stirred its heart, which had been silent for thousands of years. So Ninetales, could you make a little room for Grandpa, Fukasaku, and me to practice Sage Mode together? Naruto pressed his palms together in a pleading gesture. You say you need power. I wonder if you dare to accept my power. The Ninetales grinned, revealing sharp teeth. What? Naruto was taken aback. I want to see the unified era you speak of. To see if the hatred you say will disappear with time really exists. As the Ninetales spoke, Crimson chakra began to flow slowly from its body towards Naruto. However, it stopped just short of Naruto, as its chakra could not flow outside the ceiling range without Naruto's consent. Accept my power. Perhaps it will grant you the strength you desire, but it might also turn you into my puppet. The Nine-Tails voice carried a hint of temptation. Naruto frowned deeply. Your power? You must be out of your mind watching too much TV. Do you really think you are the Nine-Tails Emperor? If you could pacify the ninja world, you wouldn't be sealed inside me. The Nine-Tails froze. Woof, woof, woof. It suddenly roared, but then it muted itself. Naruto rubbed his ears. Umph. You don't understand the true meaning of being a Jinchuriki. The Nine-Tails stopped its muting and said coldly. Tell me, Naruto said curiously, sitting down to listen to the Nine-Tails' explanation. What you call a Jinchuriki is someone possessed by tailed beast or tailed beast chakra, serving as a container to seal the tailed beast or its chakra. That's how you understand it, right? The Nine-Tails said slowly. Yes, that's correct, Naruto nodded. But it's far from that simple. A Jinchuriki can also utilize the power of the tailed beast. When a Jinchuriki can perfectly utilize the power of the tailed beast, the resulting effect is far more complex than just a ninja and a tailed beast. That's when one can be called a perfect Jinchuriki. Chapter 77. Bearing negative emotions, simply undergoing tailed beast transformation is just the most basic operation. It is essentially still the power of the tailed beast itself. However, the power that a perfect Jinchuriki can use is not just the power of the tailed beast itself. Do you understand what I mean? The Nine-Tails stared at Naruto. I have a general understanding. So, according to you, Nine-Tails, do you want to become a perfect Jinchuriki with me? Naruto's bright blue eyes sparkled as he looked at the Nine-Tails, filled with expectation. It's not that simple. The Nine-Tails snorted coldly. It would never admit to such a thing. The Nine-Tails fox ears twitched, and its tails whipped back and forth. I've already said, if you want to accept my power, you might become my puppet, a being filled only with hatred and disgust, devoid of any rationality. Why? Naruto tilted his head, not understanding why accepting the Nine-Tails power would lead to that. Try sensing in your sage mode. The Nine-Tails did not give a reason, but instead urged Naruto to sense for himself. In sage mode, his sensory abilities would increase significantly. Naruto looked at it suspiciously, and with a thought, he returned his consciousness to his body, sitting cross-legged on the bed, starting to absorb natural energy. The natural energy outside was much weaker than that in Mayaboka Mountain, which made him spend more time. Of course, this was also related to his unfamiliarity with Sage Mode. As he became more accustomed to it, his speed in entering Sage Mode would increase, even to the point of instant entry. Once the orange-red eyeshadow around his eyes solidified, Naruto re-entered the ceiling space, looking at the massive body of the Nine-Tails. Naruto took the initiative for the first time to sense the Nine-Tails state. However, this sensation shocked Naruto, causing him to take a step back. Even the Nine-Tails killing intent couldn't make him budge, but now he was startled. In his perception, the Nine-Tails seemed to be filled with endless hatred and disgust. It was like a hell, as if countless vengeful spirits were demanding his life. This was even more frightening than the killing intent the Nine-Tails actively released. In just an instant of sensing, Naruto felt all feelings of joy vanish, replaced by endless depression, resentment, and hatred. Why you? The hatred on you. Naruto opened his eyes, looking at the Nine-Tails in disbelief. I'm scared, huh? The Nine-Tails stared at Naruto, its mouth slowly curling into a grin, looking as if it wanted to devour him. How pitiful. Suddenly, Naruto looked at the Nine-Tails with tear-filled eyes. You have been bearing such a level of negative emotions all this time. It's truly pitiful. Nine-Tails, you must have had a hard time over the years. The Nine-Tails was stunned. It had never thought Naruto would say such a thing. Wrapped in hatred and disgust, its heart thumped violently again. Could someone actually care about how hard it was? This kid is really different from others. Neither Uzumaki Kushina nor Uzumaki Mido had ever cared for it. Of course, it would not show such emotions in reality. It immediately roared at Naruto. I am the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Nine-Tails. How could such trivial negative emotions affect me? But if you're a living being wrapped in such a large amount of negative emotions every day, You wouldn't be able to take it either, Naruto said weakly, getting sprayed with the nine-tails spit. Humph, that should be your concern. The nine-tails snorted with a malicious smile. What do you mean? Naruto felt a bad premonition in his heart. If you want to become a perfect Jinchuriki, you must bear the influence of the negative emotions within my chakra. The nine tails whipped even faster. Only by withstanding the influence of these negative emotions can you fuse my power with yours. That is why I said, if you're not careful, you might become my puppet. So what will it be? If you don't have the courage to try, you can also give up. Although that was what it said. The nine-tails fixed its gaze on Naruto, wanting to see him back down. But he didn't tee back down. Instead, what it saw was determination. This kid, if it means becoming a perfect Jinchuriki with you, then I am willing to bear the same influence of negative emotions as you, Naruto said, pounding his chest with his fist. He looked steadfastly at the nine-tails. After all, we are going to become companions together. If I can't feel the same pain as you, how can I truly understand you? How can I truly fuse with your power and fight alongside you? The nine-tails had wanted to see Naruto back down, but at this moment, it was once again shaken by Naruto's words. It was not used to such pure kindness and the willingness to share pain. Oof, how annoying. What good are these pretty words? At the same time, its tails unconsciously whipped even faster. After a moment of silence, it continued. Enough with the nonsense. Since you have the courage to say such things, be prepared. Naruto's expression was resolute as he released the seal's restrictions with a thought. The crimson chakra surged out like boiling water, rushing out from the gaps of the ceiling space, bringing a bone-chilling coldness and a suffocating sense of oppression, violently assaulting Naruto's consciousness. This was no longer the detached observation from before, but a genuine invasion and fusion. Ugh! Naruto let out a muffled groan. Although his body existed as a spiritual entity in the ceiling space, he still trembled violently. That seemingly endless hatred, anger, despair, an impulse for destruction pierced through every inch of his mental perception like countless cold, poisonous needles. The nine-tails malice was no longer just a presence surrounding its body, but had directly seeped into the depths of his soul. His vision was instantly replaced by a distorted crimson and darkness. Countless vague and piercing screams echoed in his mind, as if he were in the lowest layer of hell, torn and dragged by countless tortured souls. Joy, hope, and warmth, emotions that humans relied on to survive, were as fragile as bubbles in the face of the massive negative tide, instantly torn apart, swallowed, and vanished without a trace. Oof. Do you feel it? The nine-tails voice came through the mental storm, carrying a cruel scrutiny. This is the true power of this old man. It will devour your will, extinguish your emotions, and ultimately drag you into the abyss of eternal hatred. Give up, kid. You cannot bear it. Naruto's orange sage eyes flickered uncertainly under the intense mental impact, like a candle in the wind. He sat cross-legged on the ground, fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, teeth grinding together as he struggled against this pervasive pollution. The immense pain nearly incapacitated his thoughts, as countless evil thoughts whispered in his ears, tempting him to cease resistance, to sink into it, transforming this power into hatred for everything, to seek revenge, to destroy. Chapter 78. Indeed, let be destruction. He remembered the disdainful and rejecting gazes from the villagers of Konoha, the cold spitting and mocking. Originally, he faced all this with indifference, but now a strong sense of grievance and anger surged up under the catalysis of negative emotions, almost overwhelming the last remnants of his rationality. The thought of destroying everything grew wildly. Destruction, indeed, I still cannot ignore them, just burying these emotions deep in my heart. Naruto's eyes had lost their luster. In the ceiling space, half of Naruto's body was completely covered by the nine-tails chakra. No, not just the ceiling space. It had even influenced the outside world. The violent chakra of the nine-tails instantly startled Sasuke, who was in the adjacent room. Hanabi had already begun to tremble on the bed. What an evil chakra! She had never felt such a powerful malice. Her perception was so strong that she even sensed that malice coming toward her through her awareness. This malice was beyond her ability to withstand. If it invaded her, She would go insane in an instant. She decisively knocked herself out. Naruto. Sasuke quickly opened Naruto's door and was shocked to see Naruto's condition. What happened? Why did the Nine Tails suddenly invade Naruto's heart? Shadow clone. Sasuke created a shadow clone to inform Hinata immediately. This chakra, this aura of hatred, Naruto's seal. What on earth happened? Sasuke was anxious, his heart racing. If anything happened to Naruto, he would truly go insane. Sharingan. He lifted Naruto's shirt, and sure enough, the seal was already visible. Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly, pushing his ocular power to the limit, entering the ceiling space. Originally a grassland under blue skies and white clouds, it had now transformed entirely. One side still resembled blue skies and white clouds, while the other was scorched earth, with dark red flows coursing through the gaps. This is Naruto's ceiling space? Sasuke was shocked, but quickly forced himself to calm down. He scanned the area and soon spotted Naruto and the Nine Tails. He rushed to Naruto's side, observing his state, and gritted his teeth, looking sharply at the Nine Tails. What have you done to Naruto? Those ominous eyes, you are Uchiha Sasuke. The Nine Tails looked at Sasuke's eyes, grinning. Because Naruto had loosened his seal considerably, the Nine Tails could sense what was happening outside. It knew about Sasuke. Answer me. Sasuke glared at the Nine Tails angrily, his Sharingan nearly forming a complete circle. What on earth happened to Naruto? As you can see, he is currently under my chakra invasion. The Nine Tails said calmly. Damn, why? With Naruto's strength, he shouldn't have to do this. Sasuke wanted to unleash a Kirin on the Nine Tails. But this was Naruto's ceiling space, and he was merely a consciousness, unable to use chakra at all. No, he should have told you what he needed to do, right? This requires absolute power to accomplish. The Nine Tails continued. Sasuke bit his lip, nervously watching Naruto. Once again, he felt hatred toward himself for lacking strength. Last time, his lack of power allowed Itachi to massacre the entire Uchiha clan. This time, because he lacked enough power, Naruto had to take the risk of accepting the Nine Tails chakra, leading to this crisis. Damn it! Damn it! Sasuke gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly from the strain. If Naruto cannot withstand your power, what will happen? His voice quivered. Complete loss of sanity and ultimately death. The Nine Tails calmly answered Sasuke's question. Sasuke looked at Naruto's pained expression, tears of blood streaming down his face. He suddenly turned his head, his Sharingan fixated on the Nine Tails. If anything happens to Naruto, I will make you pay. The Nine Tails was momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's eyes. These eyes were no longer ordinary Sharingan. Yes, Sasuke had long regarded Naruto as his brother, even placing his only spiritual support on Naruto. Naruto was the only sun in his heart. If the sun were to set, he would plunge into endless darkness. Under this intense, emotional stimulus, his brain secreted a special chakra, which was actually a large amount of in-release chakra, pushing his already mature 3-tomo Sharingan one step further. He had crossed the most difficult step. He activated the Mangekyou Sharingan. But now, Sasuke didn't even notice the changes in his eyes. His entire mind was focused on Naruto. Hinata was originally meditating to cultivate her mental power. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Who is it? So fast. He has gone to Lady Hinata's room. Hinata quickly activated her Byakugan to investigate the situation, but immediately, Sasuke's voice came from outside the door. Hinata. Hinata also saw Sasuke outside through her Byakugan. Sasuke-kun? Hinata was puzzled as to why Sasuke would suddenly come to the Hyuga household at such a late hour. Where's Naruto? Her heart trembled violently, sensing something was wrong. Something happened to Naruto. Come to my house immediately. After saying this, Sasuke's shadow clone automatically dispersed. Hinata's pupils constricted sharply. Something happened to Naruto. This made her heart feel instantly uneasy. An immense chakra could not help but erupt violently. The floors and ceilings of the room cracked under this overwhelming chakra. 8 Trigram's body flicker. Her figure instantly disappeared from the room. Hinata. Hyuga Hayashi rushed to Hinata's room, but did not see her figure. Immediately, he ordered everyone to search for the young lady's whereabouts. Hyuga Hizashi gritted his teeth and shouted loudly at the night patrol personnel, losing the demeanor of a clan leader he once had. Hinata had not been in trouble for the first time. The last time, The Cloud Village attempted to seize the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit and kidnapped Hinata, but fortunately, her brother intervened. Who was it this time? He himself was heading to the third Hokage's residence, needing to have the barrier team check whether there were any outsiders entering or exiting Konoha's barrier. Hinata was continuously using the 8 trigrams body flicker technique in the village, not concealing her intense chakra fluctuations at all. This alerted the Umbu and security ninjas patrolling the village. Who is that? Stop. Many tried to intercept Hinata, but they simply couldn't catch up. Hinata's speed was too fast. Damn it, he's too fast. You follow him. I'll report to the higher-ups, an Umbu member said to his companion. Okay, you go, the companion nodded. At this moment, Konoha had just been invaded and the defensive measures had been maximized. Hinata's actions caused the entire village to become restless. Chapter 79. The whole village in an uproar. Hinata noticed that more and more ninjas were following her, but she had no time to stop and explain to them. She was terrified, even thinking of the worst-case scenario. She was afraid that if she delayed, she might not even get to see Naruto one last time. The ninjas behind her were following her trail, and fortunately, there were sensory ninjas among them. Otherwise, they might not have known Hinata's whereabouts at all. After all, Hinata wasn't just running. She was using space-time ninjutsu. Is this the Uchiha clan's residence? A ninja caught up to where Hinata was heading and remarked upon seeing the surroundings. Why did he run here? Is he targeting Uchiha Sasuke? I heard Naruto-sama also lives here. What did you say? Is he targeting Naruto-sama? Damn, the target has stopped. The sensory ninja sensed that Hinata's chakra had remained in one spot and immediately said, "Let us go in and capture him." These ninjas forgot that Naruto's strength was far beyond theirs. They were only worried about someone harming Naruto. Naruto was not only the son of the 4th Hokage, but also a hero of Konoha. If he hadn't moved the beast bomb from the tailed beast that was guarding the village during the invasion, Konoha would have suffered greatly. Wait, Kakashi and Guy appeared before everyone. Let me and Guy go in to assess the situation first, Kakashi said to the crowd. But don't forget Naruto and Sasuke's strength. If the enemy is really targeting them, sending in more people would be pointless, Kakashi calmly replied. You all immediately go on alert around the area to prevent the enemy from escaping or the presence of other enemies. Leave this to me and Guy. Yes. The ninjas nodded in unison. Kakashi's prestige among the Jonin was second to none, and at this moment, when he issued orders, the ninjas immediately complied. Hey Kakashi, why not let everyone go in together? Guy quietly asked Kakashi after seeing the ninjas disperse. I heard about the situation of the person they were tracking, and it seems a bit like Hinata's ninjutsu. Besides, there hasn't been any sign of a fight since she arrived here, right? Kakashi furrowed his brow as he answered Guy's question. If you put it that way, it does seem that way. Guy realized. Then there's another more serious problem. Kakashi looked towards the Uchiha clan's residence and started walking. What? Guy asked curiously. Why would Hinata rush to Sasuke's house in the middle of the night? It should be noted that both Sasuke and Naruto lived here, and with their strength, even if a shadow-level expert came, they couldn't defeat both silently. Moreover, Hinata must have received a notification to come here. The only thing that could make her so anxious was one matter. At this point, a trace of worry appeared in Kakashi's eyes. He looked at Guy seriously and said, that is, Naruto is in danger. Guy's pupils constricted sharply. Sasuke-kun, what happened to Naruto? Hinata's figure suddenly appeared in Sasuke's house, quickly making her way to Naruto's room. She covered her mouth in terror as she looked at Naruto's body. At this moment, half of Naruto's body was covered in the Nine Tails chakra, while the other half had a deeply furrowed brow and a very grim expression. Sasuke did not answer Hinata, seeming as if he was in a daze. Hinata hurriedly went to check on Sasuke's condition. Has the consciousness entered Naruto's body? Hinata's Byakugan also focused on the seal on Naruto, maximizing its power, and with the aid of her ocular technique, her consciousness entered the sealed space. What is this? Hinata exclaimed upon seeing everything in the sealed space. Outside, Kakashi and Guy had also arrived at Sasuke's house. Kakashi had already pushed up his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Be careful, Guy. I suspect that person is Hinata, but it could be someone else, he said. Guy also became vigilant. The two slowly approached Naruto's room. It really is Hinata, and Sasuke is here too. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Hinata's back, realizing she was not an enemy. This is bad, Kakashi. Guy stood on the left and happened to see Naruto's condition. Kakashi was taken aback and immediately moved closer to see Naruto's current state clearly. The Nine Tails. Kakashi's pupils contracted. Has Naruto's seal been broken by the Nine Tails? Guy, immediately notify the third Hokage. I'll have the surrounding alert ninjas evacuate the nearby residents. Kakashi said with a serious tone. Understood. Guy glanced worriedly at Naruto and instantly disappeared from the spot. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata. Kakashi looked at his 3 students in front of him, feeling anxious. He couldn't help but clench his fists. You can't have another incident. Otherwise, I really might go crazy. Hyuga Hizashi found the third Hokage and informed him about the invasion of the Hyuga clan and Hinata's disappearance. Upon receiving the news, the third Hokage immediately notified the barrier team to strengthen defenses and to report immediately if anyone entered or exited the barrier. Hinata was not only the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, but also had a special relationship with Naruto. Thus, it was essential to take her seriously. At this moment, another Umbu came to report to the third Hokage that someone in the village had erupted with intense chakra and was moving. Could it be Hinata? Hyuga Hizashi furrowed his brow, starting to have suspicions. But where would she go at this hour? The third Hokage suddenly seemed to think of something, stood up abruptly, took the pipe out of his mouth, and said, Hizashi, come with me to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan? Hizashi didn't understand why they needed to go there suddenly. Naruto also lives in Sasuke's house. The third Hokage said solemnly. Hinata went out at midnight because of Naruto? Hizashi was taken aback. He quickly reacted, right? The only person who could make Hinata so anxious is Naruto. Okay. Hyuga Hizashi immediately nodded, following the third Hokage towards the Uchiha residence. However, they hadn't run far when they saw Guy's figure, radiating a green glow. To hurry, Guy had even opened the 6th gate. Hokage-sama, Guy shouted loudly upon seeing the third Hokage. Guy, what happened? The third Hokage asked with a serious expression. It's Naruto. Guy flashed to the third Hokage's side. What happened to Naruto? The third Hokage's expression became even more serious, and Hyuga Hizashi felt the same way. The Nine-Tails chakra has taken over half of Naruto's body. Guy kept his voice low enough for the 3 of them to hear. The expressions of the third Hokage and Hyuga Hizashi stiffened. Chapter 80. The struggle between humanity and beastliness deep within Naruto's heart. There is no color here, only a stretch of black and white. He has returned to his childhood. Before he met Kai, when he was just starting his training. At this moment, he is still all alone. Around him are villagers with faces that cannot be seen clearly. Their eyes are blood red, pointing and cursing at the young Naruto, constantly spitting out all kinds of malicious words. Yes, it's because of him that the village has suffered such a disaster. Get lost, you disaster-bringing demon fox. It's because of you that my family died that night. Godi, monsters should stay in their cages. Why are you wandering around the village? What are you looking at? Your disgusting eyes. Stay away from us. The third Hokage is really confused. Why protect such a calamity? My mom and dad said you are a man-eating monster. Go away. Get out of Konoha. You're better off dead, demon fox. Countless twisted and hateful voices surged like a tangible tide, frantically assaulting Naruto's mind. These words are no longer simple rejection. They contain the purest malice and curses, precisely stabbing at his deepest painful memories. Under the catalysis of the Nine-Tails negative emotions, these fragments of memory are infinitely magnified and distorted, forming an impenetrable web of hatred that tightly entangles Naruto. He feels his world gradually darkening, and those black and white scenes begin to be eroded by a thick, blood-red hue. Why? Why do they all reject me? The young Naruto clutches his head. He slowly raises his head, a hint of seductive red appearing in his pupils. Indeed, destruction is better. If everything is destroyed and everyone is killed, then no one will say that about me anymore. Since you say I am a demon fox, then you should see what a demon fox really is. He suddenly clutches his head tightly. No, I'm not a demon fox. I am human. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Only beasts act based on emotions, but humans do not. He wants to be a person, not a beast. Don't think you can turn me into a beast. Bastards. The young Naruto grits his teeth, and stands up to run away. He pushes through the crowd, burying his head forward. At this moment, he has lost the power he had in reality, lost that invincible aura. But in this world, there's only black and white. He cannot see a hint of color. And those blood-red-eyed villagers seem to be everywhere, their venomous curses echoing in Naruto's ears every moment, tempting him to fall into the abyss. Naruto struggles to hold on, not letting himself fall into the abyss, but he cannot escape this predicament. The negative emotions are too overwhelming. Under the assault of massive negative emotions, a person can go insane. Naruto's condition is not looking good. Sasuke watches as the blood-red chakra, which originally occupied only half of Naruto's body, slowly begins to invade the other half, his brows tightly knitted. What should we do? Hinata bites her lip, feeling panicked. Naruto suddenly has an issue, leaving her at a loss as to how to help him. We should also enter Naruto's heart and pull him out. Sasuke says, "How we get in?" Hinata looks at Sasuke and asks, "With my eye technique." Sasuke's eyes are no longer the three-tomo Sharingan, but have transformed into the six-pointed kaleidoscope Sharingan. Sasuke-kun, is your eye the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Hinata just noticed the change in Sasuke's eyes. Ah, that's right. With the eye technique, I just awakened. Heart reflection. We can enter the depths of Naruto's heart together. Sasuke nods. Okay. Hinata nods without any hesitation. Sasuke places his hand on Naruto's and Hinata's shoulders. The six-pointed kaleidoscope in his left eye spinning wildly, a stream of blood tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. The Nine-Tails lies on the ground, silently watching everything. No one knows what it is thinking deep inside. Deep within Naruto's heart, he is still running aimlessly, but this body seems exactly like when he was a child. His steps are becoming heavier, his stamina gradually depleting. But he dares not stop, because if he does, the ever-present villagers will surround him. All sorts of malicious words will slowly corrode his sanity. Should I keep running? Suddenly, clear words appear in his ears. Naruto pauses for a moment and turns to look beside him. A head that looks exactly like his appears from his shoulder, but its eyes are blood red. Were you? Naruto asks cautiously. Me? I am you after all. The Naruto with blood-red eyes smiles at him, slowly struggling out of Naruto's body. Why keep running? Why not face your emotions properly? Dark Naruto stands in front of him and says, "These are just the negative emotions from the Nine-Tails. I cannot be eroded by them." Naruto frowns. Ridiculous thought. Dark Naruto shows a wicked smile. Look closely. This is your true emotion. I am the emotion you have buried deep in your heart. Naruto is stunned, staring blankly at Dark Naruto. No one really ignores their words. It is just that you are strong enough to suppress everything. But why suppress it? Why not release it freely? Why not do something that makes you feel comfortable? Dark Naruto places his left hand on Naruto's shoulder. Look closely. My existence proves that all of this is your true emotions and thoughts. Kill them all, and there will be no more such emotions. Vent all your emotions, and they can no longer curse us. A wicked smile appears on Dark Naruto's face, which looks exactly like Naruto's, his blood-red eyes flashing with tempting light. Yes, don't suppress it anymore. Admit it, that curse and hatred are part of you. Dark Naruto's left hand grips Naruto's shoulder tightly, his voice like a whisper. Vent it out. Becoming a beast is not a bad thing. Kill all those people, and the world will be quiet. Our strength is strong enough. You don't need to endure this pain. Naruto gasps heavily, the seductive red flickering in his eyes. His trembling hand almost reaches out, the villager's curses echoing in his mind. Get out of Konoha. Monsta, D. These words become particularly real under the catalysis of negative emotions. Naruto knows that Dark Naruto is not lying. This is the resentment he has buried deep. Maybe I should really do this, Naruto murmurs to himself, his body entangled in blood-red chakra threads, as if they are about to tear apart his reason. The boundary where the world of black and white intertwines is rapidly being devoured by the thick blood red. He sways unsteadily, humanity and beastliness pulling at him. Chapter 81. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Dark Naruto's words seem reasonable, as long as he gives up his persistence. All hatred will end. Just as Naruto is about to reach out and accept the darkness, two figures suddenly tear through this gloomy world like cracks of light. It's childhood Sasuke and little Hinata. Naruto. Young Sasuke shouts upon seeing this scene. Naruto, don't agree to what he says. Hinata quickly adds. Naruto jolts back to his senses, looking at the two in surprise. Sasuke? Hinata? How did you get here? Dark Naruto lets out a low growl. The blood-red light intensifying. Shut up. This is our inner world. Don't disturb him. But young Hinata glares back at Dark Naruto, quickly moving closer to Naruto, gently taking his hand. Naruto, don't let negative emotions affect your heart. In my heart, Naruto, you will always be positive, perseverance, youth, and hard work are your true nature. These words flow into Naruto's silent heart like warm spring water. Seeing this, Dark Naruto's face twists. Don't listen to them. Release it all, destroy everything. When Sasuke looked directly at Naruto as a child, he said, "You big idiot, didn't you always say you wanted to be Hokage?" Being Hokage isn't something a wild beast can achieve. These malicious thoughts are just shadows of the past. We'll face them together. Come back. Can the shadows of the past really be treated as just the past? Dark Naruto said angrily as he looked at Naruto. If a person remains forever trapped in the past, then how can there be a future? Hinata glared fiercely at Dark Naruto. Naruto may have faced baseless criticism in his childhood, but in my heart, he has always been so positive and optimistic. It is this spirit that has inspired me. No, not just me. I believe others feel the same way. Sasuke-kun, Shikamaru-kun, Choji-kun, they are also Naruto's good friends, his brothers. Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Gai-sensei, they all care about Naruto's existence. He is definitely not alone, she exclaimed, expressing her inner thoughts loudly. That's right, Naruto, I, who originally faced the destruction of my clan, should have completely fallen into darkness. But because you helped me, I still stand in the light. What? Do you want to fall into darkness now? Sasuke said to Naruto. Naruto stood there, his wavering thoughts suddenly pulled back. Hinata's words and Sasuke's trust began to color the black and white scenes in his memory. Behind him, there were no longer just Hinata and Sasuke. The figures of others slowly appeared as well. Shikamaru, Choji, Kakashi, Gai Jiraiya, the third Hokage. They silently stood behind Naruto, as if supporting him without words. Yeah, I do have beautiful things in my life, Naruto murmured, the red in his eyes gradually fading, and the half of the world behind him began to show color. Meanwhile, Dark Naruto's side remained black and white. Only beasts are driven by emotions, but I am Uzumaki Naruto. I am a living person. Naruto regained his original energetic self. Dark Naruto let out a reluctant roar, his body starting to dissipate. You can't escape. Negative emotions will always exist. Thank you, Sasuke, Hinata. If it weren't for you, I might have really fallen into darkness. Naruto turned to Sasuke and Hinata, showing a gentle smile. You idiot. You always make people worry, Sasuke said, pouting. Sure enough, this kind of Naruto is the cutest, Hinata said with a smile, covering her mouth. Cute, huh? Naruto scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. All right, let's go out, Naruto said. Sasuke and Hinata nodded, and the three of them disappeared. At this moment, Naruto's room had gathered quite a few people. Kakashi Gai, the third Hokage, Hinata, Hayashi, and Jiraiya all wore serious expressions as they waited. With their knowledge, they naturally knew that Sasuke and Hinata had entered Naruto's consciousness space together. What exactly is going on? Why has Naruto suddenly been invaded by the Nine-Tails chakra? Hinata Hayashi asked with a furrowed brow. Given Naruto's strength, he should have encountered the Nine-Tails long ago, Jiraiya said. Looking at the third Hokage, nodded. Then it might be that the seal within Naruto has loosened, causing a large amount of the Nine-Tails chakra to leak? Jiraiya proposed a guess. Naruto has also started practicing sealing techniques. If there were a problem with the seal, he should be aware of it, Kakashi said immediately after. That means the Nine-Tails must have somehow manipulated Naruto, Jiraiya speculated. No one guessed that Naruto intended to cooperate with the Nine-Tails to become the perfect Jinchuriki, which led to the invasion of negative emotions from the Nine-Tails. After all, in their perception, the Nine-Tails was not capable of communication. Tailed beasts were merely powerful beasts. This is the normal person's thought process. After all, no one has ever tried to communicate with a tailed beast. They all either subdued them with strength or sealed them with sealing techniques. We must be prepared for both scenarios, Kakashi. Have a nearby residence been evacuated? The third Hokage said in a deep voice. Just in case, if Naruto really goes berserk, at least it won't harm the innocent. Yes, I've already had people evacuate the nearby villagers. Luckily, this is on the outskirts of the village, so there aren't many villagers living here, Kakashi nodded. Look, Naruto's body is changing, Guy suddenly exclaimed. He had been monitoring Naruto's condition, his eyes never leaving Naruto's body. Everyone immediately focused their attention. The Nine-Tails chakra has disappeared, Jiraiya said, slightly widening his eyes, his tone filled with joy. It seems Sasuke and Hinata have succeeded, Guy said excitedly, clapping his hands and fists together. Kakashi pulled his forehead protector down to cover his Sharingan, his brow slightly arching. The third Hokage and Hinata Hayashi also let out a sigh of relief. Soon, the three opened their eyes. Seeing that so many people were surrounding them in the room, they were startled. You guys? Before Naruto could finish speaking, Guy rushed over and hugged him. Naruto, I'm so glad you're okay. Tears flowed down his cheeks. It's important to know that Naruto had been taken in as his disciple since he was young and could be said to be raised like a son. He had been so nervous just now that he couldn't even speak. Now that he saw Naruto safe and sound, the heavy stone in Guy's heart finally dropped to the ground. Master, Naruto, embraced by Guy, revealed a happy smile at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, he now had happiness, being someone who was cared for and worried about. People can't just stand still, trapped in the past. Chapter 82. That guy is very lonely, Naruto. Jiraiya's voice carried a hint of his usual exaggeration, but at this moment, it was more a relief of gratitude. He took a few steps forward, not hugging like Guy, but instead ruffled Naruto's already messy blonde hair hard, grinning while his eyes showed a hint of fear. You little brat, you scare me to death. But it's good that you're awake. It's good. Although Kakashi had already pulled down his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan, his brow still bore trace of not being completely relaxed. He stepped forward, his sharp gaze inspecting Naruto up and down to ensure he was really unharmed. He didn't speak, but crossed his arms, using that trademark lazy yet somewhat relieved tone to say, "Looks like you're all right." The third Hokage's expression was the most composed, but the heavy worry between his brows had now transformed into a gentle relaxation. He looked at Naruto, who was released by Guy, and faced the concern of his elders. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed to ease a bit, filled with affection and relief. Naruto, the Hokage's voice was deep and full of authority, but it also contained the concern of an elder. You must remember, your safety is more important than anything else. This was also what he had been doing all along, which was to ensure Naruto grew up safely. After confirming that Naruto was safe and sound, everyone tacitly chose not to ask about why Naruto had been invaded by the Nine-Tails chakra and instead opted to leave Naruto's room. However, as Hinata Hayashi was leaving, he glanced at Hinata and saw that she had no intention of returning with him, so he could only sigh helplessly. Girls grow up too fast, he thought. What could he do? There was nothing he could do. You idiot, if you ever do something so dangerous again, you must have me by your side. Sasuke shouted at Naruto. Yeah, if it weren't for Sasuke-kun this time, Naruto, you would have been in danger. Hinata stood with Sasuke this time. Naruto scratched his head and said, by the way, how did you two enter my inner world? Just by relying on my awakened eye technique. Sasuke's eyes opened and closed, already activating his Mangekyou Sharingan. When did you awaken your Mangekyou Sharingan? Sasuke? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. It's still because of you, you idiot. Sasuke shot a fierce glare at Naruto. If it weren't for this guy causing such a serious situation, he wouldn't have awakened this pair of eyes. He didn't know whether to thank Naruto or to curse him out. Ah, this is what they call surviving a great calamity brings future blessings. Although this blessing corresponds to you. Naruto laughed heartily, completely unconcerned about the crisis he had just experienced. TCH. Sasuke looked at Naruto with helplessness. Did this big idiot even realize how dangerous he had just been? If he and Hinata hadn't entered his inner world in time, he would probably have fallen into darkness completely by now. However, Naruto's personality had always been like this, and he didn't know what to say. In short, he was just a big idiot. Naruto, please don't do such things in the future, even without the power of the Nine Tails. I will definitely work hard to help you achieve that plan, Hinata said worriedly to Naruto. No. Naruto shook his head and looked at Hinata, saying, I never intended to covet the power of the Nine Tails. Sasuke, Hinata, and the Nine Tails were taken aback. I'm only 12 years old, almost 13, but to boast a little at my age, if I continue to grow, one day I will be able to do what I want to do. Also, with the help of both of you, there's no rush on the plan, so this matter doesn't pressure me too much. After thinking for a moment, both Sasuke and Hinata nodded in agreement with Naruto's words. But why do you still want to? Hinata looked at Naruto in confusion. Because I can feel that guy is very lonely. Naruto smiled gently, stroking the seal on his belly that had not yet dissipated. The Nine Tails, who had been listening quietly, trembled slightly. That guy probably also wants a companion, so I did this, but it seems I overestimated myself. After all, it's been accumulated with thousands of years of negative emotions. I'm still not enough to handle it. Naruto chuckled while scratching his head. But it's just a tailed beast. Sasuke couldn't quite understand why he would put himself in danger for a wild beast. No, the Nine Tails has wisdom, can think, and has life, which proves that it is not just a mere beast. It is a complete life form, just different in form from us. Naruto shook his head, rejecting Sasuke's view. Sasuke, if you lived in a world where everyone else was not like you, where they treated you as an outcast and even didn't regard you as a sentient being, thinking every day about how to deal with you and seal you, what would you do? Naruto asked seriously, looking at Sasuke. After thinking, Sasuke replied, I would resist them, or kill them all. Naruto nodded slightly. So you see, your thoughts and the Nine Tails' thoughts are not much different. Sasuke frowned slightly, but had to admit that what Naruto said was true. I just want its recognition, so it won't be lonely anymore. Naruto shrugged, summarizing. But that's too reckless. If you do such training again in the future, let me know first. I'll watch from the side, and if something goes wrong, I'll pull you out. Sasuke looked at Naruto seriously. I understand, so I'll rely on you, Sasuke. Naruto put his hands together, looking grateful. However, Sasuke, what ability does your awakened Manjiki Sharingan have? Naruto asked curiously. Hinata also looked over. Sasuke frowned slightly, as if receiving some kind of information. He slowly spoke. The left eye is called Heart Reflection Covenant. Its essential ability is deep resonance and sharing of all states. It can establish a mental link with the target, synchronizing the perception of each other's emotional fluctuations, memory fragments, and physiological states. Moreover, in a shared state, it can temporarily share all abilities with the person being shared. For example, he revealed his Manjiki Sharingan in his left eye, a line of blood tears flowing from the corner of his eye, quickly glancing at Naruto and Hinata. The two were momentarily stunned, but their eyes immediately manifested the same Manjiki Sharingan as Sasuke's. Including Sasuke, the three fell into shock. Is this the world seen through the Manjiki Sharingan? Naruto excitedly kept rotating his eyes. Everything seemed to slow down, and he could even see the dust dancing. It was completely different from the insight of Byakugan. Hinata was also trying the Manjiki Sharingan. This is Naruto's chakra and physical quality. Sasuke felt an unprecedented saturation of chakra within him. With this chakra, he wouldn't have had to be so embarrassed in his last battle against Shikaku, exhausting his chakra. In what situation would such an immense chakra be depleted? Chapter 83. Manjiki Sharingan. Indeed, unreasonable. Of course, there are also limitations. He didn't say that it can only work on a single deeply bonded target. He has already defaulted to binding Naruto, and forcibly resonating with others would greatly increase consumption and could backfire on his own spirit. Hinata was also someone he trusted deeply, and since they grew up together, they had enough tacit understanding and wouldn't resist him, which is why Sasuke could share abilities with Hinata. Sasuke quickly canceled this ability. What a miraculous ability. With this ability, it's equivalent to us having each other's abilities. So what about the right eye? Naruto restored his original azure eyes and asked Sasuke. Annihilation of the Abyss. Its essential ability is the absolute decomposition of matter and energy. The chakra structure at the focal point of vision will be decomposed into primordial energy particles, and for tangible matter, it will conduct molecular-level disassembly, including living matter. But it requires direct contact. With this move, Even tailed beasts, which are beings composed entirely of chakra, I can truly wipe them out completely. Sasuke's eyes sharpened. Perhaps it was because Naruto fell into that state, along with his words to the Nine Tails that if Naruto died, he would accompany him to the grave. So his Manjiki Sharingan's eye technique manifested as the light of the mind. Heart Reflection Covenant, where the heart is reflected, and the covenant bears the sun, Naruto, that must not fall. Annihilation of the abyss, burning ashes to silence. All things ultimately return to the void. Eliminating all threats to Naruto with determination. Naruto has become the emotional root of Sasuke, the only son in his heart. And all the eye techniques awakened by the Manjiki are related to Naruto. The so-called eye that reflects the mind is just that. Impressive with such an ability. The strength has indeed achieved a qualitative leap, Naruto praised. Hearing Naruto's words, a faint smile appeared on Sasuke's lips. Well, in that case, once you finish cultivating your 5 elements attributes, you can go to Mount My Boku for Sage Mode training. Then your strength will leap again. When that time comes, we'll leave Konoha, Naruto said. Leave Konoha? What for? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. To find Itachi, Naruto said solemnly. A fierce glint flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Indeed, since he had already obtained the Manjiki Sharingan, the time for revenge had come. Since he had waited so long, there was no need to rush. It would be better to wait until you successfully cultivate Sage Mode before going to find Itachi. Seeing Sasuke's expression, Naruto immediately said. Sasuke nodded silently. Indeed, he needed more trump cards. No one knew how much strength Itachi had gained after being out there for so many years. After being tortured by Naruto in various ways so many times, he had learned to be cautious. It was getting late. Hinata, you should sleep with Kagaya for the night. Naruto turned to Hinata and said, MHM. Hinata nodded obediently. But speaking of Kagaya, Naruto suddenly remembered there was still someone at home. He made such a big commotion. And Kagaya's perception ability is so strong. There's no reason she wouldn't notice. The three exchanged glances and headed to Kagaya's room. She fainted, and it seems like she knocked herself out. Sasuke glanced at Xiangling's condition and said, Naruto probably guessed why Xiangling knocked herself out. It seems that having too good of a perception ability isn't necessarily a good thing. Naruto shrugged and said, Hinata, could you take care of Xiangling? Okay. Hinata smiled. She wouldn't refuse Naruto's request. Naruto rubbed Hinata's head, and they each returned to their rooms. Lying on his bed, Naruto once again entered the ceiling space. I'm sorry, Nine Tails. I didn't expect to fail again, Naruto said to the Nine Tails. I expected this long ago. You think you can handle my power? You're still far from it. The Nine Tails replied, still lying on the grass with a cold snort. At this moment, the ceiling space had returned to its blue sky, white clouds, and grassy appearance. Hey, you dead Nine Tails. Can't you at least comfort me a bit? Naruto suddenly got angry, jumping up and pointing at the Nine Tails while shouting. The Nine Tails sneered, not responding. How could the great Nine Tails comfort a human, even if that human was trying to keep it from being lonely? Well, I don't care about such things. I've been alone for thousands of years. I'm already used to it. However, its Nine Tails were unconsciously swaying. I will overcome that emotion. Just wait, Nine Tails, Naruto said seriously. Looking at the Nine Tails, you're still far from it. I'm not joking. The Nine Tails looked at Naruto seriously and said, that was just my insignificant chakra. Because of this seal, the chakra I can send out is very limited. If you really intend to accept my power, then you need to unseal it. Naruto continued just like that. But if the seal is lifted, I might just directly take over your body. The Nine Tails licked its lips, seemingly eager for Naruto to do so. Naruto smiled and said, you can't do that. Don't forget, I have companions. He wasn't alone. His companions were his support. The Nine Tails said nothing. It was quite wary of Sasuke's abilities. No one had ever truly threatened the lives of tailed beasts. At most, they could be sealed or dispersed. One day, they could also be resurrected somewhere in the ninja world. But Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan had become the first true existence capable of erasing them. The Manjiki Sharingan was indeed unreasonable. I will be ready. Then unseal it and accept your chakra, Naruto said. At that time, you will become a perfect Jinchuriki with me. Naruto gave a Nine Tails a thumbs up. Who wants to become a perfect Jinchuriki with you, you little brat? The Nine-Tails shouted angrily. Ah, but you said that before. Naruto scratched his head and said, I forgot. The Nine-Tails shook its head, denying it had ever said such a thing. Next time, I'll record your words, and you can watch it on TV. I'm off. Naruto snapped his fingers, turning the TV back on, waved goodbye to the Nine-Tails, and his figure disappeared from the spot. This little brat might really have that day. The Nine-Tails stared blankly at the spot where Naruto had vanished. The next day, Xiangling suddenly woke up with a start. She had a nightmare, a very long nightmare. Although that hateful aura didn't attack her, it still affected her. Fortunately, she knocked herself out in time. Otherwise, she might have lost her rationality due to the strong negative emotions. Are you okay? A gentle voice sounded in her ear. She trembled like a startled quail. Hugging the blanket tightly, Hinata wrapped her arms around Xiangling, comforting her. It's okay. Naruto has regained control of himself. Naruto? Xiangling stared blankly at Hinata, realizing that the malicious intent was just like the chakra she occasionally sensed deep within Naruto. Naruto, is he all right? Xiangling swallowed hard, filled with gratitude towards Naruto, as he was the one who pulled her from the abyss of the Grass Ninja Village. He's fine, Hinata nodded slightly. That's good. You scared me to death last night. Xiangling sighed in relief. Chapter 84. Searching for Tsunade, you want to learn medical ninjutsu? Naruto looked at Xiangling curiously and asked why she suddenly wanted to learn medical ninjutsu. I just feel that I'm more suited to learn medical ninjutsu. After all, my physique can help them recover faster. Xiangling would never admit that she wanted to learn the easier medical ninjutsu because training was too hard to become a support ninja. After all, that would be a bit embarrassing. Naruto smiled gently and said, no problem. Just follow me and Hinata's shadow clones to the Konoha hospital, and you can learn with us then. He had no requirements for Xiangling. As long as she had a job and could support herself, that was enough. As for making Xiangling a strong ninja, don't joke around. With him around, Konoha didn't lack strong ninjas. This was also what the predecessors hoped for, that the younger generation in Konoha could live freely and peacefully under the protection of a powerful ninja village. There is no need to force everyone to go to the battlefield and sacrifice themselves at a young age. Naruto strongly agreed with this thought, which was also why he wanted to achieve unification, because only then could the peaceful environment last longer. At least until he died, he would strive to maintain this peaceful environment. Xiangling excitedly nodded, finally free from Naruto's terrifying training volume. By the way, even though you want to become a medical ninja, you can't neglect physical training. I'll teach you Shadow Clone Jutsu, and then you can use Shadow Clones to learn medical ninjutsu. After taking a sip of tea, Naruto said. Xiangling was instantly petrified. Hinata chuckled softly. At least if your physical fitness improves, you can run faster when you need to escape. Naruto looked at Xiangling. Xiangling nodded with difficulty. If I'm not around, then let Sasuke supervise you, Naruto added. Xiangling excitedly nodded. Next, Naruto began training with Sasuke. Sasuke used his left eye's Sharingan ability to share Naruto's training memories. Although Naruto would share his training experiences without reservation, what was spoken was always different from what was engraved in memory. Naruto had already perfected the 5 elemental attributes, and with the help of this training memory, he quickly mastered the last attribute, wind. Now, as long as he trained the wind attribute to perfection, he could go to Mount Boku to learn sage techniques. Meanwhile, Naruto was sharing Sasuke's Mangekyou Sharingan and starting to develop his Onin release. Naruto even suspected that the Mangekyou Sharingan was essentially a manifestation of Yin release. After obtaining the Mangekyou Sharingan, Naruto's speed in developing Yin release was no slower than that of Yang release. It is worth noting that after completing the training for Sage Mode, his speed in training Yang release had increased dramatically. One can imagine how vast the Yin release chakra contained in the Mangekyou Sharingan was. As for Hinata, she had already entered Mount Boku to begin her sage technique training. She didn't need to train ninjutsu. The sage techniques of Mount Boku could greatly enhance her physical condition, which was very suitable for Hinata. So Naruto had Hinata sign the contract with Mount Boku, and then sent her to train sage techniques. Hinata's chakra was also quite vast, Although it couldn't compare to his, it was much stronger than Sasuke's. Training sage techniques was completely not a problem. Of course, now Sasuke has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, and his mental energy has significantly increased. His chakra is now entering a period of explosive growth. After all, Sasuke trains in taijutsu every day, and with every bit of improvement in his physical condition, his chakra increases as well. The advantage of his mental energy drives the growth of his chakra, allowing Sasuke's chakra amount to begin developing in a superhuman direction. Sasuke has now reached the level of a Kage, and he is a Kage without any weaknesses. If Sasuke is by Naruto's side, then Naruto's last shortcoming in Genjutsu will also disappear. After all, he can share Sasuke's abilities, and he has the Manjiki Sharingan too, while Naruto is steadily training. Jiraiya comes to visit. Are you going to find Tsunade? Naruto says, taking a bite of his popsicle. You've seen it too, right? The third Hokage is getting old, and he doesn't have enough energy to manage the affairs of the Leaf Village. Tsunade is the best candidate for the next Hokage, Jiraiya says, holding a popsicle as well. I see, Naruto nods. Then you could go find her. Why bring me along? He wants to practice Sage Mode more and get familiar with it to enter Sage Mode more quickly. Well, just think of it as accompanying me on a trip, Jiraiya says shamelessly. Naruto looks at him sideways. Jiraiya raises his hands in surrender. Okay, actually, I don't have much confidence in being able to persuade Tsunade to return and take on the Hokage position. Isn't she one of the legendary Sannin? Why doesn't she come back? Naruto asks curiously. According to Jiraiya, he left the Leaf Village to gather materials for his masterpiece, Make Out Paradise. So what about Tsunade? Why did she leave the Leaf? In fact, Tsunade is also a pitiful person, Jiraiya says solemnly. During the Second Shinobi World War, Tsunade's brother died on the battlefield, causing her great psychological trauma. Before she could recover, her boyfriend also died in her arms because of the war. She developed war syndrome? Naruto frowned slightly. This is a psychological illness that Konoha identified after Tsunade established a complete medical system, following the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. Many ninjas who experienced war in Konoha suffer from this illness. However, even the best medical ninjutsu cannot intervene. It can only be endured through medication and the patient's own strength. Yes, staying in Konoha would only worsen her psychological trauma. The third Hokage allowed her to go out to clear her mind, but who would have thought she would be gone for so many years, Jiraiya sighs. However, Konoha's intelligence agency has continued to receive news about Tsunade, confirming her safety, so the third Hokage allowed her to continue her journey. Naruto nods slightly. After developing war syndrome, it is indeed not suitable for her to continue being a ninja, so it's normal for Tsunade to go out and clear her mind. Moreover, as the ancestor of medical ninjas, it is quite easy for her to get medication for her mental health. That's why I thought of bringing you along, because you are somewhat like Tsunade's brother. Maybe you can help her get out of that shadow. Jiraiya says, me? Like his brother? Naruto is taken aback. He hadn't thought of that. Do I really look like his brother? Looks are one thing, but it's more about that positive spirit. Dai was also shouting every day that he wanted to become Hokage. Jiraiya recalls that little brat and can't help but laugh. Is that so? Naruto's mouth curves slightly. It turns out there are like-minded people. All right, then I'll go with you. Naruto finishes his popsicle and says to Jiraiya, then we'll set off tomorrow morning. Jiraiya quickly replies. As it was not easy to convince Naruto, Naruto turns and waves goodbye. The next day, after Naruto packs his backpack and registers with Jiraiya at the Konoha gate, they set off on their journey to find Tsunade. Although Konoha had just suffered an attack from Sand and Sound ninjas and sustained some damage, fortunately, Shikaku did not cause widespread destruction in the center of Konoha. With Konoha's size and the wealth of a land of fire, the village quickly recovered. Even though he and Hinata had left, Sasuke was still in Konoha, and even if someone attacked, there were still 2 Kage-level figures guarding the village. He also left a flying thunder god Kunai with Sasuke to carry with him. If Konoha faced a crisis, he could return home at any time to provide support. Konoha village is indeed very safe. Chapter 85, The Key. Hey, Naruto, why could the Nine-Tails chakra invade your body last time? Jiraiya asks nonchalantly as they walk. Ha, I thought you guys weren't really curious. Naruto laughs in response. It's not curiosity, It's concern, you big idiot. Jiraiya swings his fist. Hey, Jiraiya-sensei. Have you ever heard of a perfect Jinchuriki? Naruto asks, looking at Jiraiya. Perfect Jinchuriki, huh? Jiraiya chews on the term. There's indeed such a thing. Oh, are there any other perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world? Naruto's eyes light up with curiosity. The fourth Mizuki Jigura. He is the Jinchuriki of the three tails. And then there's the eight tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Both of them demonstrated the power of a perfect Jinchuriki on the battlefield. Jiraiya speaks solemnly. These are the only two known Jinchuriki in the ninja world that can perfectly synchronize with their tailed beasts. Then they must be very strong. Naruto rubs his fists, a crisp cracking sound emanating from them. He's feeling a bit restless. I don't really know how strong they are since I haven't fought them. Jiraiya shakes his head. But they should be stronger than the average Jinchuriki. I heard that Minato and Killer Bee fought against the fourth Raikage. But they both came out unscathed. Dad is so strong. Did he take on Killer Bee and the fourth Raikage by himself? Did he win? Naruto's eyes shine brightly, feeling particularly proud of his father. Yeah, Minato went to rescue the Konoha ninjas and fought against A and Killer Bee, who hadn't yet become the fourth Raikage. But it was mainly to cover their retreat, so it wasn't a real fight, Jiraiya says with a hint of pride in his tone. Such minor details of not having a real battle wouldn't be recorded in history books. Therefore, he doesn't know, but the more he hears about his father's deeds, the more he feels his father's strength. No wonder he is his dad, the fourth Hokage. Well then, the things Dad didn't finish, I will take over. Naruto pats his chest and says, the fourth Raikage and the eight tails Jinchuriki, I must have a good match with both of them. This is definitely something he has to do, as he has to confront these two. You mentioned perfect Jinchuriki. I see. You want to become a perfect Jinchuriki too? Jiraiya realizes Naruto's intentions. Well, Grandpa Fukasaku can't sync with me to complete the second stage of Sage Mode, right? That Nine-Tails guy is quite proud and doesn't want to let Grandpa Fukasaku stay with him. But he only wants to cooperate with me, Naruto says with a smile. I see. Jiraiya nods. But will the Nine-Tails be willing to cooperate? After all, last time it invaded your chakra. It will. Because the Nine-Tails also need someone to accompany it, Naruto says, rubbing his stomach through his clothes, a gentle smile on his face. Jiraiya looks at Naruto's smile and, for a moment, sees Minato's figure. This kid really resembles you, Minato. Ha, I was thinking of teaching you to master the Nine-Tails power during this journey. But I didn't expect you to already plan to become a perfect Jinchuriki with it. This saved me a lot of trouble. Jiraiya laughs heartily. Since that's the case, there's something I can give you in advance, which I believe you'll find useful later. Jiraiya stopped and said solemnly. What? Naruto looked at him. The key to unlock the seal. Summoning technique. Jiraiya bit his finger and summoned a toad carrying a scroll. This is the key to unlock the seal that Minato specifically left behind. I didn't understand why he left this key before. Jiraiya looked at Naruto as he spoke. But now I think I can understand Minato's intention. He probably thought that in the future, you would definitely reconcile with the Nine-Tails, master its power, and become the perfect Jinchuriki. Your dad still has this backup plan. Naruto was amazed, realizing that in such a life-and-death crisis, Minato had thought so far ahead. He was always meticulous, while your mother was quite the opposite, carefree and bold. Well, maybe it's because their personalities complemented each other that they naturally became a couple. Jiraiya's gaze became slightly vacant as he fell into memories, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. Hey, Jiraiya-sensei, can you tell me about my parents' past? Naruto said excitedly. He was very interested in his parents' romance. Perhaps he could take some inspiration from it. Of course, that's fine. The journey is still long. I'll tell you slowly. But for now, swallow the key. Jiraiya suddenly showed a mischievous smile and pointed at the long-toed scroll. Naruto's body stiffened. Swallow. Swallow where? Of course, swallow it into your stomach. Jiraiya grinned mischievously. Well, first use your chakra to unlock the seal. Jiraiya instructed the sealing toad to open the scroll, revealing a square frame. Just gather your chakra on your finger and press it down. Jiraiya guided Naruto on what to do. I don't think it's necessary to swallow this scroll. I can unlock it myself. Naruto swallowed hard. Glancing at the scroll toad, and couldn't help but take a step back. How much time would that take? Come on, hurry up. Jiraiya grabbed Naruto's hand and pressed it onto the scroll. With Naruto's chakra injected, the toad on the scroll nodded, indicating it was ready. Open your mouth. I don't want to. Be good. Open your mouth. It might taste good. Liar. Ugh, it's hitting my throat. Good, just open your mouth a little wider. The toad was already in Naruto's mouth, just one step away. Jiraiya gave a strong push, shoving the entire toad into Naruto's mouth. Ugh! Naruto gagged. The sensation of having such a long scroll along with a toad stuffed into his mouth was unpleasant. How does it feel? Jiraiya looked at Naruto expectantly. Naruto gasped a few times, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and felt his body. It really is the key to unlock the seal. If I want, I can unlock the seal inside me right now. Naruto nodded and said, So do you want to try it now? Jiraiya asked Naruto. No. I tried once before, and luckily, Sasuke and Hinata were there. Otherwise, I might not have been able to shake off the negative emotions. I'll wait until I'm more confident to try again. Naruto shook his head, choosing to unlock the seal when he felt more certain. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a sense of relief. This child had not lost his mind to power, which reassured him greatly. Chapter 86 Itachi returns to Konoha. All right, I've given you the key. Now it's up to you to master the Nine Tails power. Let's continue our journey, Jiraiya said loudly. Okay, by the way, tell me about my parents' story, Jiraiya-sensei. All right, I know. The figures of the big and small gradually faded away. A few days after Naruto and Jiraiya left, two figures dressed in red cloud-embroidered cloaks and wearing straw hats appeared outside Konoha Village. Konoha Village has changed a lot. Itachi stood at a corner of the Konoha wall, gazing at the entire Konoha. Here should be some broken guitar music, drifting. Are you nostalgic for your former hometown? Mr. Itachi? Kisame said, showing his sharp teeth. Itachi did not answer, still gazing at the current Konoha. He and Konoha had both changed considerably. This place was still his hometown. But now, there was no time for him to dwell on sentimentality, and he knew very well what he was doing. After all, he had Kisame by his side. Let's go, Itachi simply uttered. He was once the captain of the Umbu, familiar with the ways to enter and exit Konoha. And with Kisame, he could enter Konoha quietly. What should we do now, Mr. Itachi? Kisame asked Itachi. In short, let's gather some intelligence first and see where the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is. Itachi replied expressionlessly. He also wanted to check if Sasuke was safe and how much his strength had progressed. Just listen to Mr. Itachi. Kisame grinned. Konoha Snack Street. Kakashi leisurely leaned against the dumpling shop doorway, looking at the Aika paradise in his hands. At this moment, Asuma and Kurenai were chatting and laughing as they approached side by side. Hey, you two seem to be getting along well. Are you on a date? Kakashi teased, putting away Aika paradise. Idiot, I'm just helping Kurenai buy dumplings. Kurenai said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she turned her head. Why are you so relaxed? Asuma said, looking at Kakashi without hesitation. Well, as the team leader, there's not much for me to do. Most of the team members are not in Konoha, so I invited Sasuke to have a meal together and came to buy offerings. As he said this, Kakashi's gaze subtly glanced towards the dumpling shop. Inside, Itachi, who was eating dumplings, heard Sasuke's name and tightened his grip on his teacup slightly. Asuma and Kurenai also understood Kakashi's gaze, since they were going to buy offerings. Why not go inside instead of waiting at the door? They also looked towards the dumpling shop, where two strangely dressed men were inside, clearly not from Konoha. I see. Asuma said cryptically, you're buying offerings for Obito and Rin, right? Exactly. Kakashi nodded. Kakashi, you're not late? Just finished training. Sasuke walked over with Karin. Surprised to see Kakashi arrived early. With Naruto and Hinata absent, Sasuke was responsible for helping Karin train and supervise. Karin's explosive training enthusiasm exceeded her previous levels. I could be on time occasionally. Kakashi scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Have the dishes been ordered? Sasuke looked into the shop, but Itachi and Kisame's figures had already disappeared. Kakashi's expression tightened as he looked at Asuma and Kurenai. The two nodded slightly, and their figures instantly vanished. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. What happened? Well, there might be some troublemakers sneaking into Konoha, After all, Konoha has just been attacked, and it's normal for some to be restless. Kakashi said, "Do you need me to take action?" Sasuke frowned slightly and said coldly, "Since Naruto and Hinata are not here, then it's his duty to protect the village. Asuma and Kurenai are not weak, so leaving it to them is sufficient." Kakashi said lightly. Sasuke looked at the food on the table, some sweets and 3-color dumplings. It felt inexplicably familiar. Who liked to eat these foods? Suddenly, Sasuke's body jolted. This familiarity. Could it mean he has returned? A strong killing intent appeared in Sasuke's eyes as he looked at Kakashi. We should chase after them. If it's him, Asuma and Kurenai won't be their match. Kakashi's expression tightened. Meanwhile, by the river, Asuma and Kurenai had already intercepted Itachi and Kisame. "You two shooting TB from Konoha, right? What brings you to Konoha at this time?" Asuma, already wearing his kunai, said solemnly as he looked at the two strangely dressed men. "Mr. Asuma, Miss Hong, long time no see." Itachi's deep voice came from under his hat. "Oh, you actually know us. It seems you were once a member of the village. Who exactly are you?" Asuma's gaze darkened further. To recognize them, but not dare to appear openly in Konoha, can only mean one thing. You're a rogue ninja from Konoha. Not long ago, the rogue ninja Orochimaru came and launched an invasion of Konoha, and now another rogue ninja has appeared. He tightened his grip on his weapon, the hien. Itachi slowly raised his hand and took off his hat. Asuma and Hong's pupils dilated sharply, seeing the 3-tomo Sharingan revealed by Itachi. Asuma felt sweat break out on his forehead. "So it's you Uchiha Itachi," Asuma said slowly, raising the hien and preparing for battle. "Oh, so you are friends of Mr. Itachi. Let me introduce myself as well." Kisame also removed his hat and looked at Asuma and Hong. "I am Kisame Hashigaki, and I look forward to working with you," Kisame said with a grin. It was clear he was sincere and kind-hearted, a first-class friend. However, Asuma refused to befriend him. "There's no future for that. Since you're both rogue ninjas, let us settle this here." Asuma's gaze sharpened. "Mr. Itachi, it seems the people from the village really dislike you," Kisame said to Itachi with an easy expression, unbothered by Asuma's attitude. "I know you," Hong said seriously, looking at Kisame, a rogue ninja of the Mist Village. "Itachi, you're also a rogue ninja of Konoha. To do such things and still dare to enter Konoha. You have quite the courage." Asuma looked at Itachi. "Don't think that just because Konoha has just been attacked, it's a place you can act recklessly. Mr. Asuma, Miss Hong, please don't worry about me. I don't want to kill you." Itachi's voice remained calm, as if killing the two before him was as simple as killing a chicken. Asuma and Hong were angered by Itachi's tone. That doesn't sound like the words of someone who wiped out his own clan. You came to Konoha so brazenly. You must not be here just for the scenery. What is your purpose? Asuma asked Itachi. Our organization, Otsutsuki, aims to capture the tailed beasts within the Jinchuriki. This time, we are here for Naruto Uzumaki. Itachi stated his purpose openly, showing no concealment, appearing very arrogant. In reality, he had already revealed important information. Kisame was becoming impatient. He was talking too much. Should we make a move? He was always someone who preferred action over words. Those from the assassination unit were like that. Let us keep the noise down. After all, your ninjutsu is quite eye-catching, Itachi said calmly. Chapter 87, Sasuke and Itachi. 1. Kisame put away his smile and swung his samahata down hard at Asuma. Asuma raised the hien to block the strike, but as soon as they made contact, Asuma felt a chill in his heart. What immense strength! Hong quickly formed hand signs behind Asuma and slowly disappeared before Kisame and Itachi. Itachi slightly widened his eyes, the Sharingan spinning slightly. Kisame kept pressing down with samahata, and Asuma struggled to resist, but samahata was getting closer and closer. The two were locked in a contest of strength, and it was clear Asuma was at a disadvantage. What immense power! To tell you the truth, my samahata isn't meant for cutting, but for slicing, Kisame shouted as he suddenly dragged samahata back. The blade, which had been wrapped in bandages, instantly revealed its spikes, tearing through the bandages and leaving several deep wounds on Asuma's arm. Asuma, having suffered from the weapon, covered his injured arm, But Itachi and Kisame quickly rose from the ground, binding him with trees. Hong's figure appeared on the trees, holding a kunai, and aimed it at Itachi, who was expressionless and offered no resistance. She lunged at him. This time it's over. Itachi's eyes slightly narrowed, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Hong suddenly realized that the one truly bound by the trees was herself, and Itachi stood unharmed in front of her. This level of Jinjutsu is ineffective against me. Hong looked at Itachi in disbelief. This is Jinjutsu rebound? Itachi slowly took out a kunai, and Hong, feeling a sudden impulse, bit her tongue to use the pain to break free from the Jinjutsu. At the last moment, she dodged Itachi's attack. However, Itachi kicked her onto the water's surface. Asuma shouted worriedly, "Are you okay, Hong?" As expected of Miss Hong, but Itachi was already standing behind her, looking down at her. "But you'll die here. Itachi." A cold voice rang in Itachi's ear. Hearing this voice, Itachi froze. It was his most beloved younger brother. "Sasuke?" Itachi turned to see Sasuke standing on a nearby telephone pole, looking down at him with an indifferent expression. But the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes was filled with killing intent, sending chills down one's spine. Taking this opportunity, Hong quickly distanced herself from Itachi. If it hadn't been for Sasuke's arrival, just now, Itachi could have easily killed her. Is the gap in strength really that great? Hong thought, gritting her teeth. Meanwhile, Kisame continued to fiercely attack Asuma, but Asuma countered with a slash, cutting his cheek. Kisame, whose appearance was already ugly, instantly became furious. Fighting is one thing, but why hit the face? He dropped Samahata, quickly formed hand signs, and began to use ninjutsu. Water release. Water shark bullet technique. Water release. Water shark bullet technique. Kakashi also appeared, using the same ninjutsu as Kisame. The two identical ninjutsu collided and simultaneously vanished. "Oh, ninjutsu just like mine." Kisame looked at Kakashi, standing in front of Asuma, and saw his Sharingan. Kakashi Hitaki? No wonder. Kisame, having once been a member of the Mist Village Assassination Unit, naturally recognized Kakashi from the information that had been leaked. "Why are you here?" Asuma asked Kakashi. Sasuke probably assessed who they were and figured you wouldn't be able to handle them. So we came. Kakashi replied. To be honest, these two are indeed quite formidable. If they team up, I'm not confident. Asuma said with a bitter smile. Then let us go together. Kakashi didn't feel it was unfair to gang up on them. What about Itachi? Asuma glanced slightly at Itachi, who remained still on the water, still gazing at Sasuke. Let us leave it to Sasuke to deal with. Kakashi said, "Can you do it?" Asuma frowned, not doubting Sasuke's strength, but after all, Itachi was several years older than Sasuke and also a rare genius. Don't underestimate Sasuke's strength. Besides, he has a kunai left by Naruto. Kakashi said, "Kunai. I see." Asuma felt relieved, thinking it must be the kunai with the flying thunder god mark left by Naruto. At this moment, Hon also came to Asuma's side. The three Konoha Jonin, Kisame Hashigaki. On the other side, Itachi looked at his healthy younger brother Sasuke, and a hint of relief rose in his heart, but he did not show it. He looked at the three-tomo Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes and said, "That Sharingan, how far can you see?" "You asked me how far I can see?" Sasuke's mouth slightly curled down. "What I can see is that today you will die here, Itachi." His voice was as cold as a knife. "Uchiha Itachi, the grudge against the Uchiha clan will be repaid today." Itachi's expression remained calm, but a barely perceptible ripple passed through his eyes. Before he could speak, Sasuke's chest swelled, and in the next moment, fire release. Great fire dragon technique. The scorching dragon-shaped flames tore through the air, charging straight at Itachi. Itachi simultaneously countered with the same ninjutsu. Two fire dragons collided in midair, and the explosive flames vaporized the river water into white mist, with a piercing screech echoing across the battlefield. The power of ninjutsu forced Kakashi and Kisame to keep their distance from the two fighters. Well, it's rare to see Mr. Itachi in action, so I guess I'll have some fun with you guys too. Kisame faced Kakashi and the others without any panic, instead revealing a fierce fighting spirit. Even in a 1 versus 3 situation, he showed no signs of worry. Lightning release. Chidori's sharp spear. The spear formed from lightning pierced through the mist, but, upon touching Itachi's body, Itachi transformed into a flock of crows that scattered in all directions. The real Itachi had flashed behind Sasuke, and a kunai was thrust directly at his back. It seems your inside is still a bit lacking. Sasuke, pierced by Itachi, vanished in a puff of smoke. Shadow clone? Itachi's eyes widened slightly, and the next moment, a left hand crackling with lightning stabbed fiercely into Itachi's chest. Poof! Itachi spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the hand that pierced his chest. Raikiri, it's Kakashi's ninjutsu. Have you become a student? TCH. Sasuke withdrew his hand without hesitation and quickly jumped back. Itachi's body began to swell and then suddenly exploded. A clone explosion? Sasuke thought. A sound of slicing air came from behind, and without turning around, Sasuke responded with a whip kick, using sound to determine the position. The two legs collided, and after leveraging the force, Sasuke stomped on the water surface, creating a blast of water waves. His whole body shot forward like a spring compressed to its limit, rushing towards Itachi at a speed far exceeding ordinary body flicker technique. So fast. Itachi's heart sank. Although the Sharingan could clearly capture his trajectory, his body's reaction speed was surpassed by Sasuke's explosive movements. He hastily raised his forearm to block. Bang! A dull sound of bone and flesh colliding echoed. A tremendous force surged from Itachi's forearm, leaving his arm numb, and he was forcibly kicked back several meters, carving deep tracks on the water's surface. The chakra beneath his feet instantly became chaotic, and the water's surface churned violently. Such overwhelming strength. Itachi steadied himself, his gaze at Sasuke becoming more serious. This pure speed and power. Has Sasuke been diligently practicing taijutsu all these years? Chapter 88 Sasuke vs. Itachi 2. Open the door. Resting gate. Life gate. Wounding gate opened. Sasuke roared, veins bulging on both sides of his forehead, a faint white aura instantly steaming around him, followed by a flash of vibrant green light on his surface. Without any hesitation, Sasuke directly opened the first 4 gates of the 8 gates. In an instant, his speed and strength surged again. It was as if a raging river of power flowed beneath his skin, not giving Itachi any chance to catch his breath. Sasuke's figure approached like a ghost once more. He was determined to teach this arrogant guy a harsh lesson with his fists and feet. This time, his attacks were no longer a single trajectory, but interwoven into a storm-like offensive. Fast, precise, fierce. Fists like shooting stars, directly targeting the face, legs like battle axes, sweeping at the ribs, elbow strikes like guns stabbing at the heart, knee strikes like hammers hitting the jaw. Each strike contained the terrifying power to break stone, and the air was torn apart with mournful wails. He had been practicing with Naruto since childhood and received guidance from Guy, a master taijutsu. His taijutsu skills were already at their peak. Even if Lee were to spar with Sasuke, he wouldn't be a match for him. At first, Itachi could still barely cope with Sasuke's relentless attacks, relying on the powerful insight of the 3-Tomo Sharingan and his years of honed taijutsu skills. His movements were precise and efficient, always able to evade critical hits with minimal displacement at the last moment or use clever techniques to deflect some of the force. He even attempted to find gaps in Sasuke's storm-like onslaught to counterattack. However, in front of Sasuke, who had opened the first 4 gates of the 8 gates, the gap in speed and power widened infinitely. Sasuke's figure was no longer singular. His attacks came from seemingly 3 or 4 arms at once from incredible angles. It wasn't that Sasuke had actually grown extra arms, but rather a manifestation of his speed. Itachi's defensive perimeter was constantly compressed, and his exquisite dodges and blocks became increasingly strenuous. He's even learned the 8 gates. Bam! Itachi barely managed to block one of Sasuke's powerful elbow strikes with both hands, the immense force causing his hands to tremble, nearly losing the blocking position. In that moment of hesitation, Sasuke's left leg struck like a venomous dragon, delivering a brutal kick to Itachi's crossed forearms. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed ominously. Itachi's face turned pale, and with a muffled groan, he was kicked off the ground, flying towards the riverbank. But Itachi was still Itachi. In a life-or-death situation, his exceptional combat intelligence allowed him to forcibly twist his body in mid-air, simultaneously shooting several kunai with incredible speed towards the ground. As Sasuke, with the momentum of thunder, closed in, his powerful fist was about to hit Itachi's back. Itachi yanked the wire in his hand, propelling himself swiftly to the ground. Sasuke's punch missed, standing on the water surface, not pursuing Itachi further. He looked at Itachi, who stood on the ground, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Itachi panted slightly, his right forearm bent unnaturally, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Faced with Sasuke, who had opened the 8 gates, even a brief engagement left him at a severe disadvantage in pure taijutsu, with both speed and power being fully suppressed. He had been too arrogant, estimating Sasuke's strength based on his own judgment, even recklessly clashing with him without understanding Sasuke's current abilities. Moreover, he had intended to treat this as a teaching match, unaware that he had committed a grave mistake as a ninja. He had never excelled in taijutsu, while Sasuke's taijutsu was already not inferior to his. And with the enhancement of the 8 gates, it was only natural that Sasuke would dominate. Sasuke, it seems you have been focusing on taijutsu these years, but you've taken the wrong path. The Uchiha's true strength has never been in taijutsu. Itachi slowly spoke. In his view, Sasuke had strayed onto a wrong path. The true strength of the Uchiha lay in ninjutsu and genjutsu. He wanted to use this battle to help Sasuke correct his course. Uchiha, Itachi. Sasuke's voice was like ice scraping against metal. Your narrow understanding of the Uchiha is the root of your downfall. True power cannot be confined to a corner. You say the reputation is not in taijutsu? Suddenly, an astonishing flow of chakra erupted around him, blowing his bangs high, creating a depression in the river beneath him, and his blue and white attire fluttered violently. Then today, let me show you how weak your proud ninjutsu is in the face of mine. Before the words fell, Sasuke's hands transformed into afterimages, fire release, great fireball technique. What spewed from his mouth was no longer a blazing white flame dragon, but a fire dragon that had condensed to nearly a golden hue. Its might, temperature, and refinement far surpassed any fire release technique Itachi had previously exhibited. This was a manifestation of having mastered fire-style chakra to its peak. The golden fire dragon roared, though not large in size. It carried a destructive aura that threatened to incinerate everything, charging straight at Itachi on the bank. Itachi's expression changed dramatically. The power of Sasuke's fire release was beyond imagination. He endured the pain in his arm and formed a single-handed seal. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The great fireball technique Itachi unleashed was identical to Sasuke's fire dragon. He too had mastered the fire attribute to its peak. Wind release. Thousand faces of wind. Sasuke raised one hand, and a fierce wind rose. With the assistance of the wind, Sasuke's fire dragon gained even greater power, tearing apart Itachi's fire dragon's head, with the remaining golden flames continuing to surge towards the bank, carrying the momentum to incinerate everything. Itachi's astonishment deepened. The purity and power of Sasuke's ninjutsu completely exceeded his expectations. Sasuke had not only specialized in taijutsu, but had also trained his ninjutsu to such a level. How did he accomplish this? Of course, he wouldn't know that besides Sasuke, there was another talent, Naruto, who was even more formidable and hardworking. Naruto had shared his training experiences with Sasuke without reservation. Coupled with the year-round shadow clone training method and the constant sparring with Naruto, it was absolutely normal for Sasuke to make such progress. He had no time to form seals to perform stronger ninjutsu for defense. He could only quickly twist his body to evade Sasuke's ninjutsu attacks. The golden flame almost grazed his back, the enveloping heat burning his skin painfully, and a large area of the riverbank behind him instantly turned into a molten glass basin, flowing with dazzling red light. Itachi could no longer care about the intense pain in his arm and the surging blood, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, instantly capturing the next seal that Sasuke was about to form in the rising steam. Water release. Water severing wave. Sasuke's low shout pierced through the steam. This was a powerful water ninjutsu created by the second Hokage. Refined to the extreme, It was a high-pressure water line, finer than 1,000 needles, yet capable of cutting steel, silently and swiftly targeting the spot where Itachi had just landed. The three-tomo Sharingan in Itachi's eyes spun rapidly, predicting Sasuke's attack in advance. He dodged a step early, but the water line did not disperse with a single strike. Under Sasuke's exquisite chakra control, it pursued like a living creature. With a hiss, it cut off several strands of Itachi's flowing black hair and carved a straight crack several meters deep and over 10 meters long in the forest behind him. Earth release, Earth spike gun. Sasuke's pursuit did not stop. Before the water-severing wave could dissipate, he pushed off the water's surface, instantly creating some distance and forming seals again. The hard ground beneath Itachi's feet suddenly softened, turning into a mire attempting to trap him, while several sharp, glimmering rock spikes burst from the ground, targeting his vital points. Facing the all-around assault of the rock spikes and the mire beneath his feet, Itachi's lips curled into a barely perceptible arc. His body movements were awkward at this moment, but in his crimson Sharingan, a cold and efficient calculating light flickered. Chapter 89. Sasuke vs. Itachi 3. The inside of the Sharingan was utilized to the fullest. He did not attempt to resist or escape the mire. That would only make him a target for Sasuke's next technique. Instead, he suddenly stomped down, actively sinking. At the same time, he completed 3 basic hand seals with one hand. Earth release, Earth flow wall. A wall of earth, far smoother and sturdier than a regular earth wall, instantly rose at an angle above his head. It resembled a giant skateboard. Puff, puff, puff. Several rock spikes were violently nailed to the slanted earth flow wall. The tremendous impact instantly shattering the wall, but successfully redirecting the lethal force of the rock spikes in other directions, with some even being deflected away. Just then, one rock spike landed in front of Itachi. Using this rock spike as leverage, Itachi soared through the mud and debris as if surfing, his entire body ejected in an arcing trajectory. Moreover, the timing was just right during a brief pause in Sasuke's attack. As Itachi was propelled into the air by the shockwave, the hand seals in his hand had already been completed. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Whoosh, several shuriken, spinning at high speed and enveloped in blazing flames, accurately pierced through the steam-filled air, producing sharp sounds as they shot towards Sasuke's current location and several possible landing points along Sasuke's evasion trajectory. These flaming shuriken not only flew at astonishing speed, but more importantly, the flight paths of each shuriken were nearly impossible to predict. Sasuke's pupils rapidly constricted. Itachi's move was not only timed perfectly, taking advantage of the brief adjustment period after Sasuke's previous series of ninjutsu attacks, but also balanced lethality and containment. The inside of the Sharingan allowed Sasuke to instantly see the deadly trajectory of the flaming shuriken. He quickly swayed his body, his toes sharply tapping the water's surface, narrowly avoiding 3 shuriken aimed at his vital torso. However, the other few seemed to have eyes, predicting his movements and blocking his sides and rear. Boom! 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 Some of the flaming shuriken struck the water surface or the riverbank, exploding into waves of scorching air and water. The air instantly became boiling hot, filled with a restless chakra sensation. Just as Sasuke focused on evading Itachi's ninjutsu attack, a flock of crows cawed, bringing Itachi's half-illusory figure before Sasuke. With Itachi's Sharingan spinning rapidly, an alarm rang in Sasuke's mind. He desperately tried to look away, but it was too late. Itachi's Genjutsu had already infiltrated his visual nerves. The scene before him suddenly distorted. Itachi's figure seemed to split into multiple, ghostly forms attacking him from all directions. The chilling, killing intent almost solidified, and his muscles felt as if bound by invisible chains, causing Sasuke's reactions to slow by more than half a beat. "It's over, Sasuke." Itachi's cold voice seemed to resonate from behind all the illusions. Using the same 3-tomo Sharingan, Itachi's Genjutsu only made Sasuke stiffen for a moment before he broke free. However, he used the cover of the flaming shuriken and the momentary stiffness caused by the Genjutsu to appear as if tearing through space at Sasuke's side and rear. With a kunai tightly gripped in his left hand, glimmering with deadly cold light, Itachi lunged towards Sasuke's vital neck. This was the true counterattack. Taking advantage of the brief gap after Sasuke's ferocious assault, he used multiple attacks to divert Sasuke's attention, hiding his most proficient genjutsu within the crows and launching a deadly opening. Even with his arm injured and his body already wounded, Itachi's battle intelligence remained top-notch. And in the blink of an eye, Sasuke found himself in a life-and-death crisis. Suddenly, a strong electric arc erupted from Sasuke's body. The sudden attack forcing Itachi to pause and quickly distance himself from Sasuke. Itachi had to commend Sasuke, saying, "You've really gotten stronger, Sasuke. But it seems you haven't followed my advice on how to obtain these eyes." The three-tomo Sharingan in Itachi's eyes quietly transformed into the Mangekyou Sharingan. The difference between the ordinary Sharingan and the Mangekyou Sharingan was like the chasm between heaven and earth. "You should have realized it. You disappoint me too much, Sasuke," Itachi said calmly. Sasuke looked at Itachi, his gaze growing colder. Itachi always maintained a calm expression, even after killing their clan and parents, still presenting that same tranquil demeanor. It was as if he were emotionless, forever rational. If he were an enemy, it would be chilling. But if he were family or a friend, that rationality would be heart-wrenching, because one would never know if they had been regarded as family or friends by Itachi. Just like how Sasuke once considered him a good brother, yet Itachi had turned around and killed their parents. Is that so? Sasuke gently shook his head, producing a crisp sound, looking at Itachi with a mocking gaze. "Then try to defeat me with your Mangekyou Sharingan." Itachi's brow furrowed slightly. Sasuke's arrogant personality needed to be corrected. Otherwise, he would suffer in dealing with enemies in the future. But he never considered that he himself also had such a personality. When it came to arrogance, Itachi was the deepest one. He never believed in others and only wanted to do things his way. When he annihilated the Uchiha clan, he acted without informing the third Hokage in advance. During the Uchiha massacre, the third Hokage was completely unaware. If Naruto hadn't notified the third Hokage beforehand, Danzo would have reaped the benefits, harvesting a wave of Sharingan. Sasuke glanced at Itachi's eyes before shifting his gaze. It is currently known that one of Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan abilities is the Genjutsu Tsukuyomi, but the other is still unclear, so I cannot expose my trump card yet. So I need to find a way to force out Itachi's other ability. Thinking of this, Sasuke's chest swelled high. Fire style, great fireball technique. Itachi did not hesitate either, responding with a great fireball of his own. The two began to clash their chakra. Although Sasuke's chakra had entered a period of explosive growth, it was still inferior to Itachi's, who had already activated his Mangekyou Sharingan. For members of the Uchiha clan who have awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, their chakra would surge in a non-human manner, as the two eyes would give birth to a third kind of extraordinary power. This is why the gap between ordinary Sharingan and Mangekyou Sharingan is so vast. It's not only a difference in eyes, but also a significant gap in chakra. Watching his great fireball technique being gradually suppressed by Itachi's ninjutsu, Sasuke did not hesitate, feeling his blood boil again, his fair skin turning red. Release, open. His chakra surged again, but with it came intense pain from all over his body. Sasuke frowned slightly, enduring the discomfort, and increased his chakra output. His great fireball technique began to suppress Itachi's ninjutsu in return. Chapter 90. Sasuke vs. Itachi. For seeing his suppressed great fireball, Itachi was slightly taken aback. "Has your chakra even exceeded mine, Sasuke? Your progress truly surprises me. However, the gap between Mangekyou Sharingan and ordinary Sharingan is not something that can be easily closed." Itachi's left eye was filled with bloodshot veins, shedding a line of blood tears. Amaterasu. Pitch-black flames appeared out of thin air, focusing from Itachi's line of sight. These black flames could even consume the great fireball, slowly engulfing Sasuke's released fireball and spreading towards him. So this is Itachi's other ocular technique, a physical attack of flames? Sasuke forced Itachi to expend chakra, finally provoking another of Itachi's ocular techniques. How unfortunate. My ocular technique just happens to counter this ability. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. His right eye's technique, Ember of Oblivion, can decompose chakra structures into primal energy particles. Amaterasu's physical ninjutsu attack is perfectly countered by him. Tsukuyomi is a visual jinjutsu, so as long as I maintain distance to avoid direct eye contact with Itachi, I can kill him without falling victim to Tsukuyomi. Sasuke squinted his eyes. Aside from the ocular techniques of the Manjiki Sharingan that can deal with other Manjiki Sharingan, ordinary Jinjutsu has no effect on Manjiki. Red is the best example. Her Jinjutsu couldn't even affect Itachi's three-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke slightly raised his head to glance at the already overcast sky, with faint thunder rumbling. Just a bit more time. Sasuke interrupted his great fireball technique and swiftly dodged the Amaterasu that was consuming his fireball. While dodging, Sasuke quickly formed hand seals, water style, rampaging wave technique. A large volume of water surged towards Itachi with immense impact. Water style, water barrier. Itachi also had water attribute chakra and immediately used a defensive ninjutsu while closing his eyes to deactivate Amaterasu. Although the techniques of the Manjiki Sharingan are powerful, the consumption of ocular power and chakra is also terrifying. This was exactly what Sasuke wanted, to use water style to obstruct Itachi's line of sight. 3 Sasukes emerged from beneath the water, surrounding Itachi to launch an attack. Itachi immediately understood Sasuke's intention, using shadow clone technique to confuse me about his real body and avoid Tsukuyomi's attack. Itachi endured the intense pain in his right arm and the boiling blood from the physical clash as a Sharingan swiftly scanned the 3 waterlogged figures closing in. Multiple shadow clones can indeed effectively disrupt vision, creating opportunities for the real body to evade Tsukuyomi, but for someone as experienced in battle as Itachi, this was not an unsolvable situation. What he needed to be more cautious of was the immense chakra contained within these clones. The Sasuke before him was no longer the Sasuke, he remembered. He had grown up completely, capable of standing on his own. Water style, water clone. 2 equally wet water clones instantly took shape, heading towards Sasuke's 2 shadow clones. At the same time, Itachi's main body did not retreat, but advanced, his active left hand morphing into a blade, cutting through the air with a piercing sound, accurately striking towards the neck of Sasuke's shadow clone in front. Bang! The struck shadow clone instantly turned into white smoke and disappeared. TSK. The shadow clone on the left scoffed, his arm wrapped in lightning striking out like a bolt. Although Itachi's water clone barely avoided the critical point, it was pierced through the shoulder by the Chidori's sharp spear, causing its movements to suddenly slow down before it vanished into water. In that fleeting moment, Itachi's main body seized the only gap. He stomped his left foot on the ground, using incredible explosive power to leap into the air, not to escape backward, but to choose a diagonal upward angle. Intending to jump over the attack range where Sasuke's real body was located and create distance for himself, buying space and time. Trying to create distance? Sasuke's gaze was as cold as ice. However, Itachi's jump was already within his tactical plan. Itachi's figure was still in midair, while Sasuke's hands had already completed an extremely concise hand seal. He did not attack the dodging Itachi, but suddenly looked up at the sky, where the water vapor evaporated by his water style, the remnants of battle, and the naturally accumulated rain clouds constructed a gloomy sky. Threads of electric arcs were restlessly jumping and gathering deep within the heavy clouds. Amaterasu. In midair, Itachi suddenly opened his left eye, focusing his gaze on Sasuke's body. The black flames of Amaterasu about to descend upon him. He wanted to force Sasuke away and disrupt his next attack plan. Sasuke already knew the secret of his Amaterasu, so he certainly wouldn't remain still. That was Itachi's thought. However, Sasuke was waiting for this moment. His 3-tomo Sharingan quietly transformed into a 6-pointed star shape. It was also a Manjiki Sharingan. His right eye was filled with bloodshot veins, shedding a line of blood tears. Ember of Oblivion. The black flames of Amaterasu that had just appeared were instantly transformed into primal energy particles by Sasuke's ocular technique. Manjiki Sharingan. For the first time, Itachi's expression was out of control, staring in disbelief at Sasuke's 6-pointed star-shaped eyes. Has he even obtained a Manjiki Sharingan? Itachi's heart was in turmoil. With such a trump card, and having endured for so long without using it, then activating the Manjiki now must be for a decisive kill. Itachi quickly figured out Sasuke's thoughts, and his heart raced with alarm. But having lost the intelligence battle, he was now powerless to resist. Fire style, dragon flame, song technique. 5 thick, condensed golden fire dragons roared towards Itachi. Itachi immediately used Shadow Clone, and the newly appeared clone didn't hesitate, grabbing the main body's hand and forcefully tossing it far away from the range of the ninjutsu attack. Although Itachi tried his best to dodge, one of the fire dragons still grazed past him, instantly burning his arm. Ishboom! The intensely heated flames surged into the cold thunderclouds, like boiling oil splashing on snow. The extreme heat clashing with the cold triggered a catastrophic chain reaction. The massive natural lightning energy accumulated deep within the clouds was completely detonated by this violent fire style. The entire sky violently expanded, rolling, roaring, with countless blue-purple lightning snakes suddenly becoming incredibly clear and wild. They no longer flickered in and out of visibility, but surged through the lead-gray cloud sea, colliding violently, creating a deafening rumble. The entire battlefield, including the distant areas where Kakashi, Asuma, Hong, and Kisame were engaged in fierce battles, was shaken by this sudden, apocalyptic-like celestial phenomenon. The wind roared, carrying the smell of rain and char. What? Itachi's heart trembled, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. With his kaleidoscope Sharingan's insight, he naturally understood that Sasuke's ninjutsu attack was not aimed at him. Sasuke landed steadily on the water's surface, slightly tilting his head back, his pitch-black eyes reflecting the sky's violent, stormy ocean of lightning, brewing with destructive power. Feeling the vast energy contained in the clouds, a cold curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The heavenly thunder has finally matured, he murmured to himself, his pair of 6-pointed star pupils finally locking onto Itachi, who had just landed on the distant riverbank, slightly lost in composure due to shock. Chapter 91. Sasuke vs. Itachi and Uchiha Itachi. Prepare to pay the price for your arrogance. I will no longer give you a chance to evade. This ninjutsu will evaporate you in an instant. Sasuke raised his hand, crackling with lightning, piercing the heavens like a spear of divine punishment. The raging thunder was precisely guided. The heavens now belong to me. Kirin. Boom! The Kirin, which pierced through heaven and earth, carried the might of nature, tearing through the clouds at a speed beyond visual limits. The lightning coalesced into a giant unicorn, its massive jaws opening wide, a torrent of destructive energy completely enveloping the riverbank where Itachi stood. Blinding white light enveloped everything around. The intense energy fluctuations startled the entire Konoha village, alarms blaring as numerous ninjas rushed toward the scene. After the effects of Kirin dissipated, the riverbank had turned into a pile of ruins. Itachi lay quietly among the debris, motionless, seemingly having died completely. Ugh! Sasuke clutched his right eye, which was throbbing with pain, his body trembling as he knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. The backlash pain from the 8 gates spread throughout his body. Combined with the massive ninjutsu attacks, his chakra had run dry, and his stamina was nearly exhausted. Finally, I have killed you, Itachi. Sasuke looked at the fallen Itachi with one eye, a stone in his heart quietly falling. He had finally avenged the Uchiha clan, but there was no joy in his heart, because that person was his brother. Brothers turning against each other, no one could feel joy. Only an immense sense of absurdity and sorrow for this world remained. Go to hell and atone for the Uchiha clan. Sasuke gasped, speaking to Itachi's corpse. You almost killed me, Sasuke. Itachi's voice slowly echoed. Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply. With an incredulous expression, he looked in Itachi's direction. How could he survive under such ninjutsu? He was human, not a tailed beast. Itachi's body slowly rose, his surroundings shrouded in dark red chakra, like a volcanic eruption. A broken ribcage burst forth, covering Itachi's upper body. He stood up, looking at Sasuke, his tone carrying a hint of relief as he said, You have truly become stronger, Sasuke? Then my value ends here. Sasuke, Let me demonstrate the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan one last time, after which I can pass my eyes on to you. This is the third power birthed after unlocking the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the divine power, Susanoo. If it weren't for this move, I would have been killed by you just now. Sasuke gritted his teeth, looking at Itachi, holding a kunai that was different from the ordinary style, with a small inscription that read, "A visit here." He also had his ultimate trump card, the summoning technique from Naruto. He looked up at the sky. The recently unleashed Kirin had consumed all the power of the thunderstorm clouds, and the sky was now clear. If even Kirin can withstand him, then other ninjutsu will probably have little effect on him. Sasuke panted, unwillingly staring at Itachi. He hadn't activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan for long enough. He could feel there were abilities within the kaleidoscope Sharingan that had not yet been developed, but he lacked the time to develop them. The dark red chakra skeleton, like burning bones, enveloped Itachi's broken body. He supported his forehead with one hand, blood tears seeping through his fingers, particularly striking against his pale cheek. His voice carrying a nearly relieved hoarseness. "Do you see, Sasuke? This is the ultimate divine power of the Sharingan." Itachi strained to maintain his severely injured body, controlling the Susanoo skeletal structure to slowly raise a giant skeletal arm. The skeletal arm swung down violently. Boom! The riverbank's rock layers were pierced like tofu, exploding into a massive pit several meters wide. The splintered stones crashed against the Susanoo skeleton, instantly reduced to powder. Susanoo is the embodiment of the caster's chakra, combining offense and defense. With each evolution, its power grows exponentially. As Itachi's thoughts shifted, the originally ribbed Susanoo transformed into a humanoid skeleton. Then the body became covered in muscles and veins, wrapped in an outer layer of chakra. Finally, it evolved into the black Tengu armor that enveloped half of his body. Although the kaleidoscope Sharingan's power is formidable, each use leads to blindness, ultimately sealing it away. However, as long as one has their brother's eyes transplanted, the kaleidoscope will regain its light and become even more powerful. Itachi gasped, speaking to Sasuke. "Why are you telling me this?" Sasuke shouted at Itachi, holding the flying thunder god kunai. "So after I die, you can transplant my eyes. There is no need to worry about blindness anymore." Itachi replied with a gentle smile. Sasuke's body froze. He looked at Itachi's gentle yet strange smile, his thoughts completely in disarray. Why? Why are you telling me this?" Sasuke shouted hoarsely at Itachi. "Ugh." Itachi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Susanoo is powerful, the backlash on the eyes and body is also severe. The Susanoo that enveloped him vanished, and Itachi could no longer maintain its existence. Itachi hadn't he finished speaking when a figure rushed over, quickly picking up Itachi and rapidly diving into the water, swimming away from Konoha at high speed. Watching the two figures rapidly recede, Sasuke hesitated for a moment, but ultimately put away the flying thunder god kunai. Not using his ultimate move, Kakashi and the others rushed over from a distance, looking disheveled. "Sasuke, are you all right?" Kakashi panted, wanting to help Sasuke up. Sasuke waved his hand to signal him not to move yet. The backlash from the 8 gates had not subsided, and he needed to rest for a while. He glanced at Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai, all three panting, looking weak from chakra exhaustion. He couldn't help but ask, the person next to Itachi, is he that strong too? Kakashi chuckled bitterly and said, "That guy has astonishing chakra. His weapon and the ninjutsu he uses can absorb chakra for his own use." Asuma also gasped, saying, "We didn't understand that guy's intel at first, which put us at a huge disadvantage. Fighting him with ninjutsu would only make him stronger. We could only use taijutsu against him." Kurenai continued, "Coincidentally, we aren't good at taijutsu, so we barely managed to hold our ground." Sasuke frowned slightly, looking at Kurenai and asking, "Even Jinjutsu doesn't work?" He knew Kurenai was skilled in Jinjutsu, and Kakashi also had the Sharingan, capable of casting Jinjutsu. It seems he has quite a bit of experience battling Sharingan. He didn't look at my eyes at all during the fight. Kakashi shrugged in response. "At first, I used Jinjutsu to catch him off guard, but..." A serious glint flashed in Kurenai's eyes. The weapon in Kisame's hand is not an inanimate object, but a living one. Once I use Jinjutsu, That weapon will channel chakra, helping Kisame disrupt the chakra flow and break the Jinjutsu. I can't do anything about him unless I can get him to put down that big sword first. Chapter 92. The Otsutsuki organization exposed, but thinking about it. It's impossible. Kisame Iasen Tizabuza. He wouldn't throw away Samahata just to act cool. Sasuke nodded slightly, indicating he understood Kisame's intel. What about you? How is Itachi doing? Kakashi asked. He is not dead yet. He was rescued by Kisame. Sasuke let out a faint sigh, but there was little regret in his expression. He had already defeated Itachi once. Next time he found him, he would be even stronger. Itachi had demonstrated Susanoo to him, although this ability was powerful. Sasuke's Amaterasu could also counter Susanoo. If Itachi had used this technique from the start, Sasuke's eye technique wouldn't have been able to hide for so long. Your Kirin didn't kill him? Kakashi asked, his tone filled with shock. Kakashi had been present for the entire process of Sasuke developing Kirin, and he knew just how powerful it was. How did Itachi evade such a fast and powerful jutsu? Sasuke shook his head slightly, not offering an explanation. The jutsu Itachi used was a secret technique of the Manjiki Sharingan, and Sasuke didn't want to say too much. Only in front of Naruto would he be completely open. After the four of them exchanged information, many fast ninjas had already rushed over. Upon seeing the brutal battlefield by the riverbank, they were all shocked. What kind of intense battle had occurred here? Even the third Hokage had donned armor and come in person. He surveyed the battlefield and thought, Sasuke has even used Kirin, and the four of them are incredibly weak. Who infiltrated Konoha? Kakashi-sama, what happened? He asked in a deep voice. Things are a bit complicated, Lord Third Hokage. Let us report to you privately, Kakashi replied, implying that it was inconvenient to speak in front of so many people. I understand. You should go to the hospital for treatment first. After you're done, come to my office. The third Hokage nodded and said. Sasuke. A girl shouted as she rushed over. It was Karen. Are you okay? Looking at Sasuke's disheveled appearance, Karen was instantly flustered and carefully tried to help him up. However, as soon as her hand touched Sasuke, he groaned softly. The pain from the 8 gates had not yet subsided, and her touch only made it worse. Bite me, Sasuke, Karen quickly said, extending her arm toward his mouth. Her special physique meant that as long as she was bitten by Sasuke, he could quickly recover his stamina and injuries. However, Sasuke shook his head. No need. This is Konoha. Let's go to the hospital to recover. Naruto had once assessed that although Karen's ability was very healing, it might harm her lifespan. Karen's mother had died young, and she had mentioned that her mother had white hair when she passed away. It wasn't a critical moment now. The strong enemy had retreated, and he could take his time recovering at the Konoha hospital without exhausting Karen's lifespan. Karen bit her lips slightly. At this moment, she felt that if she had strength like Naruto or Hinata, she might be able to help Sasuke. Indeed, she shouldn't have slacked off during her training with Naruto. She wanted to help Sasuke, but was afraid of causing him further injury. In the end, Kakashi picked up Sasuke and took him to the hospital, with Karen closely following behind. Sasuke, your charm is quite strong, Kakashi said, raising an eyebrow as he looked down at Sasuke. TCH. Sasuke closed his eyes and ignored Kakashi. Karen blushed slightly beside them, but said nothing. After some treatment, Kakashi and the others were mostly fine. They were just a bit exhausted from excessive chakra consumption and would recover after resting at home for a few days. However, Sasuke would need to stay in the hospital for a few days. He had opened the 5th gate, and while the 8 gates were powerful, the backlash was also serious. So he needed proper treatment to avoid leaving hidden injuries. He didn't have Naruto's abnormal self-healing ability. Kakashi and Asuma arrived at the Hokage's office to report the recent battle situation to the third Hokage, Itachi and Kisame. After listening to Kakashi and Asuma's account, the third Hokage leaned back in a chair, deep in thought. Itachi said he was going to ambush a group called Otsutsuki. Their goal was to collect tailed beasts. I see. Konoha has been attacked, so they want to take Naruto during this period of chaos. And Itachi could come observe Sasuke's growth at the same time. The third Hokage quickly processed the known information in his mind and soon figured out Itachi and Kisame's purpose for coming to Konoha. Naruto has Jiraiya with him, and Naruto himself is no slouch. Itachi has already been repelled by Sasuke, so Naruto is still safe. But how many people are in this Akatsuki organization? Jiraiya has also said that Orochimaru once joined this organization. Could it be that every member of this organization has Jonin-level strength? Thinking of this, the third Hokage's expression darkened. Kakashi, send the information about Itachi and Kisame to the other 4 great nations. The Akatsuki organization wears red cloud cloaks and conical hats. Their purpose is to capture tailed beasts, so the other 4 great nations should be cautious of them. The strength of this organization's members should not be underestimated. The third Hokage said. This time, Itachi and Kisame's visit to Konoha would allow him to expose the Akatsuki organization openly within the ninja world. Do you still want to hide your development? Don't even think about it. Under the vigilance of the 5 great nations, capturing tailed beasts will become exponentially more difficult. The tailed beasts are the ultimate weapons of each nation. Without using the tailed beasts, the Jinchuriki will be protected. With his reminder, he believed that the protection of Jinchuriki by each nation would be strengthened. Understood. Kakashi nodded. After Kakashi and the others left, the third Hokage's gaze turned serious as he considered whether to clarify Itachi's matters with Sasuke. Danzo. Danzo pushed the door open and entered. What are you doing here instead of staying at the root? The third Hokage's thoughts were interrupted by Danzo, and he glanced at him. The Akatsuki organization has already mobilized to capture tailed beasts. Naruto being outside the village at this time is too dangerous. We must have Jiraiya bring him back to ensure his safety, Danzo said in a deep voice. The third Hokage shot Danzo a discreet glare. He knew well what his old friend was thinking. Wasn't it just that he didn't want Tsunade to return to Konoha to inherit the position of Hokage? The third Hokage let out a small sigh. Danzo was still not giving up on the Hokage position, even at such an old age. He should retire and enjoy his old age, knowing that this world always belongs to the young. They were already getting on in years. Naruto is safe with Jiraiya around. There is no need to worry about him. The third Hokage replied solemnly. Chapter 93. Karen Fights Alone. Speaking of which, where was your root when Konoha was invaded? The third Hokage shot a sharp gaze at Danzo. Naturally, we were resisting the invasion. Danzo replied calmly. It's best to be so, Danzo. You need to understand that the purpose of establishing root is to protect the great tree that is Konoha, not to become your private army. If you have other ideas, I will disband root, and it will never be established again. The third Hokage said sternly. My intentions are also to protect Konoha. Danzo defiantly stared back at the third Hokage. You may leave. You don't need to concern yourself with Naruto's safety. The third Hokage waved his hand. Danzo snorted coldly and turned to leave. As he stepped out the door, he heard the third Hokage's distant voice. Remember, I am a Hokage. Enraged, Danzo slammed the door shut with a bang. The third Hokage looked at the door that had been innocently harmed, and his eyes flashed with determination. Since he was going to retire, then he would take some others with him. Tsunade had Jiraiya assisting her, and her experience was sufficient. There was no need for any other Hokage to assist her. Tsunade was different from Minato. Minato was only in his 20s when he took over as Hokage. He was too young and lacked the experience to oversee the big picture. It should be noted that the Hokage is different from ordinary ninjas. The Hokage is responsible for all matters in the entire Konoha village. Moreover, Minato's own strength is still on the rise, and he cannot spend too much time on official duties, as he also needs to dedicate time to his own training, so he still requires their assistance. However, Tsunade is different. She is experienced, her strength is already stable, and without any special opportunities, there won't be significant changes, so she doesn't need their assistance. The third Hokage also somewhat regrets having let Minato take on the Hokage position so early. If he had been given a bit more time to train, Minato might not have had to die on the night of the Nine Tails attack. After hearing about Sasuke's injury, Sakura and Ino hurried to the hospital to visit him. As Genin, when the village's alarm was sounded, they were responsible for leading the villagers to safety, which is why they couldn't arrive at the battlefield in time. However, as soon as they entered Sasuke's hospital room, they saw a red-haired girl feeding him an apple. Sakura and Ino were instantly furious. How dare someone steal in on them? They stormed into the room like two lit fuses, filled with rage. Seeing the unfamiliar red-haired girl feeding Sasuke an apple so intimately, and although Sasuke had his eyes closed, he showed no signs of rejection. Their jealousy ignited instantly. "Hey, who are you? Stay away from Sasuke-kun." Sakura was the first to shout, her pink hair almost bristling with anger as she pointed furiously at Karen. Ino was equally defiant, flipping her golden ponytail and stepping forward, questioning, "Exactly, where did you pop up from? Our Sasuke, doesn't he need you to take care of him?" Karen was startled by the sudden outburst, her hand holding the apple frozen in midair. After a brief moment of shock, her characteristic fiery temper flared up. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, her temper was no joke. The reason she was so well-behaved at Sasuke's house was that Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata were her lifesavers. She shot a sharp glare at the two, standing her ground defiantly. "Huh? Sasuke belongs to you? What a joke. Who I take care of is none of your business. I was the one who brought him back from the battlefield." Pointing to herself, she declared fiercely, "Sasuke-kun didn't oppose me. And here you are making a fuss like two cats with their tails stepped on. Want to fight? What did you say?" Sakura and Ino's anger was completely ignited by the comment about being like cats with their tails stepped on. Sakura clenched her fists, veins popping on her forehead. Ino's face turned red with anger, her golden ponytail seeming ready to stand on end. Karen's eyes sparkled with the light of battle, and instead of retreating, she took a step forward. Adjusting her glasses, she wore an extremely provocative smile. "I mean, you two jumping around here really look ugly. Sasuke-kun doesn't need noisy little birds. He needs someone who can actually help. You." Sakura was so furious she was trembling, almost unable to control her fists from smashing into Karen. "What do you mean by not being able to help? We were helping to evacuate the villagers. We've been working hard to get stronger." Instead, she shouted, "But who are you, really? What gives you the right to be here?" Ino glared at Karen as well. "That's right. We're his classmates. Friends who have grown up together. Who do you think you are to dictate anything?" Karen's lips curled into a victorious smirk. This was her true trump card. Classmates? Friends? So what? She deliberately paused, then with a tone filled with pride, exclaimed, "I live with Sasuke-kun. I see him every day, and I'm the one taking care of him. What about you? You probably don't even know which way his front door opens." This statement exploded in the hospital room like a bomb. What? Sakura and Ino exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes widening in disbelief. Their minds went blank in an instant. The impact of Karen's declaration about living together was simply too great. Living together meant what? It meant being together day and night, implying a level of intimacy far beyond friendship. Their long-held fantasies and efforts suddenly seemed utterly pale and powerless in the face of this fact. The immense blow and jealousy consumed both of them like flames. Sakura's eyes instantly turned red, biting her lip, her body swaying. Ino completely lost her earlier momentum, her face filled with shock and hurt. Karen keenly seized the moment of their stunned silence, quickly pressing her advantage, standing tall against the two with unwavering confidence. Hey, don't make that face. Sasuke-kun doesn't need noise right now. He needs to rest. If you truly cared about him, you should quietly leave instead of disturbing his recovery. She pointed at Sasuke's closed eyes. Look, Sasuke-kun is so disturbed by you two that he doesn't even want to open his eyes. Is this how you show concern for a friend? What a nuisance. Sakura opened her mouth, but was choked by the overwhelming blow, unable to form a complete sentence, tears welling in her eyes. Ino was a bit calmer, but her voice trembled, filled with doubt. "I'll live together? Where?" "Isn't Naruto at Sasuke's house?" Karen interrupted her train of thought. Continuing her assault, "We live under the same roof. I take care of Sasuke-kun's training meals, everything. No one understands his condition better than I do. You two popping in occasionally to show concern? Save it." In reality, she was the one who needed care, but she didn't say that. Sakura and Ino were oblivious. This speech completely shattered Sakura and Ino's psychological defenses. Living together, under the same roof, no one understands Sasuke's condition better than I do. Each word pierced their hearts like needles, making them so jealous they could go mad, yet powerless to refute this fact. Karen watched the two as they stood there, dazed and speechless, and she adjusted her glasses with satisfaction. In this one-on-two battle, she relied on her trump card, living with Sasuke, to firmly gain the upper hand and completely suppress the two rival spirits. Sasuke, lying on a hospital bed, subtly furrowed his brow. He didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, simply stating in a cold and weary voice, filled with strong impatience, "Shut up, all of you, and get out." These cold words poured over the three arguing girls like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing their flames of anger, although they were still furious. Seeing Sasuke's indifferent demeanor and his injured condition made them feel as if they had a lump in their throats, and the argument abruptly stopped. They glared at each other, their eyes clashing fiercely in silence, silently exchanging threats of "we'll see about this, and you better watch out." Chapter 94. Establishing the Tao Palace. The method of training in dreams, Naruto naturally had no idea what was happening in Konoha. At this moment, he was practicing Sage Mode with his eyes closed, while that bastard Jiraiya had gone off to a pleasure district again. According to him, he was collecting intel on Tsunade. What a lecherous sage. Tsunade is a woman. Do women go to pleasure districts to have fun with other women? He doesn't even bother to prepare a lie. If it weren't for Jiraiya talking about his parents' past, Naruto would have ditched him long ago to find Tsunade himself. As a hint of orange-red eyeshadow fully formed, Naruto opened his eyes. He had once again entered Sage Mode, this time taking even less time than before. He nodded in satisfaction. If he continued training like this, one day he would be able to enter Sage Mode instantly without spending so much time on it. At that point, Sage Mode would have no weaknesses. Naruto stroked his chin, contemplating which direction to take his next training step. In terms of physical skills, he could only enhance his training to improve his physical condition. As for physical techniques, he could turn his entire body into a lethal weapon, but he could only progress through painstaking effort. In terms of ninjutsu, he has completely mastered the 5 elemental attributes, and he is continuously developing and training in yin-yang release. If he continues at this pace, once he has completed training in all 7 attributes, he will then consider the matter of attribute fusion. He firmly believes that as long as the foundation is solid, many things will fall into place naturally. For example, when he is currently practicing the Rasengan and Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, he does not feel much difficulty. This is actually because his foundation is extremely solid. Whether it is chakra control, the properties of the elements, or changes in form, he has trained them to the extreme. Ninjutsu is nothing more than these elements. As for Jinjutsu, he indeed does not have much talent in that area, so he can only enhance his mental energy and rely on that vast mental energy to avoid being controlled by Jinjutsu. Moreover, Sasuke has now unlocked the Mangekyou Sharingan, which allows him to have the abilities of the Mangekyou Sharingan as well, meaning he has further supplemented his Jinjutsu capabilities and no longer needs to worry about that. Therefore, what I need now is a trump card ninjutsu that can serve as a powerful explosion, one that could even become my regular ninjutsu. Naruto muttered to himself. The first thing that came to his mind was the 8 gates. This secret technique can exponentially enhance one's power. Furthermore, the stronger the user's body, the greater the power they can enhance. This is because its essence is to release the restrictions of the human body, allowing power to be unleashed at double the capacity. Even when both Naruto and Sasuke open the same gate of the 8 gates, Naruto's enhanced power will definitely be greater than Sasuke's, because his physical condition is superior to Sasuke's. However, the 8 gates come with significant aftereffects. Although it is said that one can adapt to the aftereffects of the 8 gates through training, that only applies to the earlier gates. Even for him or Guy, when opening the 6th gate, the gate of joy, and the 7th gate, the gate of shock, the physical pressure they endure is still immense. Not to mention the 8th gate, which leads to death upon opening. That is a last-ditch, ultimate secret technique. The reason why opening the 8 gates has such severe aftereffects is that the muscles, bones, and internal organs cannot adapt to the sudden impact of such immense energy. Muscles and bones can be strengthened through training, but ordinary training effects are already difficult for me to reach the corresponding intensity. So I need gravity training. Naruto's eyes lit up. Through vague memories, he recalled that someone could create gravity equipment, and that someone trained in a gravity chamber with quite good results. For this, I can ask the logistics personnel of Konoha to help create it after returning. but the internal organs are too fragile. Is there any way to resist the pressure the 8 gates bring to the internal organs? Naruto's eyes took on a vacant look as he obviously fell into deep thought. Konoha does not have relevant methods, and the only way he can search for is that vague dream memory. After a long time, he murmured, Tao Palace. Establish the Tao Palace in the 5 organs to protect the internal organs. Tao Palace deity? He grabbed his hair with both hands, looking utterly defeated. But what exactly is a Tao Palace? How do I establish a Tao Palace? What is the Tao Palace deity? Naruto was a bit irritated. That memory was too vague, and he could occasionally recall a few scattered fragments, but he couldn't remember anything more. Never mind it, since it called Tao Palace. It should be a palace, right? Establishing a palace in the 5 organs? To protect the 5 organs, yes, that's it. Then the Tao Palace deity, I have no clue about that. Let us try establishing the Tao Palace first. Naruto scratched the back of his head helplessly. The memory was too vague, and he could only try slowly by himself. Once he thought of it, he immediately created 2 shadow clones and instructed them to begin training according to his ideas. Since he didn't know whether this method had any danger, he needed to gain a lot of training experience before his main body would start training. Even if the shadow clones made mistakes during the training process, it would not affect the safety of the main body. One must admit that shadow clones are truly amazing. They are unparalleled in accumulating training experience. Under Naruto's observation, the 2 shadow clones sat cross-legged and began to establish the Tao Palace at the heart position. Time passed second by second, and Naruto nervously swallowed. This was his first time training based on fragments of memories from a dream. There should really be such a training method, right? It shouldn't be fake or randomly made up, right? Naruto talked to himself to ease his tension. But the next moment, the 2 shadow clones suddenly poofed into smoke and disappeared. Along with that was their training experience. Just with the training experience of the 2 shadow clones, Naruto quickly accepted it. With my control over chakra, creating the palace's shape with chakra isn't difficult, but it's hard to solidify once I lose control. The chakra model will collapse and shatter the heart. Naruto pondered while rubbing his chin. So the first step is to establish a stable form for the Tao Palace. Since he didn't know what the Tao Palace in his memory looked like, nor did he know the form of the Tao Palace, Naruto could only start exploring from the most basic elements. He needed to clarify the nodes that could stabilize the Tao Palace model bit by bit. This would take a lot of time. However, Naruto had his own method, multi-shadow clone technique. Confidently, Naruto summoned 200 shadow clones. Everyone, start training. Let us establish the heart's Tao Palace as soon as possible. The main body of Naruto encouraged the shadow clones. Okay, leave it to me. Get lost, main body. Don't disturb my training. Prepare some food. The shadow clones responded to Naruto, each with their independent thoughts. But as soon as they sat down and entered training mode, they instantly transformed into smoke and disappeared. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. What is going on? Weren't they fine just now? The memories of the disappearing shadow clones were instantly transmitted to Naruto. After he accepted all the memories, a bitter expression appeared on his face. Ordinary chakra simply cannot establish the Tao Palace. Only Senjutsu chakra is of sufficient quality. Yes, his sage mode has already vanished. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to split off 200 shadow clones with Senjutsu chakra. Although his chakra is sufficient, the absorbed natural energy that has been fused into Senjutsu chakra is still not enough. Senjutsu chakra must maintain a balance between natural energy and chakra. In Sage mode, the shadow clones he creates must maintain enough Senjutsu chakra for training, and at most, he can only split off 2 clones. Any more wouldn't have any effect. Chapter 95. Tsunade, this is a problem. Naruto scratched his head in distress. The method to save training time has been shot down, so he still has to rely on painstaking effort. He sighed heavily. This kind of time-consuming training is something he is doing for the first time. In the past, he always had the Naruto army to assist him. Fortunately, he is still young, and there are still many paths to take in other areas. So he is not in a hurry to establish the Tao Palace. He is more trying methods for future paths. Huh, you seem troubled. Why the long face? Jiraiya's voice rang in Naruto's ears. Naruto turned to see Jiraiya had somehow come up behind him, his collar still marked with lipstick. Well, it's some training issues. I'm thinking about how to proceed on my future path. Naruto honestly shared his thoughts. Jiraiya clicked his tongue. A 13-year-old kid is already contemplating his future path. This made him feel absurdly out of touch with the times, as if he had already grown old. However, looking at Naruto's troubled expression, his mood lightened. Well, this world ultimately belongs to the young ones. If I'm old, then I'm old. Time won't wait for anyone. After all, I am the legendary Jiraiya, and I have a broad-minded outlook. At this moment, a popsicle is needed to cool down. Jiraiya pulled out a double popsicle, broke one side, and handed it to Naruto. Naruto took the popsicle and started eating. After finishing the popsicle, we have to set off again. I've already found out where Tsunade is, Jiraiya said. Huh? You really went to gather intelligence? Naruto looked at Jiraiya in disbelief. He always thought this lecherous sage was just out for fun. But it turns out he actually did something useful. What kind of expression is that? I said I went to gather information and also to collect materials. Jiraiya shouted in indignation. Isn't it the other way around, collecting materials and then gathering intelligence? Naruto expressed doubt. You have to believe in a sage's integrity. Jiraiya argued back. Hik. What does that mean? It just means ha. Damn. Let us go find Tsunade in the gambling street. A blonde mature woman placed her chest on the poker table and then pushed all her chips onto the big win. The woman next to her, holding a little pig, felt a tremor in her heart and whispered in the blonde woman's ear, Lady Tsunade, that's all our money. You have to leave some behind. Tsunade waved her hand generously, looking eagerly at the poker table. Don't worry, Shizen. I'm confident. This time I will win it all back. All the gamblers around Tsunade looked flushed, their greedy eyes swiftly scanning over Tsunade's fair skin and decisively placed their chips on the opposite side of Tsunade. Tsunade is like a big fat sheep, known as the beacon of the casino. As long as you bet against her, you will definitely win. Everyone hesitated not. And after placing all their chips, the casino boss shouted that the bets were locked in, and the results were revealed. 456, big win. Except for the casino boss, who was grinning while collecting piles of chips. Everyone else was dumbfounded, including Tsunade and Shizen. Lady Tsunade, you won. You really won. After her surprise, Shizen exclaimed excitedly. Even the pig in her arms was squealing nonstop. However, there was no joy on Tsunade's face. After taking the chips from the casino boss, she still placed them on big win. Other gamblers saw this and flinched. Wasn't it said that Tsunade was a guiding light? How could she lose just now? It must have been a small probability event, the smallest kind. But they had already bet all their chips, and now they had none left. Many found the casino to borrow money, wanted to win it all back in one go. The casino boss readily lent them the money. Small, bet all on small. Those gamblers, not believing in evil, all bet against Tsunade again. Bets locked in, 556, big win. The casino boss's eyes turned into slits from laughing, collecting all the money he just lent out and then paying Tsunade her winnings. Let's go, Shizen. Tsunade stood up abruptly, not even glancing at the money on the poker table, and turned to leave. Huh, wait for me, Lady Tsunade. Shizen hurriedly gathered the chips on the table and then quickly ran to catch up with Tsunade. Bastards, are you trying to set us up? Yeah, that big fat sheep actually won twice in a row. Are you in on it with her? Those desperate gamblers glared at the casino boss and shouted. They suspected they had been tricked by the capitalists. But the casino boss just smiled at them, and the casino's enforcers had already surrounded them with weapons. Those gamblers wilted again. Please repay your debts. As we agreed, 9 out of 13 returns. The faces of those gamblers were filled with despair. This time, they not only lost all their money, but also owed a mountain of debt, and all that awaited them was ruin. Shizen, carrying a bag of exchanged money, curiously asked Tsunade, Lady Tsunade, it's rare for you to start winning. Why not gamble a few more rounds? I'm not in the mood, Shizen. We're leaving the gambling street, leaving the land of fire. Tsunade said in a deep voice. Huh, so suddenly? Shizen was even more surprised. It felt like Lady Tsunade was trying to avoid something. But Shizen didn't say more, holding on to her pig and following Tsunade's pace, preparing to leave the gambling street. Tsunade, long time no see. A hoarse, magnetic voice came from the rooftop. Tsunade frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the voice, her eyes narrowing. Orochimaru. Shizen also looked over, pursing her lips. Not only was it Orochimaru, but there were also two other people with him. What do you want? Tsunade glared at Orochimaru and asked. Haha, it's for this child beside me. His name is Kagaya Kimimaro, and I'd like you to help him with something. Orochimaru said, resting his hand on Kimimaro's shoulder. Kagaya? Tsunade looked at Kimimaro's delicate face, reminiscent of a pancake. The family that was wiped out in the Mist Village? Yes, Kimimaro perfectly inherited the Kagaya clan's bloodline limit, but unfortunately, he has a hereditary disease. Only you have the ability to help him in the entire ninja world. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade and said, I want to help Shizen. Let's go. Tsunade decisively refused, turning to leave. Of course, it's not for free. Do you still want to see Dan's and Shinjiro? Orochimaru's voice lingered. Chapter 96. Dan's and Shinjiro. Tsunade, who was just about to take a step, froze in place. Shizen was also stunned when she heard Dan's name, and then quickly reacted, looking at Tsunade with a worried expression. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru with a gloomy face. What do you mean? Are you joking about the two most important people in my heart? I have thoroughly researched the reanimation jutsu created by the second Hokage. As long as you agree to my request, I can summon the two of them to meet you anytime. Orochimaru's hoarse voice was filled with a unique allure, like a poisonous snake gradually enticing Tsunade to come closer. So, what do you say, will you agree? Orochimaru said with a confident smile. As one of the legendary Sannin, he knows very well what Tsunade's wishes are. Manipulating human emotions is also one of his strengths. You look weak. What happened to you? Tsunade didn't immediately answer his question, but instead glanced at Orochimaru and assessed that he was in trouble. Orochimaru was taken aback, then smiled nonchalantly. It's nothing. Just had an accident while destroying Konoha. Although he said that, a shadow flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Naruto's unreasonable strength nearly caused his body to collapse. Fortunately, he had many means to escape, but he now urgently needed a new body. He had already given up on Sasuke's body. No matter how envious he was of the Sharingan, with Naruto around, it was impossible for him to take Sasuke from Naruto's hands. Just like with Itachi, he was also envious of Itachi's eyes, but he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't defeat him. And if he couldn't get Sasuke, then he would choose Kimimaro. This child was loyal enough to him, and the turning ceremony wouldn't be resisted. Most importantly, the Kagaya clan's bloodline limit was also very formidable. But unfortunately, Kimimaro was afflicted with a disease that even Kabuto couldn't cure, which posed a risk. To be honest, if it weren't for this child having such an illness, Orochimaru would have already turned to Kimimaro. Shizen was alarmed when she heard Orochimaru mention destroying Konoha, and quickly looked at Tsunade, only to see Tsunade deep in thought, seemingly indifferent to Orochimaru's words about destroying Konoha. Lady Tsunade, Shizen shouted loudly, waking Tsunade from her memories. You must not believe this guy's sweet words. Your brother and Uncle wouldn't want you to do this. The most important person to both of them is you, Lady Tsunade. Have you forgotten your wishes and dreams? Please wake up. Shut up, Ino. Tsunade shouted in a deep voice, and Ino immediately closed her mouth. You must be Dan's niece, right? Orochimaru said with interest, looking at Ino. I remember. Your father and mother are dead, and your uncle is dead too. It was Tsunade who took you away from Konoha. Orochimaru's mouth curled into a wicked smile. I am a kind-hearted person, Tsunade. Let me add another condition. If you agree, I will also resurrect her parents. How about that? Isn't that sincere enough? Ino's heart trembled at the thought of seeing her deceased parents. Wasn't this her wish? She still remembered her parents' voices and appearances. But she immediately shivered and looked at Orochimaru with a hint of fear. This man was like a demon, seeing Tsunade still in silence. Orochimaru turned his head and called out, Kabuto. Kabuto nodded in understanding and took out a summoning scroll, summoning the two ordinary people who had already fainted. To express my sincerity, let you take a look at Dan and SH Tree's appearance first. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue. He quickly formed hand seals and slammed his hand onto the ground, causing a large number of seals to appear. The Edo Tensei technique. The two unconscious ordinary people woke up in pain from their coma, letting out piercing screams, serving as sacrifices. They were wrapped in layers of paper scraps, their bodies quickly transforming into two other people, one big and one small. It was Dan and S.H. Tree. They tightly closed their eyes, as if in a deep sleep. Tsunade felt a slight tremor in her body as she saw the familiar appearances of the two, and her pupils violently constricted. All the pain and longing sealed by long years surged out like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly overwhelming her surface calmness. She stumbled forward uncontrollably, her gaze firmly locked on the two familiar yet lifeless faces. One was her lover, Dan Kato, and the other was her beloved younger brother, S.H. Tree. Those hands that were so precise in the medical room were now trembling violently. It felt as if something hot was blocking her throat, and Tsunade felt she could hardly breathe. She desperately tried to suppress the emotions surging in her chest, but it ultimately turned into a low, broken sob that spilled from her lips. This was not ordinary crying, but a kind of mournful wail suppressed for decades, filled with unspeakable despair and deep longing. Tsunade's psychological illness had not healed even after decades, precisely because of the two people in front of her. If she could still rationally control her emotions before truly seeing the two, then upon truly seeing their appearances again, she could no longer control herself. Orochimaru watched Tsunade's expression. His cold snake eyes narrowed slightly as he fell into silence, showing no intention of urging her. Time seemed to freeze. Tsunade's gaze greedily swept over Dan's sleeping face and fell on S.H. Tree's somewhat youthful face. She remembered her brother's sunny smile and his dream of becoming Hokage, recalled the promises made alongside Dan, and the final moments when the two of them had coldly passed away. Those deeply etched, painful memories were cruelly torn apart by this false resurrection, bleeding profusely. She stood frozen in place, gasping for breath, her face pale under the intense emotional fluctuations. All her strength and resolve seemed to be completely shattered in that instant. Even knowing this was Orochimaru's trap, a forbidden technique that desecrated the dead, when the people she longed for the most were revived before her. The immense emotional impact almost robbed her of her ability to think. Instead, it was Ino who broke the silence. She gritted her teeth and looked at Orochimaru, extending her hand to reveal the hidden weapon on her arm. Without hesitation, she shot the poison needles at Orochimaru. Clink, clink, clink. The poison needles fell to the ground before Orochimaru, as Kimimaro had already appeared with his bones, knocking all the poison needles down. Are you going to make a move, Lord Orochimaru? Kimimaro coldly looked at Ino. Anyone who attacked Lord Orochimaru would die. As long as Orochimaru spoke, he would directly kill Ino. Even if Tsunade refused to heal him because of it, it didn't matter. But anyone who dared to attack Orochimaru must die. Chapter 97. My sister has a bad temper and is a gambler. Orochimaru ignored Ino's attack and turned to Tsunade, asking, So, Tsunade, if you nod your head, I can restore Dan and S.H. Tree's consciousness right now and bring them back to life. Ino gritted her teeth, wanting to continue attacking Orochimaru. But Tsunade stopped her. Stop it, Ino. Lady Tsunade. Ino turned to look at Tsunade, but found tears streaming down her face. Even if it's just once, I want to hear them speak again, Tsunade said, her voice trembling. Hearing Tsunade's words, Ino lowered her head in silence. She understood Tsunade's feelings at this moment. Orochimaru revealed a triumphant smile. So, you agree, Tsunade? Tsunade silently nodded. Very well, I will now restore Dan and S.H. Tree's consciousness, and you can have a good chat. Orochimaru raised one hand, and the originally closed eyes of Dan and S.H. Tree slowly opened. Other than the formerly white parts of their eyes turning black and their bodies having different cracks representing their identity as the deceased, they were almost indistinguishable from living people. Why am I here? S.H. Tree looked around in confusion. Tsunade? Dan immediately spotted his girlfriend, who was looking at him with tears in her eyes. Lord Orochimaru? S.H. Tree saw Orochimaru beside him and immediately shouted excitedly. Orochimaru's mouth also revealed a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Long time no see, S.H. Tree. I remember I died, right? How am I here? S.H. Tree expressed his confusion. It's my ninjutsu. It brought you and Dan back from the world of the deceased. Orochimaru explained. Now go down and reunite with your sister. Sister? S.H. Tree looked down, and what came into view was Tsunade's tear-streaked face. "Sister!" S.H. Tree shouted excitedly and jumped down with Dan. Seeing Tsunade, S.H. Tree, and Dan together, Kabuto turned to Orochimaru. "Is this really okay? Lord Orochimaru. What if Tsunade regrets it later? I know Tsunade well. She won't go back on her word. Besides, doesn't she want to see Dan and S.H. Tree again in the future?" Orochimaru said with a smile. As long as he had the Edo Tensei, he could control Tsunade. "Kimimaro, don't worry. With Tsunade here, your illness will definitely be cured by her." Orochimaru patted Kimimaro's shoulder. "Yes, thank you, Lord Orochimaru," Kimimaro respectfully replied. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't obtain Sasuke's body, he wouldn't want to turn to Kimimaro. This child is a very capable subordinate. S.H. Tree lightly landed, joyfully leaping towards Tsunade as he did in his youth, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist. Tilting his head up, the cracks at the corners of his eyes couldn't hide the pure joy in his eyes. "Sister, is it really you? Why are you crying?" He awkwardly reached out to wipe away Tsunade's tears, but the cold touch proved his condition. "Lord Orochimaru is amazing. I was just thinking, wasn't I sacrificed on the battlefield?" Dan followed closely behind. He didn't rush like S.H. Tree, but his gaze never left Tsunade. His eyes reflected the vulnerability she had never shown in front of others. In his memory, Tsunade had never displayed such weakness. "Tsunade." Dan's voice was low and gentle, like a gentle breeze brushing over old dreams. He gently placed his hand on Tsunade's shoulder, but unfortunately, he could no longer feel her warmth. "Don't cry," he sighed, lightly tracing the outline of her tear-streaked face with his fingertips. "Tell me, how long has it been? Are you still pursuing your dreams?" He probably had figured out where Tsunade's fragility came from. It was the death of him and S.H. Ju. Tsunade remained silent, but S.H. Ju spoke first, slapping away the hand that rested on Tsunade's shoulder. With a furious expression, he glared at Dan. "You bastard, what are you doing so close to my sister?" The emotions brewing between Tsunade and Dan were abruptly interrupted by S.H. Ju. The two stared blankly at S.H. Ju. Dan suddenly realized that when he and Tsunade were in love, S.H. Ju had already died. He didn't even recognize himself back then. Dan awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Well, I'm Kato Dan. Speaking of which, I'm your sister's boyfriend, S.H. Ju." "Boyfriend?" S.H. Ju widened his eyes at Dan.